Chapter 1. Transmigration to Douluo continent. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The infant slowly opened his eyes, pondering, where am I? Wasn't I at home, reading a web novel about tomatoes? This place is. As he grappled with confusion and attempted to rise, he realized he had transformed into a mere babe, trying to articulate words but only managing to produce ya-ya. The baby boy thought to himself, what on earth? Have I transmigrated? And into the body of a little child? Where am I? Is there supposed to be a system or something? But here I am, stranded in this desolate wilderness with no one around. Is the heavens conspiring against me right from the start? Lost in such thoughts, he began to whimper. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a voice resonated nearby, belonging to a middle-aged man. What is that sound? Did you hear it? A middle-aged man with white hair sat in a carriage, peering out the window, inquiring of the driver about the source of the crying. It seems to be the cry of a child, my lord, the driver responded, having also heard the sound. Stop for a moment. Let us investigate. Certainly. Once the carriage was halted, the white-haired man followed the sound, discovering an infant swaddled beneath a century-old demon eye tree, wailing. The baby boy thought, someone is coming. Ha ha. The heavens do not forsake me. But why do I still sound like I'm crying? I'm not crying, I'm laughing. I'm so happy. Woo. Your Highness, it appears to be a child, seemingly abandoned, remarked the white-haired man, who was none other than Qian Mo, the current Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall and a 99th level limit Angel Dou. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, and his refined features bore no hint of corruption. His piercing eyes exuded a mature aura that contrasted sharply with his youthful, handsome visage. Clad in a platinum robe, he radiated an ethereal presence. What a handsome man, the infant thought to himself. Could you take me in? I promise to be obedient and well-behaved. I will ensure your comfort in your old age. I only ask that you do not abandon me. However, what Qian Mo heard was, "Ui." The baby boy exclaimed internally, it's over. Wait, if I act cute and raise my hands asking for a hug, will that not win his heart? Otherwise, I might be doomed. All right, here goes. Ooh. The infant raised his arms in a plea for a hug. Haha, this child is remarkably unafraid. Others flee from me, not knowing where to hide, yet this little one. He shares a remarkable bond with your highness. He is quite pleasing to the eye. I take a liking to him. Let's bring him back to the spirit hall. I have no wife or children. He shall be my son. Congratulations, your highness, on gaining a son. The driver knelt, praising him. Enough with the pretense, let us return to the hall, Qian Mo said, joyfully cradling his newfound son as he made his way back to the carriage, his face alight with happiness. He was now a father, albeit not by blood. As they walked, he playfully addressed the driver. Your Highness, we must consider the situation in Heaven Dou. Back to the hall, I have my plans, Qian Mo replied while teasing the child in his arms, softly saying, let us name you Qian Yuhan. As my son, I will ensure you become the very best. I may not know what your martial soul is, but if it shows potential, I will cultivate you into the finest soul master. If your martial soul is lacking, we shall pursue a path in politics to strengthen the spirit hall. Qian Yuhan thought to himself, martial soul? Spirit hall? I have transmigrated to Douluo continent and even joined the spirit hall? How delightful! Qian Yuhan cooed and giggled, beaming at Qian Mo. Qian Mo brought Qian Yuhan back to the spirit hall, soon publicly announcing his existence and status as the son of the Grand Elder, Qian Mo, a 99th level limit Dou. Delighted by his new role as a father, Qian Mo embraced the responsibilities of a caretaker, eagerly anticipating the moments when the nanny would arrive with a bottle to feed Qian Yuhan. The members of the spirit hall were initially taken aback by this development. It was hard to fathom that the once dominant figure of the soul master world, Qian Mo, had taken on the role of a caretaker. However, as time passed, they grew accustomed to it. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. The once swaddled infant had blossomed into a vibrant young boy. At the age of 4, he tugged at Qian Mo, seeking to learn martial arts. Qian Mo, pleased with his son, believed he would undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master and began rigorous training. Today marked the day Qian Yuhan would awaken his martial soul. He had just turned 8. As for his birthday, Qian Mo had designated the day they met as his birth date. In Douluo continent, every child would awaken their martial soul at the age of 8 at the Spear Hall. Yuhan, are you confident in awakening a strong martial soul? Qian Mo asked gently as he led Qian Yuhan to the awakening platform. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan released Qian Mo's hand, assumed a horse stance, and with a few playful punches towards Qian Mo, declared, "Of course, Dad. Look at my punches, I feel very confident now." Qian Yuhan's small fists landed on Qian Mo, akin to a mere tickle. Yet Qian Mo pretended to wince in pain, exclaiming, "Good lad." Chapter 2. The Martial Soul Awakening Part 1. Qian Yuhan was slowly guided by Qian Mo towards the awakening platform. On the platform stood a man clad in purple, holding a crystal ball. Upon noticing Qian Mo and Qian Yuhan's arrival, the man quickly knelt, offering a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to the angel, Your Highness." He then turned to Qian Yuhan, saying, "Hello, little Yuhan." Qian Yuhan nodded, replying, "Hello, uncle." Having spent his time in the Spirit Hall's Grand Elder Hall, apart from his father and a few other elders, he had seldom encountered anyone else. Meeting this unfamiliar, yet amiable uncle left him feeling somewhat bashful. Seeing Qian Yuhan's reaction, Qian Mo smiled and addressed the man in purple. "Come now, shall we? Today my son's martial soul awakening is in your capable hands." "Your Highness, I shall do my utmost." With that, he clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture before stepping aside, allowing Qian Mo to take a position nearby. "Yuhan, first drink this purification liquid." What is purification liquid? The purification liquid is a rare supplement. Upon consumption, it will flow through your blood, clearing and unblocking your meridians, aiding your awakening and alleviating any pressure. After hearing Xiao Hui's explanation, Qian Yuhan accepted the purification liquid from him, uncapped the bottle, and drank it all in one go. As the liquid entered his system, warmth enveloped Qian Yuhan, and he felt as though a gentle force wrapped around his entire being. He began to expel black substances from his skin, which dissipated into the air. A radiant white light emanated from him, which lasted for about half an hour before gradually fading, allowing Qian Yuhan to slowly open his eyes. Qian Yuhan thought, "Oh, I feel so much better all over. The soreness from practicing with the 7th offering, the Tianwei Douluo, has vanished. My soul power flows much more smoothly now." "Yuhan, let us begin. Place your hand on the crystal ball," Xiao Hui instructed. Following his words, Qian Yuhan gently placed his hand upon the crystal ball. "Good. Now slowly channel your soul power into the crystal ball." Qian Yuhan circulated his soul power throughout his body before gradually transferring it through his palm and into the crystal ball. The reason for circulating his soul power first was simple. After the purification process, he had experienced immense comfort and wanted to indulge in that sensation once more. As his soul power flowed into the crystal ball, it began to emit a faint glow, which steadily intensified. Observing this change, Xiao Hui felt elated. The presence of light that continued to grow stronger indicated that it was certainly not a useless martial soul. After all, it was Qian Mo's son. How could he be anything less? Few within the Spirit Hall were privy to the fact that Qian Yuhan was Qian Mo's adopted son. Only a select few, including Qian Mo, the 6 offering elders, the driver from that fateful day, and a handful of attendants, were aware. They were all instructed by Qian Mo to keep this secret, and none dared to defy him, maintaining their silence. Even Xiao Hui was unaware. As for why this is the case, patience, dear reader, the answers will unfold. That day, Qian Mo had intended to attend some official business in Heaven Dou. Having not ridden in a carriage for quite some time, he whimsically decided to take one, leading to the fortuitous encounter with Qian Yuhan. The light continued to swell, while Qian Yuhan closed his eyes to attune himself to the resonance of his martial soul. Unconsciously, he extended his left hand as the light intensified. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a luminous orb. "What is this?" Xiao Hui inquired, fixating on the radiant orb in Qian Yuhan's hand. "Is it merely a ball of light? This does not seem like a good martial soul," Xiao Hui remarked. "Silence. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qian Mo's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with Xiao Hui's commentary. Yais, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Highness, Xiao Wei hastily apologized, sensing the tension in Qian Mo's demeanor. Qian Mo ignored him, instead fixating intently on Qian Yuhan. What is happening? Why does my martial soul? Xiao Wei muttered. What is wrong with your martial soul? In the grand hall, only 3 individuals were present aside from Xiao Wei. No one else spoke, and naturally, Qian Mo heard Xiao Hui's murmurs. Your Highness, my martial soul is trembling, as if it fears something, Xiao Wei explained. You possess the Azure Dragon Sword as your martial spirit. What could you possibly have to fear? Qian Mo inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, Qian Mo found himself perplexed, for Xiao Hui's Azure Dragon Sword was undoubtedly a top-tier martial spirit, its power rivaling that of the Haotian Hammer. It was he who had awakened Xiao Hui's martial spirit, and he had closely monitored Xiao Hui's development. Reaching the title Douluo level at the age of 60 was a commendable achievement. Although his strength had stagnated at level 96, he was more than capable of contending with peak Douluos, ensuring his safety even against the mightiest of martial spirits. Qian Mo himself had not unleashed his martial spirit. His 6-winged angel was a divine-level martial spirit that could exert pressure on the Azure Dragon Sword. However, since he had refrained from manifesting it, only one possibility remained. It was Qian Yuhan's martial spirit that suppressed Xiao Hui's Azure Dragon Sword. Then, could it be that your excellency is? Xiao Hui said, glancing towards Qian Yuhan. Qian Mo nodded in affirmation. That would imply that Xiao Han's martial spirit has indeed exerted dominance over your Azure Dragon Sword. But your excellency, isn't Yuhan's martial spirit merely a ball of light? How could that be possible? Qian Mo's expression darkened. Must it strictly be a ball of light? Why are you so enamored with that orb? Silence and observe. Chastened by Qian Mo's reprimand, Xiao Hui fell silent. The oppressive aura emanating from Qian Yuhan's presence only intensified, causing even Qian Mo's 6-winged angel martial spirit to tremble slightly. At that moment, the orb of light in Qian Yuhan's left hand was rapidly coalescing, its brilliance growing ever more resplendent, illuminating the entire awakening hall, with residual light spilling forth from the hall's doors and windows. The radiance swelled, ever more radiant. Qian Mo and Xiao Hui, standing closest, shielded their eyes with their hands against the dazzling light. The halls of the Spirit Hall, including the Worship Hall and the Awakening Hall, were situated atop Spirit Mountain, while the Pope's Hall resided at the mountain's base. The Spirit Hall itself was nestled within Spirit City. Even the residents of Spirit City could see a luminous orb shining at the mountain's peak. This extraordinary phenomenon equally stirred the other worshippers and elders who were engaged in tranquil meditation. They perceived the peculiar fluctuations emanating from the Hall of Awakening and swiftly teleported to the scene. The luminous orb in Qian Yuhan's hand gradually dissipated, revealing a platinum-hued sword in his left hand. Exuding an aura of divinity, the blade was adorned with subtle runes that danced around it. You have arrived. Qian Mo stood with his back turned to the gathered offerings and elders, his eyes fixed intently on Qian Yuhan. Salutations, great offering. Salutations, judgment elder. The elders and offerings each bowed respectfully to Qian Mo in the offering hall. He held the title of Great Offering, while in the elder hall, he was known as the Judgment Elder. Different halls bore different titles, and few could claim such dual prominence as Qian Mo did. Salutations, Your Holiness. Xiao Hui, the contemporary pope of the Wuhuan Temple, acknowledged him. Qian Yuhan's status as the young master was bestowed upon him by this very pope. Xiao Hui's profound respect for Qian Yuhan stemmed entirely from his lineage as Qian Mo's son, for Qian Mo had been his mentor, offering the most guidance throughout his cultivation, as his teacher. Qian Mo doted upon Qian Yuhan. Your Holiness, look at Yuhan's hand, Xiao Hui exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their attention to Qian Yuhan. What is this? Chapter 3. The Awakening of Wuhuan, Part 2. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Following their exclamations, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Suddenly, the sword of light in Qian Yuhan's hand expanded, its blade measuring approximately 80 centimeters, hovering in the air and pointing towards the assembly. I am named Light. For over a millennium, I have traversed the Dou continent as the divine sword of light, attaining the status of a divine artifact, thus referred to as the divine sword of light by the people of this realm. Now, as this child awakens me, as his Wuan, I shall aid him in reaching greatness and restore everlasting light. A majestic and sacred voice resounded throughout the hall, resonating within the hearts of all present. The sheer force inspired a desire to prostrate in worship, for it was the power of the divine, the true strength of 8G-OD-8T that moment. Qian Mo and Xiao Hui comprehended the reason behind the trembling of the Qing longsword, which instilled a sense of fear. This weapon Wuan was indeed a genuine divine-level artifact, deeply connected to the divine light. True to his positio, forget it, it is still early. Chapter 4. If you are the young master, then I am still the angel Dou. Once the awakening ceremony concluded, the high-ranking officials of the spirit hall dispersed. Qian Mo instructed them that apart from the disclosure of Qian Yuhan's first martial spirit, which could be revealed, the innate soul power should be publicly declared as level 10, and all other information was to be regarded as a top secret, not to be shared with outsiders. Qian Yuhan was aware that he possessed the full innate soul power of level 20 and that his first martial spirit was the radiant divine sword. However, he was entirely oblivious to the existence of his second martial spirit. Qian Mo cautioned him to maintain a low profile in public, suggesting that modesty and humility could avert many troubles, and that he should refrain from casually revealing the name of his martial spirit. With the innate soul power being sufficient to claim as level 10, Qian Yuhan had always been obedient and regarded Qian Mo's words with utmost respect. "Father, will you take me for a stroll in Spirit City?" He approached Qian Mo, tugging at his hand and adopting a cute demeanor. He knew well that his father was particularly fond of this behavior, which never failed to charm him. "All right, as you wish." "Oh yay, shall we set off now? Let us depart." Since Qian Mo had this son, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment each day, experiencing a happiness and satisfaction he had never known in his 100 years of life. Truly felt over the past 8 years. Each time he emerged from the training room, he transitioned from initial surprise to current anticipation. Upon waking from his training, to be greeted by a porcelain doll-like child rushing towards him for a hug. That feeling was indescribable. The marketplace in Spirit City was quite renowned across the Douluo continent, rivaling the Lantern Festival of Yelin City. As soon as they entered the marketplace, Qian Yuhan dashed off joyfully. "Father, I want this," he exclaimed, pointing at a golden bracelet. "Very well, let us purchase it," Qian Mo replied with a smile. "Esteemed guest, what has caught your eye?" The shopkeeper noticed a lavishly dressed middle-aged man accompanied by a child entering the store and immediately surmised that they were likely a wealthy young master out for a shopping spree. "How much for this bracelet?" Qian Mo inquired. Few had seen Qian Mo, and outsiders knew him only by name, not by appearance. 1 million gold soul coins. A million for a single gold bracelet. Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Do you take me for a fool? "Ah, esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but there is a reason for its high price. I certainly would not deceive you, seeing as you are clearly a young master of a wealthy family. I would not dare to trick you. This is the best price I can offer. To be frank, I do not profit much from this sale." Upon hearing this, Qian Mo became intrigued. "Then I would like to hear why it is so expensive." "Esteemed guest, the gold used to craft this bracelet is not ordinary gold, but an exceedingly rare type known as Dragon God Iron Gold. There are many kinds of gold, and among them, Dragon God Iron Gold is as rare as 1 in 10,000. "Oh, are you saying this bracelet is made from Dragon God Iron Gold? To be precise, it is crafted from the gold extracted from Dragon God Iron Gold. Furthermore, this bracelet is not merely an ordinary ornament. Look here." The shop assistant lifted the bracelet for Qian Mo to examine closely. "This is cold heart purple crystal. Esteemed guest, you have sharp eyes. It is indeed a rare find. Crystal is an essential component in the crafting of storage soul guides, serving the purpose of item storage, and among crystals, purple crystal is the finest, with cold heart purple crystal being exceptionally hard to come by. This bracelet contains as much as 10 pieces, which speaks volumes of its value. If it is indeed made of Dragon God Iron Gold combined with cold heart purple crystal, it is certainly worth the price. But how did your small shop acquire such an item?" Qian Mo questioned this moment. Qian Yuhan was still fixated on the golden bracelet, his eyes unblinking. Qian Mo thought, this kid has quite an eye for things. Haha, HRTO speak frankly, esteemed guest. My boss is a notable figure in the continent. He happened to acquire it by chance, and thus placed it up for sale, since it bears no significant difference from ordinary golden bracelets. And he feels unworthy of possessing it. He decided to sell it here to find a fated buyer. Would you not say he is rather peculiar? The shop assistant whispered to Qian Mo, wary of being overheard. Upon hearing this, Qian Mo found the boss rather amusing. Whether he is peculiar or not, I cannot say, but he certainly can be called an oddball. That he then took out a bill and said, all right, I will take it. Here you go. Excellent choice, esteemed guest. Oh, where's the bracelet? Dad, I took it. Hurry up and pay so I can go play elsewhere. Qian Mo sighed, this mischievous little rascal. Once they exited the shop, Qian Yuhan had already vanished from sight. Qian Mo shook his head, chuckling to himself. This little one is indeed at an age of mischief and play, with the bracelet adorning his left wrist. Qian Yuhan held in one hand a skewer of roasted giant ape meat, while in the other he grasped a leg of century-old salt-baked deep-sea magic crab, bouncing and skipping through the marketplace. My old man is quite wealthy. He has a check for 10,000 gold soul coins just lying around. All mine. Hey kid, stop right there, a voice called out from directly in front of Qian Yuhan. He looked up to see a portly man, gnawing on a chicken leg, clad in a gray vest that barely contained his large belly, with black pants riddled with holes, flanked by 2 scrawny lackeys, all looking down at him with disdain. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll, the hefty man declared. The 2 lackeys echoed, yeah, pay up. Qian Yuhan's expression remained unchanged as he continued munching on his roasted meat. Moving forward, the hefty man, feeling insulted by Qian Yuhan's indifference, exclaimed, hey, did you not hear me? I'm talking to you. Qian Yuhan ignored him, continuing on his way. Damn it. As Qian Yuhan approached, the hefty man suddenly swatted the skewer of giant ape meat from his hand, causing it to fall to the ground, and a splinter from his skewer sliced his mouth, drawing a bit of blood. Looking at the dirty skewer that had fallen, Qian Yuhan could no longer contain his anger and glared at the hefty man, growling each word, you owe me my skewer. Seeing Qian Yuhan's fury, the hefty man couldn't help but laugh. Little brat, I won't give it back. What will you do about it? Not only will I not return it, but I will also, he spat on the fallen skewer and raised his thumb in a crude gesture, turning it downward. You think this young master is easy to bully? Qian Yuhan's face flushed with rage as he shouted. The hefty man, seemingly amused by the absurdity of the situation, scratched his ear lazily and said, what? I didn't quite catch that. Did anyone hear what he just said? Boss, he seems to be saying he's a young master and that he's not easy to deal with, the 2 lackeys responded, laughing. Huh. If you're a young master, then I must be the angel Douluo. The hefty man scoffed. Just as the hefty man continued to laugh, a powerful voice resonated. Oh, you are the angel Douluo? Then who am I? Chapter 5. Only by becoming strong oneself can one avoid being bullied. Oh, you are the angel Douluo? Then who am I? A voice that commanded attention echoed in the ears of the onlookers. My heavens, who is he? So handsome, such a handsome man. Look at me. I want to bear your children. Many spectators surrounding Qian Yuhan were smitten by the appearance of this beautiful man beside him. Father, you've arrived, Qian Yuhan exclaimed, gazing at the man who stood beside him, affectionately ruffling his hair. You little rascal, you run so fast. Have you pocketed the money and taken off? Qian Yuhan scratched his head sheepishly. Hee, I got caught. That I want to get caught next time. Just then, the hefty man shouted, Hey, who are you? Mind your own business. Let me tell you, I am a level 32 soul master if you know what that's good for you. Get lost, or I will ruin your face. Qian Mo furrowed his brow but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, What a sharp-tongued little brat. I'm the father of the boy you are bullying. Tell me, should I intervene? Where are your family members? Humph, you think you can question my family? You look like a mere pretender. I'll enlighten you. My father is Lu Daorong, the commander of the 10th Army of the Spirit City Defense Corps, a level 76 soul saint. Are you scared now? Qian Mo nodded. So it's him. He should be in the city guard's headquarters. Let me go check. Saying this, Qian Mo closed his eyes. 1 minute later, he opened them. Ah, so you are here. Hello. Have you finished your performance? Stop pretending. If you have the ability, Before the chubby man could finish his words, Qian Mo made a swift motion, and a rift in space quietly emerged. With a flick of his right hand into the void, he pulled out a man clad in armor. Oh, goodness! This person is remarkably powerful. These 5 words surged in the hearts of every onlooker. Lu Durong, who had been reveling with his comrades just moments ago, was now brought to this place and turned to see who had the audacity. Upon recognizing the figure behind him, his expression shifted to one of shock. Lu Durong clearly recognized Qian Mo. 20 years prior, he had witnessed this legendary figure, an elder of the Spirit Hall, alongside another elder and a squad of Spirit City defense troops, fend off a beast tide. The memory was etched deeply in his mind. The terror brought by the beast tide had darkened the skies, and just when he thought he would perish defending the temple, the angel Douluo appeared at the city gates. With a team of defense troops joining the fray, their arrival, alongside Qian Mo and another elder, had instantaneously turned the tide of battle. Qian Mo even vanquished the leader of the beast tide. The bloodthirsty crocodile, which had existed for 100,000 years. Recalling the events of 5 years ago, Lu Durong realized that the figure who had seized him was indeed that angel Dou. Trembling, he stammered, "You must be this little chubby one's father," gesturing toward the chubby boy. Lu Durong then noticed the figure and responded, "Ah, yes, indeed, that's my son. What has he done to offend you, sir?" Qian Mo released his grip, causing Lu Durong to tumble to the ground. Yet he appeared to feel no pain and immediately knelt before Qian Mo. "This boy has wronged my son. Yes, his father. I demand an explanation." Otherwise, Qian Mo's gaze turned icy as he fixed a stare upon Lu Durong. Lu Durong, kneeling, could not help but shudder. "My lord, I am guilty. I am guilty. It is my failure to educate him properly. Please grant me another chance that I will ensure he is closely monitored and rigorously disciplined, and he will not err again." Lu Durong trembled nervously. The oppressive aura emanating from Qian Mo concentrated entirely upon him. The pressure of a 99th level limit Douluo was no trifling matter. "Your son has been using your position as the commander of the city defense to bully the weak. This does not seem to be an isolated incident. Is it not your indulgence that has led to this? It is my fault. I willingly accept punishment. I implore you, my lord, to show mercy this time." Lu Durong pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. "Enough. Given your many years of diligent service in the city defense, I will spare you the position of commander. You have one day to leave Spirit City with your entire family, never to return. Should you be found here again, you shall face execution. Please, no, my lord? Do you have any objections? And no, I shall leave at once." Lu Durong had intended to say more, but was intimidated into compliance by Qian Mo's words. Fearing for his very life. "Let us return home." Qian Mo turned to affectionately regard his son, who stood there, blood trickling from his mouth and eyes red. With a wave of his hand, the two vanished from the spot. As Qian Mo and Qian Yuhan departed, the onlookers also dispersed, leaving Lu Durong and his chubby son behind. Lu Durong knelt there, muttering, "It's over, it's all over," while the chubby boy stood there. Lost in thought, his once mighty father had knelt before another like a dog, a reality he could not yet accept. "Dad, the chubby boy timidly called out to his dazed father. Lu Durong snapped back to reality, walked over to his son, and delivered a resounding slap. "You fool! You've ruined our family. I disown you." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and the more forcefully he struck. "You idiot!" Back in the Elder's Hall, Qian Yuhan sat, lost in contemplation, staring blankly at the divine sword of light he held. Observing this, Qian Mo approached, crouching before him and gently ruffling his hair. "Child, do you understand what kind of world this is?" Qian Yuhan looked up at his father, shaking his head in silence. "Child, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Strength is your true currency in this continent. Only by becoming strong can you avoid being bullied. You understand? Dad, I want to grow stronger as you know, stronger. I refuse to be bullied." Qian Yuhan gazed at his father, glancing at the divine sword floating beside him, his eyes shining with determination. "Good, that's the spirit. I await the day you achieve it. Strength is not only for yourself, but also for those you hold dear." With that, he patted his son's shoulder. "Tomorrow, Uncle Tianwei will take you to the Dou Forest to obtain your first 2 spirit rings. Prepare yourself. I must take my leave now. Rest well. Chapter 6. Arrival at Star Dou, as dawn broke. Douluo Tanwei arrived at Qian Yuhan's residence and knocked on the door. No response. What is going on here? Tianwei pondered, just as someone unexpectedly tapped him from behind. Who? Tianwei shouted, swiftly turning around, expecting an ambush, unleashing his formidable Douluo pressure. Uncle Tianwei, it's me, Qian Yuhan. The sudden pressure knocked Qian Yuhan to his knees, gasping for breath. Seeing it was Qian Yuhan, Tianwei dispelled his duel-level pressure, and Qian Yuhan instantly felt relief. Almost having suffocated moments before. You little rascal, you have some guts. Ha ha, I like it. It's been years since anyone dared to joke with me like that. Not even your father, Tianwei continued. No wonder the boss has become less enthusiastic about training since having you as a son. He is always rushing back, claiming there are many matters to handle at the Elders' Hall. Bah, I'm only in my 80s. I'll find a pretty lady and have some fun yet. Meanwhile, Qian Mo sat cross-legged beneath a sacred light emanating from a six-winged, angelic figure, deep in meditation. Suddenly, he sneezed, disrupting his training. I haven't sneezed in decades. What is going on? Qian Mo rubbed his nose and returned to a meditative state. Above him, a white tiger with black wings soared swiftly through the sky. This was Tianwei's martial spirit, the winged white tiger, a top-tier mutated beast martial spirit. The winged white tiger's soul masters boasted astonishing attack power and speed, and their physical strength, nurtured by the martial spirit, was formidable. Tianwei's name resonated throughout the Douluo continent. His solid muscles and powerful fists could severely injure ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. His robust thighs provided him with incredible acceleration, allowing him to adjust his position swiftly to strike at the enemy's vulnerabilities. Little Han, we are approaching the Dou Forest. For this mission, the Grand Offering has instructed you to retrieve the spirit rings on your own. I will not intervene, only assist with transportation. Be cautious. Tianwei spoke earnestly to Qian Yuhan. Understood. Uncle, Qian Yuhan nodded in response. Your father mentioned that it's best to acquire one attack-type spirit ring and one speed-type spirit ring. Pay attention to the abilities of the spirit beasts you encounter and choose those that suit you. Okay, Uncle. The winged white tiger descended onto a clearing at the outskirts of the Dou Forest. Qian Yuhan leaped off the tiger and offered a piece of giant ape meat from the cold heart dragon god gold bracelet his father had given him to the tiger. The tiger nudged Qian Yuhan's hand with its head, then swiftly devoured the meat. This giant ape meat would eventually transform into spiritual energy to nourish Tianwei. This little fellow is quite courteous. Tianwei remarked with a slight smile that if anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been astonished to see the mighty Tianwei smiling. After sending Qian Yuhan back to his residence, Qian Mo had reminded him to store all his preparations in the storage soul guide bracelet he had purchased for him before setting off. Once again, I mentioned to him the true name of this bracelet, the Hanshin Longshan gold bracelet. Upon hearing such a formidable name, combined with its powerful storage capabilities, he became utterly enamored with the Hanshin Longshan gold bracelet. After bidding farewell to the TNW Douluo, he dashed straight towards the Dou Forest. The TNW Douluo watched as Qian Yuhan receded into the distance, reflecting on the events of the previous night. After escorting Qian Yuhan back to his residence, Qian Mo sent a message to the TNW Douluo at the offering hall. Upon receiving the message, the TNW Douluo hurried over and, seeing Qian Mo, bowed and said, "Elder brother, what is it that you summoned me for?" TNW, tomorrow you will accompany Xiao Han to the Dou Forest. I require you to take him to the outskirts of the Dou Forest, and he will handle the acquisition of soul rings on his own. Unless his life is in peril, you are not to intervene. Merely protect him from the shadows. Elder brother, but Han has not yet acquired a single soul ring. Without soul skills, and given that Xiao Han's martial spirit is a close combat spirit, this is tantamount to engaging in melee combat against soul beasts. Qian Mo raised his hand to interrupt the TNW Douluo's words. Xiao Han will be fine. I have faith in him. This endeavor is primarily to train him in confronting soul beasts and to practice the techniques I have taught him regarding body movement and swordplay. Understood, elder brother. This can be considered a practical examination at this stage, with you as the examiner. Very well. Elder brother, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. The TNW having completed his reflections, continued to gaze in the direction where Qian Yuhan had vanished, saying, "Yuhan, let me witness the fruits of your training over these years. Do not disappoint us. Oh dear, this tree is dripping sap. Ah, what is this? It's sticky and so disgusting. Uncle T&WI, why would you bring me to such a revolting place?" Qian Yuhan complained, one hand shaking off the viscous liquid clinging to him, while the other wiped the sticky substance from his face, all the while walking. This was his first journey away from home, and at the age of 8, his curiosity was at its peak. Poking and prodding, he made himself a complete mess, embodying the essence of a wild child, showing no signs of the heir to the martial soul hall. He treaded through the forest with an air of carefree abandon. Qian Yuhan was puzzled as to why no soul beast had attacked him along the way. Unbeknownst to him, this was thanks to the Hanshin Longshan gold bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet contained a trace of dragon god power, and as any soul beast from the outskirts of the Dou Forest approached, the oppressive aura from his bloodline compelled them to steer clear of Qian Yuhan. Despite being merely 8 years old, even low-level soul beasts dared not approach him. As he ventured further, the smaller creatures became scarcer, replaced by medium-sized soul beasts. From a nearby thicket came a rustling sound. Qian Yuhan turned, gripping his radiant divine sword, and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The thicket continued to emit sounds. Just when Qian Yuhan was within 5 meters of the thicket, a ghostly tiger suddenly sprang forth, pouncing directly onto him. The ghostly tiger opened its massive maw, but fortunately, Qian Yuhan reacted swiftly, driving the radiant divine sword through the tiger's skull. The sword pierced through its head, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed atop Qian Yuhan. A yellow soul ring materialized above the ghostly tiger. Chapter 7. Fierce Battle with the 1,000-Year Radiant Golden-Winged Lion. Part 1. Is this a 100-year soul ring? Qian Yuhan pondered as he gazed at the shimmering yellow soul ring suspended in the A.I.R.S. Oh, this is what a soul ring looks like. Before traversing to the Douluo continent, he had read a novel by a certain author about this world, which mentioned that yellow indicated a 100-year soul ring. It appears that the Douluo continent he now inhabits is indeed akin to that novel. Qian Yuhan mused, "I feel as though this soul ring's age is somewhat lacking. I believe I can absorb a higher one, that this world features the martial soul hall, yet the grand offering is not Qian Douluo, but Qian Mo, which indicates that this era differs from that of Tang San. Does this mean that the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eyes and Sea God Island still exist? Yes, it seems so, more likely than not. I shall continue onward to see if there are any other suitable soul beasts. There is no rush to obtain those opportunities just yet. The ice and fire Yin-Yang Eyes and Sea God Island are guarded by title Dou or even limit Dou. I'm merely 6 years old, so I should focus on my development for now. That I wonder what level of power my father possesses in this world." That day, in the martial soul city market, he frightened the commander of the city defense forces and since Uncle T&WI is his brother and a title Dou, my father must also be one that a title Douluo father. How splendid! In truth, Qian Yuhan had no inkling that his father, Qian Mo, was among the most formidable beings in the current world, that he merely assumed his strength surpassed that of Pope Xiao Huimian. For the Pope treated him with utmost reverence. In a world where strength reigned supreme, it seemed plausible that his father's might should exceed that of Xiao Hui. Qian Yuhan's assumptions were correct. Yet he was unaware that his father was far stronger than the Pope. Designated as the heir to the martial soul hall by Xiao Hui, he felt compelled to live up to the expectations placed upon him. He constantly recalled Qian Mo's teachings, to be humble and self-disciplined, to refrain from initiating conflict unless provoked, and to retaliate with thunderous might if attacked. Although merely 6 years old, Qian Yuhan possessed the mindset of a teenager, displaying a maturity beyond his years. What a rich aura of light! The radiant divine sword responded warmly to this essence. After walking for an hour, Qian Yuhan noted the dense aura surrounding him and spoke to himself. As he spoke, he summoned his radiant divine sword, subconsciously gripping the hilt with both hands, lifting it slightly before plunging it into the ground. The radiant divine sword eagerly absorbed the surrounding light essence, and golden light began to shimmer around the sword's body. After planting the sword in the ground, Qian Yuhan sat cross-legged beside it, entering a meditative state. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Dou Forest, The T&W observed everything unfolding. This boy, has he really entered a meditative state? Entering meditation in a place like the Dou Forest is not a wise decision. Nevertheless, his talent is indeed astonishing. Not just anyone can enter a meditative state at will. In his meditative state, Qian Yuhan's consciousness ventured into a peculiar realm. He found himself standing on a small island, surrounded by the azure ocean. With an amicable light essence enveloping him on the shore of the island, a figure stood, gazing out over the blue expanse. "Greetings, may I inquire where this is?" Qian Yuhan approached the mysterious person. Observing the enigmatic figure, he noted their platinum robes, exuding an ethereal aura, devoid of any discernible soul power fluctuations. The mysterious individual turned, nodding slightly at Qian Yuhan with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Qian Yuhan felt himself being pulled backward. Drifting further from the mysterious figure, who seemed to beckon him with a wave, as his consciousness scattered, it reformed, and Qian Yuhan discovered himself back in the Dou Forest, staring at the radiant divine sword. Feeling somewhat bewildered, what just happened? Was that a dream? While he pondered, a low growl suddenly echoed nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not far from him, a lion radiating golden light was fixated on him. From a distance, this lion appeared to be just that, a lion, but was entirely white, with golden fur cascading over its head. Astonishingly, it boasted 2 pairs of golden wings sprouting from its back, exuding a sacred and untouchable presence, conveying an air of nobility. Yet upon looking into its eyes, one could sense a terrifying hatred. For reasons unknown, this lion harbored intense animosity towards Qian Yuhan. Despite its regal demeanor, it was clearly unsettled by the sight of the seated Qian Yuhan, especially the glowing sword beside him, which intensified its hatred, igniting a primal urge for revenge. This thought arose so quietly that even the white lion itself was unaware. Seemingly stemming from deep-seated grievances within its bloodline, the radiant golden-winged lion. It seems to be around 2,000 years old. Why would I encounter it here? Such soul beasts are typically found residing in the core area. It appears that Yuhan has encountered a formidable opponent. Without the strength of a soul master, victory is utterly impossible. Observing this scene, the T&W on the outskirts couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. What a powerful aura! This soul beast is a 1,000-year soul beast. Its strength is formidable. Roar! The radiant golden-winged lion growled, stepping forward with its forelegs and launching itself toward Qian Yuhan. Radiant Divine Sword. The radiant divine sword responded to its master summons, instantly appearing before Qian Yuhan, who grasped the hilt and entered a combat stance. The radiant golden-winged lion, with its powerful forelegs, launched itself into the air, ascending 10 meters before diving downwards, raising its robust and powerful paw, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Qian Yuhan reacted with remarkable swiftness, hastily evading to his right. The radiant golden-winged lion landed. The earth trembled violently, fissures tearing through the ground beneath its feet, dust swirling into the air. The rising sand obscured Qian Yuhan's vision, leaving him unable to make the next judgment, causing a flicker of anxiety within him. "Disperse quickly," he exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity, while Qian Yuhan was momentarily disoriented, the radiant golden-winged lion darted into the nearby thicket. The sound of rustling filled the air as the smoke dissipated, rendering the lion invisible to Qian Yuhan's sight. Where did it run off to? He wondered, scanning left and right, leaving no stone unturned in his search for clues. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind him. Upon hearing the sound, Qian Yuhan swiftly turned and raised his sword to defend himself. Yet, how could his slight frame withstand the formidable assault of the radiant golden-winged lion? At best, he could only slightly mitigate the damage inflicted upon him. With a single swipe, the lion sent Qian Yuhan hurtling 50 meters away, a wave of pain enveloping his body. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he managed to rise, propped up by his sword. Had it not been for the thicket providing a buffer, he might not have been able to stand at all. Such overwhelming power, Qian Yuhan thought to himself. Chapter 8. The fierce battle with the radiant golden-winged lion continued. Regaining his footing, Qian Yuhan panted heavily. Although most of the lion's claws had been blocked by the radiant divine sword, its immense strength still left deep gashes on his right arm, having been sent flying 50 meters. His head spun with dizziness. As he stood, the pain surged through him, paradoxically sharpening his senses. Stubborn as a mule, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that this brash little lad could withstand its full-force attack only fueled the radiant golden-winged lion's fury. It raised its forepaw and swung down ferociously, the sound of slicing air unmistakably indicating the ferocity of the strike. Hidden in the shadows, the titled Qian Mo had already prepared to intervene. As the pressure bore down on him, Qian Mo closed his eyes. Maintaining an air of calm, he recalled the sword techniques taught by his father and the countless repetitions practiced in the training grounds. He was not closing his eyes to surrender to death, but rather to calm his mind. The claw strike approached with blinding speed, yet in Qian Mo's perception, time seemed to slow to a crawl, transforming the scene into slow motion. With both hands firmly gripping the sword hilt, he gathered all his strength into his legs and arms. The blade suddenly shimmered with radiance. Opening his eyes, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending a formidable sword shadow towards the lion's claw attack. The speed and force of his slash rivaled that of the radiant golden-winged lion strike. The two forces collided with a resounding impact. Erupting in a cloud of smoke between Qian Mo and the lion, as the smoke cleared, Qian Mo vanished from sight. The radiant golden-winged lion, overly confident that the boy's strike could not possibly withstand its onslaught, prepared to depart. Having exhausted considerable energy from its previous attacks, it turned away. Just then, a beam of light descended from the heavens, as the smoke obscured their vision. Qian Mo was certain the lion remained stationary, believing that a diminutive human's attack would surely be weaker than that of a soul beast, lacking any instinct for evasion or defense. Seizing the moment of the lion's negligence, Qian Mo gathered his strength and leaped, raising the radiant divine sword high above his head. With the momentum of his fall and the full force of his strike, he knew that if he failed to deliver a fatal blow, defeat would be inevitable. Facing the threat to his life, Qian Mo harnessed his primal survival instincts, channeling immense power into this strike. As the radiant golden-winged lion prepared to turn away, it caught a glimpse of the light in the sky, which grew larger and closer. The radiant beam struck directly at the lion's right eye. Qian Mo adjusted the angle of the sword slightly, ensuring the blade was perpendicular to the lion's eye. The lion had a fleeting chance to evade, but due to the full-force strike to its head, its body went limp, consciousness fading, rendering it incapable of escape. Qian Mo swiftly thrust downward, the radiant divine sword piercing through the lion's eye. The radiant golden-winged lion clawed at the ground, its head thrashing in a frenzy. Qian Mo was thrown back, but fortunate enough to roll upon landing, sustaining no serious injuries. The pitiful lion writhed and roared. The radiant divine sword lodged firmly in its right eye, drawing forth the light energy from within. Ultimately, after a minute of rolling, the radiant golden-winged lion lay still on the ground, the sword embedded in its right eye. Its left eye's pupil dilated, its heartbeat forever stilled. The purple soul ring gradually materialized above the radiant golden-winged lion. "This kid is impressive," Qian Mo nodded repeatedly in the shadows, admiration evident on his face. Qian Mo gazed at the emerging soul ring, letting out a deep sigh. "I truly escaped the jaws of the lion this time." With that thought, he made a swift motion with his right hand. Summoning a vial from above his left wrist, he poured a healing pill into his mouth and swallowed. This was the high-grade healing elixir gifted to him by Qian Mo, capable of mending moderate wounds and providing excellent pain relief for severe injuries, while also replenishing his stamina. The wounds on Qian Mo's right arm rapidly improved. After meditating for an hour, he approached the corpse of the radiant golden-winged lion, summoned the radiant divine sword, and sat cross-legged. Qian Mo closed his eyes and formed a seal, guiding the radiant divine sword to absorb his first soul ring. Upon contact with the purple soul ring, he sensed that it belonged to a radiant golden-winged lion aged 2,200 years. Absorbing a soul ring of such caliber required utmost caution. A moment's carelessness could lead to the backlash of its power, resulting in lifelong disability, a fate all too common. Entering his mental realm, he began to refine the soul ring. Observing the lion's soul power, Qian Yuhan dared not let his guard down. The lion's resentment was profound. A top-tier soul beast of 2,200 years had been ambushed and killed by a mere 6-year-old child. How could its anger be anything but immense? With the radiant divine sword in hand, Qian Yuhan unleashed multiple sword energies upon the lion's soul power. Simultaneously, he released the radiant aura of the sword, which coalesced into chains that bound the radiant golden-winged lion. Despite its frantic struggles, the chains seared the lion with radiant flames. After 2 hours, the lion's soul let out a final roar within the spiritual space, dissipating into nothingness, consumed by boundless rage. Qian Yuhan opened his eyes to find the radiant divine sword hovering before him. A purple soul ring emerging, signifying his acquisition of the first soul ring. The battle and subsequent refinement of the lion's soul had left Qian Yuhan feeling drained, just as he intended to step outside to recuperate with Uncle Tianwei. A brilliant light suddenly erupted behind him. Golden wings appeared atop the corpse of the radiant golden-winged lion. What the? This is an external soul bone. Tianwei, witnessing the emergence of the wings from the lion's body, could no longer contain his excitement and rushed to Qian Yuhan's side, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing the sudden outburst and seeing the excited Tianwei, Douluo, Qian Yuhan felt a jolt of surprise. Uncle Tianwei, what is this? He asked, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at the exuberant title that, I got a bit carried away, Tianwei, Douluo replied, finally regaining his composure. Is it really a bit over the top? You look like a child who has just spotted a coveted toy, like a starstruck fan meeting their idol. Without further ado, Qian Yuhan inquired, Uncle Tianwei, what exactly is this? You mentioned it was an external soul bone. Chapter 9. External soul bone. The radiant wings, a pair of dazzling golden wings, floated above the corpse of the radiant golden-winged lion. Well, kid, your luck is extraordinary. You've encountered one of the rarest and most precious external soul bones. It seems this soul bone may even have the potential to evolve. The golden wings on the lion's back were originally 2 pairs, and now this is 1 pair, likely having reverted to its original state after separation. Just cultivate it again, and it will be yours. For now, collect it and absorb it later, Tianwei, Douluo said, patting Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. All right, Qian Yuhan replied. As Qian Yuhan spoke, he waved his hand, effortlessly absorbing the external soul bone into the golden bracelet of the cold heart dragon god. After resting for a day on the outskirts of the Dou Forest, Qian Yuhan's injuries had nearly healed, and he subsequently ventured into the depths of the Dou Forest in search of a suitable soul beast. This time, the heavenly might, Dou, accompanied Qian Yuhan directly. It wasn't long before they encountered a 10,000-year-old illusory thunder shadow serpent, a soul beast renowned for its astonishing speed and its remarkable ability to create a clone with 80% of its original strength, a skill of extraordinary prowess. Qian Yuhan recognized the potential of this creature, and his physical resilience was sufficient to absorb a 10,000-year second soul ring. Unbeknownst to him, he attributed his capability to years of rigorous training, believing it was his exceptional physical condition that enabled him to absorb such a formidable soul ring. However, the heavenly might Douluo was fully aware of the truth. The terrifying second martial soul that had manifested during the awakening had significantly enhanced Qian Yuhan's physique, a fact that all witnesses could perceive. Although the blood sword did not explicitly state it, everyone tacitly acknowledged that Qian Yuhan had acquired an extraordinary constitution. This was indeed a 10,000-year second soul ring. The heavenly might Dou gazed at Qian Yuhan, who was seated in meditation, absorbing the soul ring. With a complex expression, he sighed, reflecting, the tides of time push forward. These younger generations truly astonish even an old man who has not stepped into the world for many years. I wonder if there are still others on this continent with talents as extraordinary as that of the young master. After 2 hours, Qian Yuhan opened his eyes and gradually rose, releasing his martial soul. The radiant divine sword. Grasping the sword firmly in his hand, 2 soul rings, 1 purple and 1 black, quietly emerged beneath his feet, floating upwards before gradually vanishing as he successfully absorbed them. He had now become a soul master of the second ring. Uncle Tianwei, I am now at level 27. Indeed, nodded the heavenly might Dou, The absorption of the 2,200-year-old radiant golden-winged lion had already elevated Qian Yuhan's soul power to level 22. For soul masters, the higher the quality of the soul rings in the early stages, the more pronounced the increase in soul power levels. However, the journey becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Even obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring for the 9th soul ring may result in only a level or 2 of increase. Thus, it was anticipated that upon absorbing the 10,000-year 2nd soul ring, Qian Yuhan's soul power would rise from level 22 to level 27, an increase of 5 levels. Very well, young master, it is time to return. After you absorb that external soul bone, your strength will ascend further. Had the heavenly might Dou not mentioned it, Qian Yuhan might have forgotten this significant matter. I almost forgot. After I return and absorb that external soul bone, I could very well break through to level 30 soon. He chuckled mischievously. Observing Qian Yuhan's playful grin, the heavenly might Dou amused. What good fortune is this lad envisioning? His mouth is stretched wide. Perhaps even a bit lewd? Without further contemplation, the heavenly might Dou summoned the netherwing white tiger and swiftly mounted its back. He roused Qian Yuhan, who had been lost in his thoughts and giggling foolishly. Beckoning him to return to the spirit hall, it was only then that Qian Yuhan realized how embarrassing his previous demeanor had been. In midair, he poked the heavenly might Dou's back and said softly, "Uncle Tianwei, please don't mention my earlier foolishness to anyone else. It would be too humiliating, especially in front of my father and the esteemed offerings in the hall, as well as the elders. Just keep it to yourself, otherwise it would tarnish my father's reputation." The heavenly might Dou turned to look at the downcast Qian Yuhan and patted his head, offering comfort. "Ha, this little rascal is also concerned about maintaining his image." Uncle Tianwei." Qian Yuhan raised his head and playfully struck the heavenly might Dou's arm. All right. I won't tease you any further. This will remain our little secret, not to be shared with anyone else. I, Uncle Tianwei, am a man of my word." "Really?" "Indeed. Then let's seal it with a promise." The heavenly might Dou, puzzled by the concept of a promise, was caught off guard as Qian Yuhan manipulated his hand, and they ended up bumping their thumbs together, with Qian Yuhan claiming it was the seal of their pact. Upon returning to the spirit hall, the heavenly might Dou led Qian Yuhan directly to the Judgment Elder Hall. Upon seeing Qian Mo, he clasped his hands in salute and said, "Great offering. The young master has obtained the 1st soul ring of 1,000 years and the 2nd soul ring of 10,000 years, as well as an external soul bone that remains unabsorbed. Please allow the young master to absorb it shortly. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hard work. Tianwei, go, and rest well." Qian Mo replied that it was no trouble at all. The young master is the truly remarkable one this time. Let him tell you all about it when he gets the chance. I will take my leave now. With that, he vanished in an instant. After the heavenly might Dou departed, Qian Mo turned to Qian Yuhan and asked, "You obtain an external soul bone. Quickly, show it to me." Qian Mo was exceedingly excited. He had to maintain his composure in front of the heavenly might Dou, but now that it was just him and his son, he could not contain himself. Having lived for 100 years, he had never once seen an external soul bone. How could he not be thrilled? As Qian Yuhan waved his right hand across the top of his left wrist bracelet, a pair of miniaturized, palm-sized wings radiating with dazzling light appeared in his grasp. Suppressing his excitement, Qian Mo looked at his son and nodded with satisfaction before saying, "Child, sit down and absorb it. I will guard you." Qian Mo recognized that his son was exceptionally gifted, destined to become a prominent figure standing at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. He had no desire for the soul bone himself. At level 99, absorbing it would not significantly enhance his power. At most, it would simply be aesthetically pleasing. However, for Qian Yuhan, possessing this external soul bone would expedite his journey, making it more stable and enduring. Moreover, Qian Mo had perused numerous texts, many of which discussed soul bones, and he faintly recalled certain details about external soul bones. Such wing-type external soul bones were likely to undergo evolution. He observed the external soul bone merging with Qian Yuhan's back. It took the form of a pair of radiant wings, which could very well evolve further in the future. The evolution of soul bones would signify a qualitative leap for a soul master. Before long, a pair of golden wings gradually unfurled, their luminous aura illuminating the entire Judgment Elder Hall. Qian Yuhan floated within the Grand Hall, his wings oscillating gracefully. His eyes slowly opened, revealing golden irises. Chapter 10. Brother, what does the promise you taught Yuhan mean? After absorbing the radiant wings, Qian Yuhan slowly opened his eyes and descended before Qian Mo. Qian Mo gazed into Qian Yuhan's eyes and inquired, "Son, what has happened to your eyes?" Hearing his father's question, Qian Yuhan expressed his confusion. "Father, is there something wrong with my eyes?" "Child, why they turned golden?" Qian Mo asked, having momentarily lost his train of thought. What's going on?" Qian Yuhan exclaimed, bewildered. Just earlier, while washing up, his eyes had been perfectly normal, black as coal. "Father, could the absorption of these radiant wings have some side effects?" Qian Mo shook his head, reassuring him. "It seems unlikely. The power of the radiant wings should only bring benefits and no detriment. Perhaps it is merely a result of the enhanced light energy within you." Yes. By the way, Father, I have gathered quite the bounty this time." As he spoke, Qian Yuhan summoned the radiant divine sword, which floated before him, shimmering with a purple and black hue. Not bad. Come, old man like me hasn't exercised in years. Let us exchange a few moves," Qian Mo said, patting Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. Qian Yuhan's eyes widened in shock. "Father, do you realize what you were saying? How could a great soul master like me spar with you? Titled Douluo? You should go practice with your fellow offerings instead. I'll take my leave now." "Father," Qian Mo quickly grabbed Qian Yuhan's arm. Wait, don't rush off that. Let's have a friendly spar. I will suppress my soul power to match yours. You are at level 27, yes? I'll match my level with yours, and want to use my martial soul. That if you can make me move even a little or force me to use my martial soul, I will consider it a win for you, and your allowance will double. How does that sound? Firstly, I've already reached level 29, and secondly, quadruple my allowance." Qian Yuhan smirked, raising an eyebrow at his father. "That greedy little rascal, who indulged this habit in you?" Qian Mo chuckled. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Qian Yuhan summoned the radiant divine sword, and 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, emerged beneath his feet. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. The first soul ring glimmered. With the sword imbued with radiant light, Qian Yuhan swung it horizontally, unleashing a light slash toward Qian Mo unhurried. Qian Mo raised his right hand, extending his index finger and gently tapping the oncoming light slash, causing it to dissipate with a gust of wind brushing past his ear. "Well, the power is decent." Qian Mo nodded in approval. "Now, witness this move." Second soul skill, Qian Yuhan activated his second soul ring, a tempest of lightning enveloping his form. Defensive soul skill. Haha. Child, why would you defend? I 1T attack you. With a faint smile, Qian Yuhan activated his first soul ring again. Radiant Slash. A beam of white sword energy surged towards Qian Mo this time. Qian Mo made no move. Before the sword energy could reach him, it vanished into thin air. Qian Yuhan was puzzled as to why the power of this light slash had diminished. Suddenly, it seemed that Qian Mo realized something and turned to look back, where a figure was swiftly approaching him. Raising his right hand, Qian Mo snapped his fingers, sending a gust of air that knocked Qian Yuhan away. Although Qian Mo had suppressed his strength to match Qian Yuhan's level, how could the physical prowess of a rank 99 limit Douluo be restrained? Even without taking any action, it was still difficult to approach him. Qian Yuhan was sent flying, his figure disappearing once again. This also a clone. "Haha, Dad, I'm right here," came Qian Yuhan's voice. Turning again, Qian Mo saw Qian Yuhan materialize just 2 meters in front of him, both hands tightly gripping the divine sword of light, preparing to unleash a strike. The sword was aimed at Qian Mo's younger brother. Qian Mo exclaimed in shock, "What?" Instinctively, he stepped back to evade as his precious one faced imminent danger. Qian Yuhan had no real intention of rendering his father a eunuch. He merely exploited Qian Mo's inherent instincts as a man. Even as a titled Douluo, such matters would still instill fear. "Ah, Dad, I was just teasing you. You've moved." Qian Yuhan laughed as he approached, patting his startled father. "You little rascal, who taught you this?" Qian Mo was quite vexed. but before he could finish, Qian Yuhan covered his mouth with a small hand. Dad, no need for unnecessary chatter. I figured this out on my own. 40,000 gold soul coins per month. Bye for now. With that, he dashed out of the Hall of Judgment. Qian Mo watched his son vanish without a trace. Shaking his head with a smile, this little brat. Upon arriving at the worship hall, Qian Mo saw Tian Dou and several other elders laughing and chatting. Upon noticing Qian Mo's arrival, Tian Dou rushed over and said, "Brother, you're here. Come here for a moment. What's the matter? Brother, what does this gesture of pulling the hook mean that you taught Yuhan? Does it have some special significance?" What? Qian Mo was bewildered, unsure of what Tian Dou was referring to. Seventh brother, what are you talking about? What pulling hook? Beside them stood a figure clad in a long green robe, with waist-length white hair and a tuft of blue bangs obscuring half his face. His complexion was remarkably fair, and his countenance exuded an alluring yet icy aura. This was none other than Confronting, the third elder of the Wuhuan Hall. Third brother, the eldest taught Yuhan a mysterious hand gesture. If one performs that gesture with the other person and then stamps it with a thumb, it's as if a contract has been signed, binding them to it. Qian Mo replied, "Did I ever teach Yuhan such strange things?" Shaking his head, he continued, "I certainly didn't teach him anything like that, seventh brother." Tian Dou pondered for a moment, realizing that Qian Yuhan had not explicitly claimed it was Qian Mo who taught him. He must have picked it up somewhere. I'll have to ask him about it later. He thought, it might just be that I dreamt it while sleeping. He waved dismissively. The others shook their heads in exasperation, sharing a laugh. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan returned to his dwelling, leaping onto his bed and rolling around on the sheets, creating a ruckus before drifting off to a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the sky had turned dark. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed. "Who is it?" Qian Yuhan inquired. "It's me, Dad," came Qian Mo's voice from outside the door. Rubbing his eyes, Qian Yuhan approached and opened the door, asking, "What's the matter, Dad?" "Tomorrow, join me for a trip to the Tiandou Empire. I have some business to attend to there. While I'm busy, you can explore and have some fun." "What does that sound?" Qian Mo suggested. "All right," Qian Yuhan replied. Chapter 11. My name is Qian Yuhan. Knock. Knock, knock. Xiaohan, are you awake? It's time to depart. Qian Mo called from outside the door, after a long silence. He questioned, is he really sleeping that soundly? Xiaohan, wake up. Dad? What is wrong? As Qian Mo continued to call, Qian Yuhan suddenly appeared behind him, patting his back. Whoa! Qian Mo exclaimed, startled. You move without making a sound. How did you come back? Weren't you supposed to rest inside last night? Qian Mo queried, puzzled by Qian Yuhan's sudden appearance. I just woke up a bit early and went to practice at that cliff in Wuhuan Mountain for a while. Qian Yuhan explained, fearing that Qian Mo might think he'd been out all night misbehaving. Upon hearing this, Qian Mo was taken aback. Xiaohan is so diligent. Good, haha. He patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. Speaking gently, good boy, let's go. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hall of the Pope, Qian Yuhan spotted a white tiger lying in front of the Grand Hall. Wasn't this the Ming, white tiger belonging to Tian Douluo? Dad, is Uncle Tian coming with us? Yes, indeed. You can ride on his white tiger. It will be faster that way. Qian Yuhan hurriedly approached the white tiger, swiftly leaping onto its back. He was more eager than anyone to head to the Tiandou Empire. Since he could remember, he had always been in the Wuhuan Hall, and he longed to explore the outside world. Hurry up, Uncle Tian and Dad, he urged. Just a moment, Xiaohan. I need to discuss a few matters with the Grand Elder. Confronting said, turning to Qian Yuhan. Noticing that the three were still engaged in conversation, Qian Yuhan did not press further. He jumped off the white tiger and retrieved a large piece of giant ape meat from his golden bracelet of the cold heart dragon god, placing it before the white tiger. Little white tiger, you must fly fast. I'm already impatient. He instructed with anticipation. The white tiger seemed to understand his words and nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, Tian Douluo set off with Qian Yuhan. Uncle Tian, where's my dad? The Grand Elder Hyacinth traveling with us. Usually as a title de law, flying is quicker. The higher the rank, the less soul power is consumed, allowing for greater speed. Qian Mo is accustomed to flying directly, and his speed is so fast that I worry you might not be able to keep up. So I'll be taking you on my white tiger at a gentle pace. After 3 to 4 hours, the Mingyi white tiger gradually descended. Once off the tiger, Qian Yuhan was captivated by the grand and majestic city gate before him. What a beautiful city gate. It has twice the size of that in Wuhuan City. The gate of Tiandou City stood nearly 50 meters tall, its surrounding walls matching its height. Above the gate, golden characters spelled out Tiandou City in an elegant cursive, exuding a sense of grace and charm. The entire city gate and walls were adorned in a pristine blue and white color scheme, imparting a feeling of purity and comfort. Xiaohan, this is Tiandou City. Feel free to wander around. Here, take this, Tian Duel said as he handed Qian Yuhan a piece of jade inscribed with the number 7, symbolizing his identity as the 7th elder of the Wuhuan Hall. I need to attend to some matters with the Grand Elder. I'll return before sunset, and we'll head back together. With that, Tian Duel vanished from sight. Eagerly anticipating the adventure, Qian Yuhan rushed through the magnificent city gate and into the bustling streets. Wow, he exclaimed, taking in a lively atmosphere where throngs of people jostled for space. Vendors called out from the roadside, premium crystal storage soul guides for only 98 gold soul coins. Don't miss out. A 10,000-year soul hunting team is forming. We need 1 control and 1 support. Those above Soul Emperor, please sign up. The Tiandou Auction House is holding a small auction this afternoon. Feel free to come and take a look. The Tiandou Auction House? I'll check out later. Wait, that's right, I only brought 100,000 gold soul coins. Is that enough? Had I known, I would have taken those $1 million notes from my father. Qian Mo, my dear son, why not give a try? The Ice Goddess Soul Arena is now open for registration. The participation fee is 1,000 gold soul coins, and for each victory, one can earn 1% of the wager until a loss occurs. A new entry requires another 1,000 gold soul coins. The slots are limited, first come, first served, truly the imperial capital of a great empire. Even the betting matches are organized here. Betting money? I have no desire to engage in anything related to gambling. Little brother, would you like to participate in the soul duel? No, as a second ring great soul master, I would surely be knocked out. Qian Yuhan shook his head with a bitter smile. No, little brother, this is a duel among opponents of the same level that if you choose to participate, you will surely be matched with opponents of your own rank. Meaning you will only face those of the second ring. Would you like to give it a try? Consider it a practical training exercise. Listening to the receptionist's explanation, Qian Yuhan felt a flicker of temptation. Not for the betting money, but rather the prospect of a duel among equals, as the receptionist had mentioned, piqued his interest. Qian Mo had previously advised him that solidifying one's strength through practical experience is essential. If one's power increases too rapidly without a solid foundation, it could lead to instability and hinder future breakthroughs. Very well, I shall register, he said, handing over 100,000 notes to the receptionist. Please provide change. Thank you, Qian Yuhan said with an innocuous smile. Receptionist, 100,000? How 100,000 indeed? The registration fee is merely 1,000. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist forced a smile and entered the office. A few minutes later, she emerged with a check for 99,000 gold soul coins and a number tag. Sir, this is your number. You will be called when it's your turn. Your winnings will be automatically credited to your number tag. And if you lose, the tag will be frozen. You can use it to settle your account at the service desk. Annie, you need not call me sir. My name is Qian Yuhan. That I ask there a time limit on this. Receptionist, what do you mean, Annie? I have only just turned 18. No, there is no limit that if you, young Qian Yuhan, do not suffer a defeat, it remains valid for life. Until this soul arena closes? Qian Yuhan gazed at the receptionist, looking quite adorably naive. Receptionist. Yes, indeed. Young one, the receptionist now questioned whether bringing this child in was a wise decision. Young Qian Yuhan, may I inquire, how old are you? I just turned 8 this year. Qian Yuhan giggled. Receptionist. Oh, so you're only 8? What? You are only 8. Young Qian Yuhan, did you perhaps mistakenly add an extra 2 here? The receptionist asked, bewildered. Qian Yuhan looked at the location she pointed to. Soul power level, 29. He shook his head and replied, No, Annie, I am indeed at level 29. Receptionist. Oh, so you still call me Annie? Huh. Go ahead and get beaten up at level 29. I hope they smash your mouth. The little person inside the receptionist was already fuming. Meanwhile, the little person in Qian Yuhan's heart was laughing uncontrollably. Teasing this woman is indeed amusing. From the very beginning, he had surmised that this receptionist was likely a part-timer, probably not even 20 years old, and he had said it on purpose. He, who told her I'm just an 8-year-old baby, still not yet 18. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the announcement. Please prepare for Soul Duel number 9528. Please prepare for Soul Duel number 9528. The receptionist patted Qian Yuhan and said, Young Qian Han, they're calling you. You didn't pay attention to your number tag, did you? You're 9528. Qian Yuhan glanced at the tag in his hand and continued in a high-pitched voice. Indeed, it is 9528. Thank you for the reminder, Auntie. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Annie. Waving, Qian Yuhan skipped toward a door-marked preparation zone. Receptionist, what the heck? The competition between the young Great Soul Masters is about to begin, and everyone may place their bets now. The duelists are 9,528 at level 29 and 9101 at level 27. The Soul Arena has no other information. It's all left to luck. Both participants are making their debut. Stay tuned. The broadcast continued to energize the atmosphere within the arena in the preparation zone. Qian Yuhan was selecting his favorite mask from the display case. Qian Mo had advised him to always protect his privacy when outside, and it was best not to easily reveal his martial soul and soul rings to others. Although he was only 8, he possessed the soul of an 18-year-old and understood Qian Mo's good intentions. With an innate soul power of level 20 and 2 soul rings, 1 purple and 1 black, even his soul rings alone could intimidate many. His appearance as an 8-year-old child was a means of protection that he chose a platinum mask, secured it in place, and upon realizing it wouldn't easily come off, he proceeded towards the entrance. There are 2 preparation zones, so prior to entering the arena, one does not know who their opponent is. As Qian Yuhan stepped into the arena, the audience immediately noticed how young contestant 9528 was. Is 9,528 even 10 years old? Why do they look so small? I think so too. Let's see if the introduction mentions their age. I just checked, and it doesn't. It only lists their soul power levels. So this little brat just filled in 29 level arbitrarily? Are they trying to swindle me? Exactly. At such a young age, how could they possibly be level 29? False reporting. False reporting. We must file a complaint. They are deceiving consumers. Soon, shouts of indignation arose. Some urged Qian Yuhan to hurry home for his milk, while others suggested he should go home and play with his mother. Qian Yuhan. Humph. Underestimating me. I shall show you. The Heavenly Dou Empire thinks they can bully me just because I am small and powerless. I shall no longer pretend. The cards are on the table. After all, they don't know my name or identity. I Heaven Dou disobeyed my father's words. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. To ensure fairness, we will publicly test the soul power of contestant 9528. If there is any false reporting, we will handle it severely and provide an explanation to everyone. A resonant voice echoed throughout the soul arena. It was the 7th elder of the Ice God sect. A soul Douluo at level 86, an audience member recognized the speaker and exclaimed, "Oh, it's that old fellow Ouyang who holds a significant position in Heavenly Dou City. People generally avoid him." The 7th elder of the Ice God sect. One can become an elder at level 86? Qian Yuhan listened attentively to the murmurs around him. Although the arena was vast, the discussions were loud enough to be heard. Allowing him to glean a fair amount of information, "Young one, please place your hand on the soul testing sphere." All right, with that, Qian Yuhan gently placed his hand on the soul testing sphere. Soon, a number was displayed. The staff member holding the testing sphere was momentarily stunned. While level 29 Great Soul Masters were not uncommon, such a young level 29 Great Soul Master was truly unexpected. The large number 29 illuminated on the testing sphere left no room for doubt. Undoubtedly, a level 29 Great Soul Master. Young one, you possess extraordinary talent. Keep it up. I'm rooting for you. As he spoke, the staff member slightly bent his right arm and clenched his fist in encouragement. I will. Thank you, uncle. After testing, contestant 9528 is confirmed to be its soul power level 29. The competition is about to commence. The referee took the stage, standing in the center of the duel area. Please have both contestants take the stage and prepare for battle. Kid, though, I'm level 27. I fear you not at Li Wei. Level 27 Great Soul Master, Martial Soul, Earth-Shaking Bear, I challenge you. As he spoke, Two yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Qian Yuhan. Yellow soul rings, huh? Perhaps I should keep a low profile. He thought as a medicinal vial appeared in his hand, from which he quickly swallowed a pill. This pill was specially prepared by Qian Mo to change the color of his soul rings. As the name implies, it could alter the appearance of the soul rings without changing their power. Hello, big brother. I am Qian Yuhan at level 29. I look forward to your guidance. As he spoke, two yellow soul rings rose beneath his feet. The first strike goes to the swift. Second soul skill, Fury of the Giant Bear. As Li Wei activated his second soul ring, his power surged, and his muscles tensed. His second soul skill served as a power boost. First soul skill, Claw Strike. Li Wei unleashed two soul skills in succession, his aura soaring. A giant bear paw-esque phantom appeared on the back of his right hand. While combining a power enhancement skill with a single target attack, this basic combo is executed flawlessly. The power of this first soul skill can rival that of an ordinary soul master's third soul skill. Contestant 9528. That little child is in danger. In a private box, an elderly man with white hair sat comfortably on the sofa, leisurely observing the soul skill unleashed by Li Wei on the arena. He remarked softly, "Isn't this Ouyang Hu? I just heard that a child, not yet 10 years old, has astonishingly reached the 29th rank in soul power. It is worth my while to witness this match. Let us see if he is fit to serve as a sparring partner for the young lady." Upon noticing the two yellow soul rings rising beneath Qian Yuhan's feet, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Standard yellow soul rings. How could one possibly elevate their soul power to the 29th rank at the tender age of 8? Yet, I can sense that the energy contained within these rings is anything but simple. The soul ring transformation pill can only alter the color of the soul rings, but the power within them remains unchanged. Even soul masters of the soul Douluo level possess a keen perception of soul rings. Although he detected a potential anomaly with the soul rings, he chose not to dwell on it further. After all, the soul ring transformation pill is a rare commodity for powerful individuals. Changing the color of a soul ring to transparent can be quite advantageous for a strong soul master. Chapter 13. Far inferior to the radiant golden-winged lion, as Ouyang Hu pondered in the box, Li Wei had already activated his first soul skill on the soul fighting stage. With a downward sweep of his right hand, a phantom bear claw lunged toward Qian Yuhan. Daha! This cannot even be compared to the radiant golden-winged lion. Qian Yuhan chuckled, observing the incoming claw. First soul skill, Radiant Slash, he declared. With a flicker of his first soul ring, the Radiant Slash was unleashed. A beam of light emanated from Qian Yuhan's hand, and with a casual wave, he directed a slash towards the phantom bear claw. Boom! The two forces collided, creating an explosion at the center of the arena. Was Li Wei's full force strike effortlessly shattered by Qian Yuhan? The spectators were left in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. A child not yet 10 years old had managed to defeat Li Wei, who was 5 years his senior. Indeed, Li Wei was 13, attending the junior class of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Following the match, Li Wei's parents felt immense pride in their son's participation in the soul battle. Achieving the 27th rank at 13 was certainly commendable. They would not miss the chance to promote their son. Perhaps a notable figure from the academy would take notice, allowing him to ascend to the royal class. Parents often think more long-term than their children, so they promptly updated the staff at the Ice God Soul Arena about Li Wei's latest status. In stark contrast, Qian Yuhan fought with a carefree spirit. He believed that establishing a solid foundation through stable battles was far more important, akin to laying a deep and sturdy foundation for a tall building. Qian Yuhan effortlessly dismantled Li Wei's enhanced first soul skill that in the audience. Li Wei's parents wore expressions of disbelief, astonished at the strength of this young child. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan's first soul ring flickered once more, and with another flourish of light from his hand, a sharp beam of yellow, sword energy shot toward Li Wei, having exhausted all his remaining soul power after employing his second soul skill. Desperately pooled his energy for a single release, determined to turn the tide. With no way to summon additional soul power for defense, he braced himself to take the hit from Qian Yuhan's Radiant Slash with his body. Fortunately, Qian Yuhan had not exerted his full strength. Li Wei was sent flying upon impact, crashing against the protective barrier of the arena before collapsing back onto the stage. Unconscious. Darling, Li Wei's mother cried out, attempting to rush onto the field, but was held back by Li Wei's father. Our son has simply been outmatched. This child is clearly extraordinary and likely has some background. We should not provoke him. Yet, Li Wei's mother was eager to voice her concerns. Enough. Quickly take our son to seek help. We must ensure that he does not sustain any lasting injuries that could affect his future. Li Wei's father sternly commanded, gesturing towards Li Wei. Very well. She relented. As the barrier was lifted, Li Wei's mother rushed onto the stage to carry her unconscious son away, turning to glare at Qian Yuhan. She seethed, you little brat, just wait. You harm my son, and you won't get away with it. Li Wei's father interjected. Just the other day, I was at a loss for words. The announcement rang out. Match concluded. Contestant 9,528 victorious, achieving a single win. Remarkable. This child possesses remarkable talent, came the praises, a stark contrast to the sentiments expressed at the match's outset. Thank you, everyone. Qian Yuhan bowed to the audience before bouncing towards the exit, his gait reminiscent of a playful child, utterly unrepentant. As he reached the front desk to clock out, he noted that the arena would continue to schedule matches for those absent, resulting in an automatic forfeiture. He certainly did not wish to be a victim of such circumstances, especially when a mere entry could cost him 1,000 gold soul coins. At the exit, he encountered Li Wei's mother, who was cradling her son, with Li Wei's father hailing a carriage nearby. Hello, Li Wei. I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed our match. Let us have another bout next time. Take good care, my friend Li Wei, uncle and aunt. I'm off now. Goodbye. Li Wei, why are you ignoring me? There's no need to have your mother carry you, just because you lost, Qian Yuhan teased, calling out to him. After receiving no response, he shrugged. Not fun. Bye, uncle and aunt. With that, he bounced away, leaving Li Wei's mother fuming, her face flushed with anger. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Li Wei's father clenched his fist, equally incensed. Who could endure the mockery of a mere child? Qian Yuhan had intentionally provoked Li Wei's mother, recognizing that she had threatened him first during the match. Mutual injury in soul battles is commonplace, and being knocked unconscious is not unusual. Qian Yuhan had shown restraint, holding back considerable force. Otherwise, like during his previous match against his father, he might have caused severe injury. This time, he had chosen to mock her directly. Delightful. Meanwhile, Qian Mo and Douluo arrived at a pristine white palace, surrounded by an atmosphere of bone-chilling cold, with ice and snow enveloping the castle. This palace was indeed the Ice God Palace, constructed entirely from millennium-old ice, adorned with ice flowers and icy springs. Here lay the foremost power of the Tiandou Empire, the Ice God sect, nestled atop the Ice God Snow Mountain, located 500 kilometers north of Tiandou City. This distance was but a mere hour's flight for a tidal Dou. For Qian Mo, it was merely a fleeting moment, as he had grasped the power of spatial laws upon becoming a limit Dou, allowing him to teleport thousands of kilometers effortlessly. This exemplifies the considerable disparity between tidal Douluos. Dou at level 96 and Qian Mo at level 99, though only 3 ranks apart, were worlds apart in strength. Returning to the matter at hand, the Tiandou Empire itself is situated in the northeastern region of Douluo continent, with half of it being a Soul Master forbidden zone. The extreme north, characterized by its frigid climate. The Ice God sect occupies the southernmost peak of the Ice God Snow Mountain in this frigid expanse, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Although the imperial capital, Tiandou City, lies only 500 kilometers from the extreme north, the mountain's barrier prevents the cold from infiltrating the city, allowing Tiandou City to enjoy a spring-like climate year-round. Within the grand hall of the Ice God sect, a figure seated upon the central throne addressed his brother. Elder brother, what brings you to my icy lair? You never visit this cold sanctuary. The man on the throne, Ouyang Jia, the sect leader and a 98th rank super Dou known as the Ice God, chuckled with a youthful demeanor that belied his age, making him appear to be in his 20s. Those unfamiliar with him would be unaware that he was once the closest childhood friend and rival of the current limit Dou, Qian Mo. Their bond was akin to that of brothers, if not closer. The relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Ice God sect was also notably strong, and Ouyang Jia understood that Qian Mo's visit signified that something significant was about to unfold. Chapter 14. The Fragments of a Dream. Listening intently to Qian Mo, Ouyang Jia shed his playful demeanor. Elder brother, what is it you wish to convey? Qian Mo shook his head, exhaling a weary sigh. I've been unable to sleep for days on end. Brother, I do not comprehend. Ouyang, you know that my premonitions are typically quite accurate. This time, however, the impact on me has been overwhelming. Forgive my candor. But I had a particularly strange dream. Go on, brother. Ouyang urged a deal you recall, when I previously wrote to you about adopting a son? Ah, I understand, dear brother, you could be considered as having a child in your later years. ISNT that a joyous occasion. Indeed, it is true. The child possesses great talent and is willing to endure hardships. However, on the very night he awakened his martial soul, I experienced a peculiar dream. A vast chasm opened in the heavens, engulfed in darkness, and crimson lightning ravaged the entire continent. Striking down, it left behind a pool of blood. Within it, there was you, along with the emissaries of your Ice God sect, as well as all the formidable beings from other factions. They all gazed at the figure standing at the rift in the sky, each one embodying a fearless resolve. You know who that person was? It was none other than the grown-up Yuhan. My son. Qian Yuhan shook his head, his spirits low. That child, Xiaohan? Indeed, and in his grasp he held, what was it? Ah, a sword, a truly terrifying sword. Then Yuhan swung it, and all present were, Ouyang Jia looked at Qian Mo. Speechless, Qian Mo continued, Ouyang, ever since that night, I feel my body has begun to gradually wither, and amount of soul power can halt this. My days may be numbered. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jia hurriedly rose and approached Xin Yuhan, supporting his shoulder and infusing him with soul power for a thorough examination. Then, with a tremor in his hand, he shook his head and said, No, it cannot be. Brother, you mustn't. I will seek out the divine herbs. Yes, the divine herbs. Surely, there must be one that can cure you. Qian Mo looked at his distraught brother, shaking his head instead and offering comfort. Ouyang, I have long come to terms with this, and my only concern now is for my son's future and the future of the entire Douluo continent. Should I perish, the angel god will surely select a new high priest to take my place. No. Ouyang, listen to me. Ouyang Jia's eyes had turned red, yet no tears fell. They merely swirled in his eyes. At your age, over 100 years, how can you still cry like a child? Ouyang Jia shook his head, remaining silent. This visit is merely a farewell. Brother, just a farewell. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. I must journey to a distant place in search of a solution. I have always believed in my premonitions. Tangjun, that old fool. When you have the time, do pay him a visit. Just tell him I have entered seclusion and to take care of my spirit hall. If he dares to seize the opportunity, I shall obliterate his Haotian sect. That I know him well. He won't dare. Rest assured. Please keep an eye on Yuhan for me, Ouyang. Everything I do now and in the future is for him. You know, having a child has indeed made me rather indecisive. Ha. Brother, you need not worry. I shall certainly protect the spirit hall, and I will ensure that my little nephew does not suffer even the slightest bullying. As for Yuhan, let him walk his own path. Just ensure he does not stray too far from the right direction. I only ask that you watch over him without overly intervening in his growth. Understood. In due time, I will have Tianwei escort him to Heaven Dou City. You can arrange for him to enter the Royal Academy there, conveniently under your watchful eye. While in the academy, aside from matters that threaten his life, do not interfere too much. Agreed, I shall temporarily seal his memories. You need not worry, I will not leave so easily before finding a solution that I shall know every little detail about him. My spiritual imprint resides within that bracelet of his. In time, he will regard me as a mentor. I supposed he said this while absent-mindedly stroking his non-existent beard. Brother, what about you? I have a premonition that my son and I shall meet again. It is certain that we shall also reunite. The secrets of fate must not be revealed. Everything is predetermined, and we must walk our paths accordingly. Qian Mo smiled and patted Ouyang Jia. Now, I must take my leave. Take care, Jia. Father, who is he? A childish voice piped up. Just as Qian Mo was about to depart, he halted, glancing towards the source of the voice, and smiled, saying, "Ah, this girl, she doesn't even recognize her own uncle. Luo Shui, come here." Ouyang Jie wiped his eyes and beckoned his daughter, Ouyang Luo Shui, over. Ouyang Luo Shui hopped over to Ouyang Jie, feeling a bit nervous upon seeing the unfamiliar figure before her. "Daddy, who is he?" "You don't even recognize your uncle Qian Mo. He held you when you were but a month old." Seemingly recalling something, Qian Mo playfully punched Ouyang Jie, self-deprecatingly exclaiming, "Oh dear, how muddled we've become. We met when you were just a month old. How could our little princess possibly remember, right? Luo Shui." Qian Mo smiled at Ouyang Luo Shui, ruffling her hair, and added, "I truly wish to introduce my son to your daughter. That would make us even closer. Ha ha ha. This Ouyang Luo Shui is destined to be an unparalleled beauty. I shall reserve a spot for my son." Their laughter resounded, carefree yet tinged with bitterness. As the laughter faded, Qian Mo vanished without a trace. Ouyang Jie's tears fell at that moment. While they had shared joyous laughter, he reminisced about their playful childhood and the sparring matches of their middle age. "Brother, when shall we meet again? Your younger brother awaits you." Tian Weiao awaited outside the hall, and with only 2 hours until sunset, it was time to return. Qian Mo vanished in a flash. Saying nothing further, Tian Weiao followed closely behind. Upon reaching the top of the city gate in Heaven Dou City, Qian Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching as Qian Yuhan approached. Bouncing with youthful exuberance, "Seventh brother, do you think I should seal his memories of me? I wonder if that would be too harsh for him. Brother, I believe it is best not to see him at all. You should leave now. I'll tell him you have gone to a very distant place and can no longer accompany him. You will meet again someday. I cannot bear to seal away this memory of him." Qian Mo cried. Indeed, he wept. For Qian Yuhan, these had been 8 years of happiness, and how could it be any different for Qian Mo? These were his happiest 8 years. They would meet again. He did not want his son to greet him in the future with, "Hello, Uncle Dada." Perhaps this was merely a selfish desire. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. Tell Yuhan that I have always loved him. One last glance at his son walking along the road, as if to etch his image into his mind. Then, in a flash of light, he disappeared. Tian Weiao also glanced at the self-entertained Qian Yuhan, pondering, "Child, such is fate that I hope you can persevere." "Uncle Tian Wei, where is my father? The angel Douluo has gone on an important mission and will not return for a while. Let us head back to the spirit hall for now." Tian Weiao replied, That doesn't quite align with what you told the high priest earlier. It's all right. The essence is similar enough." Chapter 15. A man's tears do not fall easily, only when heartbroken. Upon returning to the spirit hall, time flowed swiftly like a stream, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Qian Yuhan remained preoccupied with thoughts of his father, inquiring daily with Tian Weiao about any news of him. However, each answer he received only deepened his disappointment and anxiety. Whenever he saw Tian Weiao, Qian Yuhan would eagerly ask, "Have there been any updates about my father? Where is he now?" Tian Weiao would always shake his head helplessly, responding, "I'm not quite sure. He is yet to return." Those brief words felt like a sharp blade piercing Qian Yuhan's heart. Day after day passed, and Qian Yuhan's mood grew increasingly heavy. He could not comprehend why. After such an extended period, there was still no news of his father. He began to suspect that something unfortunate had occurred, or that his father might be in danger. These thoughts incessantly swirled in his mind, rendering him restless and unable to find solace. Despite this, Qian Yuhan steadfastly believed that his father would return. He silently urged himself to be strong, refusing to succumb to worry. Thus, he buried this concern deep within his heart, striving to focus on his training and enhance his abilities. For only by becoming stronger could he assist his father and alleviate his burdens in the future. During the waiting period, Qian Yuhan gradually came to understand a profound truth. Some matters cannot be forced and must be allowed to unfold naturally. He believed that as long as he persevered, the day would eventually come when he would welcome his father home. Though Qian Yuhan possessed the soul of an 18-year-old, he could not fathom why his father chose to leave without a word, not even granting him a final farewell. Consequently, he ceased to inquire further with Tian Weiao, realizing it would yield no answers. Over the course of these 6 months, Qian Yuhan's personality transformed. He became taciturn and withdrawn, no longer the lively, mischievous youth he once was. Tian Dou observed this change keenly. Qian Yuhan no longer sought out amusement, dedicating himself entirely to his training. Tian Dou sought out Qian Yuhan in the morning, finding him in deep meditation at noon. A servant arrived with lunch, but he remained absorbed in his practice in the evening while tidying up the porch. He was still entrenched in his cultivation. This cycle of relentless training, followed by bouts of sparring at the Seoul Arena in Wuhan City, had consumed Qian Yuhan's days for the past 6 months. His strength had already surpassed level 30. Only a soul ring was needed for him to ascend as soul master. The foundation he had built during this time was remarkably solid, and his soul power was far superior to that of his peers. His combat skills had also seen significant improvement through his experiences in the arena. Now, Qian Yuhan resembled a machine dedicated to training, devoid of any emotion. "Xiao Han, you should take a break," Tian Dou urged. "You cannot continue this way. It will lead you to madness." Qian Yuhan seemed oblivious to the words, continuing his path toward the arena. "Xiao Han, halt." Tian Dou's call, when unheeded, he swiftly appeared behind Qian Yuhan. Grasping his arm firmly and speaking coldly, "Who do you believe you are honoring with this behavior? Do you think your father would wish to see you in such a state?" At that moment, Qian Yuhan turned, tears streaming from his eyes and falling to the ground as he replied, "He no longer wants me. What does he care how I am?" Before his reincarnation, Qian Yuhan had been an orphan on Earth, raised in an orphanage alongside children who shared similar fates of abandonment or foster care. The term foster care seemed somewhat gentler than outright abandonment, yet in truth, there was little difference. For Qian Yuhan, the feeling of being forsaken had taken root deep within his soul, manifesting as an indescribable anguish and aversion. However, everything changed when he arrived in the Douluo continent and met Qian Mo, a figure who bestowed upon him paternal love. Over the past 8 years, Qian Yuhan had experienced a semblance of happiness, finally savoring the warmth of family and the affection of father. This period allowed him to gradually forget the loneliness and desolation of his past. Yet suddenly, Qian Mo had vanished without a trace for months. Although the elder worshippers claimed he had left to undertake a mission, Qian Yuhan harbored a profound intuition that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. He suspected that Qian Mo might have encountered peril, and this unease gnawed at his heart. What troubled him further was the lack of honesty from those around him. He could not comprehend why they chose to conceal the truth from him. This secrecy fueled his anger and helplessness. He yearned for the truth rather than being kept in the dark. Qian Yuhan felt bewildered and confused, as if he had been forsaken by his father. Although the reality might not align with this notion, that he had not been abandoned, he still found himself in immense emotional distress, particularly mentally. Observing Qian Yuhan's demeanor, Tian Dou could no longer bring himself to chastise him. He understood that an 8-year-old child facing the sudden departure of a father would inevitably feel discomfort and sorrow. "Xiao Han, come with me." Tian led Qian Yuhan to the residence of Dou. After knocking, he ushered Qian Yuhan inside. "Third brother, please talk to Xiao Han about eldest brother's situation," he said before departing. "Uncle Qingfeng, please tell me the truth. What has happened to my father? Is he dead?" Qian Yuhan's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of breaking down. "Xiao Han, come, sit beside me," Dou said gently. Qian Yuhan rubbed his eyes and took a seat next to him. Dou affectionately ruffled Qian Yuhan's hair. "Your father is not dead. Who could harm someone as powerful as him? However, he does face some matters he must resolve on his own. When he made the decision to leave in secret, do you know what was in his heart? I have known your father for nearly a century, and I have never seen him like that." Dou raised his gaze to the ceiling. Continuing, "Just before you were to depart for Tiando City, while we were discussing matters, he wept. Tears I had never witnessed before. That a man rarely sheds tears unless he is truly heartbroken. He loves you more than anyone else." He assured Qian Yuhan, "You and your father will surely reunite in the future. Once he resolves his issues and uncovers the truth, he will come to see you. You must trust him." Dou spoke extensively. And after 2 hours, Qian Yuhan finally emerged from Qingfeng Palace, spotting Tian Dou waiting outside. He smiled and said, Uncle Tianwei, let us head to the Dou Forest tomorrow. It is time for me to obtain my third soul ring. Seeing that Qian Yuhan's spirits had lifted considerably, Tianwei recognized that healing would take time, and he was grateful for the progress made. He reflected that only someone as perceptive as third brother could effectively guide him through such matters. The other 5 rough individuals, well, they would be of little help. With satisfaction, Tianwei Dou remarked, "Well done." Only Qian Yuhan himself was aware of the profound transformation his character had undergone over the past few months. In the past, he would have barely qualified as a socialite, perhaps managing a few words with unfamiliar faces. Yet now, when confronted with those he did not know well, he could hardly muster a single word. Since Qian Mo's departure, Qian Yuhan had tightly wrapped his heart, suffering a heavy blow from the loss. Moreover, his solitary training devoid of emotional entanglements had led him to adapt to a life of profound loneliness. Even though the elder worshippers continued to express their concern for him, he still longed for his father. Seated quietly in a pavilion atop Wuhan Mountain, Qian Yuhan gazed into the distance, the sunset casting the world in hues of orange and red, resembling a breathtaking painting. Though he felt anger and dissatisfaction over his father's abrupt departure, the knowledge from Qin Dou that they would reunite in the future sparked a flicker of hope within him. As a new writer, I humbly ask for your support and constructive criticism. Growing up, I enjoyed reading the Douluo novels, finding the IP quite captivating that I also wished to create my own version of Douluo. However, the pressures of academic life in high school and college made it impossible to fulfill that desire. Now that I finally have the time, I will do my utmost to write this story. I kindly ask for your encouragement and support, dear readers. Chapter 16. It turned out to be a dream, a terrifying dream. The night was deep, the moonlight spilling into the room like water, as Qian Yuhan lay quietly in bed. After the patient guidance and companionship from Qin Dou, his mood gradually stabilized, and his mental state showed marked improvement. The obsessive thoughts and pain that had once consumed him began to fade, restoring a sense of tranquility within him. Over the past 6 months, Qian Yuhan had thrown himself into training like a frenzied warrior, as if his very existence revolved solely around cultivation. But now, he started to comprehend that life encompassed much more than merely pursuing strength. There were other vital aspects to cherish and focus on. What he aspired to do now was to improve himself steadily and methodically, presenting a composed, healthy, and secure version of himself when he finally reunited with his father. As his thoughts drifted, Qian Yuhan gradually slipped into slumber. In his dream, he envisioned the path ahead, filled with challenges and opportunities. He encountered many individuals, returned to Tiando City, and joined an academy. There, he experienced a myriad of bittersweet moments and forged numerous friendships. Suddenly, the dream took a dark turn. All that was once beautiful shattered like a broken mirror. Fragmenting piece by piece, dark clouds loomed over the city, blocking out the sun. Qian Yuhan stood alone in the sky, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the continent. Clutched tightly in his hand was a blood-red longsword, its blade glimmering with a crimson light, surrounded by a suffocating aura of blood, as if the entire sword were soaked in it. The aura of blood surged around the blade, exuding a formidable sense of slaughter that sent chills down one's spine. Intricate golden runes, etched upon the sword's surface, emitted a faint golden glow, standing in stark contrast to the sanguine aura, thereby amplifying the air of mystery and majesty that surrounded it. Atop the hilt, a deep crimson gem was embedded, resembling a watchful eye, which now slowly opened, revealing a malevolent presence that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. Qian Yuhan's left hand gradually rose, revealing a golden circular ring that floated gently in the air, radiating a soft luminescence. Clad in silver-red battle armor that shimmered with a silvery light, the suit was adorned with exquisite patterns and runes, lending it an air of opulence and solemnity. Yet, the most striking feature was the 8 pairs of blood-red arms extending from Qian Yuhan's back, unencumbered by armor, stretching behind him as if to showcase immense power and authority to the world. Behind Qian Yuhan, a blood-red halo gleamed with dazzling brilliance, seemingly harboring boundless energy that dared not be gazed upon. As if a deity had descended. More astonishingly, among the throng below stood familiar figures from the spirit hall, various elders and revered ones, alongside countless others, all simultaneously unleashing their martial spirits, their soul rings flaring to life, illuminating the entire expanse beneath them. Humph, how amusing that a swarm of ants, he mused, as his right hand wielded the sword, unleashing a razor-sharp sword chi that instantaneously cleaved toward the land. As the sword chi descended, the ground appeared to tear apart, revealing a vast abyss before the astonished crowd. Simultaneously, a wave of powerful energy radiated outward, distorting the surrounding air. The might of this sword chi was astonishing. In an instant, thousands of powerful beings were struck down, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies were pierced by the sword chi, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. The remaining strong ones gazed in horror at this scene, their hearts filled only with dread and despair. Qian Mo witnessed another terrifying version of himself deliver this blow, and then prepared to unleash his next strike. No, don't, please, Qian Mo cried out, yet he could not halt the unfolding events. That dreadful version of himself was deaf to his pleas. With the subsequent strike, only a scant few would survive. He beheld the fallen figure. It is a rather domineering domain skill that reinforces oneself while constraining enemies. Thus, it is evident that Ouyang Luoshua's talent is extraordinarily exceptional. Fourth soul skill, Ice Dragon's Breath. The fourth purple soul ring beneath Xiaolan's feet flickers, channeling a concentrated wave of light. The soul power converges at a single point and is unleashed with full force. The Qianjun ant, momentarily halting its charge, drives its sharp blade directly into the ground, lifting a massive rock with both arms. The Ice Dragon's Breath crashes against the rock, shattering it into pieces. The Qianjun ant is still injured by the residual force, staggering backward. The rock absorbed a significant amount of damage, leaving the Qianjun ant's proud arms with only minor injuries. Gazing at its arm, stained with green blood, the Qianjun ant howls in anger towards the heavens. Charging once more at the three, this is not good. The rocket lifted absorbed a considerable amount of damage, and the residual impact is non-lethal. It seems we've also provoked it, Nana remarked beside Ouyang Luoshua. Second soul skill, Frost Slash. Nana's second yellow soul ring glimmers as she conjures an ice blade in her right hand, slashing towards the Qianjun ant. An icy blade rushes forth, but the Qianjun ant, unfazed, chooses to withstand it with its body. It is pushed back a few meters, yet no significant harm is done. It merely stumbles slightly from the residual force. The Qianjun ant's defensive prowess is astonishing. First soul skill, Ice God Slash. Ouyang Luoshua's first soul ring shines brightly as she forms a beautifully crafted ice blade, adorned with gemstones. This is Ouyang Luoshua's second martial soul, the Ice God Battle Blade. Indeed, Ouyang Luoshua possesses twin martial souls. Her first martial soul is the Ice God Staff inherited from her mother, still at the beginner stage of the Ice Spirit Staff, while her second martial soul is the Ice God Battle Blade inherited from her father. The Ice God Douluo, with a powerful slash, Ouyang Luoshua targets the Qianjun ant's right arm. The strength of her strike cleanly severs the Qianjun ant's right arm, penetrating its sturdy exterior and cutting it off entirely. Such is the might of the Ice God Battle Blade. The potency of a martial soul serves as the fundamental basis for a soul master's skill strength. The disparity is glaringly evident. It is clear that Nana's ice blade pales in comparison to the Ice God Battle Blade. Staring at its slowly severed right arm, the Qianjun ant's eyes turn a furious crimson, gathering all its strength into its left arm. It swings down with all its might, devastating slash hurtles towards the three, the sound of wind slicing through the air attesting to the ferocity of the blow. This is the Qianjun ant's full-force attack. Not only does it rely on its remarkable defense, but its overwhelming strength is its most lethal asset. Named the Qianjun ant, it signifies the ability to unleash 1,000 jun of power effortlessly. Desperate, the third soul skill, Ice Dragon's Guardian. Xiaolan's third soul ring lights up, enveloping Ouyang Luoshua and her companions in a protective shield, just as the fierce attack is about to collide with the shield. A sound resounds. Ouyang Luoshua and the others remain unscathed, the shield intact, as though the attack never landed upon Ice Dragon's Guardian. Indeed, it did not. As the thick smoke dissipates, a young boy clad in platinum armor, wielding a radiant longsword, stands before the trio. It is Qian Yuhan, who arrived after hearing the commotion just an hour after entering the Dou Forest. Friend, this place is perilous. You must leave. Ouyang Luoxue addresses the boy, who appears to be of similar age. Qian Yuhan did not quite catch what Ouyang Luoxue said, merely responding nonchalantly. Noticing his lack of action, Ouyang Luoxue exclaims, "Did you hear what I said?" This time, Qian Yuhan truly comprehends her words, nodding in affirmation. You heard me, but still aren't leaving. Are you looking to accompany me to the afterlife? The Qianjun ant, having noticed the arrival of another boy, prepares for a desperate fight, charging towards the four despite its weary and heavily injured state. It's over. You can't escape now. Point one more time. Let us give it our all, Xiaolan. Your soul power is insufficient. Nana, you and this young brother transfer your soul power to me, and I will launch another ice god slash. Ouyang Luoxue instructs Nana and Qian Yuhan. All right, Luoxue, Nana readily agrees, channeling her soul power towards Ouyang Luoxue. Seeing that the soul power is just enough to unleash ice god slash, yet insufficient to vanquish the Qianjun ant, she anxiously addresses Qian Yuhan. Did you hear what I said earlier? After his brief acknowledgement, he begins to gather soul power within the light god sword. Ouyang Luoxue thinks to herself, why does this boy only saha? It's infuriating. Can't he understand human language? Suddenly, she decides to let it go. First soul skill. Ice G Odita A.S. Ouyang Luoxue prepares to unleash Ice God Slash. She unexpectedly sees Qian Yuhan swing his sword, releasing a powerful slash in an instant. This radiant strike, swift as lightning, hurtles towards the Qianjun ant with ferocity. Upon collision, a deafening roar resonates, followed by a tremendous shockwave that engulfs the surroundings in billowing smoke. Ouyang Luoxue's eyes widen in astonishment as she witnesses the scene before her. She did not anticipate Qian Yuhan's speed, which allowed him to act before her. Moreover, the power of his slash leaves her utterly astounded. However, she quickly regains her composure, preparing for the ensuing battle. Chapter 18. So beautiful as time passes. The smoke begins to dissipate, revealing the previously concealed figure. The Qianjun ant's gaze appears vacant, as if it has lost the spark of life. Its body collapses lifelessly onto the ground, immobile. Subsequently, a surge of blood erupts, splattering across the ground. The Qianjun ant's head and body have been completely severed. Its head rolls to the side, bearing an expression of shock and disbelief. All of this is thanks to Qian Yuhan, whose attack was executed with unparalleled precision, akin to a bolt of lightning, directly decapitating the Qianjun ant. Ouyang Luoxue stares at Qian Yuhan in a daze. Qian Yuhan dusts off non-existent dirt from his hands, stating, all done. "You can speak," Nana exclaimed. However, Ouyang Luoxue did not continue to glare at Qian Yuhan. Instead, she smiled radiantly at him. Xiaolan and Nana? All right, just kidding. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Keep watching if you want. If you haven't seen enough, then... Ouyang Luoxue deliberately elongated her last syllable. Enough, that's all. It's quite normal to lend a hand in times of trouble. You haven't told me your name yet. I'm Qian Yuhan. If there is nothing else, I'll go absorb my soul ring now. I happen to be in need of a third soul ring. After saying that, he hurried towards the corpse of the 1,000-gene ant. Qian Yuhan thought to himself, this woman is incredibly strong. She actually used a mental attack. After absorbing the soul ring, I must withdraw. This is too terrifying. Wait a moment. Ouyang Luoxue called out as she saw Qian Yuhan truly heading towards the soul ring. That's a 10,000-year soul ring. You can't absorb it. Qian Yuhan seemed not to hear her, rushing to the side of the 1,000-gene ant and summoning the Radiant Divine Sword. The Radiant Divine Sword drew in the power of the soul ring, absorbing its energy. This little brother's martial soul, Xiaolan remarked. Sister Xiaolan, do you also feel a heavy pressure? Do you feel suppressed? Nana, do you feel it too? Nana nodded in agreement. Ouyang Luoxue gazed at Qian Yuhan, who was not far away, absorbing the soul ring, and said in a daze, even my martial soul feels it. What? Nana and Xiaolan exclaimed in unison. Shh! Keep your voices down. That guy is at a critical stage of absorption. Don't disturb him. Thus, Nana and Xiaolan lowered their voices, whispering, Miss, your martial soul could be suppressed by that sword. Yours is a divine-level martial soul. Is there really a martial soul that can suppress a divine-level martial soul? This guy is not simple. Ouyang Luoshu silently marveled to herself. In Qian Yuhan's mental realm, he found himself engulfed in chaos, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of darkness that he sensed a formidable soul power approaching him. It was the soul power of the thousand-gene ant. I didn't expect your soul power to be this strong, Qian Yuhan exclaimed in astonishment. The radiant divine sword shimmered with dazzling light. Clashing intensely with the sharp blade of the thousand-gene ant, the overwhelming force caused Qian Yuhan's arm to ache, yet he gripped the hilt firmly, refusing to retreat. As time ticked by. Nearly an hour had passed. The thousand-gene ant was covered in wounds, particularly its right arm, which had been severed again, blood pouring profusely. Who did my right arm offend? Why is it always targeted? Qian Yuhan raised the radiant divine sword. Charging towards the most vulnerable midsection of the thousand-gene ant swiftly swung its left arm, attempting to block the attack. However, it hit nothing but T turned out to be merely a clone of Qian Yuhan. While his true self had already maneuvered to the side of the thousand-gene ant, he leaped into the air, wielding the radiant divine sword, accurately striking the midsection of the thousand-gene ant's body. The soul of the thousand-gene ant suffered this fatal blow, directly hitting its weak point. It let out a wretched scream, slowly dissipating with endless unwillingness. Indeed, the thousand-gene ant was filled with resentment, if it were not for its initial carelessness and underestimation. How could it have allowed those three seemingly inconsequential women to sever its right arm? It was filled with rage, but could not reverse the situation. As the thousand-gene ant faded away, the chaotic mental realm began to regain its tranquility. Qian Yuhan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the hovering radiant divine sword, as three soul rings, one purple and two black, rose up that he smiled and said, The third soul ring is done. Currently, Qian Yuhan's radiant divine sword possesses three soul abilities. First soul ability, Radiant Slash. Second soul ability, Radiant Shadow Clone. Third soul ability, Radiant Guardian, Soul Power Level. Level 32 Soul Master. First martial soul, Radiant Divine Sword. Second martial soul, Shura Demon Sword, sealed. Our Qian Yuhan is about to return to the Spirit Hall. Upon returning, he will enter the Spirit Hall Academy arc. Advance notice. Qian Yuhan will stay at the Spirit Hall Academy and the Tiandou Royal Academy until he is 12. The first half of this period will significantly impact Qian Yuhan, where he will meet some very good brothers, as well as some less favorable individuals. The recently restored spirit of Qian Yuhan will face a deadly blow from some unruly students at the Spirit Hall Academy, setting the stage for the romantic storyline between the male and female leads. Without comparison, how could the female lead's virtues be highlighted, right? Don't worry, the romance between the male and female leads will be exceedingly sweet later on. It's all about the rise after a fall. The upcoming plot may be somewhat oppressive, but should only last about a week. Everyone, hang in there and don't give up. Dou is here begging for my parents. Chapter 19. Spirit Hall Academy. I'm coming. Qian Yuhan stood up and recalled the radiant divine sword. He turned to see Ouyang Luoshu and the others sleeping soundly against a tree. Qian Yuhan thought, these three are truly kind-hearted. They didn't leave but stayed here to protect me. He approached Ouyang Luoshu, gazing at her sleeping peacefully on the shoulder of another girl, Nana, and smiled gently, saying, You've worked hard. He then walked to the nearby bushes, picked up the backpacks they had left behind before saving them, and took out a piece of paper and a pen to write something. Before long, he folded the written note neatly and placed it on the ground beside Ouyang Luoshu. Then he retrieved a blanket from the cold heart dragon god bracelet, covering the three of them completely. Although the weather was quite pleasant during the day, the nights could still be rather chilly when the wind blew. After completing everything, he prepared to leave. Before departing, he turned back to glance at the breathtaking beauty and said, How could one ever see enough? Subsequently, he turned back, summoned his radiant wings, and flew away. The heavenly might Dou waited at the outskirts of the Dou Forest, as before to be wise sensing, Qian Yuhan had likely reached the edge of the core area of the Dou Forest. Venturing further could lead to encounters with 10,000-year-old beasts, so he remained vigilant. However, he noticed a light in the distance slowly approaching him, which gradually grew larger. The newcomer was indeed Qian Yuhan. "Xiao Han, you're back so quickly this time," the heavenly Might Dou inquired. "Uncle Tianwei, I encountered a few soul masters being pursued by a 10,000-year-thousand gene ant, so I joined forces with them to resolve the situation, which suited me perfectly. Hence, I returned rather swiftly." Qian Yuhan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In truth, he had merely salvaged the situation at the last moment. Ouyang Luoxue and her companions had exhausted their soul power to sever one of the 1,000-gene Antis arms, and he merely capitalized on their efforts at the end. Was it a significant gain? Facing a 10,000-year-thousand gene ant must have yielded considerable rewards, right? The heavenly Might Dou said as he pulled Qian Yuhan onto the Mingyi white tiger. Listening to the heavenly Might Dou's question, Qian Yuhan fell into a deep reverie. His thoughts drifted away, returning to that unforgettable moment. In his mind, a stunning figure emerged. Her beauty was unparalleled, akin to the most exquisite painting in the world. Her smile was as warm as spring, capable of melting all icy frost. Her skin, white as snow, radiated an alluring glow, captivating all who gazed upon her. Her eyes resembled a profound starry sky, sparkling with enchanting light, as if they could penetrate the soul. Qian Yuhan was lost in memories of her, unable to extricate himself. Every detail was vividly etched in his mind. It was quite a significant gain, Qian Yuhan replied, somewhat dazed. That's good. Let us head back and make some adjustments before preparing to attend the Spirit Hall Academy. It's about time to start school, the heavenly Might Dou said, his gaze fixed ahead, not looking at Qian Yuhan. Okay, no problem. However, Uncle Tianwei, could you promise me something? Speak up. Uncle will do his utmost to help you. It's not a big deal. I just want to attend school as an ordinary student without revealing my identity. Otherwise, upon hearing this, the heavenly Might Dou immediately understood what Qian Yuhan wanted to convey and interrupted him before he could finish to convey. The great offering has truly raised a humble and low-key child. If he were to hear you say this, he would be overjoyed. As soon as Qian Yuhan heard the heavenly Might Dou mention his father, Qian Mo, his mood inevitably dipped. It's just my loose tongue. But you must believe that your father loves you dearly. He is searching for solutions to the problems, and you are growing stronger. When you meet again, it will surely be a bright new day. Facing the rainbow, the heavenly Might Dou said, patting his own mouth. Qian Yuhan remarked, "That sounds so beautiful. Why call it a loose tongue? You speak so eloquently." Uncle Tianwei, I understand that I will meet my father again at the pinnacle. The heavenly Might Dou was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Well said. What a splendid sentiment. Good child, the future is bright. Listening to the carefree laughter of Tianwei Dou, Qian Yuhan also chuckled heartily. It had been 6 months since he had laughed so joyfully and liberally that this infuriates me. That wretched creature. A piercing scream echoed through the skies in a certain part of the Dou Forest. It was none other than Ouyang Luoxue, the young lady of the Ice God sect, throwing a tantrum. That Qian Yuhan, scoundrel. While cursing, Ouyang Luoxue crumpled the paper in her hand and tossed it aside. Nana, curious about what could have so thoroughly unsettled Ouyang Luoxue, picked up the discarded paper and unfolded it, revealing its contents. Ouyang Luoxue, I sincerely thank you for your protection while I absorb my soul ring. I am at a loss as to how I should repay you, but if we meet again in the future, I will surely find a way to express my gratitude. Moreover, I seem to have struck quite a bargain this time. You all were injured for the sake of this Titan ant, while I merely exerted a little effort at the end, yet I alone reaped the benefits that I feel quite apologetic about that. Once again, I express my apologies and gratitude for your assistance. Oh, by the way, Miss Luoxue, you truly look lovely while sleeping. I have never encountered a girl who drools in her sleep like you do. My writing may not be up to par, so please do not take offense. Yours sincerely, Yuhan. This little brother. Nana laughed uncontrollably, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Her laughter was filled with mischief and mockery, making the entire scene lighthearted and joyous. Drooling while sleeping, ha 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 ha. This is killing me. She continued to tease, as if she had witnessed the most amusing spectacle in the world. However, Ouyang Luoshue's face turned crimson, clearly embarrassed. She attempted to conceal her shyness. But Nana mercilessly exposed her true feelings. Nana, Ouyang Luoshue called out, her voice tinged with mild discontent. Yet, Nana appeared unfazed, continuing to laugh joyfully. Ouyang Luoshue, while calling Nana's name, swiftly snatched the letter that Qian Yuhan had left for her. Her movements were agile and decisive, drawing the attention of those nearby. Oh, Luoshue, what is this? Are you smitten? Nana teased, her eyes sparkling with cunning light. She seemed to have discerned Ouyang Luoshue's sentiments and was deliberately provoking her. Ouyang Luoshue's face reddened further as she hastily retorted, Who? Who is smitten? This letter is merely a piece of evidence. If I encounter him again, I shall use it to extort him. Her tone was resolute, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of unnoticeable panic. In the hall of Tianwei, in Wuhan City, Tianwei said, Xiaoan, in 5 days, I will arrange for a maid to escort you to the academy. 5 days from now is the exact day of the school opening that I have prepared everything you will need for school, including your uniform and class materials. Just wear the uniform when the time comes. She will come directly to your residence to pick you up. Okay, uncle. Tianwei Dou handed Qian Yuhan his own token of tribute for emergencies. Upon returning to his room, Qian Yuhan gazed at the photograph of himself with his father on a bedside table and murmured, Dad, I will strive to grow stronger, I promise, Dad. Do you know? I miss you dearly. 5 days later, Qian Yuhan, guided by the maid arranged by Tianwei Dou, arrived before a grand and imposing school gate. The IT was the entrance to the Wuhuan Temple Academy, with the words Wuhuan Temple Academy exquisitely engraved in gold above the archway. Wuhuan Temple Academy, here I come. The chapter of Wuhuan Temple Academy officially begins now. Friends watching from behind, please lend a hand and urge for more updates with your little fingers. Those capable among you, kindly give a gift or two from the free options to generate some love and support the data. Thank you. Chapter 20, a dreadful experience on the first day of school, Wuhuan Temple Academy. Here, I arrive, entering a large tent filled with rows of tables. Qian Yuhan set down his heavy luggage and approached the desk, inquiring, Hello, I am a new student. I asked this where I sign in. The person at the desk, presumably a senior student, looked down upon the newcomers. He initially ignored Qian Yuhan's question, nonchalantly picking his nose, completely disregarding the gazes of those around him. As he continued, a small clump of nasal mucus adhered to his pinky finger. Without a hint of shame, he flicked it away with his thumb, sending the disgusting matter flying. I could see that moment. He leaned back with his legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were the king of this place. His demeanor and expression evoked thoughts of idle and lazy street ruffians. Truly a scoundrel. The senior glanced up at Qian Yuhan, lethargically responding, Yes, what is your name? Seeing the utter disregard with which he was treated, Qian Yuhan decided not to extend any courtesy in return and coldly stated, Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan, Qian Yuhan, the senior murmured, slowly flipping through the sign-in register. Hey, cutting in line. I am Dai Xingxi. Could you help me sign in? A voice interrupted from behind Qian Yuhan as a burly young man rushed towards him, carelessly bumping into several others waiting in line behind him. This Dai Xingxi, upon reaching Qian Yuhan's side, exclaimed, Cutting in line. At the age of 8, students typically enrolled in Douluo Continent's Academy. Dai Xingxi seemed to have been injected with growth hormones, towering over Qian Yuhan by a head and possessing a robust physique that dwarfed Qian Yuhan even more. Among his peers, Qian Yuhan was considered tall and strong. Yet Dai Xingxi was even more exaggerated. The unknowing, he might appear as a teenager. Qian Yuhan coldly replied, No, you should go to the back of the line. There are so many people behind. Brother, this isn't quite right, he added. Dai Xingxi initially assumed Qian Yuhan would agree without hesitation and was smiling as he approached the registering official to have him sign in. However, upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, the smile vanished from Dai Xingxi's face. I didn't catch that. Could you say that again? Go to the back of the line. How annoying. Hey brother, have you found my name yet? Qian Yuhan shot a glance at Dai Shengxi and then turned to the registering official, saying, Dai Shengxi, incensed by Qian Yuhan's words, had never been spoken to in such a manner before. You can sign in for your mother. As he spoke, Dai Shengxi seized the sign-in book that the official, Huigu, was flipping through, and with a forceful shove, sent the book flying. The registering official, Huigu, was taken aback by the audacity, but he had heard others mention that this Dai Shengxi was not someone to be trifled with, as he had influential figures backing him. Thus, he could only manage a restrained you. Dai Shengxi was notorious for being a spoiled rich kid. His family, the Dai family, had his father, Dai Tianheng, serving as the captain of the inspection team under the Wuhuan Temple S-Pope Xiao Hui, a position of considerable authority. Huigu, aware of Dai Shengxi's powerful background, could only swallow his anger. Get lost, Qian Yuhan barked. The air around them seemed to grow colder as Qian Yuhan's mood sank to an all-time low. Initially confronted with the impassive treatment from the sign-in official, he then encountered the boorish and vulgar Dai Shengxi. This series of unfortunate events significantly dampened his enthusiasm for the forthcoming life at Wuhuan Temple Academy. The excitement and anticipation he once felt were now overshadowed by disappointment and anger. He could not help but begin to doubt whether he had truly made the right choice in coming to this place to study. You little brat, seeking death, Dai Shengxi, no longer willing to be verbose, unleashed his martial spirit, the saber-toothed demon tiger. As his yellow second soul ring was about to shine, a voice rang out nearby. Who was causing a ruckus over there? Continue signing properly? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, which belonged to the director of instruction, Han Shui, who was greeting the new students at the entrance. Hearing the commotion from the sign-in tent, she approached to investigate what was happening. Upon entering the tent, she immediately saw Dai Shengxi preparing to unleash his soul skills and quickly intervened. She then noticed the sign-in book that had been thrown to the ground, her expression growing stern as she pointed at it and asked, What is going on here? Who did this? Everyone's gaze turned toward Dai Shengxi, and seeing their expressions, Han Shui understood the situation. What is your name? She inquired. Dai Shengxi, he replied. Teacher, this is merely a matter between him and me. It would be best if you did not interfere. Dai Shengxi answered Han Shui's question and added a remark for good measure. Han Shui closed her eyes, striving to control her emotions as she stood on the brink of an outburst. Han Shui opened her eyes and took a deep breath. She then turned to Dai Shengxi and continued. After you finish signing in, please come to my office. It is located in the administrative building, room 440. She glanced toward the side, where Qian Yuhan had his eyes closed, and addressed Huigu, who was in charge of the sign-in process. Has this student completed his sign-in? Qian Yuhan, uninterested in the antics of the clownish Dai Shengxi, simply shut his eyes again, preferring not to see or be troubled by him. Hearing Han Shui inquire about his sign-in status, he answered on behalf of Qian Yuhan, No, he is yet to find it amidst the chaos. Huigu sighed, startled when he heard Qian Yuhan suddenly speak. He feared that Qian Yuhan might report him to the headmaster for his earlier negligence towards the new student. However, Qian Yuhan did not mention it. His gaze instead filled with gratitude. Huigu promptly picked up the sign-in sheet that had fallen to the ground, flipping through it with even greater speed than before, his eyes scanning for Qian Yuhan's name. Within 5 seconds, he found it and marked it with a tick. Qian Yuhan felt slightly better upon seeing Huiji's understanding demeanor. He thought to himself, This Huigu is quite perceptive, not mentioning his earlier oversight regarding the new student. He is repaying a kindness, haha. All right, Qian Yuhan, your sign-in is complete. You are in class 1 of year 1 to enter through the east main entrance of this teaching building. And the first classroom on your left will be yours. I see that you have applied for accommodation. Your dormitory is in the northernmost building of the dormitory area, which is situated to the north of the playground. The room number is 101 to the rest. Take your time exploring. Wishing you a pleasant learning experience. Huiji's attitude underwent a complete transformation as he informed Qian Yuhan of his class and location, noting his accommodation request and providing clear directions. Qian Yuhan thought, this teacher certainly exerts a strong influence over the students. After listening to Huiji's information, he bowed slightly to teacher Han in gratitude, nodded at Huigu, and then picked up his heavy luggage. Heading towards the dormitory area, Qian Yuhan intended to first drop off his belongings in the dormitory and tidy up his bed before exploring the campus. Chapter 21. Dormitory 101. Upon entering the dormitory building, Qian Yuhan located the door marked 101. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of 4 bunk beds, each with a desk beneath. Every desk had been meticulously cleaned, and the windows were open, allowing a gentle breeze to flow through. Qian Yuhan chose a bed further from the entrance, next to which stood a large personal storage cabinet. Access required identity verification and password setup before use. After setting his password, Qian Yuhan opened the cabinet and stored all his personal items within in less than an hour. He had finished organizing his belongings, just as Qian Yuhan was about to follow his plan to explore the campus. The dormitory door swung open. A young man with short white hair entered, his hair as pure as snowflakes, exuding a unique charm. His face was pale and smooth, almost ethereal in its delicacy, and his jawline was sharply defined. His eyes sparkled brightly, resembling 2 radiant stars, emitting a captivating glow. His eyebrows were thick and neatly groomed, slightly arched, revealing a hint of heroism. Describing him as a flower boy would not be an exaggeration. Compared to Qian Yuhan, their appearances were on par, each possessing distinct allure. Hi there, brother. I'm Muchan from Class 2, the newcomer greeted with a smile. Hello, I'm Qian Yuhan from Class 1. Qian Yuhan replied, You're quite the handsome one. Muchan complimented. Likewise, you are quite dashing as well. Just then, 2 more individuals entered dormitory 101 one after the other. Oh, it seems we have 2 others already. We thought we would arrive first, one of them remarked. Upon closer inspection, Qian Yuhan realized they were identical twins, making it impossible to discern any differences between them. All right, I'm Tang Xian, the older brother, and this is my younger brother, Tang Shun. We are identical twins. Born together, ha! Tang Xian exclaimed, patting his brother's shoulder. How will we distinguish between you 2 from now on? Qian Yuhan inquired. Why our voices? Tang Shun replied succinctly, not elaborating further. Qian Yuhan and Muchan nodded. Indeed, the 2 brothers had markedly different voices. Tang Qian's voice was deep and resonant, while Tang Xian's was more high-pitched and somewhat comical. Haha, so we are all gathered in 101. I'm from Class 2. And this is Qian Yuhan from Class 1. Muchan cheerfully introduced himself and Qian Yuhan to the Tang brothers, although they had only known each other for less than 5 minutes. It felt as though they had been friends since childhood. So, you are Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian exclaimed in surprise. How do you know me? Qian Yuhan countered, wary of Tang Xian discovering his true identity. Earlier on the way to the dormitory, I overheard some folks chatting about a Qian Yuhan who offended Dai Xingxi. They said Dai Xingxi was called to the headmaster's office for a reprimand. They warned that your days might not be easy from now on, Tang Xian explained. Are you familiar with Dai Xingxi? Qian Yuhan narrowed his eyes. Of course not. We come from Tiandou, and upon entering school, we heard rumors about a spoiled brat arriving at Wuhuan Palace Academy. After some inquiries, we learned his name was Dai Xingxi, and he shares a class with us. All in Class 4. Tang Xian exaggeratedly pulled at his face, feigning pain and distress. Yuan, you should be cautious around him, Tang Qian advised, unlike his brother, who was more dramatic. Understood? Thank you, Qian Yuhan nodded. Let us not just stand here. Yuhan, have you finished unpacking? The 3 of us are still lugging our luggage. Muchan, feeling the strain on his shoulders, realized they had been chatting instead of unloading. Qian Yuhan quickly made space for the 3 to enter and said, You all unpack first. I'll go explore and see where the cafeteria is. Let us meet later for a meal. Sounds good. They all responded in unison. Strolling through the Wuhuan Palace Academy, Qian Yuhan marveled at the vastness of the institution. This brought back memories of reading the book Douluo in his previous life, where the Wuhuan Palace was depicted as a powerful entity with numerous formidable soul masters. It was clear that this academy's size was indeed substantial, arguably the largest in the continent. The lake alone covered an area equivalent to some soul master schools in the subordinate kingdoms of the Tiandou Empire. At the center of the lake was a small island, upon which stood a palace-like structure. What is that? Qian Yuhan squinted, attempting to gain a clearer view, but the building remained obscured by mist. That building on the island is the Soul Cultivation Tower, which all the lower-grade students at Wuhuan Palace Academy aspire to reach. A male voice resonated beside him. Turning, Qian Yuhan saw a short, stout individual. The stout fellow looked at Qian Yuhan and extended his hand. Let us get acquainted. I'm Fongqing, a second-year student. Qian Yuhan, first-year class 1, he replied, shaking Fongqing's hand. First-year class 1? That means you are in the same class as my sister. You haven't met her yet, but you will tomorrow. Her name is Fongya, a stunning beauty. Qian Yuhan extended his hand for a handshake. Fongqing raised an eyebrow, teasingly stating, You know, Qian Yuhan, I'm curious about this soul cultivation tower you mentioned. What is the soul cultivation tower? Qian Yuhan inquired, intrigued. The soul cultivation tower has stood tall since before the establishment of the Wuhuan Palace. Later, after the Wuhuan Palace took control of this region, the predecessors researched and developed this building, discovering that cultivating within the tower accelerates the enhancement of soul power, with increasingly significant effects as one ascends. That its purpose, Qian Yuhan mused, gazing at the distant, faintly glowing structure with longing. This tower is shrouded in mystery, comprising 9 levels, and currently, only 6 have been developed. The Academy initially sought to negotiate with the elders of the Wuhuan Palace to forcibly breach the remaining levels. But it was reportedly voted against by the Judgment Elders. That it is said that the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels harbor terrifying entities, and the bridge between the 6th and 7th levels is fortified by a formidable barrier, making it impossible to open. Judgment Elders? My father, why did he veto it? Could it be that the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels contain even more fearsome beings? Did my father's departure stem from quest to discover methods to combat those entities? Qian Yuhan's thoughts spiraled as he speculated wildly. Brother, what are you pondering? Fongqing gently nudged Qian Yuhan, who had been lost in thought, leaning on the railing. Senior Fongqing, how do you know all this? Shouldn't this be classified information about the Wuhuan Palace? Qian Yuhan was startled, regaining her composure as she inquired. Fongqing glanced around before leaning in to whisper in Qian Yuhan's ear. Let me tell you, my family has some connections within the Spirit Hall, you know? After saying this, she returned to her original position, winking at Qian Yuhan as if to convey, You understand, my friend is a benefactor. Chapter 22. Unique talents on display. Qian Yuhan and Fongqing continue their conversation about the daily management of the academy before parting ways. As Qian Yuhan arrived at the square, she noticed a massive stone at the entrance inscribed with the words Angel Squared. This is Angel Square, the revered gathering place for students of the Spirit Hall Academy. Indeed, as Fongqing mentioned. Gazing at the statue in the center of the square, her eyes turned red once more. It was the statue of the current Judgment Elder, Qian Mo, the Grand Patron of the Spirit Hall. Qian Yuhan chided herself internally. Qian Yuhan, why are you so pathetic? Just seeing anything related to him makes you want to cry. Stop crying, stop crying. She berated herself, feeling a wave of self-disgust. She had just heard from Fongqing that the statue in Angel Square represented the current Judgment Elder, and that the Academy displayed his likeness to inspire students to emulate him and strive for his achievements. Whenever a new Judgment Elder was appointed, the statue of the previous Elder would be diminished in size and sent to the Hall of Judgment in the Spirit Hall for preservation. Qian Yuhan recalled visiting her father, where statues of various figures lined the main hall, all facing the ethereal image of the angel. Qian Mo had once said, They are all devout followers of the divine angel. Just like me. Returning to the present, Qian Yuhan decided not to linger in Angel Square any longer. It was already dusk as she returned to Dormitory 101, finding her 3 roommates meditating on their beds. Why is everyone so intense about training? Let us go eat, Qian Yuhan exclaimed. Muchan opened his eyes and, yawning, replied, Let us go. I've been waiting for you for almost an hour and fell asleep sitting here. Let us head out. Where are Tang Xian and Tang Chun? Aren't they joining us? Qian Yuhan inquired. They're coming. Just finished a cycle of meditation, Tang Xian said as he opened his eyes. Me too. Let us go, Tang Chun added. Muchan, taken aback, exclaimed angrily, What's wrong with you guys? Didn't we agree to all nap together? You're practicing in secret, aren't you? He then attempted to climb the ladder to Tang Xian's bed to confront him. Tang Xian quickly explained, I'm just trying to improve my strength quickly. If that Dai Shangxi targets me, I want to be prepared to stand my ground. I need to enhance my abilities. Tang Chan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We should all practice hard. I'll let you off this time. Muchan released the ladder and jumped down. The 4 of them erupted in laughter. I don't know about the others in the academy, but everyone in dormitory 101 feels warm and friendly. I really like this atmosphere, Qian Yuhan remarked as they entered the dining hall. Upon entering, they looked up at a gigantic menu measuring 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, showcasing an abundance of delicious dishes. Wow! Is the academy this extravagant? Tang Xian exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment. As Qian Yuhan contemplated what to eat. She finally settled on a plate of mu su pork rice. The menu provided a list of ingredients for each dish. Spirit with chicken eggs, mushrooms, 10-year-old black pig pork. While balancing her plate, she suddenly felt someone bump into her. Looking down, she realized her dinner had spilled all over the floor. Turning to see who it was, she discovered it was none other than the familiar Dai Shangxi. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, classmate. It was unintentional. Dai Shangxi feigned an apology before swiftly turning away and exiting. Qian Yuhan glared at his retreating figure, fury igniting within her. She knew this was a deliberate act. Yet with so many witnesses, she felt it inappropriate to react. How infuriating! Qian Yuhan silently gritted her teeth. The other three noticed the scene and quickly approached to comfort her. Don't be upset. Yuhan, we'll buy you another one. Exactly. It's not worth it to stoop to that level with him, they added. Qian Yuhan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then she caught a glimpse of Dai Shang, she glancing back at her with a smug expression, almost as if taunting her. Her anger flared anew, and she vowed that during the academy's upcoming soul fighting competition, she would teach him a lesson. She had heard from Fang Qing that releasing one's spirit in the dining hall could lead to disciplinary action. So she clenched her teeth and swallowed her indignation. After finishing dinner and returning to the dormitory, Qian Yuhan asked her roommates if they knew how to play Dou Ju. But they all looked bewildered. Why Yuhan? What is Dou Ju? It's a card game. What is a card game? Qian Yuhan was taken aback that they not know what cards are. She was truly perplexed, wondering if anyone could be unaware of playing cards. Suddenly, she realized that in this world, Douluo continent probably lacked playing cards, hence their ignorance of Dou Zhits, just a type of game. A card game. I'll bring out a deck sometime, and the four of us can play together. It's quite fun, Qian Yuhan explained. Soon, they all lay down on their beds, and before long, Muchan had started snoring. Tang Xian looked over at Muchan's bed, exclaiming, "Is this guy a sleep deity? He has been sleeping all afternoon and is now back to bed. Does he really sleep that much? Everyone's body is different. Maybe he has a hypersomnia condition. Haha." Qian Yuhan quipped as she lay in bed gazing at the ceiling. Qian Yuhan pondered, after all, I am in the Douluo continent, which is different from the original world. Some things that exist in the original world may not be present here, like playing cards, and if I could create items that don't exist in the Douluo continent and leverage Uncle Tian Wei and the Spirit Hall's influence to promote them, would that make me the richest person in the continent? Haha. Seeing Qian Yuhan lying in bed, chuckling to herself, Tang Xian sighed. Muchan is a sleepaholic. Yuhan is giggling like a fool. Our dormitory is truly a peculiar place. Hey, I've got a business idea that can earn us money. Are you all in? Money to be made? Tang Chun suddenly sat up. Tang Xian rolled his eyes at his money-hungry brother. Replying to Qian Yuhan, Tang Chun is just a money slave. On the basis of not violating his principles, he puts money above all. Qian Yuhan countered, Tang Chun, that is quite contradictory. How can you make big money without compromising some principles? So, he is not really a money slave that I can participate, but I lack business acumen. However, I can bring beautiful girls to promote your products. Ha! Qian Yuhan retorted, bringing girls for advertising. That is not a lack of business sense. Tang Xian clearly lacked self-awareness. Bringing girls? You're quite the lecher, Qian Yuhan teased, looking at Tang Xian with amusement. How did you know? My brother and I are probably a year older than you. But I must admit, back when I was in the first year at Tiando, there was a beautiful classmate that I couldn't resist and ended up peeking at her while she was bathing. I was expelled for it. Schools in Tiando wouldn't accept me after that, and my brother didn't want to be alone at school, so he followed me in withdrawing that we barely made it to enroll in the Spirit Hall Academy on the last day. Qian Yuhan was flabbergasted. Tang Xian's behavior was outrageous, peeking at a female classmate while bathing. This brother was truly bold. Dormitory 101. One a sleepaholic, one a giggler, one a money slave, and one a lecher, truly a peculiar mix. Chapter 23. The school bell rang early the next morning. Before dawn, Qian Yuhan awoke. Back home, Her routine had always been highly regular and had become a habit. This structured lifestyle brought her comfort and security. At this moment, hearing the rhythmic snores of her roommates, Qian Yuhan carefully climbed out of bed, tiptoeing to avoid making any noise. She picked up her toiletries and stealthily made her way to the washroom. Inside, she splashed her face with cold water, brushed her teeth, and quickly returned to her bed. Once back, she sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began her meditation practice. She focused on her breathing, centering her attention on the flow of spiritual energy within her. Through meditation, she aimed to enhance her cultivation and strengthen her body and soul. This time, it's my turn to outdo you all. Well, except for Muchan, an hour passed, and as the sun fully rose, Muchan seemed to sense it, abruptly sitting up. Why, Yuhan? You all are really pushing me. Muchan exaggeratedly clasped his hands over his chest, feigning a dramatic display of heartache, which was utterly comical. Tang Xian and Tang Chun soon followed suit, tidying up their belongings for class before departing to their respective classrooms. Qian Yuhan was in class 1 of the first grade, situated at the far end of the corridor. The furthest from the main entrance, Tang Xian and Tang Chun arrived at their classroom door first, waved goodbye, and entered at Muchan, and Qian Yuhan continued walking, when suddenly, Muchan elbowed Qian Yuhan in the back, saying, "Yuhan, look over there," while gesturing with his chin toward a nearby girl. Following his gaze, Qian Yuhan beheld a girl with a graceful figure, possessing curves in all the right places, and Muchan quickly pulled Qian Yuhan toward the girl, pretending to engage in conversation while his eyes remained fixated on her, as if entranced. "Wow, she's stunning." Qian Yuhan poked the dazed Muchan, who only then snapped back to reality and whispered beside Qian Yuhan. They noticed the girl casting a peculiar glance at them, as they both walked in an oddly mismatched manner. Qian Yuhan walked normally, while Muchan ambled backwards, his body pressed against Qian Yuhan's. Since they had just been whispering, Muchan's face was directly in front of Qian Yuhan's. The girl, observing from her position, assumed they were being flirtatious and quickly sought to distance herself from the scene. "Ah, so you're a lecher too," Qian Yuhan remarked, clicking his tongue and promptly pushing Muchan aside. "Huh, what do you mean?" Muchan looked bewildered. Indeed, during their conversation yesterday, one among them had already begun to snore. "No, it's nothing. Have you reached class 2? Aren't you going in?" Qian Yuhan hastily shifted the topic. "Well, goodbye then." Muchan waved but quickly leaned closer to Qian Yuhan's ear and said, "That girl is absolutely gorgeous. Look, she's walking ahead. She must be in your class. Why not make your move? Get lost." Qian Yuhan retorted, shoving the grinning, lecherous Muchan into the classroom before making his way to class 1. He silently lamented, "Muchan is quite handsome. If only he didn't too often display such lewd behavior, he would surely attract countless admirers. Alas, who will be able to handle him in the future?" Having walked straight without a glance, Qian Yuhan had not properly seen the girl's features until Muchan tugged him forward, merely catching a glimpse of her commendable figure. Curiosity piqued. Qian Yuhan wondered what the girl looked like to have so captivated Muchan. Upon entering the classroom, he finally spotted the girl seated at the back. The reason he noticed her immediately was simple. She was not in uniform. As the last to enter, Qian Yuhan realized they had arrived just 5 minutes before the bell rang, but their delay had resulted in him entering as the class bell chimed. The teacher at the podium wasted no time and immediately called for the class to begin. All the students stood up in unison, resembling soldiers, including the beautiful girl in casual attire. One student remained obliviously standing at the front. "Good day, students. Good day, teacher." The class collectively bowed to the teacher of the front, who returned the gesture, then instructed them to sit. "Hey, you're not late. Are you hoping for punishment?" The teacher chuckled, addressing Qian Yuhan, who stood near the front. "Oh," Qian Yuhan responded, realizing he had to sit at the back where the only available seat was next to the girl in casual attire. "Well, I guess I'll make do," he muttered softly. The 2 boys in front of him, reveling in the fact that the school beauty sat behind them, heard Qian Yuhan's murmurs and were taken aback. "What do you mean make do? If you're not happy, switch with me." They fumed, growing increasingly irate. "Aren't you grateful for this opportunity? What a spoiled brat." The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, and one of them finally turned around to say, "Hey, buddy, that is not fair. How can you say that about our school beauty? Hulin air. School beauty? Hulin air. Oh, I'll pay more attention next time." Qian Yuhan replied, turning to glance at Hu Lin Air. She was indeed attractive, but not as captivating as a girl he had encountered in the Starry Forest. That girl, Ouyang Luo Shui, was truly stunning, though they were still young and not fully developed. Hu Lin Air seemed somewhat precocious, having already reached a B-cup size, while Ouyang Luo Shui appeared slightly older, likely nearing a similar stage of development. Qian Yuhan's mind was filled with thoughts of Ouyang Luo Shui. Completely unaware that he was staring blankly at Hu Lin Air, the two boys in front of him smirked. So, what do you think? Our school beauty is beautiful, right? Hu Lin Air's expression had grown icy, as if the temperature around her had dropped significantly. School beauty? Are we familiar? Turn back around. Just as Hu Lin Air was about to unleash her irritation on Qian Yuhan, she noticed how strikingly handsome he was, which quelled her ire. Clearing her throat, Hu Lin Air interrupted, "You've been staring at me for quite some time. I S&T that a bit inappropriate. No apology. That is quite a bargain for you. I am sorry, I didn't mean that. I just got lost in thought for a moment." Qian Yuhan stammered, attempting to explain to Hu Lin Air raised a hand. Cutting him off, "Stop that, I don't want to hear your explanation. UVE stared long enough. So how will you compensate me? What do you want me to do for compensation?" Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's response, a smirk crept onto Hu Lin Air's lips. Chapter 24. Kid, I'll make you regret coming to this academy. Noticing Hu Lin Air's smile, Qian Yuhan felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly responded, "Anything illegal is out of the question." Seeing him flustered only made Hu Lin Air smile wider, though she managed to suppress her laughter since they were in class. "This guy's quite amusing. I think I'll continue teasing him." "What do you mean by illegal? I'm not sure what you're implying." Hu Lin Air leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them. "You're not thinking about that, are you?" She playfully elongated her words. Qian Yuhan felt a rush of heat envelop him, struggling to swallow his words. "How old are you? Yours is so small." Hu Lin Air teased, provoking Qian Yuhan into retorting. "Who is small? And you talk as if you're so mature. Do you even have anything there? You re as flat as an airstrip." As Qian Yuhan heard Hu Lin Air mock his private parts, he could hardly bear it. Although his body was that of an 8-year-old, his soul was that of an 18-year-old young man. How could he tolerate such insults? He shot back, albeit begrudgingly acknowledging that Hu Lin Air was not flat at all. "What is an airstrip?" Hu Lin Air inquired. "Forget it. There are no planes here. So where would the airstrip come from?" "ISNT that, just a pointless insult." "No worries. As long as you know I'm mocking you, it's enough." "All right, I'm just joking. How about you treat me to lunch?" "That should suffice for the mental anguish you've caused me," Hu Lin Air said. "Damn your mother." Qian Yuhan cursed inwardly, but he acknowledged he had been staring at her for too long and couldn't say much in return. So he simply nodded in agreement. "Are you done with your little meeting?" A voice from the direction of the podium interrupted. "It's over. I forgot we were already in class," Qian Yuhan replied, shooting a resentful glance at Hu Lin Air beside him. Then he pondered, "This girl is terrifying. She nearly made me lose control earlier. No wonder Muchan reacted so absurdly upon seeing her. I need to keep my distance from such people in the future. They're too intimidating. The more beautiful they are, the more likely they are to be a vixen from past life. And their skills must be quite formidable. Yes, it must be so." Far away in the Qian Dou region, Ouyang Luo Shui sneezed. The entire morning was spent with the teacher introducing the students to various school regulations, activities, and rewards. The homeroom teacher of Qian Yuhan's Class 1 was named Zhou Yu, a formidable soul emperor from the class of 67. She was articulate and adept at capturing attention, making it evident from the first lesson that she was an excellent teacher. As soon as the bell for recess rang, Teacher Zhou did not prolong the lesson. The students dispersed in a flurry, rushing to the cafeteria. Just as Qian Yuhan was about to rise, a hand grasped his left arm. It was Hu Lin Air. "Remember to treat me to lunch. I'll be in the cafeteria waiting for you. I'm heading back to the dorm to grab some things. So don't think you can escape." After speaking, Qian Yuhan playfully winked and then rose to make his way to the door. Those still in the classroom exclaimed, "I can't believe this guy managed to flirt with the campus beauty during the first class. This is so unfair." Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he was met with a throng of people, each gazing at the delectable dishes with eyes glistening like scavengers. "Seems you haven't broken your promise." A voice, captivating and alluring, reached Qian Yuhan's ears, and without needing to look, He knew who it was. Was that Hu Linner? Indeed. It was Hu Linner, the campus beauty, here to dine in the cafeteria. Didn't Ti hear she only eats food prepared by her family chef? Why is she here? Yes, she arrived a few days before her official enrollment, always having someone bring her meals from home, as her family is somewhat affluent. She came a few days early? Really? I heard it was for the college orientation ceremony and to participate in the preliminary rehearsal. Upon overhearing the discussions around him, Qian Yuhan began to grasp the situation. Orientation ceremony? What orientation ceremony? Don't you know? The day after tomorrow, there are no classes. It's the orientation ceremony, followed by a welcome party in the evening. Didn't they inform you during roll call? No. I had a bit of a dispute while signing in and left right after. It was quite chaotic in that tent. And no worries, now you know. I want that hand-pulled chicken. Hu Linner pointed toward the stall in the front, right. As Qian Yuhan glanced at the enormous menu overhead, he couldn't help but twitch at the price of the hand-pulled chicken. 1,000 gold soul coins. This girl certainly knows how to choose. 1,000 gold soul coins. I can only imagine how precious it must be. Far more than Ouyang Luoxua. Fine, Qian Yuhan gritted his teeth and acquiesced. You agreed that quickly? Your family must be quite wealthy, Hu Linner remarked, originally intending to tease him, but surprised by his compliance. You better hurry before I change my mind, Qian Yuhan said in a low voice. Let us share the hand-pulled chicken. I'll just order a rice bowl, Hu Linner replied. That you're quite a nice person. Qian Yuhan shot her glance before heading to the queue. You go find a seat. ILL wait in line. Hu Linner thought to herself that this guy was rather nice, wondering if she was being too harsh on him. While Qian Yuhan was in line, he heard a commotion behind him. Hey, make way, make way. Hurry up, that guy, move to the back. My boss is hungry and needs to eat first. Qian Yuhan turned around, his expression instantly turning cold, exuding an aura of frost. Did you feel it getting colder? One classmate remarked. Yeah, it's only September. It shouldn't be this chilly that I'm already shivering. Ignoring the ruckus behind him, Qian Yuhan resumed his place in line. Moments later, the noise escalated, and he realized that the group had arrived. Hey, make way. My big brother wants to eat. Who asked your big brother? If he wants to eat, he should get in line. Qian Yuhan's brow furrowed tightly, his face darkening like a stormy sky. His voice was low and powerful, resonating as if from an abyss, sending chills down spines. Despite his grave tone, there was no hint of emotional fluctuation, resembling an iceberg, cold and resolute. Only those who truly understood Qian Yuhan could perceive that his emotionless words were a manifestation of his intense fury. At his most composed, he was also at his most terrifying. This moment, an inferno of rage simmered within him, albeit forcibly suppressed. Let me see who dares obstruct my meal, came the voice of Dai Shengxi. Indeed, the earlier uproar had been instigated by Dai Shengxi's lackeys. Qian Yuhan spotted Dai Shengxi sauntering behind them. As soon as Dai Shengxi's hand brushed against Qian Yuhan's shoulder, he was violently thrown back. Stumbling from the force. So strong. Is he a senior? Yes, he must be, and a formidable one at that. My apologies. I meant no offense. Dai Shengxi quickly changed his tone, adopting the same obsequiousness as his minions. Well, that was a swift turnaround, Qian Yuhan remarked coldly. Dai Shengxi's expression faltered. That voice sounded rather familiar. With his back turned to Dai Shengxi, he remained unaware of Qian Yuhan's identity. Qian Yuhan slowly turned around. He scoffed. What a sycophant. I disdain you. You're Qian Yuhan. How could it be you? Scram. Go to the back of the line. Otherwise, a single spit from everyone here could drown you. Dai Shengxi's face flushed with anger, nodding repeatedly while muttering yes before turning to walk away. Good. Well done. Cut down his arrogance. Cheers erupted around them. He just left like that. He doesn't seem like the type to swallow his pride. Dai Shengxi stormed out of the cafeteria, fuming inwardly. Qian Yuhan, just wait. The grand gift I prepared for you is only just beginning. Enjoy your arrogance while you can. I will make you regret ever coming to this academy. Chapter 25. Friendly Match, Part 1. After Dai Shengxi departed, Qian Yuhan soon acquired his hand-pulled chicken. 1,000 gold soul coins was but a trifling sum for him, yet it felt disconcerting since it wasn't his own earnings. On his tray lay a bowl of hand-pulled chicken and 2 rice bowls, perfectly arranged. Qian Yuhan carefully carried the tray, scanning the area for Hu Lin'er. Upon spotting him, Hu Lin'er quickly stood and waved. Seeing her beckoning, he approached her table. "Who is the campus beauty greeting?" "Is it me?" She is waving and smiling at me. "Stop being delusional." She is clearly smiling at me. "In a way, it's for me." Wherever Hu Lin'er is, chaos ensues. Have you considered wearing a veil? I sent it bothersome with all these people shouting around you. Qian Yuhan set his tray down across from Hu Lin'er. "What is this? Jealous?" She teased, to which he replied, "Who is jealous? I'm just offering a friendly reminder. Do you understand?" Qian Yuhan truly felt intimidated by the campus beauty, as if she had him completely under her thumb. Reflecting on his current state, he increasingly felt ineffectual. Should he just boldly pursue her? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly shook it off. "Qian Yuhan, you're merely a child. What are you thinking?" He lowered his head, focusing intently on his meal, keen to avoid being further teased by Hu Lin'er. This scene left other students seething with envy. Not just anyone could dine with the campus beauty. Although Hu Lin'er had only been at school for less than a month, her beauty had become legendary since her appearance at the rehearsal, spreading like wildfire. Now, after more than half a month, even before officially starting her studies, her fame was well established. Seeing Hu Lin'er sharing a meal with Qian Yuhan shattered the hearts of many, as their goddess was now dining with a handsome boy. Qian Yuhan, having buried himself in his meal, turned to Hu Lin'er and said, "I'm done eating. I'm leaving. Bye." He swiftly stood, took his tray, and dashed away, leaving no chance for Hu Lin'er to say another word. Watching him flee, Hu Lin'er shook her head, chuckling to herself. Is he really that afraid of me? Hey, he has gone. My chance has come. A boy rose from his seat, approaching Hu Lin'er, but before he could speak, she cut him off with a curt "get lost." Once outside the cafeteria, Qian Yuhan breathed a sigh of relief, as if liberated from a great burden, and made his way toward the dormitory. In a corner, unseen by Qian Yuhan, a figure smirked at his retreating back. "Hee, you've stirred my brother. Just wait." Suddenly, a female voice interrupted from behind a shadow, startling it. "What are you sneaking around for?" "Nothing. Let us go. I'll escort you back to the dormitory, so you can rest well for your afternoon classes." "Okay." The pair headed toward the dormitory. Upon returning to dorm 101, Qian Yuhan collapsed on his bed, utterly exhausted, though it was more of a mental fatigue. This was the first time he had been toyed with by a girl, treated like a plaything for others' amusement. "Yuhan, I've heard you've managed to charm the campus belle. Quite the swift progress, I must say." Just as Muchan returned from the cafeteria, he overheard a multitude discussing how a remarkably handsome boy had shared a meal with the campus beauty. Seemingly from the same class, this buzz of conversation caught Muchan's attention. "What do you mean I charmed her? It's more like she is the one who has charmed me." Qian Yuhan instinctively retorted. "What? Yuhan, there is potential here. As an old saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is like a veil separating them. That a stunning beauty is pursuing you. You should be secretly reveling in it." Muchan exclaimed, astonished by Qian Yuhan's words, that I don't feel anything for her right now. "Take your time. Don't rush me," he added. Meanwhile, Hu Lin'er, emerging from the cafeteria, found herself pulled into a corner by a masked boy. "So, did it work out for you too?" he inquired. "Not so quickly. I assure you you'd better hurry, or your mother's business in Wuhan City might be jeopardized," the masked boy threatened. Don't you think that is a bit excessive? Just because you're wearing a mask doesn't mean I'm oblivious to your identity. I can't be bothered to expose you," she retorted. "Excessive? Hu Lin'er, how dare you speak to me like that? Don't forget your family's background," he shot back. "All right, I understand. Just stop urging me. You utilize your family's resources to assist our business, and I'll help you with one task. Then we'll be even. And you won't pester me any longer, all right?" Hu Lin'er snapped. Hu Lin'er, you're not developing real feelings for that guy, are you? You've crossed the line. It's time for you to leave." She replied firmly, "I will definitely fulfill my promise to you." With that, Hu Lin'er forcefully released the masked boy's hand. He scoffed and departed. Hu Lin'er lifted her gaze to the sky, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and helplessness. Her brow furrowed slightly, lips pressed together, as if contemplating something significant. Her expression conveyed a sense of bewilderment, seemingly at a loss regarding her current predicament. She stood there silently, motionless, resembling a statue, seamlessly blending with her surroundings. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, adding an air of serenity and mystery. Is this treatment too unfair to him? What should I do? Returning to reality, Hulin made her way back to the dormitory, feeling somewhat disoriented. Her roommates observed her state, puzzled by her demeanor. Seeing Hulin lying on her bed, unresponsive, they hesitated to disturb her. Rest assured, just focus on your studies and daily life. If it's meant to be, you two will naturally come together. Muchan had been imparting his wisdom to Qian Yuhan for half an hour, sounding every bit the love guru. In reality, many so-called love mentors are merely novices in romance, fixated on theory without any practical experience, much like the very person who is currently expounding on the subject. At that moment, Tang Xian and Tang Chun entered, having just returned from the cafeteria after being delayed by their teacher. Hey, why aren't you resting? Don't you two have a friendly match this afternoon? Tang Xian asked, looking at the energetic Muchan, puzzled. Qian Yuhan and Muchan replied in unison, friendly match? We weren't aware of that. What? Didn't you know? Our homeroom teacher mentioned that there's a friendly match between the first and second classes this afternoon and encouraged us to go watch if we had nothing else going on. Tang Xian explained. Tang Chen nodded in agreement, adding, so you both should lie down and rest to adjust your states. Prompted by Tang Chun's reminder, Qian Yuhan and Muchan quickly lay down. Closing their eyes, it was too long before Muchan's snoring echoed throughout the dormitory. Chapter 26. The Friendly Match, Part 2. After about an hour of sleep, Muchan was jolted awake by a pressing need to relieve himself. Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. He hurriedly jumped out of bed and dashed to the restroom, leaving Qian Yuhan momentarily stunned. Is this really a way to wake someone up? Well, in the original world, I've experienced the same thing before. If I hadn't held it in during a dream, it would have been quite embarrassing, Qian Yuhan thought, shaking off the painful memories. That was refreshing. Muchan returned, his face glowing with satisfaction. After relieving himself, he noticed that Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun were all awake. Aren't you guys taking a nap? Tang Xian, visibly annoyed, replied, do you think we wanted to stay awake? Your snoring has kept the rest of us from sleeping even a wink. He rolled his eyes at Muchan. My apologies, brothers. You all rest a bit longer. I'll skip the nap, Muchan offered. Forget it, it's nearly time for class anyway, Qian Yuhan remarked, glancing at the dormitory clock. Sorry about that. How about this? I'll treat you all to dinner, Muchan proposed. Deal. The three responded in unison. Muchan thought to himself, why do I feel like I've been cornered? By the way, Yuhan, how old are you? Let us arrange our ages in 101. That I was born on August 20th. That makes you younger than me. You read the youngest in 101. Yuhan, that I'm the third oldest. Tang Xian is the eldest, and Tang Chun is the second oldest that we, the four brothers of 101, may not share the same birthday, but we shall seek to face challenges together until the end. Go die if you want. I'm not ready to die yet. Tang Chun's blunt remark shattered the sentimental atmosphere Muchan had tried to create. Hey, don't be like that. Fourth brother, do you have confidence in facing our class this afternoon? Muchan inquired. Yes, I do, Qian Yuhan affirmed with confidence. Wow, fourth brother, while I believe you can defeat others in our class, I'm not so sure about myself, Muchan said, raising an eyebrow at Qian Yuhan. Then the two of us, as the older brothers, will definitely come to watch your 101 internal battle this afternoon, Tang Xian encouraged, patting both Qian Yuhan and Muchan on the shoulders. Big brother, whether Muchan can stand against me till the end is still uncertain, Qian Yuhan laughed. It seems our fourth brother is truly brimming with confidence. Second brother, I have high hopes for you, Tang Chen remarked, giving Qian Yuhan a congratulatory pat. In truth, the friendships of youth are the purest, untainted by any ulterior motives, unlike the superficial camaraderie often seen in official circles that on September 5, 8028 of the Douluo calendar. Tang Xian and Tang Chun were 9 years old, while Muchan and Qian Yuhan were 8. That little did they know the remarkable achievements that awaited them in the future. You call me big brother, and in times of peril, I will ensure my younger brother's safety. I am your younger brother, and in desperate situations, I will aid my elder brother's escape. Fourth brother, what is your martial spirit? Do tell, Muchan inquired as they made their way to the classroom. That you'll find out in due time. It's a secret, Qian replied, feigning mystery. Well, if you want Teasing, then fine, but I'll let you know. I am already level 29 and on the brink of reaching level 30. Impressive. Third brother. Just be careful if you encounter me. Qian warned out of course. Wait, what did you just say? Initially pleased with the exchange. Muchan soon felt something was amiss and probed further. Huh, I said you'd better go easy on me if you run into me. What's wrong? Qian chuckled, covering his mouth in amusement. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 1, Muchan called out to Qian, fourth brother, wait for this afternoon when I'll teach you a lesson. I'm looking forward to it. Qian waved off. Not turning back as he walked into Class 1, their homeroom teacher, Zhou, entered behind Qian, approached the podium, and rapped on the blackboard, silencing the class. Children, I believe you've heard from other classes that this afternoon we will engage in a friendly match with Class 2. The rules are simple. It's a battle royale. Whichever class has a member standing at the end is declared the winner. For our class, if anyone stands till the end, they will become the class leader. You all understand? Understood. The students shouted in unison, their spirits soaring. The same excitement echoed in Class 2. The two classes gathered in the school's designated battle zone. The Wuhuan Temple's arena was extensive, featuring 3 standard arenas. Everyone from our class will participate in the match this afternoon. I don't expect you to perform exceptionally. Just give it your all so I can gauge your abilities and subsequently devise our teaching plan. Zhou urged, Class 1 victory. Class 1 victory. Zhou was an ardent enthusiast of battle spirit, possessing unique insights into the study of martial spirits. She was a distinguished graduate of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Recognized as an outstanding student of her cohort. A few years ago, I was specially invited back to teach. I heard a spirited cheer from Class 1, and Class 2 was equally determined. Class 2. Let us go. The head teacher Class 2 is a female instructor named Han Xian. Han Xian is of the same age as Zhou, yet she graduated from the Royal Academy of Tiandou and is a teacher who emphasizes theoretical education. Although Han Xian possesses a relatively modest soul power of merely level 51, her reservoir of theoretical knowledge far surpasses that of Zhou. Each has their own strengths. Zhou integrates theory with practical combat more closely, while Han Xian prioritizes theoretical understanding first, with practical application serving as a form of verification, emphasizing rational combat. The head teachers of both classes, Zhou and Han Xian, take turns officiating as judges. The first group of students takes the stage. In the initial match, Han Xian serves as the referee. A boy from Class 1 jumps onto the Soul Arena, followed by a girl from Class 2. A boy against a girl? Classmate, why don't you find a girl to compete with instead? It wouldn't be honorable for a boy to defeat a girl. The girl smiled lightly and replied, Bring it on. I relish the thrill of a challenging battle. Zhao Qian, level 22 agility type, great soul master, at your service. Very well, let the battle commence. Lu Hui, level 24 assault type, great soul master. Both competitors summoned 2 yellow soul rings beneath their feet. A standard soul ring configuration. Zhao Qian's second soul ring flickered, and she executed a silent dash. With a sharp exclamation, she vanished from her original position. Spatial teleportation? She actually possesses the spatial teleportation ability of a title Douluo? Hu Liner remarked beside Qian. Qian shook her head, dismissing Hu Liner's assertion. Her soul skill should be an instantaneous enhancement of her speed, allowing her to move rapidly, which creates the illusion of spatial teleportation. In reality, she is merely moving swiftly within the same space, without warping it. Qian's analysis was spot on. She had previously inquired with her father about the distinctions between spatial teleportation and ordinary movement. And this was precisely the explanation given by Qian Mo. Zhao Qian's martial soul is the phantom leopard. The silent effect of her second soul skill, combined with her incredible speed, gives the impression of her vanishing. At this moment, Zhao Qian had already positioned herself behind Lu Hui. With her right leg extended and her center of gravity lowered, she braked sharply. The phantom leopard's claws manifested, and Zhao Qian's hands were enveloped in purple claw-like shadows. After halting, she propelled herself forward with her left leg, charging towards Lu Hui's back. Be careful, someone shouted. Lu Hui, seemingly prepared, calmly called out, Second soul skill. Zhao Qianqian, utilizing her incredible speed, dashed to Lu Hui's rear, targeting his weakest defensive point. Second soul skill. Quadrant barrier. Lu Hui's yellow second soul ring glimmered, and 4 stone walls suddenly rose around him. Zhao Qianqian, moving at such high velocity, had no time to halt her motion and collided forcefully with the unexpectedly erected stone barriers. She was sent flying backwards, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. After being knocked down, Zhao Qianqian effortlessly wiped the blood from her lips with her sleeve, then stood up again, her yellow first soul ring flickering beneath her feet. Qian Yuhan observed the injured Zhao Qianqian, her fighting spirit undiminished, and inwardly sighed. What a formidable girl. She is anything but delicate. Instead, she grows more valiant with each battle. If she continues like this, her achievements will be remarkable. What's this? Are you smitten? Hu Liner teased, noticing Qian Yuhan's intense focus on the match. I was merely observing the battle. By the way, why are you sitting beside me? There are so many empty seats over there, Qian Yuhan explained, having previously overlooked the presence of that enchanting girl. Because I wanted to sit next to you. Is that reason satisfactory? Hu Liner replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan's face flushed crimson. Internally, she chided herself. Why did I say so much? I should have asked too many questions. Next time, I must refrain from engaging further, or I might inadvertently become the target of her teasing. First soul skill, Phantom Strike. Zhao Qianqian unleashed her first soul skill, an agility-type soul master. Her characteristic was a standard burst of speed, aligning perfectly with her specialization. She was enveloped in a shroud of black mist before vanishing from sight. Lu Hui's second soul skill had also concluded its release, leaving him exposed to his opponent. Zhao Qianqian, now transformed into a shadow, darted around Lu Hui at astonishing speed, the black afterimages tracing a circle around him, effectively sealing off all escape routes. Zhao Qianqian remained composed, biding her time for an opportune moment to strike, while Lu Hui, unfazed, closed his eyes to sense the fluctuations of air around him, attempting to discern Zhao Qianqian's movements. 1 second, 0.2 seconds. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianqian found herself at a loss, hesitating. She could not ascertain whether Lu Hui was deliberately feigning a flaw or if he had simply surrendered. However, she leaned towards the former assumption. Thus, she continued to circle outside, oblivious to the gradual depletion of her soul power. This is not good. If Zhao Qianqian continues like this, her soul power will dwindle significantly if she fails to land a hit. She will lose, Hu Liner observed, concerned. Indeed, Qian Yuhan concurred. Zhao Qianqian, sensing the diminishing soul power within her, realized she could only gather her energy for one final surprise attack. Resolutely, she clenched her teeth, channeling her soul power into her hands and legs. Lu Hui, attuned to the fluctuations, distinctly sensed a surge of soul power emanating from the 2 o'clock position. First soul skill. Savage Might. Lu Hui's first soul ring shimmered as he opened his eyes and charged towards the indicated direction. Although Zhao Qianqian was in motion while gathering her soul power, Lu Hui had long since mastered her movement patterns. With a resounding impact, he landed a precise blow on the now stationary Zhao Qianqian, sending her flying. Zhao Qianqian, astonished, had intended to launch her final surprise attack from where she had gathered her power, but in that fleeting moment, she was struck. Initially, she thought Lu Hui was targeting her previous position, leading her to proceed with her original plan. However, as she sped around, aiming for her designated spot, she was unexpectedly hit. Impressive. This guy, muttered Muchan from Class 2, acknowledging Lu Hui's precise prediction, devoid of any extraneous movements. Lu Hui did not pause. He dashed towards the airborne Zhao Qianqian. What does he intend to do? Will he continue to attack? Qianqian is already injured and unlikely to continue fighting. Another blow could leave her with lasting repercussions. The onlookers from Class 2 exclaimed in alarm. In a remarkable display, Lu Hui leaped into the air, catching Zhao Qianqian before she could hit the ground. They landed gently. Zhao Qianqian, cradled in Lu Hui's arms, appeared pale. Noticing her pallor, Lu Hui offered an apology. I'm sorry. I intended to hold back some force, but it seems I still hurt you. Upon hearing Lu Hui's apology and feeling the warmth of his embrace, Zhao Qianqian's cheeks flushed. It's nothing. It's only a battle. Sustaining some injuries is quite normal. Witnessing this conclusion, the audience exhaled in relief, followed by waves of applause, acknowledging both Lu Hui's strength and character, as well as Zhao Qianqian's brave spirit in facing the challenge without retreating. Reflecting on this scene, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but recall the encounter with Li Wei at the Ice God Arena. Remembering the melodramatic demeanor he displayed after being reprimanded by his parents, and she sighed, shaking her head, he truly pales in comparison to Zhao Qianqian. The first match, Class 1's Lu Hui triumphs. Han Xian declared. Zhou Yu then took over from Han Xian, announcing, "Next, please send forth the next competitor from Class 2. I'll go. Class 2's on Han, level 24 control type, Great Soul Master." The match commenced, and Zhou Yu observed that both sides were prepared. After several rounds of intense battle, Lu Hui discovered a flaw in Han's defenses, landing a decisive blow, securing his second consecutive victory. However, Han possessed the exceedingly rare martial soul known as the Soul Bell, which greatly restricted Lu Hui's abilities. Each of his attacks was significantly hindered, allowing Han ample opportunities. Regrettably, Han lacked powerful offensive soul skills, thus leaving Lu Hui with his focus on offensive and defensive capabilities through his Dark Golden Claw Bear martial soul, with a certain advantage. Yet should both competitors expand their repertoire of soul skills in the future, Lu Hui's advantage would swiftly evaporate, leaving him doubting his own existence under the weight of control. Class 1 emerges victorious once again. Lu Hui subsequently triumphed in 2 more matches. However, due to insufficient soul power, these victories were entirely reliant on the overwhelming strength of his martial soul, achieved through sheer brute force. In the final bout, although he emerged victorious, he ultimately collapsed under the strain. "Let each class send forth a representative," suggested Zhou Yu. The initial participants in this friendly competition were at a disadvantage, as such contests resembled a platform battle system. Those who entered early would inevitably exhaust their soul power and be unable to maintain their defense in later rounds. Qian Yuhan had identified this flaw and had been lying in wait. "Hey, how long do you plan to wait around?" Hu Lin suddenly inquired. "We'll see. The time has not yet come," Qian Yuhan replied without a second thought. He immediately felt something was amiss. What did she mean by waiting around? "I am merely lying in ambush, you silly girl." "You're the silly one." "No, you are." The two erupted into an unexpected quarrel. Onlookers exchanged incredulous glances at the bickering duo, bemused that while their 2 classes had yet to truly engage in competition, these two had already forged a unique camaraderie, albeit through mutual insults. Strangely, however, it felt as though they were being fed a mouthful of dog food. Chapter 28. The Friendly Match, Part 4. The competition continued, with numerous participants stepping forward. The victor on the field was struggling to persevere but had not yet surrendered, having achieved 3 consecutive victories. He aimed to challenge Lu Hui's for consecutive wins and bring glory to his class. "Student from Class 1 may now take the stage," announced Han Xian. "Are you going to participate, you coward?" Hu Lin taunted. "I'm not going. If anyone's going, it's you," Qian Yuhan replied, uninterested in continuing the banter. "Let it be. I'm tired." "Humph, coward. If I go, then I go," Hu Lin exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. As she stepped onto the battle platform, the audience erupted into cheers. The school beauty has taken the stage. Lin is invincible. Lin will surely win. Many from other classes had come specifically to witness Hu Lin's performance, with some even skipping afternoon classes just to catch a glimpse of her charm. Hu Lin, level 26 control system soul master. "Please be gentle with me," she winked at her opponent. The boy from Class 2, dazed, waved at Hu Lin with vacant eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his mind was entirely consumed by her alluring figure, rendering him helpless. First soul skill, Foxtail Needle. Hu Lin's yellow first soul ring shimmered as she unleashed over 10 white, elongated needles toward her opponent. Class 1's Hu Lin wins. The audience seemed to be caught off guard. Was this a one-hit knockout? Bravo! "Lin you're stunning." "Lin wait for me. I'll rush up to the stage to tally your victories." "You must wait for me." Hearing the audience's nonsensical cheers, Qian Yuhan rolled her eyes. They truly have no shame. Qian Yuhan understood clearly that Hu Lin's martial soul was of the fox variety, possessing enchanting attributes that allowed her to mentally control her opponents. Moreover, due to her opponent's lack of soul power, their defensive capabilities plummeted to nearly zero, allowing her to strike successfully. Students from both classes gazed at the school beauty on stage, particularly those from Class 2, who had just intended to step up but now hesitated. With both beauty and strength, who would dare to injure her and face the wrath of the crowd? If they failed to win, they would surely be mocked. Most shared this sentiment, leading to a collective retreat from the stage. Muchan glanced around, noticing that no one else seemed willing to step up. He realized it was now or never. If he delayed any longer, his class would surely lose. If you all aren't going, then I will. Muchan declared mischievously. He leaped onto the stage, proclaiming, Muchan, Level 29 Assault System Soul Master, at your service. Well then, let us see what you've got, Hu Lin Air replied with a smile. Qian Mo had also observed Muchan, noting a small detail. Previously, the boy had gazed into Hu Lin Air's eyes, which led to his enchantment and subsequent control. Muchan retrieved a long strip of cloth from his pocket and blindfolded himself. Instantly, Qian Mo recognized his intent. This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. Hey there, big brother, why not take a look at me? Am I not visually appealing? Hu Lin Air teased, her voice dripping with seduction. Muchan, unable to resist the allure of her voice, felt an overwhelming urge to unveil his blindfold. Just as his right hand instinctively moved to lift the cloth, his left hand seized it, bringing him back to his senses. You've actually broken through my enchanting fox domain. Hu Lin Air looked at Muchan in astonishment, unable to fathom that a boy could withstand her domain without succumbing. Her enchanting fox domain was immensely powerful against the immature minds of the young, but its effectiveness diminished significantly against older, more mature individuals. Beautiful lady, you are stunning. I noticed your exquisite features that day. Now, let us battle. With his yellow first soul ring aglow, Muchan declared, first soul skill, golden crocodile tail, to the audience's astonishment. A golden crocodile tail sprouted from his body. He swiftly turned, forcefully swinging the massive tail, which was adorned with sharp conical spikes, glinting ominously. Yes, the powerful tail lashed out. A formidable shockwave surged forth, hurtling toward Hu Lin Air at an astonishing speed. The air tore apart in its wake, emitting a deafening sound that left many in awe of its might. The power of this attack was undeniable. Should it strike true, the consequences would be dire. Yet Hu Lin Air did not relent, her second soul ring glowing, second soul skill. Enchanting fox mist, a purple mist began to envelop her, diffusing outward. Muchan's attack, aimed at the mist, made no sound as it passed through without hitting its target. Unable to select, Muchan realized that this was indeed a divine-level defense. The inability to be targeted rendered him immune to all physical attacks. However, energy-based attacks were still effective. Hu Lin Air's second soul skill allowed her to merge with the mist, achieving immunity from physical strikes. However, as Muchan's first soul skill generated a shockwave, this state merely reduced the attack's potency but could not completely negate it. Thus, when Hu Lin Air revealed herself, she had sustained considerable injury. Why so ruthless? She exclaimed. You think you're impressive? Stay back. I'll teach him a lesson. Seeing Hu Lin Air hurt, some of her infatuated admirers could no longer contain themselves, rising to their feet to hurl insults at Muchan. Muchan, unfazed, extended his right hand to his ear, seemingly mocking the raucous crowd, encouraging them to shout louder. You bastard. I'm going to take you down. Count me in. I'll join you. Damn him. Let us get him. Zhou Yu's patience wore thin as he glared at the unruly spectators. Enough. If you have any more nonsense to say, get out. Don't ruin the good spirit between our classes. Returning to the battle, Hu Lin Air scoffed. Don't think for a moment that I'll concede so easily. Nine-tailed external spirit bone skill. Nine-tailed radiant slash. Hu Lin Air possessed an external spirit bone. Qian Mo gasped in astonishment. The crowd stood in stunned silence. An external spirit bone was a rare treasure. Hu Lin Air's nine-tailed radiant slash temporarily amplified her martial soul, elevating it to a higher realm. For instance, with two tails, she could briefly evolve into a three-tailed form. Utilizing the power of the legendary beast martial soul, The tails unleashed shockwave slashes upon her opponent. Each tail could deliver a strike. Moreover, when the illusion of the nine-tailed fox appeared, it would instantly release a range of enchanting abilities. This skill was a formidable combination of area control and single-target attack, showcasing Hu Lin Air's extraordinary talent. Her martial soul was none other than the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. Naturally, she would only be recognized as a true divine beast once her fox martial soul evolved into nine tails. Presently, her fox martial soul was at its peak with 2 tails, as she had a natural soul power of level 10. With every 10 levels gained, she would sprout an additional tail, leading her to currently possess a 2-tailed fox. The 3-tailed fox illusion gathered strength, and with a flick of its 3 tails, it unleashed a powerful shockwave. Although each wave was somewhat less potent than Muchan's attack, the combined force of 3 waves was not to be underestimated. Muchan, however, did not sit idly by. His purple second soul ring shimmered, signaling that he too had a second purple soul ring. Second soul skill. Protective Golden Radiance. Chapter 29. Internal War 101. Light Sword vs. Golden Crocodile. Part 1. Hu Liner activated her Soul Bone skill, launching 3 slashing strikes directly at Muchan. In response, Muchan invoked his second soul skill, Protective Golden Radiance, enveloping himself in a dazzling glow. The collision of the skills stirred up a cloud of dust, and as the smoke cleared, Muchan emerged unscathed, though the golden radiance surrounding him had dimmed considerably to Hu Liner, having expended all her soul power in using her soul bone skill. Found herself incapable of continuing the battle that Muchan, having used 2 soul skills, one for offense and one for defense, had not exhausted much of his soul power. The sole flaw in Hu Liner's current state was the excessive soul power consumption of her charm skill, leaving her with the option of attacking only once with all her might. Victory or defeat hinged on that singular attempt. I concede, Hu Liner felt a pang of reluctance, but recognized her inability to continue fighting and had no choice but to admit defeat. Class 2's Muchan is victorious. Please have the students from Class 1 take their place. Aren't you going to step up now? What are you hiding? Hu Liner, clearly still unsatisfied with her loss, glared at the still-positioned Qian Yuhan, her frustration bubbling over. Of course. I will. I intend to temper my third brother's spirit, Qian Yuhan replied, walking past Hu Liner without pausing, heading towards the stage. Hu Liner turned her head, contemplating Qian Yuhan's retreating figure. Lost in her thoughts, I'll take the stage, Teacher Zhou. In this friendly match, Qian Yuhan vs. Muchan, the competition commenced. Third brother, give it your all. Fourth brother, go for it. Take him down. Suddenly, 2 cheers rang out from the stage. Who could it be? Of course, it was none other than Tang Xian and Tang Qian from Dormitory 101, who had rushed over immediately after class, eager not to miss the duel. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Why, Yuhan, I'll go easy on you, Muchan said with a sly grin directed at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly. Preparing for battle. Qian Yuhan, level 32 Assault Soul Master, at your service. A surge of rich golden light enveloped Muchan, and under its radiance, his physique rapidly transformed. His originally tall and slender frame began to swell, muscles becoming distinctly defined, exuding an air of strength. His skin gradually turned a golden hue. Simultaneously, while Muchan's head remained largely unchanged, his eyes turned golden, gleaming with a fierce light. His arms and legs grew robust, causing his upper garments to tear, leaving him clad only in shorts. This was the terrifying augmentation of physical strength granted to Muchan by his golden crocodile, King Martial Soul, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. At the moment his martial soul manifested, Muchan emanated an aura of formidable power. His presence was as imposing as a mountain, leaving those around him in awe. The Golden Crocodile King was a top-tier beast martial soul, comparable to divine beasts, and Muchan possessed an innate full soul power of level 10. It was no wonder he reached level 29 within a year of awakening his martial soul. Apart from fortuitous circumstances, the quality of his martial soul was undoubtedly paramount. Qian Yuhan pondered the prevalence of innate full soul power soul masters in Douluo continent. His father, Qian Mo, himself, and now he had discovered both Muchan and Hu Liner at the academy. Qian Yuhan was uncertain about the strength of his elder brothers. If they too possessed innate full soul power, it would be quite extraordinary. He resolved to inquire about their capabilities later that evening. Back at the stage, Qian Yuhan exhibited no trace of fear. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose slowly beneath his feet, and he gripped the bright divine sword in his hand, radiating a sacred light. "Brother, my martial soul feels a bit off," he remarked out. "Me too. This sensation feels like fear." "Yes, I feel it too." Fourth brother's martial soul is no ordinary one. Few can evoke such apprehension in ours. The two spectators, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, felt their own martial souls tremble in response to the shining sword summoned by Qian Yuhan. Discussing their astonishment, Muchan stared at Qian Yuhan in shock. You are actually a soul master." The audience, upon hearing Muchan's words, snapped out of their astonishment. They were all struck by the brilliance of the long sword wielded by Qian Yuhan, feeling an oppressive force that left many weaker soul masters gasping for breath. He's actually a soul master. He's just an 8-year-old child like us. How could he possibly be a soul master? Is this even possible? Hey, isn't this Qian Yuhan the one who recently had a conflict with Dai Xingxi in the cafeteria? No wonder he has the strength to stand up to Dai Xingxi. Indeed, it seems so. There was a commotion during the sign-in earlier, and it was Director Han who intervened. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Among the students of Class 1, Huliner was equally astonished. This guy is actually a soul master? I thought my talent was already exceptional, reaching level 26 with a top-tier beast martial soul and half a year of family training. That Muchan must also possess a top-tier beast martial soul, resembling a crocodile that he is probably from some prestigious family. Otherwise, how could he achieve level 29 in just 6 months? Lost in thoughts about her family support, Huliner lamented the recent economic downturn and the corruption of certain elders indicating signs of decline in her family. She had sought help from the Dai family before the school year began to save her family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even considered associating with the morally dubious Dai Xingxi, which infuriated her. For clarity, no intimate relationships occurred. They're still just children. Observing the motionless Muchan, Qian Yuhan teased, "Third brother, don't be afraid. My soul rings are fake." "Fake? Don't try to fool me. The soul power fluctuations emanating from you cannot be deceived. Fourth brother, don't think I'm afraid of you." Qian Yuhan replied, "My soul rings are indeed fake. In reality, it's 1 purple and 2 black." Meanwhile, hearing about the friendly match between classes 1 and 2, the recently dismissed Director Han Shui arrived to watch, standing beside the 2 supervising teachers. Observing the duel, Muchan formed hand seals and was the first to act, radiating a golden aura that soared into the sky, creating a golden barrier that enveloped both combatants. "This is a domain." Director Han squinted at the golden barrier, exclaiming in shock. The 2 class teachers beside her were equally astonished. As individuals possessing domains were rare, they exchanged glances, both realizing the implications. In this friendly match, they had uncovered several promising talents. Class 1's Lu Hui and Huliner, as well as Class 2's Muchan. And not to mention the 8-year-old soul master, Qian Yuhan, who had truly upended their perceptions. Promotion prospects are promising. As Muchan's yellow first soul ring shimmered, he declared, "First soul skill, golden crocodile tail swing." Qian Yuhan smirked slightly. Seeing the latest chapter, "Brothers, please lend your support and urge for updates." "Thank you. There will be another update tonight." Chapter 30. Internal War 101. Light Sword vs. Golden Crocodile, Part 2. Muchan activated his first soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail Swing. Qian Yuhan remained unfazed, gripping the bright, divine sword with his right hand as his yellow first soul ring glimmered. Light slash. He swung the bright, divine sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged toward Muchan. The 2 shockwaves collided, sending both combatants reeling backward. The point of impact was engulfed in thick smoke, obscuring their visibility of one another. A massive crack marred the ground, with Muchan standing firm, while Qian Yuhan had vanished from sight. Where did he go? He couldn't have been knocked away, could he? Perhaps he really has been sent flying. Those 3 soul rings can't be fake. Can soul rings really be faked? Of course. The Douluo continent is full of wonders. I've heard of rare elixirs that can alter the appearance of soul rings. but they're exceedingly scarce and priceless. The crowd erupted in discussions once again. Muchan, perplexed, scanned left and right. Searching for Qian Yuhan as figured, he knew that this strike could not have defeated Qian Yuhan outright, let alone send him flying. He was simply curious as to his whereabouts. In the audience, Tang Xian was the first to spot Qian Yuhan hovering in the sky. He nudged Tang Chun, who was searching the arena for Qian Yuhan. "Yes, up there." Pointing, Tang Xian indicated a faintly glowing orb in the sky. That fourth brother. It really is fourth brother. He can fly." Even the usually composed Tang Chun was now visibly excited. "But he doesn't have a flying-type martial soul. Wait, could he possess twin martial souls?" "I doubt it." Tang Xian shook his head and remarked, "It is an external soul bone, a pair of wings." The supervising director Han Shui, who was observing from the sidelines, instantly recognized that it was not merely a martial soul, but a genuine soul bone. An external soul bone. Distinguishing the flying capabilities granted by an external soul bone from those acquired through a martial soul is quite straightforward. The flight ability from a martial soul manifests as energy like wings, while the ability bestowed by a soul bone produces tangible wings, complete with flesh and bone. Who would have thought that this match would showcase such exceptionally gifted children? Xiao Yu, Han Xan, you both have organized this friendly competition splendidly. I shall report to the school to encourage more events of this nature in the future. Additionally, please inquire further into the specifics of these children, as I need to report to the higher-ups at the school. These children must remain at the Martial Soul Hall. Their potential is limitless." Han Shui's gaze remained fixed on Qian Yuhan, as if she were beholding a priceless treasure. Indeed, in Han Shui's eyes, Qian Yuhan was a rare gem, achieving soul master prowess at just over 8 years old. His martial soul's name unknown, yet undoubtedly a top-tier martial soul, complemented by an external soul bone. Such talent is a once-in-a-millennium find that cannot be let go. After giving her instructions, Han Shui hurried away, eager to report to the dean and devise a more refined training plan for these prodigious talents. Muchan also sensed the pressure in the air and looked up. A luminous orb in the sky astonishingly split into 3, subsequently descending and encircling Muchan. Muchan now faced 3 Qian Yuhans. This was precisely Qian Yuhan's second soul skill. Bright Shadow Clone, which creates 2 clones, each possessing 80 of his strength. "Ah, clone, you say? This is my forte," he chuckled. Closing his eyes, Muchan's right arm emitted a brown light. A soul bone? Qian Yuhan thought as he gazed at Muchan's right arm. Indeed, this was the Earth King's right arm bone, a century-old soul bone he had inadvertently acquired upon obtaining his first soul ring. Primal Quake. Muchan unleashed the Earth King's right arm bone skill. Primal Quake. Still in a martial soul embodiment state, Muchan propelled himself into the air with powerful legs and then struck downwards with arms resembling the forelegs of an alligator. His strategy for dealing with Qian Yuhan's clones was simple yet brutal: to unleash a ferocious area attack skill that would envelop all 3 Qian Yuhans, leaving both clones and the original with no escape. Naturally, Qian Yuhan recognized this tactic. At that moment, a purple third soul ring glimmered beneath his feet. Light Guardian. The Light Guardian skill activated. A soul skill recently acquired from his 10,000-year soul ring. Why purple? It was due to the use of a soul ring formulation pill. Originally, 1 purple and 2 black soul rings were disguised as 1 yellow and 2 purple. With both hands gripping the hilt of his sword, Qian Yuhan planted the bright, divine sword firmly into the ground, surveying the scene like an emperor surveying his domain. Behind him, a sacred figure gradually materialized, raising its right hand to summon a golden protective shield around Qian Yuhan. The clone mimicked this action, though its ethereal form was slightly less vivid and the shield's glow was somewhat dimmer. Yet to the untrained eye, the difference was negligible. Muchan's arms came crashing down, protective shields formed around the 3 Qian Yuhans for defense. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the battle arena, startling numerous birds that took to the sky in a frenzy. Muchan landed back on the arena, panting heavily. Releasing 2 high-intensity attack skills in succession had left his soul power in disarray. Muchan assumed that the dust and debris stirred up by their clash would not clear quickly. Just as he contemplated regaining his composure, he noticed a light point rapidly approaching through the haze, growing larger and brighter, nearly blinding him as he shielded his eyes from the dazzling brilliance, which vanished in an instant. Dazed, he turned back, only to find a long sword poised at his throat, where a single movement could mean disaster. Muchan shook his head and resignedly said, "All right, old Ford, I concede. I am not your match." The long sword in Qian Yuhan's hand dissipated, and he smiled as he lifted Muchan, who had intended to adjust his state for another round. That was a narrow victory. Had it not been for third brother exhausting a significant amount of soul power in his battle against Uliner, the outcome might have been quite different. Muchan, well aware that Qian Yuhan was merely saving face, embraced him and whispered in his ear, "Thanks, and don't think I'm unaware. Even if I were at full strength, my odds of winning against you would be less than 1 in 10. You may not have felt it, but during our exchange of defensive skills, I genuinely sensed that there was no way through. Your defensive skill is formidable. Even a soul master would find it challenging to breach." He playfully patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder, and the two exchanged knowing glances. Laughter erupted from the audience, accompanied by applause, with the homeroom teachers of both classes joining in, and the students of both classes cheered continuously. They had delivered a thrilling display of offense and defense for all present. Chapter 31. "I'm not someone you can afford to provoke," with the friendly match concluded and Qian Yuhan victorious over Muchan. No one from either class dared to challenge him further, solidifying his status as the ultimate victor. Muchan wrapped an arm around Qian Yuhan as they headed toward the cafeteria, his hunger overwhelming him with a singular thought: food. While on their way to the cafeteria, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, the two brothers, caught up with them. Just after the friendly competition concluded, they had learned that the duo had already departed as they made their way from the observation platform to the waiting area for classes 1 and 2. Prompting their hurried chase, "Old Four, you're impressive. The term prodigy suits you perfectly," Tang Xian gasped as he caught his breath and patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder. "Not really. It's just that my martial soul is a bit better." Qian Yuhan replied modestly, "By the way, what is your martial soul? It seems to hold a suppressive force against both my brothers and my Haotian hammer." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian quickly inquired further. "Haotian hammer? So you two are disciples of the Haotian sect?" He recalled that in the novels he had read, the Haotian sect was renowned as the #1 sect, although it had ultimately retreated from the world under pressure from the martial soul hall. "My martial soul is, the bright divine sword." The bright divine sword. The revelation left the three present utterly astonished. Wow. Although I've never heard of it, just the presence of the word divine makes it sound incredibly formidable. Muchan remarked, "Old Four, could it be that you possess a divine-level martial soul?" Tang Chun, typically reserved, could not help but ask, "I'm not entirely sure. Are you a full innate soul power?" Muchan pressed on. "Ah, yes, I have full innate soul power at level 10. Qian Yuhan responded directly. He had been advised by Qian Mo not to disclose that he possessed full innate soul power at level 20. So he opted for a more conservative approach. That must be a top-tier weapon martial soul. If it were a divine-level martial soul, I've heard that one would need to have innate full soul power at level 20. Muchan explained. Tang Xian and Tang Chun nodded in agreement, with Tang Xian adding, "Both Tang Chun and I possess mutated martial souls. Mine is the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer, while his is the earth-shaking Haotian hammer. Fortunately, they mutated positively, enhancing our martial soul quality, and we also have full innate soul power at level 10. Qian Yuhan exclaimed, "Goodness! Room 101 is no longer merely peculiar, but a veritable collection of prodigies. A dormitory filled with full innate soul power. It's beyond imagination. My martial soul is inherited from my father's Golden Crocodile King, a top-tier beast martial soul." Golden Crocodile King? Qian Yuhan felt a sense of familiarity with this martial soul. Muchan continued, "My father is the current second elder of the martial soul hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo. Chunyu," Qian Yuhan gasped, "is the son of Golden Crocodile Uncle? No wonder the name of this martial soul sounds so familiar. It appears Golden Crocodile Uncle has not mentioned my name at home. That's good. Have you communicated our situation to your father?" Qian Yuhan inquired. "Not yet. I'll tell him when I go home this weekend." "Don't worry, Old Four. I'll definitely ask him to help you establish connections so you can directly join the Martial Soul Hall as a leader in the future. Ha ha ha. Qian Yuhan mused. Golden Crocodile Uncle knows I'm studying at the Martial Soul Hall Academy, but he likely isn't aware that I've concealed my identity, that I trust that when Muchan informs him, he will understand my reasons for doing so. I only hope that he doesn't inadvertently expose my identity out of shock. As Qian Yuhan contemplated this, he heard Tang Xian ask, "Your father's name is Chun Yu. Why do you go by Muchan? Is your surname Mu?" Upon hearing Tang Xian's question, Muchan's expression darkened as he slowly replied, "My mother faced complications during childbirth. She passed away shortly after I was born. My father, in deep sorrow and longing for my deceased mother, chose to honor her memory by giving me her surname. That I'm sorry, and no worries," Muchan reassured him. The four engaged in lively conversation, their camaraderie evident that a cacophony of noise erupted nearby. As the four approached, they discovered a cluster of girls forming a tight circle at the center of this gathering. A girl squatted down, her body curled tightly, her hands shielding her head as if she wished to disappear entirely. Her posture exuded fragility and helplessness, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Surrounding her, the other girls stood in close proximity, leaving no room for the girl in the middle to escape. Their expressions were serious and focused, seemingly exerting some form of pressure or intimidation upon her. The entire scene was steeped in an atmosphere of tension and unease, creating a stifling sensation. "You freak! Who do you think you are looking like that? How'd a useless waste with only level 1 innate soul power even get in here? Did you sell your body? Truly unfortunate for your frail form." "I'm not," the girl squatting replied weakly, but it was evident her words fell on deaf ears. "Honestly, doing this at just 8 years old. TSK. Just get lost. Being in the same school as you is just bad luck." "Exactly, bad luck. Hurry up and scram." One girl, resembling a ball, shoved the seated girl, and since she had been squatting, the force of the push caused her to topple over. Unable to bear the sight, Qian Yuhan was about to step forward when Muchan held him back, turning with a hint of anger to ask, "Third brother, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" "Fourth brother, please calm down," Muchan whispered in Qian Yuhan's ear, then pointed to a girl among the group who had an alluring figure, dressed in a black gown adorned with jewels, clearly the leader of the pack. "Do you see that woman in the black dress? The one flaunting herself?" "Yes, what about her?" "Do you know her?" Muchan nodded and said, "That girl is in our grade, also a newcomer from Class 5, named Wei Na. The others are likely her followers. She comes from a prominent background, being the daughter of the Wei family, the head of the family in Wuhuan City. They are quite wealthy with a super Douluo in the family. Not a worshipped elder of the Spirit Hall, but even those elders must show him respect." "Ah, the Wei family, just like the Dai family, it seems," Qian Yuhan scoffed coldly. "I will intervene today," as soon as Qian Yuhan declared. He broke free from Muchan's grasp and strode towards a group of girls. "Stop right there," Qian Yuhan shouted sternly. "And who are you?" The leader, Wei Na, retorted that I am someone you cannot provoke. Oh, someone I cannot provoke? What's your name? Let me see if I can afford to provoke you, Wei Na mocked. Ha 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 ha. Come on, big sister. Don't bother with him that we still have to deal with this little wench, one of her followers joked. Qian Yuhan's expression turned icy. Just then, Muchan's voice broke through. I am Muchan Oh, you think you can provoke me? Miss Wei Na? Muchan? He is my brother, we brothers stand united, so, what, can you still afford to provoke us? Muchan interrupted Wei, not directly. No, then don't you dare linger before me. Muchan interrupted again, his voice low and firm. The aura emanating from him was no less formidable than Qian Yuhan's. We are leaving now, he said, signaling to the girls behind him, and they dispersed in a hurry, while Wei Na hastily made her escape. Qian Yuhan sighed deeply. In this world, one must possess some strength. Without strength or background, it is akin to living in hell. Chapter 32. Fanya in the Ice God sect of the Heaven Dou Empire. Have you met the Ice God Douluo? The Qing Fengduo asked as he and the Tianwei Duo approached Ouyang Jie, who was seated on the throne, bowing slightly in greeting. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed offerings. Since you are brothers with my elder offering, we are also brothers, so there is no need for such ceremony. What brings you both to my humble abode? The Qing Fengduo replied. Then I shall address you as Brother Ouyang. The ice god Dou nodded, smiling. Before our elder departed, he expressed a desire for my family's young master to attend the Heaven Dou Royal Academy for studies. Ah, is that the only matter? I was just pondering why, with the school year underway, I had not heard of Xiao Han's arrival. I was about to send someone to inquire at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy about the situation. Has something happened? Ouyang Jia, evidently anxious, interrupted as soon as the name Qian Mo was mentioned. No, brother Ouyang, please do not worry. Let us finish. Brother Ouyang, the enrollment age for the Heaven Dou Royal Academy is 12. And Yuhan is only just 8.5, clearly not eligible. However, our Wuhan Hall Academy allows admission at 8 years old, but we several offerings discussed and decided to have Yuhan study at the Wuhan Hall Academy. This way, we can also take care of him. We would appreciate your assistance, Brother Ouyang. Before the ice god Douluo could say more, he thought of the conducive learning environment at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy compared to the Wuhan Hall Academy, where several offerings could protect him, thus alleviating concerns. He continued, "Then thank you for looking after my young nephew. Brother Ouyang, you flatter us that why Yuhan is a child we have watched grow up. You need not worry." In a bedroom within the ice god sect, "Miss, we have investigated thoroughly. That boy named Qin Yuhan, one of the three, is attending the Wuhan Hall Academy, in Class 1, reported a person clad in a blue cloak. Kneeling respectfully, Ouyang Luoxu nodded and replied, "Understood. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now." The blue-cloaked attendant hesitated before adding, "It seems that the one named Qian Yuhan has some background, miss. Leave." Ouyang Luoxu commanded. With a martial soul like that, how could he lack a background? Once the attendant departed, Ouyang Luoxu murmured to herself, "The Wuhan Hall Academy." Qian Yuhan and his companions approached the girl who had fallen to the ground. Upon seeing them approach, the girl visibly trembled. "Don't be afraid. It's all right now." They have left. Qian Yuhan reassured her. "I am Qian Yuhan. This is Muchan." The two with somewhat lewd vibes are Tang Xian and Tang Chun. "We mean you no harm." Thank you. The girl murmured, keeping her head down. "Are you a newcomer this year? Which class are you in?" The girl nodded. "I am in class 1. How come I haven't seen you today?" "What is your name?" "Fanya." Upon hearing this name, Qian Yuhan felt a sense of familiarity. Fanya, with the surname Fong. Senior Fong Qing also has the surname Fong. I believe he mentioned having a younger sister. "How do you know? Do you know my brother?" Upon realizing that Qian Yuhan seemed to know her brother, her previously vigilant heart eased considerably. "Yes, we chatted together before," Qian Yuhan confirmed with a nod. Tang Xian, perplexed, inquired, "Fanya, why were they bullying you?" "I don't know," she replied. "I met them during registration, but did not engage much. That I sensed their ill intentions and tried to avoid them. Yet, they have been bothering me for the past 2 days." Fanya's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. It was surprising to witness a girl in such a predicament. I know Wei Na has a lofty self-regard and is quite conceited. "I never anticipated her engaging in school bullying," Muchan expressed indignantly. Before he could finish, Qian Yuhan interrupted, "Third brother, don't mention this to your family. Helping her for a moment won't solve her problems in the long run." Turning back to Fanya, he asked, "Earlier, they mentioned your innate soul power is level 1. What is the story behind that?" Faced with Qian Yuhan's inquiry, Fanya lowered her head once more. After a brief pause, as if steeling herself, she lifted her gaze to look at Qian Yuhan and the others, saying, "When I awakened my martial soul, it mutated and became sealed, turning into a small chick. Ordinarily, my family awakens the red flame, phoenix, martial soul, which is prone to mutations. Some mutations are harmless, like my brother's transformation into a black fire phoenix. However, my martial soul's mutation is indeed fatal. Fongqing possesses the black fire phoenix, martial soul. My martial soul initially held a faint hint of divine beast phoenix power, but it only lasted an instant before vanishing. Consequently, both my soul power and martial soul became exceedingly weak." Listening to Fanya's account, the three of them felt a deep sense of empathy, lamenting her plight. Why were there 3 of them? As Muchan observed Fanya's chapped lips, he decided to fetch her a drink. He hurried back, presenting a bottle of beverage to her. "Thank you." Fanya replied with a faint smile. In that instant, Muchan was momentarily stunned, his gaze ensnared by the enchanting radiance of her smile. It was a smile as beautiful and captivating as blossoms in spring, seemingly capable of dispelling all gloom and sorrow. Her eyes sparkled with warmth and clarity, resembling two brilliant stars, twinkling with an alluring glow. At that moment, he forgot everything around him. All that existed in his vision was Fang Ye's exquisite visage. Her lips curved upward slightly, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, gleaming like pearls, and Muchan felt as though he had encountered the most beautiful sight in the world. His heart racing uncontrollably, he inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure, yet the excitement within him was impossible to suppress. Observing Muchan's dazed expression, Qian Yuhan and the others exchanged amused glances, with Qian Yuhan saying to Tang Xian, "It seems your lecherous friend is about to change allegiances. Ha ha ha." Tang Xian, hearing Qian Yuhan's teasing and glancing at Muchan's state, burst into laughter. Fangya, noticing Muchan's bewilderment, covered her mouth, her smile growing even brighter, contemplating, "This boy named Muchan is quite interesting. Let us not stand here foolishly any longer. Come, let us head to the cafeteria. Today's treat is on me," Qian Yuhan said, patting Muchan on the shoulder and addressing Fangya, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun. Upon regaining his senses, Muchan eagerly exclaimed, "Sure, sure." The two brothers Tang Xian and Tang Chun chimed in, "Okay." Fangya's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit shy, she lowered her head, her gaze flickering as if she were not entirely accustomed to such situations. She gently bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and unease. Yet not wanting to dampen Qian Yuhan's spirits, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. Is your brother not competent enough? In the cafeteria, Muchan appeared unusually enthusiastic, repeatedly inquiring about Fang Ye's culinary preferences. After a while, he began to introduce the various dishes, analyzing their benefits and effects. Through casual conversation with Qian Yuhan and the others, Fangya learned that Tang Xian and Tang Chun were disciples of the Haoyan sect from the Tiando Empire. Qian Yuhan was rather mysterious, seemingly living solely with his father, and Muchan had the most impressive background, being the son of a revered figure in the spirit hall. Fangya gazed at the animated individual before her, warmth and joy swelling within her. She listened intently to every word he spoke, and Muchan was passionately sharing his knowledge with Fangya, seemingly eager to impart everything he knew. His gestures were exaggerated and vivid. Infectious in his exuberance, Fangya gently covered her mouth and laughed. Her laughter was bright and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. Her smile blossomed like flowers in spring, beautiful and captivating, refreshing the air around them. Not only did Fangya possess a breathtaking beauty, but she also exuded grace and politeness. Her demeanor was elegant and poised, revealing a unique charm in her words and actions. Her gentleness and kindness instilled a profound sense of comfort and security in those around her. This made Qian Yuhan even more disdainful of those associated with Wei Na, feeling an urge to defend Fangya, a fellow student facing adversity. Why should she be bullied unjustly, simply because she possesses a beauty that surpasses theirs? What sort of mindset is this? Believing one can only be superior, while anyone slightly better must be targeted? During the meal, Muchan inquired, "Fangya, where is your brother? Isn't he here with you?" Fangya shook her head and replied, "My brother can't always be by my side, although he is only a year older than I. He also helps with some family matters. Is your family involved in business?" Muchan asked, "No. Someone in my family works within the Spear Hall, and there are often many matters to attend to. My brother assists with some simple tasks," Fangya explained. Qian Yuhan, listening to their conversation, recalled that Fang Qing had previously mentioned a connection to the Spear Hall, and it seemed Fangya was not fully aware of this. Muchan continued, "Then you should hurry and find your brother. He ought to help you vent your frustrations." Fangya shook her head again. "I don't wish to disturb him. Well, I went to find him in the cafeteria before. He sent me back to the dormitory. I'm unsure of what he has been busy with lately. Your brother seems rather incompetent then. He doesn't even care when his sister is bullied." Muchan exclaimed indignantly, "It's not his fault. He has his own plans. He generally doesn't share what he is doing with us. Although he has always been somewhat distant, I sense he might be trying to distance himself from me. Perhaps due to my martial spirit," she replied. "What's wrong with having a martial spirit? Just because someone has a better one doesn't make them superior," just as Muchan was about to continue. A female voice interrupted from nearby. Qian Yuhan rolled his eyes, already aware of who was approaching. Qian Yuhan, you're here. May I sit here? The newcomer was Hu Lin Air. She placed her tray on the table. Her inquiry was more of a notification than a request. Yes, soon as she sat down, she remarked, Are you all having a gathering, Muchan? Hu Lin Air's gaze fell on Muchan, who, upon hearing his name, looked up. Their eyes met, causing Muchan to blush and turn his head away, internally lamenting, How did I manage to resist the allure of this campus beauty earlier? Before turning away, he nodded in response to Hu Lin Air's question that Hu Lin Air did not tease him further, instead noticing the girl seated across from Muchan, who was keeping her head down while eating. Who is this? She asked. Fanya, hesitant to speak for fear that Hu Lin Air might be like Wei Na, remained silent. Qian Yuhan seemed to sense Fanya's apprehension and answered on her behalf. This is Fanya, a classmate of ours. Strange, I didn't TC her during class this morning or the friendly match this afternoon, Qian Yuhan pondered, just as he was about to continue assisting Fanya. She raised her head and interjected, Thank you, Yuhan, that I'll introduce myself to Lin Air. You know me? Hu Lin Air inquired. Fanya smiled gently and replied, You're the campus beauty. How could I not recognize you? Hearing Fanya, an exquisite beauty, compliment her, Hu Lin Air felt a bit bashful and responded, Thank you. You're quite beautiful as well. This morning I was lured into a study room by Wei Na from class 5. And she forced me to help her with an assignment from her teacher. I spent the entire morning finishing IT noon. I encountered my brother acting suspiciously, and he sent me back to my dormitory. In the afternoon, I went to the Seoul fighting area, but only to watch, she recounted, a bitter smile crossing her face. When I left, I was cornered again by Wei Na and her followers. If it weren't for Qian Yuhan and the others, I would have probably been bullied again. Fanya didn't hold back, sharing all that had transpired that day. Hu Lin Air's expression turned furious. That Wei Na is truly outrageous. I can't believe she behaves so recklessly at home and still doesn't hold back at school. Doesn't she fear bringing shame to her family? Do you know her? Qian Yuhan asked. That Hu Lin Air nodded. Before school, our families were close, and we often played together. Sigh. She's like this. Somewhat of a bully. Indeed, she does seem that way. Muchan added. Hu Lin Air turned to Muchan and remarked, You're quite impressive, aren't you? The golden crocodile king martial spirit is quite comparable to one of the revered figures in the spirit hall. You know that the revered figure in the spirit hall possesses the golden crocodile king martial spirit. Muchan exclaimed, How could I not? My grandfather fought alongside that revered figure against enemies before. Hu Lin Air replied. Qian Yuhan chuckled to himself, amused by the realization that Muchan was the child of the golden crocodile, meaning Hu Lin Air's grandfather was of the same generation as Muchan's father. By the way, this semester, we have an outdoor practical exercise. Groups of 6 can cross classes, shall we? Really? We were unaware of this, Tang Xian responded. Sounds good. Tang Xian replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. All right then, Qian Yuhan said nonchalantly. Muchan nodded in agreement. Everyone turned to Fanya, who shyly said, I think I'll pass. You should find someone stronger. I'm afraid I hold you back. Fanya's face revealed embarrassment as she spoke. However, Hu Lin Air immediately rose and sat beside Fanya, grasping her hand in reassurance. It's all right. I don't believe you'll hold anyone back. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. I believe you have your own unique charm. Hu Lin Air earnestly gazed at Fanya, genuinely encouraging her, not merely putting on an act. Qian Yuhan observed Hu Lin Air, thinking, this Hu Lin Air is quite understanding. Unlike Wei Na, she is not arrogant and conceited, which is refreshing. Fanya looked at Hu Lin Air and said, Thank you, Lin Air, then turned to the others. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions encouraging. Thank you all. I'm in. Chapter 34. A letter signed by Snow the Quartet from Dormitory 101 parted ways with Hu Lin Air and Fanya outside the dining hall. Hu Lin Air felt an endless urge to converse with Fanya, tirelessly sharing her tales. Fanya, showing no signs of impatience, listened intently to Hu Lin Air recounting her fascinating encounters. After Fanya agreed to team up for outdoor practical training during the semester, Hu Lin Air clung to her side, chatting all the way from their meal to the entrance of the dining hall, hand in hand as they strolled towards the girls' dormitory. Qian Yuhan. Let us call it being sociable. If we're being blunt, it's just social anxiety. Qian Yuhan watched as his good friend Muchan, in a daze, trailed behind Fangya and Hu Linner, reaching out to pull him back. Come on, don't get carried away. Keep walking like that, and you'll end up getting reprimanded by Uncle Jean. Realizing he had let something slip, Qian Yuhan quickly covered his mouth. What did you just say? Muchan inquired. Nothing. Nothing at all. Qian Yuhan forced an awkward laugh. He had just mentioned that if Muchan continued following them, he would be reprimanded, and Uncle Jean, he would find out. But it seemed he had momentarily lost his train of thought. Tang Chin suddenly interjected, Uncle Jean, You dare call my dad Uncle Jean, Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan quickly replied, Come on. Didn't you say your dad is the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall? We're brothers now. Calling him Uncle isn't out of line, right? Muchan pondered this for a moment and agreed. But continued, it's fine to say that privately, but if you meet him, you must address him as Golden Crocodile Douluo. When I visited the Golden Crocodile Hall, he insisted I call him the second offering. Yes, just someone who cares about his image. Qian Yuhan remarked. No wonder he always looks so stern when I call him Uncle Jean. I started calling him that to annoy him. And over time, he got used to it. Though Muchan was the son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Yuhan had never met him before coming to the academy, given Qian Yuhan's prestigious status. Even offerings and elders had to seek Qian Mo's consent to meet him, let alone Muchan and the others. Thus, only high-ranking officials in the Spirit Hall were aware of the young master's existence. And only a select few, such as offerings, the top 10 elders, and the Pope, knew his true name. The Spirit Hall's strict confidentiality system regarding ranks is one of the reasons it has stood firm on the Douluo continent for a millennium. Many have dedicated their lives in pursuit of this pinnacle of power without achieving much. Understood, I'll be cautious when I encounter him, Qian Yuhan acknowledged Muchan's warning. Just moments ago, he had been sweating nervously, not wanting to reveal his identity after hiding it for so long. In his view, not exposing his identity to hone his skills was one aspect, while the thrill of playing the role of the pig to eat a tiger was equally appealing. Watching the likes of Dai Xingxi and Weina perform like clowns before him was quite entertaining. Yet, there was genuine frustration. If he didn't conceal his identity, would Dai Xingxi dare to act so brazenly against him? If Fangya hadn't suffered from a martial soul mutation, resulting in her innate soul power being only level 1, would she be bullied by Weina and her ilk? In this world, one must possess both status and strength to live a grounded life. As Qian Yuhan pondered these thoughts, Tang Xian patted him on the shoulder, saying, Stop thinking about Hu Linner. Let us head back to the dorm. I was thinking about her, but don't bother explaining. We all understand that you're no different from the third one, Tang Xian teased. Qian Yuhan was momentarily speechless. Further explanation would only complicate matters. Let it be as it is that as the four arrived at the entrance of the dormitory matron called out to them, Wait a moment, which dormitory are you from? We're from 101. Muchan replied, and the other three nodded in agreement. The sudden inquiry left them somewhat bewildered. That's right, I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Earlier this afternoon, someone delivered a letter, saying it was for Qian Yuhan from dormitory 101. I've been waiting for you to hand it over. I'm off duty in a few days, so I wanted to get it to you quickly. I've been waiting for nearly 2 hours now. Finally, you're here. Who is Qian Yuhan? After explaining, the matron inquired again. I am. Qian Yuhan said, stepping forward. The matron thought to herself, this young man is rather handsome. Take this, I must be off now. I need to hurry home. With that, she swiftly departed. The life of a working person is tough. Poor matron. Back in the dormitory, Qian Yuhan approached his desk, seated himself, and retrieved the envelope from his pocket. This a love letter from some girl. Sorry for the direct delivery. It went to the dormitory matron instead. Truly bold of her. Honestly, why has no one ever written me a love letter? You capture the school bell, but you mustn't play both sides, understood? Fourth, ignoring Tang Xian and Muchan's teasing, Qian Yuhan opened the envelope and pulled out the letter, noticing a snowflake symbol in the upper left corner. There was no signature. Who sent this? He muttered, glancing at the neat handwriting, which did not resemble his own. Muchan seemed to catch on to a detail and asked directly to its nothing. You all should get some rest. Qian Yuhan opted not to elaborate. Deep down, he wished this letter had been penned by his long-lost father, but the clean and tidy script suggested otherwise. It was likely written by a girl. The letter read, Qian Mo. Hello. By the time you open this letter, it signifies the continuation of our fate. Our first meeting was already a kind of destiny. Perhaps you may not remember me, but I would like to be your friend, someone with whom you can share your joys and sorrows. Would that be all right? I feel so lonely. In reality, I have no one to confide in. Those around me are insincerely kind, and I can't discern the truth from the falsehoods anymore. Perhaps our chance encounter inspires me to try this method, writing letters without meeting, thereby avoiding the complications of reality. Let us be pen pals and see if we can become true friends in the future. Consider it a small experiment that if you're not interested, you can stop reading here, and you may tear up this letter without a second thought. But if you agree, then we are pen pals, and you may continue reading. Next to the entrance of the Spirit Hall Academy, there's a small mailbox, deep blue in color. I've included a special piece of paper in this envelope. Only this paper can be used for that mailbox. Please reply using that paper, and I will send you more of it later. Each morning at 8, someone will come to collect the letters, so make sure to drop yours in before then. Every afternoon at 6, someone will deliver the letters, and you can simply pick yours up then. And don't be late. I'm not sure what to write for my first letter. Things have been overwhelming lately. There are some pests at school that are driving me mad. Do you have any suggestions on how to make them leave me alone? Also, I'm quite curious about the Spirit Hall Academy. What essay day in your school like? I look forward to your reply. You can call me Snow. Snow, smiley face emoji, chapter 35, feelings towards her after reading the entire letter. Qian Mo chuckled to himself, thinking, this Snow is rather interesting. He took out the mysterious piece of letter paper from the envelope and was astonished. Is this paper really that cold? He picked up his pen and began to write a reply. In his letter, Qian Mo recounted his experiences upon arriving at the school, including his encounter with Dai Xingxi, the peculiarities of his roommates in Dormitory 101, and his interactions with Fangya during the friendship match. That he also expressed his strong disdain for the behavior of the privileged second-generation officials who bullied others at will, along with some of his personal thoughts. After finishing the letter, he folded the paper neatly, planning to drop it into the mailbox before class the next morning. Once done, Qian Mo crawled into bed, staring at the ceiling for a while, not realizing when he drifted off to sleep. The first semester at the academy passed swiftly, filled with daily routines of cultivating soul power in the morning, attending classes with his roommates throughout the day, and occasionally challenging his friends in the soul fighting arena at night. At tea times, during weekends when there are no classes, the residents of Dormitory 101 would invite Hu Liner and a few male friends to enjoy some leisure time together. Thus, 2 months passed, during which Dai Xingxi would frequently come to vex Qian Mo, while Vina continued to harass Fangya, just as before. Qian Mo, though not devoid of temper, chose to endure in silence. In her heart, she believed that such individuals would inevitably face consequences for their actions, and Muchan consistently encouraged Fangya, reminding her that the academy harbored not only darkness, but also the genuine care and mutual support of good friends, which were the true treasures of their experience. Through these 2 months of interaction with Muchan and others, Fangya gradually recognized the sincere efforts of her friends and became increasingly optimistic and cheerful. Muchan's spirit power rose from level 29 to level 32, thus obtaining her 3rd spirit ring and achieving the rank of Spirit Master. Tang Xian found himself a little girlfriend, who, while perhaps not as striking as Hu Liner or Fangya, was still quite charming. His spirit power cultivation progressed to level 29, just a step away from a breakthrough. Tang Xian's life remained largely unchanged, occasionally interjecting with a word or two, yet he was the fastest among them in spirit power advancement, having surged from level 27 to 31 in just 2 months, reaching the status of Spirit Master. A month prior, he had acquired a 3rd spirit ring that was 4,000 years old. During these 2 months, Qian Mo focused solely on solidifying her own abilities, elevating her spirit power from level 32 to 34. Except for Tang Xian, all residents of Dormitory 101 had reached the rank of Spirit Master, and Hu Liner was on the verge of breaking through herself, with the event expected to occur in just a few days. Simultaneously, Qian Mo's correspondence with Shui had never ceased over the past 2 months. As if there were endless topics to discuss with this mysterious pen pal, Qian Yuhan also developed peculiar feelings for Hu Liner during this time. He discovered that Hu Liner came from a somewhat distinguished family, yet exhibited no airs of a spoiled heiress. Often going out of her way to assist fellow students from impoverished backgrounds who sought to gain an education. Qian Yuhan observed all of this, leading to a transformed perception of Hu Liner compared to their initial meeting. Uncertain whether he had developed feelings for her, he found himself conflicted, fearing that a moment of impulsive misunderstanding could ruin their friendship entirely. This sense of anxiety had been troubling Qian Yuhan lately. He had also shared his thoughts with Xue in their letters, but she rarely elaborated on the matter, typically brushing it aside with a few casual words that on November 9 th. 8028 in the Douluo calendar. A plain and unassuming Friday afternoon, Zhou Yu, after completing the day's lessons, rallied the class for the upcoming midterm outdoor practical exercise. Children, next Friday marks the Academy's most distinctive outdoor combat drill, an annual event that varies by grade level. This time, we shall venture to the Sunset Forest. Upon hearing this name, Qian Yuhan's mind raced. Sunset Forest? The Eye of Ice and Fire. According to the rules, it was permissible to team up across classes, and he noticed that the students from their class had already formed their own teams, readying themselves. This is your first outdoor practical drill. There's no need to fear. The Academy has chosen a safe location for you. And as long as you don't stray off course, there will be no life-threatening dangers. Rest assured. By the way, a few of our classmates have already reached the status of Spirit Master, which is excellent. Those who haven't broken through yet need not worry. This event is a splendid opportunity for you to elevate yourselves and overcome your limitations. That's all I have to say. Class dismissed. As the dismissal call echoed, everyone rushed out in a flurry. Qian Yuhan and Hu Liner walked side by side down the corridor of the teaching building. Liner, you must seize this opportunity. It is a perfect chance for a breakthrough. Qian Yuhan urged. Their relationship was on the brink of blossoming, and in this world, there was no concept of early romance. Yet, Qian Yuhan was still adjusting, trying to discern whether their connection was that of friends or something more profound. Hu Liner smiled and replied, "What? Do you doubt my capabilities? If I wish to break through, it shall be effortless." While Qian Yuhan would find such a statement distasteful if uttered by someone like Vina, Hu Liner's words carried a different charm, playful even. What were his feelings for her? He felt he was beginning to grasp the answer. Hu Liner understood Qian Yuhan's hesitance and was not in a rush for him to decide, allowing him the space to contemplate their relationship. Yet, she harbored her own inner turmoil, a secret conflict known solely to herself. After dining, Qian Yuhan and Hu Liner returned to their dormitory, where they found Tang Xian grinning foolishly, while Tang Chen looked on, bemused by his brother's antics. Big brother, so he had just gifted him something, and he's been overjoyed for nearly half an hour. Ah, the bliss of a man in love, Qian Yuhan remarked, observing Tang Xian's goofy expression. And what about you? Aren't you the same with Hu Liner? Tang Chen teased, devoid of sentiment. My relationship with Liner, I just don't understand what you're still contemplating. If you like her, why not confess boldly? Qian Yuhan pondered. Confess boldly? Do I truly like her? Yes, I certainly do, and I don't wish for my indecision to lead to misunderstandings that might cost me her friendship. I will confess after next week as practical drill. Qian Yuhan silently resolved to do so. As the week passed, Thursday arrived, the day before their outdoor drill. Qian Yuhan busied himself in the dormitory, ensuring he had packed everything correctly before stepping outside for a stroll. He glanced at Muchan, Tang Xian, and Tang Chen, who were still tidying up, and bid them farewell before heading out, wandering aimlessly along the Academy's paths. He sighed as he saw his shadow under the streetlights. Qian Yuhan had harbored feelings for Hu Liner for some time, yet he was still merely an 8-year-old child. Nevertheless, he understood that he was still too young for romance, which seemed somewhat unrealistic. In his view, at 8, one should focus on learning and growth rather than becoming entangled in emotional affairs. This belief was deeply ingrained within him, preventing him from crossing that boundary. Each time he encountered Hu Liner, his heart raced, and his cheeks flushed. He silently observed her every action, noting her likes and interests, though he recognized this behavior might be seen as childish or laughable. He could not suppress his emotions. Simultaneously, Qian Yuhan began to ponder the nature of his feelings for Hu Liner. Was it merely a fondness or genuine love? He was uncertain, having never experienced such feelings before. Regardless, he wished to safeguard this affection, ensuring it remained unscathed in the original world. Romantic relationships at the age of 15 or 16 were often deemed early, let alone at 8 as he walked, kicking pebbles along the way. He recalled Tang Xian's word from a few days prior. Isn't it common for 8-year-olds to date? In our sect, there are several villages where kids as young as 15 or 16 are already marrying and having children. Qian Yuhan mused, "It seems I'm still influenced by my original world. Since I have come to this new world, I must adapt quickly to its changes in all aspects of life." As he continued to stroll, Qian Yuhan found himself at the Angel Plaza, the iconic structure of the Wuhuan Temple Academy and one of the landmarks of Wuhuan City. Douluo, Junior Yuhan, a voice suddenly called from behind. Turning, he saw it was Fong Qing. "What brings you here alone?" Lost in thought, Qian Yuhan shook his head. Adjusting his demeanor, he did not wish for Fong Qing to know his inner feelings, as their relationship was merely that of senior and junior, lacking the intimacy shared with Muchan and others. Thus, it was preferable for fewer people to be privy to his thoughts that I heard you all are heading to the Sunset Forest tomorrow. Ah, yes. Fong mentioned it to you, right? Qian Yuhan assumed this to be true, only to be surprised when Fong Qing shook his head. No, it was a good friend of yours in your year who told me. My relationship with my sister isn't particularly close. My family just want me to look after her at the academy. Qian Yuhan was taken aback. Was this really a brother? However, it made sense, perhaps due to Fong Ye's innate spirit power being only at level 1. If their relationship were to be discovered by others in the academy, Fong Qing would likely find it difficult to hold his head high. Thus, in the academy, one becomes estranged from their sister. Nevertheless, Qian Yuhan felt that Fong Qing was being somewhat excessive with him. Brother Fong Qing, I must take my leave now. I have some matters to attend to. Let's chat again when we have the chance. Goodbye. Qian Yuhan hurriedly concluded the conversation and departed in haste. Observing the spot where Qian Yuhan had vanished, Fong Qing's lips curved into a faint smile. The following morning, Qian Yuhan took the letter he had written the previous day and, while out for a morning jog, dropped it into the mailbox. This time, he wrote little, merely informing Xue that he might not be able to write for the next few days due to the necessity of participating in practical training in the forest. As an explanation was a sign of respect towards the recipient, at 8 o'clock in Angel Square. First-year students from various classes were lined up in front of the statue of Qian Mo for attendance. Han Xue stood at the very front of the formation, exuding an authoritative presence that silenced all present. A.S. the class leader of Class 1. Qian Yuhan stood at the forefront of the line, observing Han Xue and reflecting. No matter which world it is, the intimidation factor of a dean is equally formidable. Class 1, present. Class 2, present, Director. Class 7, one person is missing, Director Han. One person missing, who has not arrived. Liu Yu did. Oh, very well. Expel him. The crowd reacted with shock. Expelled? Just like that. That poor fellow is in quite a predicament. Goodness, being expelled for one tardiness. How ruthless. The murmurs of the crowd erupted. Silence. Han Xue amplified her voice with soul power, instantly quelling the discussions. This is a warning to deter others. Those who are not punctual will never achieve great things. If you cannot manage something as simple as arriving on time for a significant gathering, what else can you accomplish? I have turned a blind eye to your tardiness in class, but for such important assemblies, I have zero tolerance. Report. A voice pierced through the crowd, belonging to none other than the late Liu Yu. Liu Yu? Yes, Director. Liu Yu seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation. Liu Yu, you've been expelled. Liu Yu? Director Han, may I know the reason? Liu Yu, I have zero tolerance for tardiness at such significant gatherings. Your actions cannot be forgiven this time. Those standing in the front row could see Liu Yu trembling, as if on the verge of an outburst. Director Han, you cannot expel me. I need a reason. On my way here, a senior collapsed, and there was no one around. So I carried him to the infirmary, which delayed me a bit. That if you don't believe me, you can ask the doctor at the infirmary. Being able to speak so confidently, she decided to believe him this once. However, a punishment could not be overlooked. Upon your return, you will have to stay for detention every Saturday night. Liu Yu let out a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Qian Yuhan watched this scene, often witnessed in the original world, and chuckled. It seems this drama unfolds in every realm. After this brief interlude, each class, under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers, boarded the assigned soul-guided flying ships. Once everyone was on board, the ships took flight, heading straight for the Sunset Forest. Through the glass windows, they gazed down upon the martial spirit city. The outdoor practical exercises were about to commence. Chapter 37. Instinctive Actions in the Ice God Sect of the Qian Mo Empire. Within a room that starkly contrasted its surroundings, one could immediately see a grand bed adorned with various plush toys upon entering. Opposite the bed stood an enormous dressing table where an exceptionally beautiful woman was reading something. This woman was Ouyang Luoxue, the young lady of the Ice God Sect. Sunset Forest? Ouyang Luoxue murmured softly while glancing at the letter in her hand. Subsequently, she seemed to ponder something in silence, her sparkling eyes darting to the side as if formulating a plan. Old Lu. Ouyang Luoxue raised her head and spoke with a calm demeanor. An elderly man dressed in a deep blue robe appeared in her chamber instantaneously. I am here, Mississippi. What are your instructions? Is the Sunset Forest far from the Ice God Snow Mountain? Miss, it is not far, but today is your birthday, and the sect master has ordered a grand birthday banquet for you. Are you planning to go out? That might not be appropriate. IT is nothing. Will not delay matters. I will return by evening. What birthday banquet? Merely an excuse to make friends. How klitsch deed. Luoxue rolled her eyes in disdain at the notion of the so-called grand birthday celebration. Then, miss, let us depart for the Sunset Forest. We shall go there for some amusement. Miss, I must inform the sect master. Ouyang Luoxue raised her hand, interrupting the elderly man. Old Lu, there is no need to inform him. Let us go. However, this time Ouyang Luoxue fixed a piercing gaze upon Old Lu, and he ceased to speak further. Old Lu thought to himself, regardless, the sect master's command to heed the miss's words and ensure her safety is clear. I fear nothing. Following the miss is my sustenance, and everyone knows the sect master's status before her. Indeed, the renowned ice god Douluo across the continent is a complete daughter slave. Old Lu followed Ouyang Luoxue to an open space outside her chamber, summoning an ice dragon and taking flight towards the Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, the fleet of soul-guided ships from the Martial Spirit Hall Academy slowly descended at the entrance of the Sunset Forest. The sight of this grand fleet left the wandering soul masters at the entrance in utter astonishment. What kind of force is this? So terrifying, 7 soul-guided ships. Are you blind? Did you not see the insignia on the side? This is the fleet of the Martial Spirit Hall Academy. The Martial Spirit Hall Academy. The exceptionally powerful academy. Indeed, I've heard rumors that they are bringing their first-year students here for outdoor practical exercises. First year, they're only 8 years old and already engaging in practical training. Indeed, they must possess extraordinary talent, truly deserving of being the strongest academy on the continent. The surrounding wanderers exchanged comments, and some of their words reached the ears of several students from the Martial Spirit Hall Academy, causing them to stand tall with pride. They thought to themselves, we are the elite of the Martial Spirit Hall Academy. How could we possibly be compared to those ordinary soul masters? They are merely older and possess stronger soul power. At our age, they would only be subject to our beatings. Qian Yuhan shook his head at the haughty demeanor of his classmates from other classes. Observing the newly disembarked students in a state of chaos, Han Shui sighed helplessly. Standing before the crowd, she commanded attention, and all students quickly arranged themselves into orderly lines. Qian Yuhan thought to himself, impressive. That's the feeling. All of them were uniformly clad in the Martial Spirit Hall Academy attire. A black robe adorned with the golden emblem of the Martial Spirit Hall, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. They formed a neat and orderly line at the entrance of the Sunset Forest, resembling a disciplined army ready for action. Each face radiated confidence and pride, as if prepared to face any challenge. Under the command of Director Han Shui, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Zhou Yu, led the class to be the first to enter. The class leader stood at the rear to ensure order. As Qian Yuhan progressed through the line towards the front, Dai Xingxi, positioned at the head of Class 4, called out to him, enjoy this practical exercise to the fullest. Haha. Qian Yuhan chose to ignore such a trivial person. Dai Xingxi, what are you doing? Why are you standing so high in the front? quickly moved to the back, speaking while not in formation. "What do you think you are doing?" Dai Xingxi's mocking demeanor vanished as he reluctantly shuffled to the rear of the line. He had intentionally positioned himself at the front to annoy Qian Yuhan, but he hadn't anticipated that Qian Yuhan would disregard him entirely, leaving him to face reprimands from Han Shui. Class 1, under Zhou Yu's guidance, passed through the entrance of the Sunset Forest. None of them were first-timers in the Soul Beast Forest. Certainly, apart from Fanya, she is currently only at level 5. The vast majority have entered the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul rings under the guidance of powerful individuals at home. Qian Yuhan has indeed ventured into the Soul Beast Forest twice on his own. Becoming increasingly fearless, Qian Yuhan, Hu Lin Air, and Fanya were waiting at the designated meeting point previously arranged with Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Muchan. Muchan soon joined them, greeting Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin Air before hurriedly standing beside Fanya. Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin Air. Following this, as Class 3 moved on, students from Class 4 began to trickle in, and upon seeing the four, Tang Xian and Tang Chun jogged over. Thus, the formation of their 6-member team was complete. Dai Shengxi walked past them, giving Qian Yuhan a thumbs up, only to swiftly turn his thumb down moments later. Qian Yuhan could only smile wryly, thinking him a childish fool. Ignoring him, Qian Yuhan instinctively took Hu Lin Air's hand and ventured deeper into the forest. The remaining 4 paid no heed to Dai Shengxi and followed Qian Yuhan into the depths of the forest. As Qian Yuhan walked ahead, he was oblivious to the fact that he was subconsciously holding Hu Lin Air's hand. Initially, Hu Lin Air felt a slight flush on her cheeks, pondering how bold Qian Yuhan was to hold her hand in front of so many people. Now, she understood that Qian Yuhan's action was entirely instinctive, as his hand was trembling, a sensation she could distinctly feel at this moment. Qian Yuhan's mind was in turmoil. He had not anticipated how he came to be holding Hu Lin Air's hand. When he realized it, he was reluctant to let go, for the feeling of holding hands was undeniably different. In his previous world, he had never even held a girl's hand. This was a first for Qian Yuhan. Leaving him at a loss, his grip trembling, Hu Lin Air, glancing at the seemingly composed Qian Yuhan, smiled subtly. Nothing needed to be said. There was no need for words. Hu Lin Air thought. This guy is getting shy. Chapter 38. Unexpected words. Fourth, you really know how to act. Muchan teased, closely following behind Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin Air. Qian Yuhan turned to Muchan and retorted, "Get lost. What do you mean by that?" His cheeks flushed as he released Hu Lin Air's hand and walked over to Muchan, delivering a playful slap on his shoulder. Scram. "Hey bro, why didn't you bring your little girlfriend along?" Muchan suddenly shifted the topic to Tang Xian. She has already formed her own team. Besides, isn't our group already full? Are we supposed to kick you out? Tang Chun chimed in abruptly, and Muchan was momentarily taken aback by Tang Chen's sudden remark. "Oh no, that can't be. Truly a good brother, looking out for his friends, unlike some people." As he spoke, Muchan cast a glance at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan rolled his eyes in response. Amidst their playful banter, they delved deeper into the forest. The 6 walked along, laughing and chatting, resembling a group on an educational excursion rather than participants in a practical exercise. Suddenly, a considerable rustling sound erupted from a nearby thicket. "Wait, it seems something is surrounding us." Qian Yuhan abruptly called for a halt, his expression turning serious, and Muchan quickly shielded Fanya, the weakest among them, ensuring her protection. Qian Yuhan summoned a purple and 2 black soul rings beneath his feet, but they vanished almost instantaneously. Fourth, what was that just now? Your soul rings. Tang Xian and Tang Chun, standing behind Qian Yuhan, felt as if their eyes were deceiving them. Had they truly seen 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black? What was going on? It appeared that Qian Yuhan had yet to comprehend the significance of the soul rings, but upon hearing Tang Chun mention them, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to take his medicine. Did you guys see? How could I possibly have such an extraordinary soul ring configuration? That would require an immense talent, Qian Yuhan thought, glancing at his elder brothers, who seemed skeptical. Realizing he might not be able to deceive them, he braced himself to confess. Just then, the 2 exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Tang Xian said, "We must have been seeing things. Prepare to face the enemy." Tang Chun promptly reminded Tang Xian, summoning his earth-shattering Haotian hammer. revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, the best possible configuration. Tang Qian followed suit, stamping his right foot, raising his right hand, and calling down a bolt of lightning from the sky. The Haotian hammer in his hand crackled with arcs of electricity, a manifestation of his martial soul, the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer. With 2 yellow soul rings now visible, Tang Qian was on the verge of breaking through level 30, and he intended to seize this opportunity to do so. Tang Qian's innate talent was indeed superior to that of his younger brother, Tang Chun. However, his romantic involvement with Xiaoyu had caused him to neglect his training. Fortunately, a few days prior, Tang Chun, Muchan, and Qian Yuhan had held a small assembly in Dorm 101, effectively rousing him back to his usual training regimen, but he did not seek extensive practice, just a return to his previous routine. But he must not allow it to diminish. Tang Qian's girlfriend, Xiaoyu, also expressed her understanding and support. They would discuss their relationship later. Suddenly, several red demon stone monkeys sprang from the thicket, leaping wildly from tree to tree. Exhibiting a frenzied demeanor oh no, it's the red demon stone monkeys. Fangya, protected by Muchan, pointed at the monkeys perched on the trees. What kind of soul beast is the red demon stone monkey? Muchan inquired, glancing at Fangya. The red demon stone monkey is a gregarious soul beast adept at teamwork. Its crimson fur and skeletal visage inspired the name. This troop must have a leader orchestrating their actions. If we prioritize eliminating it, the rest of the monkeys will likely scatter in chaos and eventually join other groups. How do you know so much? You can identify the soul beast at a glance. Muchan exclaimed, astonished by Fang Ya's extensive knowledge. It's nothing. I've loved reading since childhood and have perused some books on soul beasts in my family's library, she replied. Qian Yuhan was equally astonished, though her words seemed simple and calm. It was this very composure that indicated Fang Ya's impressive knowledge base and memory, enabling her to articulate such information promptly upon encountering reality. Truly astounding. Heaven had closed the door on Fang Ya, yet simultaneously opened a window, so we must locate the leader hiding behind, who Lin Er remarked, absorbing Fang Ya's information. Elder brother, you and I will attack the left. Second brother, you and Lin Er will engage the right. While Muchan protects Fang Ya, Qian Yuhan remained unfazed in the face of the monkey horde, skillfully organizing their assault. Given that the number of monkeys far exceeded their own, creating effective groups for each to tackle would ensure efficiency and prevent the possibility of the opposing monkeys encircling them due to imbalanced combat strength. Understood, the group replied. The divine light sword appeared in Qian Yuhan's hand, radiating brilliance. In an instant, he dashed towards the left flank of the monkey horde. Tang Qian followed closely, gathering strength for a leap into the air. His first yellow soul ring shimmered, activating his first soul skill, Thunder Strike. The heavenly thunder Haotian hammer in Tang Qian's grasp crackled with electricity, resembling a thunder god as he brought it down upon the monkey horde before him. The monkeys, quick to react, scattered to evade the impending blow. However, the power of Tang Qian's Haotian hammer was formidable. His first soul skill enhanced the hammer's electrical properties, delivering a more potent area of effect damage than before. Instantly, a significant number of monkeys were rendered unconscious. The monkey horde, now agitated, descended into chaos. Coupled with the possibility that the monkeys were already under some form of intimidation, they appeared frenzied, as if something terrifying threatened their lives. Recklessly charging towards the group despite the fallen comrades. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan swung his divine light sword vigorously, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the monkey horde. What a fierce attack! This sword energy possesses such formidable power. No wonder this sword martial soul is deserving of the title divine, Tang Qian thought as he witnessed Qian Yuhan's first soul skill being executed. Previously, during the friendly competition, Tang Qian had observed from a distance, and the power of that skill had seemed somewhat diminished due to the distance. Now, witnessing its release up close, he understood why it could so effortlessly breach the defenses of the golden crocodile, King's martial soul. Muchan stood at the rear, employing his second soul skill to fend off the stray adversaries that had slipped through. As they charged forward, they were sent flying back into the fray. Their fates sealed. Behind a distant tree, a figure concealed itself, observing the unfolding battle. Chapter 39. The know-it-all to the right of the monkey troop. Hu Liner and Tang Chun were equally formidable in their assault. Hu Liner unleashed her dual-tailed fox's enchanting ability, deliberately steering clear of Tang Chun to spare him from its effects. For those with weak willpower, Hu Liner's charm rendered them entranced, stripping them of their capacity to retaliate. This was especially true for the simple-minded progenitors of humanity, that a cluster of monkeys stood rigidly under her control, and with a single blow from Tang Chun, they vanished into the delightful illusion that ensnared them. The Monkey King, lurking behind the troop, could no longer remain hidden and leapt forward with urgency. Upon seeing their leader emerge, the other monkeys displayed a newfound calm, instinctively retreating in unison. The Monkey King was not only more robust than its kin, but also towered like a small hill. Its musculature defined and seemingly brimming with boundless strength. Its sturdy limbs resembled colossal tree trunks, each muscle fiber clearly delineated, exuding both explosive power and tension. The girth of these limbs matched that of the smaller monkeys, eliciting awe at its might. As the Monkey King advanced, the ground quaked slightly beneath its weight, as if the earth itself trembled before its majesty. The 8,000-year-old red demon, Stone Monkey King. Fanya remarked from behind the others. Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Hu Liner retreated upon witnessing the emergence of the Monkey King, halting their assault. They were uncertain of the Monkey King's strength. A direct confrontation with Muchan could prove perilous. Should his second soul skill falter against the intensity of the Monkey King's fury, potentially costing them dearly. Thus, to avert unforeseen calamities, they adopted a cautious strategy, regrouping to confront the threat together. Observing Qian Yuhan and the others gear up for battle, Muchan glanced back at the severely injured monkeys behind him. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King let out a thunderous roar, its eyes turning blood-red, emanating a crimson aura of bloodlust. Once a Red Demon Stone monkey reaches around 5,000 years of age, it undergoes a metamorphosis, acquiring a power known as bloodlust. From that point onward, its fur gradually darkens, culminating in a deep crimson hue at the 10,000-year mark. The majority of the Monkey King's fur had already transitioned to this deep red, indicating its cultivation was approximately 8,000 years. Muchan stared in astonishment at Fanya, whom he was protecting, feeling an overwhelming desire to shield her even more. She truly was a wellspring of knowledge. The other four silently commended Fong Ya's erudition. Yet they could not afford to express their admiration, for a glance back could invite the wrath of the Stone Monkey King, but a low, ferocious roar erupted suddenly, reverberating like thunder across the landscape. This bellow seemed to emanate from a massive beast in the abyss, laden with an overwhelming aura of dread. In response to the roar, countless birds erupted from the surrounding trees, fleeing in panic as if startled by the sudden sound. Within the corners of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, members of various teams halted their activities, their faces reflecting surprise and vigilance. Speculation arose regarding the source of the roar. Some believed it to be a warning from a formidable soul beast, while others theorized it was a display of power by some enigmatic entity. Yet, none could ascertain the true nature of the sound. Leaving them to ponder in silence, the Red Demon Stone Monkey King pounded its chest and charged toward Qian Yuhan and his companions. First soul skill. Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan's yellow, first soul ring flickered as he unleashed a blade of energy that struck the Red Demon Stone Monkey King, merely slowing its onslaught. Demon Fox Domain, activate. Hu Liner cast her Demon Fox Domain, yet it appeared ineffective against the bloodlust-infused Monkey King. Realizing the futility, Fanya quickly interjected. Do not release the Demon Fox Domain. It drains your soul power significantly and has no effect on a creature in a bloodlust state. The bloodlust not only enhances physical strength, but also grants immunity to all weakening and controlling effects. Oh, understood. Upon hearing Fanya's warning, Hu Liner promptly dispelled her domain, activating her first soul ring instead. First soul skill, Foxtail Needle. Hu Liner launched her Foxtail Needle, but the Red Demon Stone Monkey King met it head-on, shaking its head to dissipate the attack. Although it sustained injuries, the bloodlust dulled its pain, allowing it to continue its charge. Seeing this, Qian Yuhan activated his purple third soul ring. Radiant Guardian. Qian Yuhan's third soul skill manifested as a humanoid light figure. enveloping the group in its protective embrace, radiating brilliance. The red demon stone Monkey King collided with his spectral form, staggering backward. Soon after, the effects of its bloodlust subsided, leaving it weakened and fatigued. The pain from previous injuries surged forth, causing the beleaguered Monkey King to collapse onto the ground. As Qian Yuhan concluded his skill, Muchan, who had been steadfastly guarding Fangya, felt invigorated by the prospect of engaging the weakened 8,000-year-old soul beast. Having exclusively protected Fangya until now, he was eager to unleash his prowess against this beleaguered opponent. Observing Muchan gathering power for his first soul skill, Qian Yuhan recognized that this blow could deliver a fatal strike to the Monkey King. Just as he intended to call for Muchan to halt, the golden crocodile's tail was already unleashed to this third brother. The stone Monkey King, sensing its impending demise, closed its eyes in resignation, surrendering to its fate. Enveloped in darkness, it suddenly perceived a ray of light piercing through the void, followed by the fierce sound of wind slicing through the air. The stone Monkey King slowly opened its eyes, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Qian Yuhan standing before it. Not only was it bewildered, Muchan and the others were equally stunned. Leaves floated gently to the ground, and for 20 seconds, they all stood there, dumbfounded. Old Fourth, what are you doing? Third brother, do not kill it. Did you not sense? It seems to be fleeing for its life, faced with a life-threatening pursuit behind and an obstacle ahead. Could it not fight back desperately? Indeed, it appears so. Truly, we have not provoked them. Their actions are quite anomalous. Precisely, the red demon stone monkeys are typically gentle, so I too am perplexed by their strange behavior. Qian Yuhan, observing that the others began to understand his reasoning, knelt to address the stone Monkey King. Is there something pursuing you? The stone Monkey King nodded weakly. These 8,000-year-old soul beasts had developed a degree of intelligence and could comprehend human speech. The stone Monkey King feebly gestured toward Qian Yuhan and his companions. What's wrong with us? The stone Monkey King shook its head. Its soul masters. Our soul masters pursuing you. Qian Yuhan deduced promptly. The stone Monkey King nodded, affirming his guess. Leave now. Protect your kin. I understand the actions you took in your desperate flight. Go. Upon concluding his words, Qian Yuhan retrieved a healing elixir from the cold heart dragon god bracelet, presenting it to the stone Monkey King. This is a healing elixir. Your wounds are superficial, and consuming it should suffice for your recovery. The stone Monkey King hesitated momentarily before steeling itself to ingest the pill. Such hesitance is natural. Who knows if the elixir is poisoned? After consuming the elixir, the stone Monkey King soon felt its wounds rapidly healing, overwhelming joy washing over it. Take these as well and distribute them among your injured kin. We acted in self-defense, not out of malice toward you. The stone Monkey King nodded appreciatively, grasping the vial before retreating into the shadows with its kin, disappearing from sight. Let us depart. Qian Yuhan instructed the other 5. Muchan had clearly discerned the appearance of the elixir, casting a glance at Fangya. Fangya seems to have discerned the true nature of that pill. She raised her head and met Muchan's inquiring gaze. Nodding in response, Muchan, eyeing Qian Yuhan, swallowed the non-existent saliva in his throat and asked, Fourth brother, could it be that your pill is a top-tier Xianling Dan? Chapter 40. Fierce Battle with the Scorpion King, Part 1. Qian Yuhan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his casual action had been noticed by Muchan. After some contemplation, he realized that Muchan, being the son of Uncle Gene Crocodile, would indeed have heard of such pills. What? You must be mistaken. They are merely ordinary little pills. Qian Yuhan thought of evading the topic, just as he had almost exposed his soul ring previously. However, Muchan was not so easily deceived. He shook his head and asserted, There's no way to misidentify it. That is undoubtedly a Xianling Dan, and its grade is certainly not low. I have encountered the fragrance of a top-tier Xianling Dan before, and the aroma that wafted from that bottle, when you opened it was identical to what I experienced previously. Muchan's gaze was fixed intently on Qian Yuhan, who remained composed and continued. All right, this item was fortuitously acquired by my father. Internally, Qian Yuhan marveled at his own performance, thinking he deserved an Oscar for such remarkable acting, lying without a hint of shame. Fortuitously acquired? Just given away like that. Huh. I didn't even know its true value. Otherwise, would I have been able to give it to a soul beast? Qian Yuhan feigned a look of regret, as if he had truly lost a treasure. Fourth brother, your actions are exceedingly rash, far too reckless. Each of those top-tier Xianling Dawn is an invaluable treasure, sighed Tang Chun, who approached and patted the despondent Muchan on the back. Fourth brother did the right thing. We cannot behave like some soul masters who revel in slaughter. The descendants of the Stone Monkey Prince have suffered greatly, and I believe fourth brother's actions were justified. But that is, Muchan attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Qian Yuhan raising his hand. Third brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but I've already given the item away, so it is what it is. I will be more cautious next time. Indeed, Qian Yuhan would certainly be more circumspect in the future, refraining from ostentatiously displaying items he had obtained from Qian Mo. Where's Lin Air? Upon looking up and not seeing who Lin Air, Qian Yuhan inquired of the group. Fanya replied. Lin Air said she was thirsty and heard the sound of stream nearby, so she went over to fetch some water. She asked us to wait for her. Qian Yuhan nodded in acknowledgement. Be why the stream. Hu Lin Air glared coldly at Dai Shangxi and demanded, What do you still want? Don't push your luck. I warn you. Indeed, the mysterious figure Hu Lin Air had encountered in the cafeteria was none other than Dai Shangxi. Hu Lin Air, you dare to speak to me like that? What, do you think that fool Qian Yuhan can back you up? Or do you believe he can help your family through this crisis? You bastard! Hu Lin Air was momentarily rendered speechless by Dai Shangxi's aggressive retorts, but still managed to curse back. Ha! It seems you truly have developed feelings for him. Not bad at all. I warn you, this is the last time I will assist you, and please fulfill the promises we made to each other immediately, or else. Lin Air, you dare to threaten me? Don't forget who provided the fund for your family's recent financial turnaround. Dai Shangxi smirked maliciously as he approached Hu Lin Air and whispered something in her ear. Afterward, Hu Lin Air's face was filled with shock. You're insane. You want to take Yuhan's life? No way. You just said you would let me help you this last time. I expect you to keep your word, as being untrustworthy is not something you should be capable of. Dai Shangxi grinned cunningly at Hu Lin Air. Hu Lin Air was rendered speechless, and after a few seconds of contemplation, she sighed. Fine, I agree, but let me make it clear, I will only lead you to the edge. Hu Lin Air's mind raced as she pondered how to aid Qian Yuhan in evading this crisis. With no clear solution yet, she could only agree for the time being to keep Dai Shangxi from taking any extreme actions. Very well. Dai Shangxi chuckled softly as he walked past Hu Lin Air, giving her a playful slap on the rear as he did so. Hu Lin Air glared at the retreating figure of Dai Shangxi, filled with indignation. That bastard, I will surely kill him, she muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, the conversation between Dai Shangxi and Hu Lin Air by the stream was overheard clearly by someone hiding in a nearby thicket. This sound-absorbing, soul-guiding device works quite well. Hu Lin Air, Dai Shangxi Lu Lao, I appreciate your cooperation. A man dressed in a deep blue robe nodded knowingly, understanding the woman's intent, to protect someone covertly. Understood, miss, he replied before vanishing without a trace. I am back. Shall we continue? Yuhan, you led us to where we might encounter the Crimson Demon Stone Monkey. This time, let me take the lead. Hu Lin Air bounced back to the group and announced. The other 5 nodded in agreement, following Hu Lin Air's lead deeper into the forest. Initially, they could still observe some movements of soul beasts, but after 30 minutes, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Qian Yuhan surveyed the area, noting the numerous skeletal remains of soul beasts, surrounded by a dense green mist. We should refrain from proceeding further. I think I've led us astray. Hu Lin Air had brought everyone to a desolate place where soul beasts were scarce. I think so too. This place feels rather ominous, Muchan remarked, unconsciously inching closer to Fang as he observed Muchan drawing near. Fanya stifled a laugh behind her hand, thinking to herself, Muchan is quite attentive. She had always held a fondness for Muchan, and this journey had only deepened her affections. Tang Xian was about to say something when he noticed a swarm of small scorpions rapidly approaching, their sheer numbers sending chills down one's spine. Fanya stared at the small scorpions, her mind racing as if searching for something. Why does it look so much like what? Muchan inquired. I think they resemble the claw scorpions. If that's the case, we must hasten our departure. If they send word back, their king will surely emerge. The claw scorpion king was known to be a formidable foe, capable of battling beyond its level with immense strength and potent venom. Venom? Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Muchan exclaimed, intending to pull Fanya back the way they came. Old third, it may already be too late. Tang Xian, sensing a disturbance behind him, quickly turned around. Their horror. A massive scorpion appeared 100 meters behind them, its enormous body and fearsome pincers sending a wave of dread through the group. The scorpion loomed like a small mountain, exuding a suffocating aura that instantly sealed off their escape route, creating an insurmountable barrier. Tang Xian's heart sank as he realized they were trapped in a dire predicament. Faced with such a formidable enemy, their chances of escape were virtually non-existent. Fear began to spread, but Tang Xian fought to maintain his composure, knowing that panic would only worsen their situation. Muchan's face turned pale as he trembled and asked, "What should we do?" Tang Qian inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself, and replied shakily, "I don't know, but we must find a way to deal with this situation." Chapter 41. Fierce Battle with the Scorpion King, Part 2. We must remain calm and not panic. Tang Qian urged, desperately suppressing his inner fears. The Claw Scorpion King was an exceedingly dangerous soul beast, with a cultivation of 50,000 years. Even a 100,000-year soul beast would not dare to venture into its territory. Fanya glanced around, noticing the environment becoming increasingly suffused with a turquoise poisonous gas. This is bad. It has released its poison circle, and we are surrounded. Fanya's face reflected despair as she turned to the others. What should we do? The poisonous Scorpion King is blocking our escape, and ahead lies its lair, which we certainly cannot enter. Muchan's expression mirrored hopelessness as he realized they had inadvertently ventured into the lion's den under the guidance of the campus beauty. Hu Lin Air's face darkened as she silently cursed. That bastard Dai Sheng, she must have anticipated this, which is why he only agreed to bring me to the edge of the lair. Bastard, with a remorseful expression, Hu Lin Air addressed the group. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Muchan spoke in unison. It's all right, we will face this together. Fanya added, let us stay strong. We will surely be fine. The claw-wielding poison Scorpion King observed its prey chattering away, its awakened intellect perceiving them as if they were delivering their last words, with no one capable of intervening. It contemplated their emotional display, considering it merely a prelude to its meal. Meanwhile, Dai Shengxi and Weina formed a team. To her chagrin, Weina discovered that Tang Chun and Tang Xian were grouped with that wretched Fanya. How infuriating! Why does she get to team up with my brother Tang Chun? Weina lamented to her sycophantic followers. They're probably as good as dead by now. Don't waste your thoughts on your brother Tang Chun. Especially since they're allied with Qian Yuhan. It's tantamount to opposing me, Dai Shengxi. The only outcome is their demise. Upon hearing Dai Shengxi's cold remarks, Weina instantly shed her haughty demeanor, moving closer to Dai Shengxi and linking her arm with his, alluringly stating, I'm not thinking about Tang Chen at all. Anyone opposing Brother Shengxi must be utterly foolish. In my heart, Brother Shengxi is the best. He possesses both beauty and strength. Dai Shengxi, pleased by Weina's flattery, smirked with pride that he gently lifted Weina's chin with his free hand and kissed her passionately, disregarding the presence of her followers. After the intense kiss, Dai Shengxi queried, Did you just mention Fanya? What about her? Breathless from their fervent kiss, Weina replied, I heard she's teamed up with Qian Yuhan. What's wrong with that? Dai Shengxi's expression faltered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh no. How did she end up with that scoundrel Qian Yuhan? When we entered the Sunset Forest, I saw that guy shielding a girl who looked like Fanya, but I didn't think much of it. This is bad. I believe we should give them a warning without resorting to fatal measures, right? Let us inform the teachers. If someone truly perishes, our families won't be able to protect us. With urgency, Dai Shengxi tugged Weina towards the teacher's encampment, oblivious to the ominous expression darkening Weina's face. Back at Qian Yuhan's group, he declared, We have no choice but to fight for our lives and wait for the teachers to rescue us. Let us create a commotion to attract attention. Qian Yuhan instructed the others. He drew his right hand across the golden bracelet on his left wrist, producing a vial and handing it to Fanya. stating, "This elixir, obtained by my father from the foreign battlefield, will grant immunity to poison gas for half an hour, if consumed." He subsequently distributed 2 vials to each of the remaining 5 members. He continued advising Fangya, "Those small scorpions lack offensive capability, but be cautious not to be stung. Stay vigilant." Fangya nodded, understanding that with her current strength, she could not significantly aid them. Merely not being a burden was her best contribution. Muchan observed the elixir in his hand, and then glanced at Qian, who was instructing Fangya, thinking to himself, "This 4th brother is quite remarkable. He possesses an abundance of heavenly dragon poison suppressing pills." Once Qian finished his instructions, the 6 of them consumed the pills together. Except for Fangya, the other 5 unleashed their martial souls, readying themselves for battle. The claw-wielding poison scorpion king mockingly regarded the group, emitting a piercing roar that sent shockwaves through the air, forcing the group to stagger back. "Impressive. This must be a 10,000-year soul beast," Qian mused internally. Indeed, the claw-wielding poison scorpion king boasted a formidable strength of 20,000 years, surpassing the previously encountered 1,000 gene ant. Its robust physique and menacing stinger attested to its prowess. Spirit of the Fox, activate. Golden Crocodile Domain, activate. Huliner and Muchan swiftly executed their respective abilities, unleashing their innate domains. The Fox Spirit domain aimed to confuse its user, though against a soul beast of such caliber, the effect was minimal. Yet, any advantage was better than none. The Golden Crocodile domain enveloped the 5 members, with Fangya hidden in the nearby bushes, enhancing the power attributes of allies within its influence. This amplification was particularly significant for Muchan, while the others experienced lesser boosts, but again, any benefit was preferable, and Muchan initiated the assault, his yellow first soul ring shimmering. The Golden Crocodile's tail swung powerfully, aiming a golden slash towards the poison scorpion king. "I'm here to assist you." "Third brother," Tang Xian shouted as his second soul ring glimmered. "Thunderstrike." He raised the heavenly thunder Haoyan hammer high, thrusting it skyward. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened, rolling thunderclouds swirling ominously. With a swift motion, Tang Xian brought the hammer down, triggering the thunderclouds as a massive bolt of lightning roared forth like a dragon, hurtling towards the poison scorpion king. Light slash, foxtail needle, earthquake. Tang Chan followed suit, unleashing his second soul technique alongside Qian, Huliner, and Tang Chan's attacks as the 3-pronged assault approached from above. Below, and directly ahead, the claw-wielding poison scorpion king remained unfazed, steadfast. The 5 attacks struck the claw-wielding poison scorpion king simultaneously. "Marvelous! We hit it!" Muchan exclaimed. With an earth-shattering explosion, 5 colorful soul techniques erupted against the claw-wielding poison scorpion king, illuminating the battlefield like daylight. The overwhelming energy created a shockwave that seemed to tear the air asunder, producing a shrill, piercing sound. The resultant shockwave radiated outward, raising a dense cloud of smoke that obscured the surroundings. The ground trembled violently under the immense force, threatening to collapse at any moment. In that moment, all eyes on the battlefield were fixated on the claw-wielding poison scorpion king, hearts filled with anticipation and trepidation. As the smoke cleared, the claw-wielding poison scorpion king stood unscathed, motionless, as if taunting them. How is this possible?" Tang Xian gasped in disbelief. Even the usually taciturn Tang Chan stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "A full force attack from 5 of us. And it was effortlessly nullified." At that moment, the claw-wielding poison scorpion king vanished in a flash. Qian immediately heightened his vigilance, closing his eyes to sense the fluctuations in the surrounding air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, warning, "Be careful. Activate defensive skills." Without hesitation, Qian unleashed his 3rd soul technique, a golden humanoid phantom enveloping the group. Second soul skill, protective golden radiance. Muchan, undeterred, promptly activated his 2nd soul technique for defense. 3rd soul skill, Haoyan shield. Tang Chen's 3rd soul ring illuminated, revealing his newly acquired technique. Among disciples of the Haoyan sect, the Haoyan shield was deemed essential, obtainable from the iron-horned rhinoceros. a soul beast specially tended to beneath the mountain where the sect resided. Most disciples acquired this skill, and Tang Xun had taken a week off to challenge the iron-horned rhinoceros to obtain it. Tang Xun's earthquake Haotian hammer possessed a certain advantage against the iron-horned rhinoceros, allowing him to acquire the third soul ring effortlessly. With the combined defensive skills of Qian Yuhan, Muchan, and Tang Xun, a humanoid phantom formed an outer golden shield along with a yellow earth shield. As expected, the claw-wielding poison scorpion king swiftly reappeared behind them, its powerful tail striking with the swiftness of lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, both protective shields shattered, producing a sharp, crisp sound, while the humanoid phantom disintegrated under the overwhelming force of the attack. "What now?" Tang Xian remarked. "Our defensive skills can only withstand this rather mundane lash." Everyone's gaze was fixated on the king of the scorpion, whose chest coalesced a sphere of deep emerald green. Subsequently, the scorpion's tail struck this verdant orb, sending it soaring into the sky. Upon reaching approximately 30 meters above the ground, the sphere detonated, enveloping Qian Yuhan and the other 5 individuals, including Fangya, who was hiding in the bushes, as well as the Scorpion King itself, in a toxic mist barrier. Within the green gas shroud, poisonous vapors swirled ominously. Qian Yuhan exclaimed, "This is dire. The efficacy of the Tianlong detoxifying pill has been significantly diminished." Dreadful! The group felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, and Fangya was the first to succumb, stumbling out of the bushes before collapsing onto the ground, observing Fangya's unconscious form. Muchan cried out, "Fangya!" However, his shout caused him to inhale a significant amount of the toxic mist, rendering his head heavier until he too lost consciousness. Qian Yuhan, Hu Liner, Tang Xian, and Tang Xun continued to use their spiritual energy to resist the noxious fumes. The king of the scorpion remained unperturbed, intending to watch his prey collapse one by one before savoring his meal at his leisure. He had deliberately created this toxic mist barrier to enjoy his feast alone, ensuring that his disciples could not enter this poisonous domain. Soon, Tang Xian and Tang Xun also succumbed. Hu Liner began to feel faint as well, and Qian Yuhan realized that he must act swiftly to shatter this poison barrier. Rising, he summoned his external soul bone, the Wings of Light. The radiance emitted by the Wings of Light possessed a certain restraining effect against the toxic mist. After all, the barrier was composed of vapor, and the brilliance of the wings dispersed a considerable amount of fog, rendering the poison shroud somewhat translucent. The king of the scorpion gazed at this flying insect, emitting dazzling light. "This light is infuriating. Die, foul insect," the scorpion king thought. Leaping into the AIRAS, the enormous scorpion tail swept towards him. It unleashed a streak of emerald green energy directly at Qian Yuhan. Grasping the sword of light, Qian Yuhan activated his second soul ring, Light Shadow Clone. A powerful radiance enveloped him, and then this brilliance split into 3. The Scorpion King's attack struck the luminous aura, but did not explode. Instead, it pierced through and continued skyward. Qian Yuhan had skillfully evaded this assault by utilizing the brief moment of void during the casting phase of his second soul skill. Following this, the 3 Qian Hans unleashed 3 slashes of light towards the descending king of the scorpion. But as before, the Scorpion King remained undisturbed, entirely unscathed. Qian Yuhan was at a loss as to how to breach the Scorpion King's defenses, resorting to releasing slashes of light from the sky to prevent the Poison King from launching a fierce attack against him. Meanwhile, Hu Liner could no longer hold on and fainted. Liner. Qian Yuhan called out anxiously upon seeing Hu Liner collapse. Seizing this opportunity, the king of the scorpion swept his tail, sending Qian Yuhan and his 2 clones flying. Qian Yuhan coughed up blood, his body uncontrollably soaring through the air, and he fell far before beginning his descent. Fortunately, he was cushioned by tree branches and ultimately hung unconscious from one of them. Numerous serpentine soul beasts resided in the trees, and a century-old phoenix-tail crowned snake observed the unconscious Qian Yuhan. Tempted to strike, but a nearby troop of monkeys startled it away. The king of the scorpion, having sent Qian Yuhan flying, felt a pang of annoyance, for he had unwittingly discarded a morsel of food. After all, there were only 6 individuals, hardly enough to satiate his hunger, and now one had gone missing. Just as the king of the scorpion approached the unconscious figures, an ice dome suddenly materialized above him. The dome descended rapidly, encapsulating the Scorpion King. Upon colliding with the barrier's edge, the Scorpion King stumbled. He then began to assault the ice dome with his prideful pincers, after a minute of relentless blows. The ice dome finally shattered, but its thickness prevented him from discerning who had ensnared him. Once the dome was breached, he looked around and spotted an elderly man in a deep blue robe standing directly in front of him. A woman was transporting his intended meal, seemingly oblivious to his presence. These two were Ouyang Luoxue and Elder Lu from the Ice God sect, charged with protecting her. Ouyang Luoxue gathered Hu Liner, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Muchan, and Fangya, bringing them together, but she could not find Qian Yuhan. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the Scorpion King preparing to strike. With a mere glance from Ouyang Luoxue, Elder Lu understood her intent and intervened to halt the Scorpion King. Ouyang Luoxue focused on rescuing the others. He is missing. Ouyang Luoxue shouted to Elder Lu. Lu waved his right hand, and the Scorpion King was once again trapped within an ice dome. What the hell? Miss, who has gone missing? How could he just vanish? The Scorpion King shouted in frustration. Elder Lu, we must first return them to their teacher's location. There's still one person missing from their team, and he may be in peril. After we ensure their safety, we must search for him. Ouyang Luoxue urged Elder Lu anxiously. Understood. Mississippi, they are poisoned. We must hasten to deliver them to their teacher for treatment. With that, Elder Lu waved his hand, and all present vanished from sight. After the king of the scorpion broke free from the ice dome, he found himself alone, staring into emptiness. Chapter 43. A Spring of Duality. The eyes of ice and fire, Dai Shengxi and Weina, finally returned to the teacher's encampment. Teachers, something terrible has happened. We just saw a team from Class 1 heading towards the territory of the king of the scorpion. The head teacher of Class 1, Zhou Yu, dropped her cup in shock, exclaiming, "What did you say? Which team was it?" It seems to be Qian Yuhan and his group. The king of the scorpion, as I recall. There is only one king of the scorpion in the setting sun forest, with a cultivation of nearly 50,000 years. This is grave, Director Han. We must rush to save them. Zhou Yu urged Director Han in a panic. Yes, let us hurry. We'll go together. Han Shui responded without hesitation, fully aware of the life-threatening nature of the situation, and quickly took Zhou Yu with her towards the territory of the king of the scorpion. A deafening roar echoed from above. The sound reverberated, and the group looked up to see an ice dragon soaring through the sky before landing gracefully in the clearing before them. Upon the dragon's back stood an elderly man, a little girl, and 5 children in the attire of the Spirit Hall Academy lying on the dragon's spine. Elder Lu had brought Ouyang Luoxue and the 5 poisoned individuals to their presence. Is that Liner? She is in Qian Yuhan's group? They've been rescued. They're safe. Elder Lu transferred the 5 individuals from the ice dragons back to Han Shui and the others using spiritual energy, stating, "Cough. Fortunately, we were passing nearby and were able to intervene in time. However, their poisoning is severe. We must treat them immediately. Delaying further may leave them with lasting repercussions. By the way, this girl has a particularly low soul power and has inhaled a considerable amount of poison. She needs urgent care, or her life may be at stake." Elder Lu stroked his white beard, pointing at Fangya. "We are truly grateful for your assistance, sir. We thank you on their behalf." Ouyang Luoxue interjected. "Sir, when you rescued them, were there only 5 individuals? I don't know. When we arrived, only these 5 were present. That other person?" Ouyang Luoxue felt a pang of sorrow, as her intent was to see Qian Yuhan once more. Yet he was nowhere to be found, likely devoured by the king of the scorpion. "I will take them back to Wuhuan City for treatment. Zhou Yu, summon 2 class teachers to assist you in searching for Qian Yuhan. The remaining teachers will stay behind to guard the encampment." Han Shui quickly organized a plan, and after arranging everything, she summoned a soul-guided flying ship in the forest, taking the 5 unconscious individuals back to Wuhuan City. Dai Shengxi observed the returning 5, letting out a silent sigh of relief. In her heart, she thought, "Thank goodness she is all right. How splendid. That fool Qian Yuhan is probably dead. This brings me great joy." The delight was evident on Dai Shengxi's face. and Ouyang Luoxiu, witnessing her vile expression, could only wonder what thoughts lurked within her mind. Ouyang Luoxiu and Qin Yuhan exchanged letters, and she was well aware that Dai Shengshi often provoked Qin Yuhan. It all stemmed from a minor conflict during the school enrollment, which led to a relentless pursuit of grievances against him. Consequently, Ouyang Luoxiu harbored no fondness for Dai Shengshi whatsoever. Just moments ago, Dai Shengshi's impassioned report made it seem as though he had failed to prevent Qin Yuhan and others from nearly meeting with disaster. His performance before the teacher was so heartfelt, incessantly referring to brotherhood. Ouyang Luoxiu let out a cold laugh. Ha! If I encounter this person again, I truly must show him a thing or two. He disgusts me to no end. Meanwhile, Qin Yuhan, having been knocked away, found himself dangling from a tree, nearly devoured by a phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Fortunately, a troop of monkeys scared the serpent away. One large monkey alternated its hands, swinging from branch to branch until it reached the very tree where Qin Yuhan hung. This monkey was none other than the Red Demon Stone Monkey King that Qin Yuhan had spared not long ago. Upon seeing Qin Yuhan suspended in the tree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the monkey realized he was gravely injured. Having previously received a life-saving potion from Qin Yuhan, it had come to return the favor. The monkey imitated human actions, opening the bottle of Xianling pill that Qin Yuhan had given him before, pouring out a pill and placing it in Qin Yuhan's mouth. Naturally, Qin Yuhan lacked the ability to chew, allowing the pill to dissolve in his mouth and absorb its medicinal properties. His injuries visibly healed. And shortly after, Qin Yuhan slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was still hanging from the tree. He twisted to break free, falling to the ground, glancing up at the Red Demon Stone Monkey King and the bottle of pills in its hand. Qin Yuhan instantly understood that this monkey had come to his rescue. He nodded gratefully at the Red Demon Stone Monkey King, smiling as he produced another bottle of Xianling pills, beckoning the monkey to come down. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King recognized the identical bottle, understanding it to be the same kind of item. "This is a gift for you, in gratitude for saving my life," he gestured to Di O not refuse. "I must repay you for saving me." The spirit beast, not fully grasping human social intricacies, accepted the offering with delight, believing it was well-deserved. By the way, where is this place? The Red Demon Stone Monkey King shook its head, indicating it too was unaware. As Qin Yuhan walked forward, he spotted a cave approximately 500 meters ahead. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King, concerned for Qin Yuhan's recovery, decided to accompany him a bit further, understanding the value of the pills given. Following closely behind, Qin Yuhan approached the cave's entrance. The cave exuded an eerie and chilling aura, enveloped in dampness that sent shivers down one's spine. The walls and ground were adorned with moss, and the air was thick with a decayed scent. Jagged rocks hung precariously overhead, threatening to fall at any moment. The cave was eerily silent, save for the echoing sound of dripping water. Drops seeped from the stone walls, plopping into small puddles on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Each drop created tiny splashes before merging back into the puddle. Over time, the puddle deepened, its surface rippling. These ripples spread and merged with others, fading into obscurity, while new droplets continued to fall, maintaining a constant flow. This persistent sound added an unsettling ambience to the cave, reminiscent of scenes from a horror film. As Qin Yuhan ventured further, he suddenly spotted a glowing point of light ahead. He transitioned from walking to running towards the light, which grew larger and larger. He realized he was nearing the cave's exit. Upon emerging, the air felt refreshingly invigorating. The ground was carpeted with a myriad of colorful grasses, flowers, and various plants. The naturally formed dirt path connected the cave entrance, seemingly welcoming visitors. This entrance was situated amidst the surrounding cliffs. Qin Yuhan followed the winding path downwards. Casting a glance to the side, he was taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief. A spring giving birth to dual phenomena. Could this truly be the Eye of Ice and Fire? I stumbled upon it by mere chance. Apologies, my friends. I spent all day Saturday busy and utterly exhausted, and I've just now returned home. I hastily offer you this chapter as an apology. Let's consider Saturday a sick day. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Another chapter will follow on Sunday, but I must rest first. Farewell. Chapter 44. Yuhan tastes the celestial herb Qin Yuhan. Goodness, am I truly the chosen one? Is this a direct encounter? The original text mentioned a rather mediocre title, Douluo, overseeing it. Yet here I am, having entered without any such presence. Filled with excitement, he steadied his trembling hands and approached the eye of ice and fire. BRR, it's freezing, Qin Yuhan marveled. Indeed, he stood by the side of the chilling blue spring. The cold extreme ice spring, he gazed at the mesmerizing sight before him, a sense of awe swelling within him. Behind him, the red demon stone Monkey King also trembled, unable to withstand the biting cold emanating from the ice spring. Qin Yuhan felt the penetrating chill, as if it could pierce his very soul. What a magnificent cold extreme ice spring! He exclaimed, noting that the frigid air dropped the temperature to the point of causing shivers. He could hardly fathom the consequences of falling in, fearing he might be instantly frozen solid. With that thought, he hastily retreated. The red demon stone Monkey King, perceptive as it was, quickly distanced itself at the first sign of cold. Fixing his gaze ahead, Qin Yuhan noticed a softly glowing object at the center of the cold extreme ice spring. It resembled a brilliant pearl, suspended in the icy waters, surrounded by swirling cold air. That must be the octagonal profound ice herb, a treasure born from the spirit energy of heaven and earth, he murmured, his voice brimming with wonder and desire. The octagonal profound ice herb is an exceptionally rare entity, said to thrive only in places of extreme cold and abundant spiritual energy. The cold extreme ice spring, without a doubt, provided the perfect environment for its growth. Although the inner regions of the extreme north had suitable temperatures, they could not support plant life, while the outer regions were insufficiently cold. Only this cold extreme ice spring could sustain such life. As Qin Yuhan contemplated this, the red demon stone Monkey King had already approached the side of the red spring. The icy blue water was too frigid, and seeing the red spring on the other side, which appeared warmer, it resolutely headed towards it. However, the further it walked, the more the temperature soared as the monkey took another step forward. The ground beneath its feet became searing hot. Unbeknownst to it, it had reached the edge of the red spring. Ow! The red demon stone Monkey King yelped, instinctively retracting its foot and hopping backward. Hearing the monkey's exclamation, Qin Yuhan turned to witness the comically absurd scene. He chuckled as he walked toward the area where the two springs met, sitting cross-legged on the ground, saying, "Come here. We can stay here." The red demon stone Monkey King seemed to grumble as it approached Qin Yuhan. "Here, the spiritual energy is abundant. We're the first to arrive at ice seek herbs, and you can cultivate here, significantly enhancing your training speed. Just avoid the spring water and stay a safe distance away, and you'll be fine." Upon hearing Qin Yuhan's explanation, the red demon stone Monkey King nodded in understanding. "This will be my garden from now on. Ha ha! You can train here while serving as my guard. A mutually beneficial arrangement." The red demon stone Monkey King nodded in agreement, clearly not fully comprehending the earlier terms, but understanding the concept of mutual benefit. How easy to deceive. I mean, how straightforward. Qin Yuhan chuckled. The red demon stone Monkey King laid down to begin its cultivation, indifferent to Qin Yuhan's actions. Qin Yuhan mused, perhaps I should consult Third Brother about the merits of lying back and cultivating. Meanwhile, Muchan, who was unconscious on the spaceship, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Sitting on the ground with his chin resting on his hand, Qin Yuhan pondered how to obtain those two flowers, one being the octagonal profound ice herb by the cold extreme ice spring, and the other being the fierce fire apricot blossom by the fiery sun spring. He was uncertain about their current strength. Did the book mention it? He was equally oblivious, having forgotten. Never mind. Qin Yuhan rose to his feet, summoning the sword of light into his hand, that he hurled the sword of light towards the Hanji ice spring, where it soared like a blade towards the octagonal ice grass. The sword of light was impervious to the cold, Qin Yuhan mused. The spirit of the sword of light chimed. "Thank you for your warmth, for it has brightened the seasons." The sword of light effortlessly severed the octagonal ice grass. And with a flick of his wrist, Qin Yuhan summoned it back, lifting the grass just before it could plunge into the spring's depths. The octagonal ice grass floated gracefully above the sword of light, gradually being transported to the shore. Employing the same method, Qin Yuhan also brought over the fiery apricot blossom. Originally separated by extremes, the two celestial herbs were now reunited through Qian Yuhan's efforts. How should I consume them? Qian Yuhan pondered as he gazed down at the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom that, although they do not possess the extreme temperatures of the spring and can be handled, they are both highly toxic. Suddenly, a thought struck him that, in the book, the remedy for the poison involved consuming both herbs simultaneously. Thus, Qian Yuhan swiftly took a corner of the octagonal ice grass and a petal from the fiery apricot blossom, hastily swallowing them both. Just as Qian Yuhan was about to marvel at his good fortune, he felt a sudden, fierce pounding in his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Growing ever faster, it felt as though his entire body was caught in a clash of ice and fire. Qian Yuhan curled on the ground, enduring the waves of pain coursing through him. The agony persisted for approximately half an hour, and he lay on the ground, soaked in sweat from the torment. He adjusted his breathing, wondering if this was success. His body felt significantly strengthened. Qian Yuhan had successfully absorbed the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. He now feared neither fire nor ice and had gained immunity to all toxins. Yet, he remained hesitant, unsure if he truly possessed these newfound abilities, torn between the desire to test them and the fear of a foolish demise. Qian Yuhan resolved. One cannot reap the tiger's cubs without entering the lair. Onward, encouraged by his own thoughts, he dove into the Hanji Ice Spring with a perfect entry posture. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King, who had just awakened from a brief slumber, blinked in disbelief as he witnessed Qian Yuhan plunge into the icy waters. Thinking he was still dreaming, rubbing his eyes and yawning, he drifted back to sleep, for the Red Demon Stone Monkey King was indeed capable of cultivating even in slumber. This was a method well suited for Muchan, the ideal way to cultivate. With a splash, Qian Yuhan plunged into the Hanji Ice Spring without hesitation. He could see the moment of entry. He did not feel the usual bone-chilling cold or pain. Instead, a wave of warmth surged through him. Qian Yuhan. The Hanji Ice Spring transformed into a comforting hot spring, enveloping him in bliss that he relished this extraordinary experience, allowing his body to relax as he immersed himself in the soothing waters. Within the Hanji Ice Spring, Qian Yuhan felt the gentle caress of the water against his skin, as if nature itself was bestowing a tender embrace upon him. He closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility and comfort of this moment. As time passed, Qian Yuhan sensed subtle changes within his body. A powerful energy flowed from the Hanji Ice Spring into him, nourishing his tendons and blood vessels. This influx of energy fortified his physique while significantly enhancing his mental acuity. Opening his eyes, excitement glimmered within them. Subsequently, Qian Yuhan replanted the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom back in their original spots. Though they had been severed, being plants, they could still sprout roots if replanted as celestial herbs. Their vitality was even more resilient, ensuring their survival. May you thrive. I shall return to check on you in due time. The octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Please spare us. We are but humble beings. Chapter 45. An audience with the Pope after Qian Yuhan had replanted the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom at the Eye of Ice and Fire. He returned to the shore and roused the snoring Red Demon Stone Monkey King. Awaken, consume this. Remember, both must be ingested simultaneously. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King, still groggy from sleep, lethargically consumed the octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot blossom left by Qian Yuhan. Instantly, he awoke, the onset of pain radiating through his body. Hang in there, Qian Yuhan explained from the side. The pain will pass, and you will no longer fear ice or fire, nor be susceptible to toxins. This spring will be your sanctuary. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's reassurance, the Red Demon Stone Monkey King relaxed somewhat, yet the pain left him curled up on the ground. However, being a soul beast, its physical resilience surpassed that of any soul master, and within 10 minutes, the discomfort subsided. You should try this spring. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King approached the hot sun spring, this time unaffected by the heat. Sensing its efficacy, and leapt in with closed eyes. Soon, he floated atop the warm waters, groaning in delight, his claws playfully splashing in the spring. Remember to avoid harming the two celestial herbs between the springs. and leave those on the shore untouched. You can cultivate either on the bank or in the pool, Qian Mo cautioned, genuinely concerned that one day, in a fit of comfort, the monkey might inadvertently wreak havoc. From now on, I shall call you Sun Monkey. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King nodded, having placed complete trust in Qian Mo, accepting whatever name he chose and willing to follow his lead. Sensing that this young boy could elevate him to new heights, Qian Mo resolved to return to this place in due course, intending to bring Fanya along next time. Fanya undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than he did. She should have gleaned much about which celestial herbs could bolster the strengths of his comrades from her previous readings. After briefing Sun Monkey on several matters, Qian Mo retraced his steps from the cave. This outdoor training exercise was cut short due to the encounter with the claw-poisoned Scorpion King, resulting in 5 members falling unconscious from poisoning and 1 missing. The group gathered to prepare for their return, and as Zhou Yu and others searched for Qian Mo, they crossed paths with him on his way back. Qian Mo offered a brief explanation, but withheld any mention of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Zhou Yu led Qian Mo onto their class's soul-guided airship, and they took off for their return journey. Meanwhile, Han Shui, who had previously escorted the poisoned and unconscious 5 back to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, had just disembarked from the airship. The Academy's medical team hurriedly transported the 5 to the infirmary for detoxification and treatment. Outside the medical room, several teachers from other grades were engaged in conversation. How could these children be so unfortunate as to encounter the claw-poisoned Scorpion King? Fortunately, they only inhaled some poisonous mist. Had they been stung, half of them would likely be dead. Indeed, and one of them, Han Shui mentioned, seems to be missing. Is that so? What shall we do? Poor child, only 8 years old. At that moment, the Academy's principal, Han Tianyin, happened to pass by the infirmary. It coincided with the end of class, and the corridor was bustling with people. The teachers were oblivious to the principal's presence, and he overheard their conversation. The first-year student is in trouble. Principal Han Tianyin approached and inquired of the chatting teachers. Principal, please answer my question quickly. I report to the Pope's Hall weekly. If something has happened, please inform me. One teacher exclaimed it's just as we mentioned. A squad of 6 unexpectedly encountered the claw-poisoned Scorpion King, 5 of whom were poisoned and unconscious, receiving treatment inside, while 1 is missing, and we don't know if they have found him yet. What is the name of the missing child? I believe it's Qian Mo. The dean turned and left, contemplating the matter along the way, feeling that it was essential to report the situation. The Spirit Hall Academy is a significant branch of the Papal Hall, consisting of the Elder Hall, the Awakening Hall, and the sub-branches in the imperial capitals of the 2 great empires. All departments of the Spirit Hall are directly managed by the Papal Hall. It can be said that the Papal Hall is the most powerful institution within the Spirit Hall, with only the Worship Hall standing alongside it. Han Tianyin felt that this matter needed to be reported to the Papal Hall to draw attention, even though he believed he would likely receive a scolding from the Pope. However, the new students' outdoor practical training was proposed by the Educational Department of the Spirit Hall and approved by the Papal Hall. Han Tianyin had always found it inappropriate, but had not found an opportunity to propose its cancellation. Now, this seemed like a good chance. Han Tianyin is a powerful title Dou, yet his strength is still insufficient to enter the Elder Hall, being just a step away. Nevertheless, he is highly regarded by Pope Xiaowei, who, despite his lack of membership in the Elder Hall, granted him an Elder Token. Holding the Elder Token, Han Tianyin approached the Papal Hall to request an audience with the Pope. Without this token, gaining an audience with the Pope would require numerous approvals and be quite complicated. This Elder Token saved Han Tianyin a great deal of trouble. Before long, the guard soldiers opened the door, signaling that he could enter. As Han Tianyin passed through the grand and majestic doors, he was greeted by the sacred sight of the Papal Hall's Grand Chamber. Only individuals of high rank and power could enter this place. Han Tianyin knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "I pay my respects to your holiness." "Rise, Tianyin. There is no need for such formality between us. Thank you, your holiness." Han Tianyin stood upright, seated upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority. Xiaowei inquired, "Didn't the morning meeting just conclude not long ago? Why have you returned?" "Your holiness, I have just returned to the academy and heard of a matter that I find quite serious. I hurried here to report it to you. What matter could warrant such gravity from you?" Your Holiness, I have hesitated for a long time regarding this issue. It concerns the new students' outdoor practical training, which I have opposed since it was proposed by the Education Department. Shall we interrupted, Tianyin? I know you have opposed this matter, but the majority of the council members agreed to implement it, and I have little more to say. It has been in effect for 5 years without incident, has it not? Your Holiness, I have previously stated that should an incident occur, it would be catastrophic, and now it has indeed happened. Are you saying there has been a problem this time? Shall we asked. Yes, Your Holiness. A small team unexpectedly encountered the Claw Scorpion King, resulting in Hu Liner, Muchan, Tang Chun, and Fanya being poisoned and unconscious, while Qian Yuhan went missing. What did you say? Shao Wei suddenly shouted, an overwhelming aura of a super law erupting around him. Shao Wei understood clearly. While he did not know about the others, Muchan was the son of the golden crocodile Dou, and Qian Yuhan was a young master. The fact that both of these powerful heirs encountered problems this semester, known only to a few from the worship hall and Shao Wei himself, sent him into a state of agitation. Chapter 46. A new devil teacher from the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, Han Tianyin, looked at the Pope's uncharacteristic loss of composure and felt a surge of fear, discerning anger and fear from the question. Your Holiness, a 6-member team unexpectedly encountered the Claw Scorpion King during the outdoor practical training, resulting in 5 of them. Han Tianyin was repeating himself when Shao Wei abruptly interrupted. From today onwards, the new students' outdoor practical training at the Spirit Hall Academy is hereby cancelled. Han Tianyin rejoiced and continued, Your Holiness is wise, but what about those council members? Does what I do require their consent? I shall issue a papal decree now. Those who defy it will face severe consequences. With this decision, Xiao Hui's aura softened somewhat, and he continued, by the way, has that Qian Yuhan been found? Reporting to Your Holiness. Not yet. I must tell you, Han Tianyin, you must locate that child. He must be found alive or dead. He cannot perish. Yes, I shall do my utmost to search for him. Also, what about the teachers leading the teams? Shouldn't such outdoor training be conducted under covert protection? Your Holiness, it is impossible for teachers to provide timely protection to every group. This is the greatest flaw of such activities. Indeed, that holds some truth. It is a misstep in our decision-making. This incident serves as a wake-up call. There are many aspects within the Academy that require further improvement. Let us begin with reforms in the teaching staff. After a series of discussions, Shao Wei and Han Tianyin had generally outlined a framework. Alright, other aspects can be addressed gradually, but the teaching reforms should commence with this year's new students. Ensuring the best educational environment for our students. The dual teacher teaching method you mentioned seems feasible, one focusing on theory and the other on practical application. This fusion is what true combat requires. Tianyin, return and draft a proposal. I will greenlight it for prompt initiation. Yes, Your Holiness. Han Tianyin felt elated. Not only had he succeeded in abolishing the outdoor practical training he most wished to eliminate, but he also received unexpected joy. He felt invigorated, as if every step carried the essence of triumph. He returned to the Spirit Hall Academy and summoned the responsible teachers from each grade to the conference room. Shao Wei was very supportive of his dual teacher training plan and had prepared much for it, but previous reports had been suppressed for various reasons. Seizing this opportunity to directly meet the Pope had yielded unexpected support, making everything much easier. The grade directors entered the conference room and took their seats, while Han Tianyin distributed the plan he had arranged upon returning from the papal hall. The directors glanced at each other, some nodding in agreement, others deep in thought, while a few outright shook their heads in disapproval. After reviewing the proposal, Han Shui expressed her support and approached Han Tianyin, saying, Dean, all the first-year students have returned safely, including the missing Qian Yuhan. Zhou Yu reported that he was flung away by the Claw Scorpion King's tail and was saved by a Red Demon Stone Monkey King they had rescued previously. Han Tianyin's expression fluctuated upon hearing Han Shui's report. He was delighted that Qian Yuhan had been found safe and sound, yet found it quite absurd to think he had been flung away by a tail and saved by a monkey. Ahem. Thank you, Director Han. Everyone, you have mostly reviewed the plan, which has received the Pope's approval. Those who originally opposed could not voice further objections after this statement. After all, the Pope was one of the highest authorities in the Spirit Hall. They were mere educators and lacked the standing to contest. This plan will commence with the first-year students. Director Han, please inform the homeroom teachers of each class that they are to arrange whether they will focus on practical or theoretical content. The responsible teachers for the other content may volunteer, and ultimately, unassigned teachers will report to the academy for further arrangements. Of course, homeroom teachers who identify a second teacher must submit an information form for approval. Just as with new teacher hiring, for practical classes, you will have priority in utilizing the combat arena. Understood, Dean. I will relay this immediately. All right, directors, are there any other questions? Oh, by the way, the dual teacher teaching plan for subsequent grades will be implemented in succession, and you will be informed accordingly. You may take the proposal for further study. Dismissed. Han Shui arrived at the first-year teacher's office to conduct a meeting with the 7 homeroom teachers, conveying the content passed down from the dean's meeting. Among the teachers, Zhou Yu was the most delighted. Although a fervent enthusiast of combat, she was a theoretical instructor and could only impart limited practical experience to her students. Though she was at level 67, it was merely due to her powerful spirit. Her spirit was the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, making her an outer disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. That said, she always advocated for a combination of practical and theoretical learning, which aligned perfectly with the new teaching method. Han Xen, a proponent of theoretical primacy, was somewhat averse, but had no choice but to find a practical teacher for Class 2 that Zhou Yu had already identified her candidate. Zhou Yu leaned happily against the shoulder of the handsome man beside her, her face radiating a sweet smile. She slightly turned her head to look at the strikingly handsome man, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. How about it, young? Since you can no longer stay at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, why not come here to be a practical instructor? Every time we are so far apart, we can only meet during the holidays. This feeling is rather unpleasant. That handsome man is none other than Zhou Yu's husband. Yu Zhang, Yu Zhang playfully tapped Zhou Yu's nose and said, "Didn't you say that we shouldn't discuss work during our time off? We are both workaholics. I have finally managed to take half a month of annual leave, and instead of cherishing our time together, we're talking shop. But let us get serious. I no longer wish to endure a long-distance relationship. It is too painful. Fortunately, there is an opportunity at hand. Our college's new teaching reform aligns perfectly with my educational philosophy. It's a win-win situation. We could be together, my educational principles can be realized at the college. And the faculty here is sufficiently exceptional to meet your tastes." "Well, let me think it over," Zhou Yu replied. Yu Zhang wore a troubled expression. It wasn't that he was particularly reluctant to leave the Tiando Royal Academy, but rather that he would miss the students he had grown fond of there. "What? Are you reluctant to leave those children?" Zhou Yu discerned his thoughts immediately, and Yu Zhang nodded in affirmation. "Are they not about to graduate this year? They are all in the royal class and will undoubtedly become the elite guards of the Tiando royal family in the future. They must be incredibly busy lately. You're not leaving forever. You still have winter and summer breaks." Zhou Yu pointed out. Yu Zhang nodded. "All right then, let us see if your class can withstand my training." "Yes, I believe in them. Just write a resignation letter and have it sent back. That way, those old codgers at the academy won't bother you again. The members of the teaching committee are quite decent. The reason I don't want to stay at the Tiando Royal Academy any longer is due to the few spoiled brats in the royal class. It's truly frustrating. I understand. Don't overthink it. It's time for bed. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet them and give them a proper introduction. You won't mind being the new devil teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy. Will you?" Zhou Yu said with a bright and beautiful smile. "Dear, I've already promised you. Should you also satisfy me a little? What are you doing? I dislike you." Yu Zhang didn't wait for Zhou Yu to finish her sentence and scooped her up, carrying her into her room. "If time permits tonight, I'll add a chapter later. The 2 chapters one missed on Saturday will definitely be made up. Next chapter preview. What will the teaching style of the devil teacher Yu Zhang be like? Stay tuned to see if Qian Yuhan can endure it. Hu Liner and Fong are still hospitalized, so Qian Yuhan can only bear it alone. Ha ha." Chapter 47, Hellish Training, Part 1. While Zhou Yu and Yu Zhang were enjoying their time together, Qian Yuhan was summoned by Han Shui to the dean's office. Qian Yuhan was taken aback. "What is going on at this hour? Am I in trouble for something?" He mentally reviewed the events of the past few days. "No, I just went missing during the outdoor exercise once." Han Shui seemed to sense Qian Yuhan's anxiety and reassured him. "Don't be nervous. The dean is definitely not here to cause you trouble. So you can relax. Qian Yuhan nodded. They arrived at the dean's office, and after Han Shui knocked, a deep voice called from inside, "Come in." The voice was robust and commanding. Han Shui gestured for Qian Yuhan to enter. "Wait, am I going in alone? How cowardly!" Qian Yuhan muttered as he stepped inside, with Han Shui quietly closing the door behind them, giving them privacy for their conversation. Upon entering, Qian Yuhan saw a middle-aged man wearing half-moon glasses. Perusing some documents on his desk, he could clearly see the prominent title, Class 1 Combat Instructor Yuzhen. Han Tianyin raised his head slightly, and upon noticing Qian Yuhan, spoke gently. "It seems you're becoming quite the celebrity after your outdoor training exercise." "Ah, Dean, I wouldn't dare. It was my fault for inadvertently wandering into the territory of the toothed claw scorpion." Qian Yuhan took responsibility. Han Tianyin chuckled. "This is also a form of experience. I assent it. My child, you've done well that in the future, if I only look at your actions, I'd hardly believe you were just an 8-year-old. Cough, cough, Dean, you flatter me." Seeing Qian Yuhan's demeanor, Han Tianyin's already warm smile softened even further. "Child, you clearly have a story to tell. Would you like to share it with me?" Considering what Han Shui had said about Qian Yuhan's talent and the concern he had displayed earlier, Han Tianyin surmised that Qian Yuhan must have an extraordinary background in a city. A child going missing is not uncommon. After all, the Soul Master City is a melting pot of people from all walks of life. And losing a child in the Soul Beast Forest is even less surprising. Han Tianyin believed that someone like Xiao Hui, who had weathered many storms, wouldn't react so dramatically to a missing student. Thus, he concluded that Qian Yuhan must have a special identity. Han Tianyin was close to the truth but failed to connect the dots to the high priest of the Spirit Hall. The judgment elder Qian Mo asked the dean of a college. It was unlikely he would know such secrets. "Dean, I grew up living with my father, and I had a few uncles who played with me. But my father has been on a mysterious mission for a long time and hasn't returned. He may already be dead." Qian Yuhan spoke hastily. Han Tianyin gazed into Qian Yuhan's bright and clear eyes, which did not dart around, indicating he was not lying. What Qian Yuhan said was indeed the truth, and thus he felt at ease. His father was indeed Qian Mo, and his uncles were the priests from the Spirit Hall. Qian Mo had indeed been away for a long time without any contact, and in his eyes, he was considered dead. "You've endured much, child." "Dean, I have an early class tomorrow. May I return to rest?" Since Qian Yuhan had been so straightforward, Han Tianyin felt it unnecessary to prolong the conversation. The night was already late, and ensuring the students' quality of sleep was paramount, especially since they were still growing. After leaving the dean's office, Qian Yuhan nodded to Han Shui and hurried back to the dormitory. Han Shui entered the office and asked, "How is it, Dean? Does this child have any background?" Han Tianyin shook his head and sighed. "This child comes from an ordinary family. He is a good kid, humble and polite, quite impressive." Han Shui did not press further about Qian Yuhan's background and instead shifted the topic to the report Zhou Yu had given her. "What do you think of Yu Ziang? He graduated alongside teacher Han Xin from the Tiandou Royal Academy, and after graduation, he was offered a generous position to teach. Zhou Yu met and fell in love with him while pursuing further studies at Tiandou. They both say that Yu Ziang is a treasure, although his teaching style is a bit." Han Tianyin glanced at the training style section of the document, which read, "Strict, harsh, high standards, and demanding. This person is quite interesting. I have high hopes for him. By the way, Dean, Yu Ziang has his unique training content. He insists that the academy should not interfere with his teaching." Han Shui added promptly, "All right, let us accommodate him. Let us see what changes this couple can bring to Class 1. We shall wait and see." The next day, as usual, Qian Yuhan had written a letter detailing his experiences in the Sunset Forest. Omitting the incidents involving the ice and fire eyes, he placed the letter in the mailbox during his morning run. Everything seemed routine, though Dormitory 101 felt a bit lonely with only him inside. On his way to class, there was no one to joke and play with, making the day feel even duller. Without Linner's teasing, the day seemed to drag on aimlessly as he arrived in the classroom. Qian Yuhan noticed Zhou Yu and another handsome middle-aged man standing at the podium, which piqued his curiosity, but he didn't dwell on it and simply chose a seat. "All right, classmates, let me introduce you. Starting today, we will begin the dual teacher training program arranged by the academy. In simple terms, We will have a combat instructor and a theory instructor teaching separately, which will be more professional. This is your new teacher, Mr. Dou. Hello, everyone. My name is Yu Zhang, and I am your combat instructor. Yu Zhang presented a cold and unfeeling demeanor, speaking without a hint of emotion, which starkly contrasted with the Yu Zhang of the previous night. This was his teacher persona. He had no choice but to maintain this facade. This morning we will have a combat class, and in the afternoon, we will begin with a half session of combat training. If the training assignments I give you in the afternoon aren't completed, then the theoretical class will be canceled, and you will have to attend theory class after dinner. His few words left the entire class in stunned silence. All right, it seems you are all too stunned to speak, so I won't waste more time. Gather at the academy gate. The students made their way to the academy gate, where the coldest part of the year awaited them. Early in the morning, they were brought outside, and the biting wind added to the chill of the riverside. The diurnal temperature variation is quite pronounced, although it feels like spring throughout the seasons. The days and nights at this time are far from warm. Many individuals are seen rubbing their hands together for warmth, while others exhale puffs of warm air. Now, over here are the iron suits. Each person simply needs to don one, and they can commence running. They will circle the school, taking the opportunity to appreciate the college's scenery. This activity will occupy the entire morning. There is no room for a pause. Remember, not even once can you falter. Should you be caught slacking, the consequences will be quite unpleasant. Iron suits, you say? Surely, this cannot be the case, teacher. Running for an entire morning without a break? That would be tantamount to seeking my own demise. Various murmurs of dissent floated among the students of Class 1. Qian Mo was the first to stride towards the pile of iron suits, donning one silently before commencing to run. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up. You are all aspiring spirit masters. Without sufficient stamina, how will you confront spirit beasts in the future? How will you engage them in a battle of attrition? Quickly now, Zhou Yu chuckled from the side, remarking, your initial display of authority is surprisingly effective. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's praise, Yu Ziyang glanced around, realizing that his classmates had already begun running, and he quickly made a playful face at her, saying, what can I do? Once I've established this persona, I must continue to maintain IT. IT's quite exhausting, you know? The morning session will resume tomorrow, as there are still several grueling training tasks left to unveil. Anticipate it for tomorrow. This concludes the third update, compensating for Saturday's missed update. More updates will follow tomorrow. Thank you for the gentle nudges for more content. Chapter 48, Hellish Training, Part 2. Qian Yuhan led the charge at the front. Channeling his soul power as he ran, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this method of circulating his soul power allowed it to flow more smoothly through his meridians. However, this approach was rather taxing. By the time he completed just one lap, he was already drenched in sweat, largely due to the sheer size of the Spirit Hall Academy, which occupies nearly 1/5 of Spirit City. Those unfamiliar with the scale of the Spirit Hall Academy. It might appear as a grand palace from a distance. After all, it is the premier Spirit Master Academy on the continent, attracting aspiring Spirit Masters from all corners of the world, without a certain level of skill or connections. Gaining admission is no easy feat. Many students in Class 1 pressed on, gritting their teeth in determination. Indeed, each student harbored a competitive spirit. If you can do it, so can I, and perhaps even better. They all shared this mindset, and seeing Qian Yuhan persist in leading the way only reinforced their resolve. Observing the children who had already completed 2 laps, Yu Ziyang felt a swell of pride. How are these students faring? Zhou Yu inquired. Quite well. It is rare for Yu Ziyang to commend his students, as he holds exceedingly high standards and places great importance on first impressions. His previous students were thrust directly into extreme long-distance running. And indeed, it was extreme. Yet nearly 99 of them ultimately failed to meet his expectations, some even resorting to dishonesty. However, the students of the Spirit Hall Academy truly impressed him. Those who could persevere undoubtedly possess steadfast beliefs and strong wills. A resolute will is the most crucial and precious treasure in the journey to becoming a powerful individual. Zhao, Ko from Class 1 exclaimed, Class leader, I can hardly go on. Hold on. Just a little longer until class ends. Are you truly going to give up like this? Qian Yuhan, now also gasping for breath, encouraged Zhao Ko from behind. Zhaoke was an ordinary yet diligent student in Class 1. Their friendship blossomed during a morning run, and they had since become good companions. They could see this moment. Qian Yuhan was uncertain of how much longer until class ended. He was merely relying on his willpower to keep going. The outdoor street lamps were equipped with broadcasting soul guide devices, and each time they passed one, they eagerly awaited the sound that signaled the end of class, a sound that promised them freedom. The current dual teacher curriculum was straightforward. Practical lessons and theoretical lessons each occupied half a day. On the first day, practical lessons were in the morning and theory in the afternoon, and the following day would see the schedule reversed. This cycle would continue to last. The class bell rang. Qian Yuhan and his companions collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Students from other classes, having just finished their lessons, emerged from their classrooms and looked upon Class 1's disheveled state with a hint of schadenfreude. Han Shui had set the rule. On the first day, odd-number classes would have practical lessons in the morning and theoretical lessons in the afternoon, while even-number classes would do the opposite. Class 3's practical teacher was their homeroom teacher, Ren Lei, who took them directly to the battle arena for practical demonstrations. Students from Class 5 and Class 7 were meeting their practical teachers for the first time. Their homeroom teachers were theoretical instructors, and given the novelty of meeting their practical instructors, there was naturally more small talk. Thus, those two classes enjoyed a relatively easy day. In stark contrast, the members of Class 1 lay motionless, utterly drained. They truly had no energy left, and Qian Yuhan was no exception. Having circled the academy nearly 6 or 7 times, they had covered a distance of approximately 60 to 70 kilometers. From 8:30 in the morning until 12, they had run for 4.5 hours, traversing 60 to 70 kilometers. Even though they could utilize their soul power, once it was depleted, they had no means to rest and replenish quickly. They had to rely solely on their bodies to endure until class ended. This was indeed an impressive feat. Yu Ziyang nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Good job, class is dismissed," his tone as devoid of emotion as ever. Does this teacher possess any feelings? How can one decipher his current emotions when he speaks so flatly? One male student weakly remarked. Another chimed in, "Yes, I feel like my legs are about to break. And my waist feels as if it has aged a decade. I think I just saw him smile and nod." Qian Yuhan stated. His words were akin to a thunderclap, and the group collectively exhaled in relief. Slowly, Qian Yuhan rose to his feet, feeling as though his body might fall apart. "Everyone, quickly get up and jog a few steps to the cafeteria for a meal. If we delay, we'll end up standing in line for ages." Which would be truly torturous. Qian Yuhan urged everyone, then trudged toward the cafeteria, each step heavy with fatigue. This moment, he held only one thought: food, shower, sleep. Having just finished his meal, Qian Yuhan hobbled towards the dormitory, his legs feeling like lead. Upon entering room 101, he gritted his teeth and climbed the stairs to his bed, collapsing onto it in an instant, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion or the awkwardness of his sleeping position. He began to snore, his volume rivaling that of Muchan. Fortunately, Tang Xian and Tang Chan were still in the infirmary, as the toxins had not yet been fully expelled, and they remained in a state of unconsciousness. Muchan, Hu Lin Er, and Fang Yu were in the same predicament. Even after all the toxins were expelled, they would still need to be observed in the infirmary for some time. The venom released by the Scorpion King was exceedingly dangerous, and as they were still children, caution was paramount. This toxin had been studied previously. Its treatment was quite challenging. The expulsion of toxins must be gradual. Attempting to extract it all at once would require a substantial infusion of soul power. At the moment of high soul power infusion, the toxins would wreak havoc on the victim's internal organs and meridians, which is one of its most troublesome aspects. The potency of the toxin necessitates a meticulous approach. It cannot be fully extracted all at once. Fortunately, the amount absorbed by Muchan and the others was not excessive, but their bodies would require ample rest to recuperate. Qian Yuhan stretched lazily, awakening to excruciating pain all over his body, particularly in his thighs and lower back. It felt worse than death. Glancing at the clock hanging on the dormitory wall, he exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm late." Ignoring the aches in his body, he hurriedly changed into his academy uniform and gathered his class materials before dashing toward the teaching building. This is bad. I opened my eyes and found that class had already started 10 minutes ago. I am doomed, Qian Yuhan mumbled to himself as he ran. When he finally arrived breathlessly at the classroom door, he discovered that apart from Teacher Zhou and Teacher Yu, the room was completely empty. What is this? Just as Qian Yuhan was pondering, Zhou Yu smiled and said, "You're here. You're the first to arrive. Come on in." Gazing at Zhou Yu's smile, Qian Yuhan felt a growing sense of unease. And as he walked toward his desk, he sensed a chill creeping down his spine. Sitting down, he observed Zhou Yu's continued smile juxtaposed with Yu Ziyang's rather grim expression. Sensing that something unfavorable was about to unfold. Today has been incredibly hectic, filled with classes and devoid of any respite. During the break, I must hastily borrow others' assignments. This is the first update for today. And I shall continue writing tonight. Do you think Qian Yuhan's instincts are accurate? These past few days, the struggles and exhaustion I've faced in reality. Dear Qian Yuhan, I'm sorry. I will be sure to impose them all upon you doubly. Chapter 49, Hellish Training, Part 3. Qian Yuhan sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. What awaited them would be a tempest of blood and gore. Subsequently, many classmates rushed to the classroom door, much like Qian Yuhan had, and upon seeing the sparse attendance and the affable Zhou Yu on the stage, they felt an ominous foreboding. Without waiting for Zhou Yu to utter a word, they hastily scurried to their seats. For an entire hour, aside from 2 vacant spots, the classroom was filled with students sitting upright. Now that everyone is present, we shall commence our lesson, Zhou Yu stated matter-of-factly. The students gazed up at Zhou Yu with astonishment, and as she turned to Yu Ziyang, he nodded and stepped outside, conveniently shutting the classroom door behind him. What? Do you not wish to attend class? The crowd shook their heads in unison, their eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for knowledge, eager to absorb theoretical concepts. They even wished to make up for the lost hour in the afternoon of the following day. Zhou Yu conducted the class in a calm manner for the afternoon, from 2:30 to 5, extending it by an hour. The material was straightforward. It pertained to the relationships of restraint among soul masters. Yet, she illustrated her points with numerous intriguing real-life examples, rendering the afternoon significantly more enjoyable than the morning. However, just 5 minutes before class concluded, Zhou Yu's words shattered their blissful reverie. That will be all for today. Your entire class was late by an hour, thus you must make up for it, as the saying goes. What is done today must be completed today. Unfortunately, I have a meeting to attend. The students immediately stiffened. Realizing what was to come, your teacher Yu Ziyang has ample time. He needs to become better acquainted with you, so he will be conducting your lesson. Gather at the First Soul Arena at 7 o'clock this evening. Do not be late again. Class dismissed. I'll let you go early, so you can have a meal. Eat well. The students recognized that escape was futile. Qian Yuhan was the first to spring into action. Dashing out of the classroom towards the dining hall, the others quickly followed suit, surging forward like a band of marauders invading a town, their footsteps echoing through the first-year corridor, if they were on the ground. Clouds of dust would surely billow behind them, creating a spectacular sight of a full-scale assault. Faced with this sudden influx of bandits, the cafeteria staff momentarily paused. "Annie, hurry up and serve the food. 4 ounces of rice this dish, that one, and what's that? Never mind, just give me a portion." One student directed the cafeteria lady as if she were playing a drum set, hitting one dish after another. "Goodness, how long has it been since you last ate?" On Qian Yuhan's side, it was quite simple. "Annie, do you have any restorative dishes to alleviate fatigue?" Indeed, this dragon-scale soft-shelled turtle soup is excellent for replenishment. However, dear child, you are still quite young. A century-old one will suffice. There was a teacher who was so frail that he opted for a millennium-old one, which cost nearly 10,000 gold coins. Qian Yuhan replied, "No, I'm not that weak. I'm genuinely fatigued." The Annie seemed to have misunderstood. "Oh, I see. We have something suitable. This crispy fried meat, made from silver moon wolf, is quite fitting. It possesses excellent restorative properties. And a century-old one will do that. It costs 200 gold soul coins." Qian Yuhan glanced at the menu hanging overhead and noticed the crispy fried meat section listed various types of meat. Silver moon wolf, known for its strong restorative capabilities and effective healing from minor wounds. That's the one. And I'll take 2 ounces of rice. And could you add a bit more meat, please? Steady now. After finishing their meal, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory to rest for a while. Lying on the bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling, too apprehensive to close his eyes, fearing he might oversleep if no one called for him. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was 7 o'clock. The first-year students lined up at the first Seoul arena, and Qian Yuhan counted heads, reporting to Yu Ziang that they were ready to begin the lesson. Tonight's agenda was simple. Obstacle course running. On not running again. Please, teacher. I can't take it anymore. My legs are still trembling, and my back still aches. I fear I might never find happiness again. The students voiced their complaints in unison. Yu Ziang, listening to their grievances, struggled to suppress his laughter, though inwardly he found them quite amusing. However, maintaining a serious demeanor, he displayed his soul rings, unleashing his aura. Goodness, 7 rings soul sage. Upon seeing the soul rings, the students fell silent, and Qian Yuhan led them in a run, navigating walls and crawling through small openings, all while weaving around obstacles within the designated area of the first Seoul arena. Yu Ziang watched the 48 students run, feeling a swell of pride. This is what I devised after an hour of contemplation and an entire afternoon of preparation. Enjoy it. An hour dragged on. Feeling interminable, as if a century had passed, the obstacle course, which appeared deceptively simple, soon revealed itself to be quite the opposite, leaving them utterly exhausted. Qian Yuhan and the others lost all sense of time. Mechanically repeating the motions of running and overcoming obstacles, each leap requiring every ounce of their strength. Sweat soaked their clothes, breaths grew labored and rapid, yet they dared not falter, for Yu Ziang was watching. During this time, they battled against their limits. Yu Ziang, stationed in the preparation area, flicked on the lights and perused a book on self-cultivation for soul masters. Checking the time, he noted, nearly 2 hours have passed. That is sufficient. All right, time is up. You may stop now. Head back to the dormitories, take a shower and rest. You all performed admirably today, especially the girls, that I hope you can persevere. The future belongs to you. What the students did not know was that Yu Ziang rarely praised the students in front of them. If his former students at the Qian Dou Royal Academy were to hear such words, they would surely question their hearing. Qian Yuhan was in the dormitory bathroom, enjoying a hot shower, the warm water cascading over him, seemingly washing away all the fatigue of the day. How refreshing. The classmates from the first year gathered at the first floor security office, where the dorm supervisor called out, "Your homeroom teacher has brought you your assignments." What? Their homework for the theory class. Chapter 50. Evolution of Martial Spirits. After hastily completing the theory assignments, Qian Yuhan retrieved a letter from his mailbox, which he had picked up after dinner. Gazing at the letter, he felt an inexplicable anticipation. This pen pal, Shui, truly understood him, and through their correspondence, Qian Yuhan felt an undeniable connection. Shui wrote with a carefree spirit, unafraid to express her thoughts, whether it was venting about trivial matters or sharing joyous experiences. It seemed as though she had an endless stream of topics to discuss. Qian Yuhan believed that Shui must be someone with a rich tapestry of stories, yet lacked an audience to share them with. Now, he is more than willing to be someone she can confide in about her life and stories, and to share with her the myriad of experiences he has encountered in a previous correspondence. Shui disclosed that she is a female student at the esteemed Qian Dou Royal Academy. Qian Yuhan had already sensed this. The contents of her letter revealed her delicate emotions, indicating she is a sentimental person. Furthermore, her tendency to write extensively about trivial matters at school suggested she might be a bit of a proud princess. Qian Yuhan recalled her mention of being from the Qian Dou Royal Academy. And today, as practical instructor, Yu Ziang, whom he had seen in Han Tiannin's office yesterday, was also from the same institution. He inquired whether she knew him and even lamented to Shui that Yu Ziang was like a devil. Exhausted, Qian Yuhan penned a few hundred words before putting down his pen and heading to bed. The next morning, he instinctively went for a morning run with Zhao Ku, despite having been thoroughly worn out the previous day. Their biological clocks were not easily altered. Taking advantage of the half-hour before class, Qian Yuhan visited the infirmary to check on the 5 individuals still in a coma. The doctor informed him that they would likely awaken tomorrow, as today marked the final extraction of toxins. Nodding, he took a moment to glance at Hu Liner. Just a few days later, Hu Liner and Fanya returned to class, albeit still quite weak. In Yuziang's practical class, he arranged suitable recovery training to aid their recuperation, while Qian Yuhan and the others continued their grueling regimen. When Hu Liner and her companions returned to class, Qian Yuhan and his friends had already endured a week of intense training and had grown accustomed to it. They could acutely feel their physical fitness improving significantly. The previous tempering of their bodies using the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, and this week, as high-intensity training allowed Qian Yuhan to better absorb the residual effects of the Bajiao Xianbing grass and Lihua Xingjiao Shu, resulting in an elevation of his soul power by 2 levels. Reaching level 36, the other 3 occupants of Dormitory 101, upon hearing about the devilish instructor Yuziang from Qian Yuhan, regarded him with a mixture of sympathy and respect. From Shue's letter, Qian Yuhan also learned that Yuziang was a formidable teacher. Despite his strictness, his students ultimately held him in high esteem and respect, as he indeed laid a solid foundation for their future cultivation. The higher-ups at Tiando Royal Academy, upon receiving his resignation letter, nearly went mad in their frantic search for him, only to discover through Qian Yuhan's letter that he had gone to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, assuring Qian Yuhan that he would never divulge any secrets. For the remainder of the semester, the 4 members of Qian Yuhan's dormitory formed a close-knit group, with Hu Liner and Fong Ye frequently studying and sparring together. On a starry night, Qian Yuhan confessed his feelings to Hu Liner, and they shattered that thin layer of glass between them, becoming a couple admired by all. During a short holiday in the semester, he invited Fong Ye to revisit the setting sun forest. Originally, he had intended to invite Hu Liner, but she declined, citing numerous matters at home that required her attention. Naturally, Qian Yuhan also brought along the titled Douluo, Tianwei, who disguised himself as a carriage driver to accompany them. Tianwei, Douluo grumbled, as a dignified titled Douluo, I am reduced to being a bodyguard dressed like this. Following Qian Yuhan's instructions, Tianwei Douluo waited outside the cave, pondering what these young ones could possibly be doing inside, before entering a meditative state. Qian Yuhan had not been mistaken. Fong Ye indeed had some knowledge of herbs, having perused several books on rare medicinal herbs stored in her family's library. Upon entering the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, she was astounded. It turned out that these rare herbs were concentrated in this area rich with spiritual energy. As Fong Ye marveled, she felt an inexplicable force drawing her toward a certain direction, compelling her to walk slowly towards it. Fong Ye, where are you going? Qian Yuhan called out. Fong Ye, unresponsive, continued to walk intently towards a corner. Qian Yuhan followed her to a small nook near the blazing spring of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. They beheld a plant radiating an orange-yellow glow, resembling a sunflower. Upon closer inspection, it was predominantly a vibrant orange, with each petal's center and stem adorned in a striking crimson, reminiscent of flames. This color combination rendered it exceptionally unique. Exuding a fervent aura, it was immediately evident that this was a fire attribute celestial herb, its energy fluctuations significantly more potent than those of ordinary plants. Is this the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Fong Ye exclaimed in shock, nearly overwhelmed by her astonishment. This truly is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Qian Yuhan echoed. He recalled that in the original novel, the protagonist had given this herb to his brother, which subsequently purged the evil fire from within him, significantly enhancing his abilities. Why don't you give it a try? Hummy, can I? Fong Ye hesitated. Upon hearing her uncertainty, Qian Yuhan smiled reassuringly. Of course you can. You are inherently a phoenix woman, albeit one that has undergone a mutation. You still possess fire attribute capabilities within you. Consuming it might yield unexpected benefits. Fong Ye, elated, remembered her family mentioning that the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was a treasured item they had long sought, rumored to impart qualitative improvements upon consumption. Naturally, she also knew from her readings how to properly consume the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Following the instructions she had learned from her studies, she ingested it and immediately felt warmth radiating throughout her body. Observing Fong Ye's rapidly reddening face, Qian Yuhan, clueless, feared something was amiss and began to panic. Right? I'll go find Uncle Tianwei. Recalling Tianwei Douluo was still outside. He thought he might know what was happening. Just as he turned to seek help, Fong Ye spoke softly. I'm fine. I feel as though the coxcomb phoenix sunflower is refining my wooing. Breathing heavily, she half-squatted, continuing, I sense it is reshaping my wuhuan. I should be all right. No need to worry. Fanya persevered, enduring for half an hour, but soon appeared fatigued, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground. Curling up as her body trembled, it seemed she was murmuring to herself, I can hold on. I can do this. After another half hour, as Qian Yuhan watched intently, Fanya suddenly lifted her head and emitted a resounding phoenix cry. Her wuhuan has evolved. Chapter 51. The Child of Destiny. Fanya raised her head, the piercing cry of a phoenix resonating throughout the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Outside the cave, Tianwei, Douluo, lost in meditation, was startled awake by the sound. As the saying goes, all creatures have their beasts and birds. The beast kings are dragons, while the bird kings are phoenixes. Should beasts encounter a phoenix, they would bow in reverence. Similarly, birds would do the same for dragons. That the cry of a phoenix? Tianwei Dou muttered to himself. How did these two little ones attract a phoenix? I must go in and see. Just as he was about to enter the cave, he spotted Qian Yuhan and Fanya emerging. You two? Ah, Uncle Tianwei. Fanya just had a fortuitous evolution of her wuhuan inside. She evolved into a two-headed fire phoenix. Hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Tianwei Douluo's mind was flooded with disbelief. What? She evolved her wuhuan in less than an hour? Astonished, Tianwei Douluo found it hard to fathom the extraordinary nature of the situation. Qian Yuhan saw no reason to tease Tianwei Douluo. He spoke only the truth. Fanya had awakened her wuhuan, transforming into a two-headed fire phoenix. According to her, this was indeed a transformation resulting from a mutation of her original wuhuan, which had been sealed due to its overwhelming power, hence her previous wuhuan form being that of a mere chick. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the seal was lifted by a trace of phoenix energy contained within it, allowing her wuhuan to return. Thus, Fanya's soul power, which had previously been suppressed, was now unleashed, skyrocketing from level 9 to level 29, a staggering increase of 20 levels. It was an unfathomable surge. A testament to the effects of a top-tier wuhuan, the two greeted Tianwei Dou before returning to the cave. Tianwei Dou shook his head and sighed. Time to meditate again. Upon returning to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Qian Yuhan, under Fanya's guidance, harvested numerous celestial herbs, ensuring to leave behind roots to guarantee their survival and continued growth. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King was still meditating nearby. Had it not been for the earlier phoenix cry, it would have intended to sleep for an entire week. Qian Yuhan mused, I needed to check if it made any mistakes with the pond. If it sleeps through this, it won't even know we entered. After about an hour, having nearly completed their task, Qian Yuhan and Fanya departed from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Tianwei Dou, having heard the commotion, concluded his meditation and transformed the Mingyi white tiger into a carriage, transporting the two back to the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Mingyi white tiger grumbled, a dignified top-tier wuhuan reduced to a carriage. If it weren't for the fact that I've been fed well before. Humph! As the night enveloped the Martial Soul Hall Academy, Qian Yuhan exchanged a brief greeting with Douluo Tianwei, who then vanished into the shadows. The coachman seemed vaguely familiar, evoking a sense of recognition from a previous family gathering. Ah, surely you must be mistaken. He is merely a humble coachman. How could he possibly have attended your family's gathering? Qian Yuhan inwardly scolded himself. Filled with regret, he soon realized that Fanya was not only a daughter of a prestigious family, but that her clan also held a certain prominence and influence within the Martial Soul Hall. This suggested that they likely had interactions with Uncle Tianwei, perhaps even having invited him to banquets or other social events. Fanya considered Qian Yuhan's words to be quite reasonable, nodding her head without further contemplation. Suddenly, Douluo Tianwei, meandering down the street, sneezed unexpectedly. Could it be that he was catching a cold? Qian Yuhan entered the academy gates, stopping by the mailbox to retrieve his letters, which he tucked into his bag before following Fanya to the dining hall for a simple meal. After which they returned to their respective dormitories. It was only the first day of a brief 3-day holiday. Many remained at home, leaving dormitory 101 empty save for Qian Yuhan, he thought to himself. Where I sleep hardly matters. It's all the same. He resolved to return home the following day, having not visited in nearly 5 months. Seated at his desk, he gazed at the letter before him. Dear Qian Yuhan, lately, I have been utterly exasperated. The individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy are relentless, clinging to me like pesky shadows. And even when I scold them, they seem to revel in it, utterly shameless. Observing her string of exclamation marks. Qian Yuhan couldn't help but smile faintly. It seemed the girl was quite upset. Indeed. Moreover, you mentioned that Yu Ziyang had joined your school, correct? His former classmates have been clamoring to have him return, threatening to boycott classes if he doesn't. I happened to witness the scene, where the committee members wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. It was nearly impossible to suppress my laughter. If I had let it slip, I would have certainly faced a reprimand. Nevertheless, I managed to hold my composure. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? By the way, I have reached level 40, an achievement for a 10-year-old soul master. Wouldn't you say? How are your friends faring? Have they recovered? I suspect you are far too occupied with your girlfriend, who has recently sustained serious injuries, now that she is on the mend. I imagine you are eager to comfort her. Girls at this time crave the affection and solace of their boyfriends. Hurry and take her on a proper date. Well, I shall write no more. Do reply when you can. There is always someone checking the mailbox daily. Farewell. Shue's Qian Yuhan pondered the sudden shift in tone from Shue. He wondered what might have transpired as she penned the letter. It seemed she was harboring a hint of anger. Upon reading about Hu Lin Air, he recognized the necessity of being a caring boyfriend. However, she had mentioned prior to her departure that she didn't want him to seek her out due to her numerous family obligations, doubting her availability for him. Reflecting on Hu Lin Air's words from the previous day, he sighed. He understood her family was involved in business, but she had described it as a small venture. Why then was she so preoccupied? An idea struck him, recalling the playing cards he had previously discussed with Muchan and the others. Something non-existent in Douluo continent, an opportunity to seize and profit immensely. He found a blank sheet of paper and, guided by inspiration, hastily sketched out a framework, losing track of time as he wrote until he succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto his desk and drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Hu Lin Air was indeed busy. Her home had descended into chaos. Overwhelmed, she stared at the multiple ledgers strewn across her desk, pondering, how could her oblivious father have borrowed such an excessive amount? This was hardly a viable way to address a funding shortfall. Despite her tender age of 8, she had become quite adept at basic accounting. She manipulated the abacus. The red numbers on the ledgers filled her with a sense of dread regarding her family's financial stability. At that moment, a knock shattered the stillness of her room. Open up, it's me. Upon hearing the voice, Hu Lin Air immediately recognized it as Dai Shangxi, the insufferable nuisance she had hoped to avoid. Reluctantly, she opened the door, allowing him entry. What do you want? Speak quickly, Hu Lin Air coldly stated, wishing to minimize their interaction. You little wretch dare to speak to me in such a tone. You'll regret it later. My family has just signed a long-term partnership with Hu Biao, and you are now obligated to assist me at the academy. It's part of the contract. What? Oh, you didn't know? It seemed your father has effectively sold you out. You'd best inquire with him about it. Now your first task is to begin implementation. Dai Shangxi sneered, relaying his demands. Hu Lin Air shook her head vehemently, retreating in distress. No, I cannot do that. Please spare me. Any other condition will suffice, but this one is simply beyond my limits. Not feasible. Do you think you can just refuse? Let me be frank. Your family now relies on my support for nearly all its business endeavors. The Hu family has become nothing more than a puppet for the Dai family. You are aware of your father's connections to the Marshall Soul Hall's financial department, aren't you? He has embezzled a considerable sum of taxes. Hu Lin Air stared in disbelief at Dai Shangxi, her hands trembling as her emotions threatened to unravel. Do you truly hold such affections for him? What is it about him that you find appealing? He is arrogant, self-important, and has no regard for others. What worth does he possess? In the end, he remains an orphan, abandoned by his father. Dai Shangxi had learned from a friend that Qian Yuhan had been abandoned by his father and became an orphan 6 months prior to his enrollment. Why must you persist in troubling him? You are a person of stature. Why stoop so low as to torment someone of humble origins? Hu Lin Air questioned, her fear of Dai Shangxi palpable. For she was genuinely terrified. Yet she still confronted him. "You scoundrel!" Dai Xi's aura surged, his saber-toothed tiger martial soul manifesting as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath him. Although Hu Lin Air had recently broken through a bottleneck in her combat against the Tooth Clan Poison Scorpion King and was on the verge of obtaining a 4th soul ring, she had been unable to secure one due to lingering poison. "You dare to speak to me? The moment you agreed to my proposition, you forfeited your right to be with him. How dare you come to his defense? You truly are despicable." Dai Shi shot Hu Lin Air a disdainful glance before storming out, slamming the door behind him. Hu Lin Air hung her head in silence. She had genuinely developed feelings for Qian Yuhan and pondered, if he were to learn the truth, would he ever forgive me? Yet, the matters Dai Shi had just disclosed, along with his previous threats, made her feel unworthy of claiming to love Qian Yuhan sincerely. Indeed, Dai Shi had previously coerced Hu Lin Air into approaching Qian Yuhan, hoping they would grow close. When they found themselves in a tender moment, he intended to betray Qian Yuhan, inflicting pain upon him, such a vile scheme, born of a corrupt heart. Moreover, Dai Shi had somehow learned of Qian Yuhan's aspirations to introduce playing cards to the marketplace. He instructed Hu Lin Air, under the guise of being Qian Yuhan's girlfriend, to persuade him to hand over the idea, which would then be funneled to the Dai family, allowing him to taste the bitterness of betrayal. What profound enmity must exist to treat a pitiful orphan, cast aside by his own father, with such disdain? Qian Yuhan was likely alone in his dormitory at this very moment, Hu Lin Air mused, gazing out the window as tears welled in her eyes, ultimately trailing down her cheeks. That on the second morning of the holiday, Qian Yuhan rose early to continue his routine of jogging and checking the mailbox. This time, he cut his run short and returned to his dormitory to gather his belongings, intending to visit his uncles and discreetly inquire about his father's whereabouts. This holiday spanned 3 days, and when combined with the preceding weekend, amounted to 5 days in total. The absence of the absurd scheduling system from his previous world made this time off seem heavenly. After enduring grueling training sessions with Yu Ziyang, he was eager for a proper respite to recuperate and prepare for the forthcoming rigorous training. Arriving at his home in Martial Soul City, situated adjacent to the Elder of Judgment and the Grand Offerings Hall, he found a modest yet unassuming villa. The decor was simple, featuring a small garden with a tea table, a chair, and a pavilion. The spring water cascading from the artificial mountain flows gracefully past the pavilion, resembling a serene paradise, tranquil and leisurely. Reclining upon my plush bed, I indulged in a delightful slumber, drifting into a deep sleep that lasted until noon. Qian Yuhan could have continued to bask in the warmth of sleep, had he not been stirred awake by a persistent knocking at the door. Young master, are you there?" A voice accompanied the rhythmic knocks, rubbing his bleary eyes. Qian Yuhan opened the door to find Confronting Dou standing at the threshold. Ever since taking Qian Yuhan back, Qian Mo had ceased neglecting this villa, moving in with his son. After all, he couldn't allow his child to rest in the office space as he had done. Qian Mo had erected a barrier around the villa, permitting only select individuals to enter. Thus the front door remained unlocked. "Uncle Qingfeng, what brings you here? When did you return, Yuhan? You should come and chat with Uncle more often. If it weren't for Xiaohui saying you were back, I wouldn't have known. Xiaohui is looking for you. Why not pay a visit to the Pope's palace?" "Huh, the Pope's palace. What am I supposed to do there? What does Uncle Xiaohui want?" "I'm afraid I cannot say. He did not disclose that information," Confronting Dou replied, shaking his head dismissively. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Since you're back today, come to my place for dinner tonight. It's on me." Just as Qian Yuhan was about to respond, Confronting Dou interjected, "No refusals." Qian Yuhan chuckled and shook his head. "I wasn't declining. I was just about to agree when you interrupted me." "Ha ha, that's just Uncle being overly eager. Who could resist someone as charming as you, Yuhan?" After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Confronting Douluo took his leave. After bidding farewell to Confronting Douluo, Qian Yuhan enjoyed the lunch brought by the servant while pondering. What might Uncle Xiaohui want with me? He has never summoned me to the Pope's palace before. Perhaps there's some urgent matter at hand, or news about father. A moment of doubt crossed his mind. But if it were news about father, surely Uncle Qingfeng would be aware. No matter. I shall find out the answer soon enough. "Father, where are you? When will we be reunited?" I have worked so hard. Chapter 53. The Pope's summons after a brief nap following lunch. Qian Yuhan rose to tidy himself up, for he was about to visit the Pope's palace, where others would also be present. Thus he needed to maintain a respectable appearance. Grasping the offering token left to him by his father, he set out towards the Pope's palace. Along the way, many gazes were cast upon the elegantly attired young boy. Who is that child? Which family does he belong to? Hey, don't point at him. Someone dressed so splendidly must possess a remarkable identity. Although the bystanders whispered amongst themselves, Qian Yuhan distinctly heard their remarks, which he found quite displeasing. He yearned for a simple, unassuming life. If he truly desired fame, he could easily achieve it through the power and promotional capabilities of the Spear Hall. In that case, those around him would undoubtedly flock to flatter him, calling him young master incessantly. The villa where Qian Yuhan resided with Qian Mo was situated within the renowned Mingyue Villa district of Spirit City. This district was conveniently located adjacent to the staircase leading to the Pope's palace. Thus, stepping out of the villa allowed for a direct ascent up the staircase, a convenience primarily for those in mid-level leadership positions within the Spirit Hall. The true upper echelons resided directly on the mountain, affording them even greater convenience. Qian Yuhan relished the feeling of blending in with ordinary people. Residing atop the Spirit Mountain would be far too dull. Here, he could roam freely within Spirit City, which was precisely what he adored about his current living situation. Despite the nearly 40-minute climb to the offering hall, he found joy in the journey. After ascending the internal staircase of the Spirit Hall for 20 minutes, he arrived at the renowned Spirit Plaza, a site steeped in legend. It was said that the first human soul master awakened their spirit right here, leading future generations to name this area Spirit Plaza. The Spirit Hall's location was chosen with this history in mind. Spirit Plaza was expansive, roughly the size of 4 standard soccer fields, adorned with a golden angel statue at its center. Surrounded by fountains, numerous benches encircled the plaza, providing spaces for rest. Dense trees enveloped the area, creating an air of mystery to outsiders. Those fortunate enough to enter were all individuals associated with the Spirit Hall. Well aware of its devotion to the angel deity through the ages, the angel statue in the plaza was one of only 2 public representations. The other resided within the Grand Offering Hall. Crossing Spirit Plaza and continuing up the stairs opposite led directly to the core of the Spirit Hall's authority, the Pope's Palace. Nearby, several smaller towers resembled a fairy tale castle, with the spire of the Pope's Palace reaching into the clouds. These smaller towers housed the offices of high-ranking officials from various departments within the Spirit Hall, facilitating direct reports to the Pope and aiding in management. In comparison, their heights paled in comparison to the Pope's Palace. Upon reaching the end of the staircase, Qian Yuhan stood before the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, ornately decorated and exuding opulence. Countless gemstones adorned the door, shimmering in the sunlight, presenting his offering token. The guards inspected it before respectfully kneeling before the 8.5-year-old boy, declaring, "Greetings, grand offering." The authenticity of the offering token was unquestionable. It was indeed genuine. To meet the spirit is to meet the person. "Before you stand the grand offering, rise," commanded Qian Yuhan. "Thank you, grand offering." The soldier's eyes remained fixated on the offering token in Qian Yuhan's hand. Such tokens were a rarity, something many would never have the chance to behold in their lifetime, let alone the grand offering token. Typically, a grand offering would flash directly to the Pope's palace without needing to enter through the main gate. Thus, for both parties involved, this was essentially their first encounter in such a manner. "Take me to see the Pope." "Yes." The guard nodded in affirmation, waving his hand to open the grand doors of the Spirit Hall. The attendant led the way, while Qian Yuhan followed closely behind. Though he had visited the Pope's palace once as a child, he retained little memory of it. This time, upon entering, he was awestruck by the surroundings. Crossing the threshold revealed a staircase crafted entirely from diamond, embellished with millennia-old jade pines. The jade pines, if sold in the market, would fetch no less than 100,000 gold soul coins, and these were a millennium old. The closer he drew, the more magnificent the Pope's palace appeared. The guard instructed Qian Yuhan to wait just outside the main hall of the Pope's palace while he entered to announce his presence. Shortly thereafter, the guard re-emerged, bowing slightly. "You may enter." The moment the guard finished speaking, The gilded main doors transformed into translucent barriers, reminiscent of a water gate, rippling gently, allowing a clear view of the grand hall within. This spectacle left Qian Yuhan astonished. What kind of extraordinary door is this? Approaching the grand hall of the Pope's palace, he found Pope Xiaowei seated upon the Pope's throne, flanked by armored guards. Upon noticing Qian Yuhan's entrance, he raised a hand to signal the guards, who promptly formed an orderly line and exited the main hall. Once the guards had departed, Xiaowei greeted warmly, "Yuhan, welcome. How have you fared during your time at the academy?" "Quite well, Your Holiness. Please, no need for such formalities. Just call me Xiao." It was evident that Xiaowei recognized Qian Yuhan's playful tone, and he felt a swell of pride within him. Their young master had finally matured, though merely 8 years old. He possessed a remarkable understanding of the world. He recalled the time when the grand offering departed without so much as a word, leaving Qian Yuhan in a state of profound silence. It had been a trying period. Now, witnessing Qian Yuhan's vibrant and cheerful demeanor was a source of great joy for them all. "Uncle Xiaowei, did you summon me for something urgent?" "Ah, indeed, little Han. Recently, the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire have engaged in numerous collaborations, particularly in the realm of education. Once you graduate from the first grade, the Spirit Hall Academy plans to initiate an exchange program with the Tiando Royal Academy. Each institution will send a team of exchange students. And I would like you to join this team, traveling to the Tiando Royal Academy for 4 years of study. Does that sound agreeable?" If Uncle Xiaowei deemed it appropriate, Qian Yuhan had no objections. Yet, the mention of the Tiando Royal Academy prompted him to draw out a syllable, Tiando Royal Academy. Xiaowei, fully aware of Qian Yuhan's hesitation, reassured him, "Rest assured, the Tiando Royal Academy will provide our exchange students with the finest educational environment and instructors. Of course, your true identity will remain undisclosed. You will simply be an ordinary second-grade student." Qian Yuhan nodded in agreement upon hearing Xiaowei's words. After all, it was Xiaowei who personally sought his opinion, making it difficult for him to refuse, so he accepted the request. Upon leaving the papal hall, Qian Yuhan found himself contemplating various thoughts. Chapter 54. "Oh my, you are actually a top-tier expert." Qian Yuhan made his way up the heavenly ladder to the Martial Soul Plaza. Taking a seat on a bench, he learned that he would be heading to the Tiando Royal Academy for his second year of studies, a commitment of 4 years. He felt a pang of reluctance to part from his friends in the dormitory, particularly from Hu Lin'er. He wished to find Hu Lin'er for a chat and intended to visit her family. However, before the break, she had told him that her family was too busy for a date, leaving Qian Yuhan feeling somewhat despondent. "Lao Si, what brings you here?" At that moment, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Qian Yuhan looked up to see Muchan staring at him in astonishment. He had come across the heavenly ladder while wandering in the Martial Soul City and was intrigued enough to ascend it. "Don't be ridiculous. The ladder is guarded. To ascend, one must verify their identity. Only those of status are permitted." And Muchan swiftly called him out, continuing, "Lao Si, I sense something extraordinary about you at the academy. Abandoned by your father? A divine martial soul could be forsaken. Supreme Xinling pills are given away so casually. And the heavenly dragon detoxification pill is just taken away. Come on, tell me the truth. What background do you really have?" "Rest assured, third brother, I will keep it confidential." Qian Yuhan gazed at Muchan, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, and thus decided to divulge everything. "What? Lao Si, you are actually that mysteriously renowned young master." A top-tier expert, though Muchan claimed to be prepared. He was still taken aback by the complexity of Qian Yuhan's identity. The son of the Grand Offering, after all, with the surname Qian. "Don't tell anyone else, okay? I've only revealed this to you at the academy." Lin'er is unaware. It seemed both of them shared a similar desire to conceal their identities while studying. However, Qian Yuhan had inadvertently exposed his, while Muchan was better at hiding his. "I will be going to the Tiando Royal Academy for exchange studies in my second year." "What? Is that already decided? Did you know about it beforehand?" Muchan nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, I heard my father mention it before, saying that our cohort would select a few to go for exchange studies at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, the selection will only begin next semester, so you've essentially secured a spot." Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan shook his head, If the Pope has said so, how can I refuse? Uncle Xiaohui is, after all, an elder. Now that Qian Yuhan had laid everything bare to Muchan, and knowing that Muchan, as the son of the second grand offering, surely had connections with the Pope, he decided to be straightforward. Oh, so you want to see the Pope? Huh? Qian Yuhan nodded, explaining he approached me and asked for my opinion, and I had no valid reason to refuse, so I agreed. Hey Lao Si, are you worried about being in a long-distance relationship with Uliner? Muchan teased. Qian Yuhan remained silent, looking down in contemplation, offering no response to Muchan's remark. Muchan, seeing his demeanor, realized he was right. Don't worry. There will be a selection competition next semester, and our academy will surely send the most outstanding individuals for the exchange. After all, this is a significant exchange between two major forces. The exchange students will serve as their respective calling cards, and they must be impressive to reflect that. Muchan reassured Qian Yuhan. Continuing, moreover, given Liner's strength, I believe she will have no trouble passing the selection. Well, are you going? As for me, I definitely won't be going. Fangya is still at the academy. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly and posed a question. What if I told you that Fangya is highly likely to be selected for exchange studies next semester? Impossible. She's only at the 9th level if it weren't for her profound theoretical knowledge recognized by the academy. She would have been advised to leave long ago. Look, you don't trust her at all. Her martial soul has undergone awakening and evolution. In terms of quality, your golden crocodile king doesn't even compare to hers. How was that possible? Wait, Lao Si, what did you just say? Fangya's martial soul has awakened? Qian Yuhan nodded. Yes, on the first day of the break, I took her to a certain place where she unexpectedly obtained a coxcomb phoenix flower. After consuming it, her martial soul evolved into a two-headed fire phoenix. What? Coxcomb phoenix flower. Two-headed fire phoenix. Fangya's soul power increased by 20 levels after awakening, and she is now at 29, not far from breaking through to Soul Master. Wow, I must go. I will tell my father right away. Qian Yuhan quickly grasped Muchan's arm, saying, Wait. Don't you want to avenge our previous friendship match? I believe next semester we can have another match. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling to gain recognition through skill in the selection? Muchan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Qian Yuhan's perspective, with the mention of the upcoming selection competition. Qian Yuhan felt confident in Liner's capabilities, believing she would easily pass the selection, lifting his spirits. After agreeing with Muchan for a rematch next semester, Qian Yuhan mentioned that he would inform his elder brothers upon returning to the academy. The 6-member outdoor training group would be going for the exchange together. It would be an exhilarating experience. They both momentarily forgot about Tang Xian's girlfriend, who is also from the Martial Soul Academy and of average strength. All right, Lao Si, since you've laid everything out, let's go to my house for a good meal? Wait, come on, stop hesitating. Before Qian Yuhan could finish his sentence, Muchan decisively pulled him along. They ascended the heavenly ladder again. This time not heading through the Papal Hall's main entrance, but taking a different path at the top of the ladder. This path was unfamiliar to Qian Yuhan. He had always been teleported back to Mingwei community by Qian Mo or Tiandi Dou. Never having traversed this route before. What's this? You've never taken this route? That shouldn't be the case. It was always my father who teleported me back. Muchan replied, My father never treated me this well. Continuing along the narrow path, they soon came upon a vast complex, ancient and sacred in appearance. Qian Yuhan recognized these buildings. They were indeed the Grand Offering Hall, where the offerings practiced and worked. The offerings generally resided in luxurious villas alongside the elders and the Pope on the opposite side of the Papal Hall, making it convenient for the high-ranking members of the Martial Soul Hall to commute. Following Muchan, they reached the Golden Crocodile Hall, where the second grand offering practiced. Muchan pushed open the hall door and stepped inside. Dad, I brought a classmate, Muchan shouted as he entered. Full of exuberance, be quiet. You little rascal, bring your classmate in. I'm in the training room. Muchan led Qian Yuhan further inside, and after passing through a doorway and turning left, they arrived at a closed door. Come in. Muchan ushered Qian Yuhan inside. Upon entering, Qian Yuhan saw the golden crocodile Dou meditating on a mat in the center of the room. Hey, you little rascal. How's school? You even brought a classmate back. Qian Yuhan smiled and responded, Uncle Golden Crocodile, it's been a long time. Chapter 55, An Unusual Final Exam, Uncle Golden Crocodile, it's been a while. Qian Yuhan smiled at the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was sitting in meditation. Impudent, the Golden Crocodile Douluo admonished in a low voice, exuding a terrifying pressure that caused both Muchan and Qian Yuhan to kneel on the ground. Muchan looked at Qian Yuhan, his eyes filled with resentment. He had previously told Qian Yuhan that his father cared deeply about how others addressed him. His astonishment, his good friend had just called him Uncle Golden Crocodile, a relationship that surely hadn't reached that level. Even if he was a young master, Muchan's thoughts were clearly unfounded. As the Golden Crocodile, Douluo opened his eyes and stood. His gaze fell on Qian Yuhan, and instantly, the pressure dissipated. Xiao Han, it's you, you little rascal. Come here and let your uncle take a look at you. Muchan thought to himself. When has my father treated me this way? Boo-hoo, Qian Yuhan approached, bowing slightly and clasping his hands, saying, Uncle Golden Crocodile, you just released your pressure to suppress me and Muchan. Hm. Feigning anger, Qian Yuhan turned his head away in mock annoyance that Muchan was utterly astonished. Wow. Qian Yuhan never behaves like this at the academy. Is he pouting? And Dad seems quite pleased. All right, you little rascal. You know your uncle is sensitive about certain things. I didn't realize it was you at first. If I had known it was you, would I have acted this way? This is all your fault. I am indifferent. Muchan mentioned he would treat me to a meal. Uncle, are you not waiting here for me? Very well. I shall have someone prepare for you. Today, let's have a good chat, Uncle. Qian Yuhan nodded in response and glanced at the now apathetic Muchan, giving him a wink. Before long, a servant arrived to inform them that everything was ready for dining. Let us go, it's time to eat. Muchan and Qian Yuhan followed the Golden Crocodile Douluo as they made their way to the dining hall. The three engaged in lively conversation while they dined. Muchan, you rascal, you never told me you and Xiao Han were roommates. With that, he playfully slapped Muchan on the back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of rice. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? You could have just said it without being so rough. Well, really, why so many words? You little brat, he chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. I just found out today that he is the heir of the Spirit Hall. The son of Uncle Qian Mo, did I not mention this before? The Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired, puzzled, then continued. Indeed, when Xiao Han joined the academy, he told us he planned to keep his identity concealed. So he didn't inform you. Truly, he did not share that. Observing the Golden Crocodile Douluo's demeanor, Muchan shook his head in exasperation, covering his face. This old man. Son, I heard from His Holiness the Pope that you encountered the Tooth-Claw Scorpion King and got poisoned. How are you and Xiao Han faring? Is everything all right? No need to worry, Dad. The poison has been expelled. He replied, I'm fine too. Rest assured, Uncle. That is good to hear. You two kept your identities hidden from each other upon entering the academy. Yet your bond must be quite strong. This is also why I had Muchan conceal his identity when enrolling. Possessing some special status may hinder one's life at the academy. Yes, Dad, you were indeed right this time. However, I reveal my identity on the very first day. It is Xiao Si who has concealed his too well. The Golden Crocodile Douluo coughed and remarked, You dare to say that? By the way, what do you call Xiao Han? Xiao Si. Yes, Uncle, we arranged a hierarchy among the brothers in our dormitory, and I am the youngest, hence I am Xiao S. Muchan is the third, so I call him Sangu. The Golden Crocodile Douluo studied the two, as if reminiscing, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Oh no, my father has begun to act silly again. Muchan quipped, breaking the atmosphere. The Golden Crocodile Douluo shot a glare at his wayward son. Go away, you ungrateful child. He then turned to Qian Yuhan, his tone softening as he continued. Looking at both of you reminds me of my brothers in our youth. We had far more joyous times than you. After classes, we would venture out on adventures. Your father, the eldest, took us to the nearby Spirit Beast Forest to explore. That we were inseparable, playing together since childhood. At that time, we were just your age, and I cannot fathom how we had the audacity to challenge a 30,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear. Yet we emerged victorious. He recalled those fond memories. The Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled and shook his head. Hearing the Golden Crocodile mention his father, Qian Yuhan felt a twinge of melancholy. Noticing his expression, the Golden Crocodile Douluo aware of his thoughts. Offered words of comfort. The grand offering has his own duties to attend to, and you two have your own adventures to pursue. You and your father will surely meet again. He has promised you. And he will keep his word. Uncle, I understand, Qian Yuhan interjected. I will continue to strive in my training. Sensing the atmosphere had grown too somber, Muchan chimed in teasingly. Hey, let us eat. This yellow braised chicken is getting cold. If you don't eat, I might finish it all myself. Good thing I saved a few pieces for you. Haha, eat up. The golden crocodile Douluo, following Muchan's lead, encouraged Qian Yuhan to indulge. Shifting the topic. The golden crocodile Douluo inquired, by the way, I heard from that old fellow Lu Min, the minister of the education department at the Spear Hall, that you all have reformed the education system at the academy. Qian Yuhan nodded in affirmation, replying, yes, there are now 2 teachers for each class, one for theory and another for practical lessons. I feel the results are quite effective. Muchan added, indeed, but I heard our final exams have changed as well. They are not the same as before. It seems the practical assessment now takes precedence, accounting for 50, while the theoretical assessment also occupies 50. The ratio has shifted. Moreover, the practical assessment has transformed into soul battles, with random matching. Each person will battle 3 times, judged by the practical teachers of each class, with the average score taken and the highest score recorded as the practical assessment score. That sounds quite promising. The golden crocodile, Douluo remarked, watching the 2 converse animatedly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. After finishing their meal, Qian Yuhan engaged in further casual conversation with the golden crocodile, Douluo, about mundane matters. But as time passed, he took his leave. Muchan intended to see him off, but Qian Yuhan declined, wishing to explore on his own. After Qian Yuhan departed, the golden crocodile Douluo patted Muchan's back, signaling for him to follow. In the lounge, the golden crocodile Douluo and Muchan settled on the sofa, and he said, son, you should learn from Xiaohan. He possesses many qualities that you lack. So you must study him well. Yes, I know. Xiaoxi is indeed remarkable. Tell me about the other 2 in your dormitory at Dou. They are twins and disciples of the Haotian sect. The elder is named Tang Xian, and the younger, Tang Chun. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Tang Xian and Tang Chun? What a coincidence! What's the matter, Dad? Do you know them? The golden crocodile Douluo nodded, chuckling. I merely find it amusing how fated you 4 children are. You must have been quite young. When you and Yuhan were around 2 years old, your uncle Qian Mo, along with me and their father, Tang Jun, visited the ice god sect. There we placed you 5 in a room to play while we went to drink. Later, we heard from the servants that you 5 had begun to fight. My goodness, it was quite a fierce affair. In the end, Yuhan was pulling that little girl, pointing at the 3 of you. And it was simply too amusing. Muchan was taken aback. I had no idea the 4 of us had met long ago. Fate truly is a wondrous thing. Qian Yuhan returned to the Mingyu villa. Sitting cross-legged on his bed to cultivate, he had now brushed against the threshold of level 37, feeling on the verge of a breakthrough. After absorbing the 8-angled profound ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom, he still had a considerable amount of the world's elemental energy within him. If he were to absorb it all, he might very well reach the spirit master level. It appeared that he must give his all in the upcoming semester's practical examination to strive for a breakthrough. Qian Yuhan directed his soul power to flow through every meridian in his body, feeling as if every part of him was being nourished. In his heart, he mused, this sensation is quite marvelous, warm and comfortable. Just as his soul power flowed into a sea of spirit and continued to nourish it, he suddenly sensed a significant disturbance within. Moreover, he felt 2 forces clashing within his sea of spirit. Qian Yuhan quickly entered his sea of spirit and found his martial spirit, the radiant divine sword, engaged in a fierce battle with a blood-red orb of light. The radiant divine sword seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. Realizing the urgency, Qian Yuhan hastily transmitted his soul power to the sword. After several rounds of conflict, the radiant divine sword ultimately subdued the blood-red orb. Its blade pressed downward, sealing the orb's chaotic energy under its control. Phew! Finally calm, Qian Yuhan exhaled softly. Upon awakening from his cultivation, he was astonished to discover that the battle between the radiant divine sword and the blood-red orb had caused a significant amount of the orb's power to overflow, which his body had fully absorbed, resulting in a direct breakthrough in his soul power. Overjoyed, Qian Yuhan contemplated, if I periodically released that blood-red orb while controlling the radiant divine sword, allowing it to suppress the orb, the energy release could be absorbed and transformed by me, thus accelerating my soul power enhancement. Yet for now, Qian Yuhan's priority was to solidify his cultivation. This was a practice he adhered to every time he achieved a breakthrough, to ground himself and stabilize his progress, ensuring he could venture further in the future. Indeed, this was the very first lesson his father, Qian Mo, had imparted to him. Unbeknownst to him, the days of the holiday swiftly came to an end. The students and teachers of the Spirit Hall Academy gradually returned to school to resume classes. Everyone was exceptionally busy, for in half a month, the theoretical examinations would commence, followed by the practical assessments shortly thereafter. The first-grade theory teachers are preoccupied with preparing examination papers, while the practical instructors are busy planning assessments, allocating venues, and randomly grouping students for evaluations to AS for the students. They are undoubtedly engrossed in their studies. Since their return to school, Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin'er have been meeting at the library to study diligently for 3 or 4 consecutive days, from their first encounter after returning to school. Qian Yuhan noticed Hu Lin'er's fatigue. She appeared utterly devoid of spirit. Approaching her, Qian Yuhan gently ruffled her hair and inquired, "How did you tire yourself out so much during the break? Do you not wish to take a proper rest?" As Qian Yuhan affectionately touched her head, Hu Lin'er felt her cheeks flush crimson and shook her head, saying, "No need, I didn't spend enough time with you during the break, so now I must make it up to my boyfriend." Upon seeing the concern in Qian Yuhan's eyes, Hu Lin'er felt tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Nothing, I'm fine." Hu Lin'er rubbed her eyes and turned her head away, not wanting Qian Yuhan to see that. By the way, I overheard Muchan and the others chatting in the infirmary, mentioning that you plan to start business. Qian Yuhan paused at Hu Lin'er's words, momentarily taken aback, and replied, Yes, that I intend to develop a card-based entertainment game. Douluo. Could you elaborate?" Qian Yuhan teased, Sure. Are you planning to invest in me, Miss Hu?" Hu Lin'er smiled faintly. "That depends on whether it's worth it." "It will definitely be worth it. It's a guaranteed profit." Noticing the wall clock, Qian Yuhan remarked, "It's getting late. Let us discuss it in detail another day. We have practical classes tomorrow morning, so you should rest well tonight." Upon hearing about the practical class, Hu Lin'er recalled Yu Zhang's intense teaching style and shivered, hastily packing her belongings and pulling Qian Yuhan towards the exit. "Hey, slow down." "No way. I don't want to be exhausted in class tomorrow, especially with the practical assessments coming up soon." After leaving the library, the two walked side by side for a while before parting ways. Qian Yuhan headed straight for the dormitory, while Hu Lin'er wandered outside. Her head bowed, lost in thought. "I'm sorry. Yuhan, I can only do this. I hope you can forgive me." Prior to heading to the library to study, Qian Yuhan had retrieved a letter from the mailbox, finding a reply from Shui that made the day's fatigue dissipate. Having been busy in the past few days, she hadn't had the time to respond and had merely read Shui's letters. Glancing at the clock, she decided it was now or never and picked up a pen and paper to write back. "Shui, I sincerely apologize for being so busy these past few days with final exam preparations. I also forgot to tell you that I had gone home to rest during the break. My apologies. You are so magnanimous, with a heart as vast as the ocean. Surely you wouldn't hold it against me, right? Lately, I've been studying with Lin'er, and she excels in theory far beyond me. I really need her help to catch up. Otherwise, I might fail the first semester. It's quite strange. Ever since we returned, seeing her so fatigued is truly distressing." Yet she just smiles. She even asked if I planned to start a business, saying Muchan had informed her. "I had mentioned to you before that I intended to create a new type of card game business. This endeavor requires investment. What do you think about asking Lin'er to invest?" But then I realized her family may not be financially comfortable right now. Would asking her to invest just add to her stress? "Oh, these past few days have worn me out, and with practical classes tomorrow morning, by the time you read this letter, I'll probably be enduring a rigorous session with Yu Zhang." I apologize for not writing back sooner. It is not that I don't value our pen pal friendship. I've just been overwhelmed with busyness that I'm delighted to see you so happy every day. You mentioned having a quarrel with your best friend. These are merely small matters that a little conflict is the spice of friendship, right? It's precisely these minor disagreements that indicate a strong bond between you. Just communicate openly and share your thoughts. And everything will be resolved in no time. That I wish you a swift reconciliation with your so-called broken friendship. Best wishes. Qian Dou year 8029, January 8, Chapter 57. That what is Liner up to? Sneaking around. After finishing her letter, Qian glanced at the three roommates who had already fallen into slumber, appreciating the tranquil atmosphere. After a quick visit to the washroom, she climbed into bed and soon drifted into dreamland. The next morning, Qian went for a morning run with Zhao Ku. After completing 2 laps, they arrived at the dormitory building, where Tang Xian joined them. Qian asked, "Big brother, why are you up so early?" "Well, during my last visit home, my dad remarked that I've put on weight, that I looked down and realized I've developed a bit of a belly, that I need to exercise and shed some pounds. Otherwise, Xiaoyu might start to find me unappealing," Tang Xian replied, scratching his head. Noticing Qian companion, he inquired, "Who is this?" "This is Zhao Ku, from our class." "Hello. Nice to meet you." Tang Xian extended his hand. And Zhao Ku, seeing Tang Xian's friendliness, quickly reciprocated. "Hey, come on. Is it really necessary to be so formal? You're acting like you're greeting a superior," Qian teased, as they finished their last lap. Qian dropped her letter in the mailbox before returning to the others. "What's this old for?" Zhao Ku explained, "The class leader is writing a letter. She basically goes to the mailbox every morning to send it." Qian nodded. "Wow, old for. You've got yourself a pen pal. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" "I suspect it's a girl," Qian replied, as Tang Xian observed Qian's composed demeanor. He dismissed any thoughts of her being involved with someone else, concluding that it was merely a platonic correspondence. However, he couldn't help but jest. "Does Lina know about this?" Qian shook her head. "Hey, old for, aren't you worried Lina will get jealous that you're writing to another girl? We've both given each other plenty of space, and my relationship with her is strictly friendly. There are no ulterior motives. I trust Lina will understand, especially since we've never met." Just as Qian was about to add more, Tang Xian interrupted. All right. You seem a bit defensive. We're not implying anything untoward." Zhao Kun nodded in agreement with Tang Xian's comments. Tang Xian continued, "I think it's essential for you to mention this to Lina to avoid any misunderstandings, that it's better to clarify things up front than to be caught off guard later. At least it shows you have a clear conscience, right?" Tang Xian's words resonated with Qian, who found them quite reasonable and nodded in acknowledgement. The final lap served as a cool-down, allowing them to walk and reduce their heart rates. The trio chatted casually about the upcoming finals as they made their way back to the dormitory. After showering and changing into clean clothes, Qian and Tang Xian woke Muchan and Tang Chun. Once the two were ready, they all headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. After finishing their meal, Qian scanned the surroundings but couldn't spot Lina. She decided to mention her female pen pal during class. However, when class started, she discovered that Lina had taken a sick day. "What's going on? Didn't Lina study with me just last night?" Meanwhile, in the morning, the theory teacher had fallen ill, resulting in the cancellation of the theory class for the 4th grade, which was replaced by free activity. Tang Xian wandered around aimlessly, while Tang Chun returned to the dormitory to practice. Xiaoyu was still in class, so he decided to explore the academy. Walking along a path, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. That Lina. Why is she here? Shouldn't she be at the soul fighting arena for practical class this morning? Pondering this, he was about to greet her when he noticed Lina looking around suspiciously before heading towards the spirit soul forest. Tang Xian felt a surge of curiosity. What is Lina up to? Sneaking around? Driven by intrigue, he followed her into the spirit soul forest. The Spirit Soul Forest is a particularly mysterious place within the Spirit Hall Academy, filled mostly with various trees for students to rest and enjoy. Though a small section is home to some quite dangerous plants, Tang Xian kept close to Lina, wary of her encountering any hazardous flora, such as the demonic eye tree he had previously encountered. Tang Xian trembled at the mere recollection of that experience. Observing Lina weaving in and out, it seemed she was quite familiar with the area, as if she frequented it often, following her. Tang Xian inevitably lost her trail and left in frustration, planning to speak with Lao Si after his class. In a clearing surrounded by spiritual pines within the Spirit-Soul Forest, a figure awaited. It was Dai Xingxi, and Hu Liner sidled through the space between two trees. "What is it this time? Did you really need me to take leave from class this morning?" Hu Liner said with evident disdain. "Liner, could you perhaps show me a bit more kindness? How have you progressed with what I mentioned on my day off?" Hu Liner, puzzled, inquired, "How did you learn that Yuhan intends to venture into that card business?" "Ha ha ha. That's not your concern. You should pay more attention to this matter. It is a tremendous opportunity to save your Hu family. My family will provide financial support for yours, so you must swiftly acquire his business plan regarding those cards. This way, our two families can seize the market ahead of time, allowing your family's financial situation to recover." "And then what?" Hu Liner asked coldly. Dai Xingxi was evidently taken aback by her question. "And then, what do you mean by and then?" "Naturally, it would lead to a long-term cooperation between our families. You continue to entice Qian Yuhan, and when he becomes infatuated, you can cast him aside. That will undoubtedly deal him a significant blow, and at that point, I shall reveal the entire truth to him. Just imagine how thrilling that would be. Ha ha ha. You are shameless. We're in the same boat now." Hu Liner, do not delude yourself into thinking that speaking well of Qian Yuhan is doing him a favor. You have never done anything good for him. Dai Xingxi's final remark hit home, causing Hu Liner to stiffen, realizing the truth in his words. "I implore you to cease this. Otherwise, I could very well go to Yuhan and confess everything myself, even if it means he will loathe me forever. I must reveal that the truth behind all of this is your coercion." "Is that so? I'm the one coercing you." "Think carefully," Dai Xingxi whispered in her ear. "Do not forget the betrothal between our families. If it weren't for that childhood engagement, do you truly believe your family's financial troubles could have remained concealed until today? Liner, why can't you understand? Even though you have treated me poorly, I find it repulsive." "You scoundrel!" Hu Liner shouted. "Very well," Dai Xingxi said as he traversed the grove and departed. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Hu Liner's face. Why was I born into such a family? Had I known that the wealthy must contend with such matters, I would have preferred to live a humble, ordinary life. Chapter 58. The dilemma Hu Liner wrestled internally. On one hand, for the sake of her family, she must cultivate a good relationship with Dai Xingxi and the Dai family to navigate through their challenges. On the other hand, she did not wish to treat Qian Yuhan this way, as it would be unfair to him. The former was for family, and the latter for love. Choosing the former would render Qian Yuhan a mere plaything, while opting for the latter would amount to neglecting her family that raised her. Now, Hu Liner faced these two choices. How should she decide? There was still time to make a choice. She wiped the tears from her eyes and exited the Spirit-Soul Forest. As she walked along the path within the academy, she decided to rest on a nearby bench, gazing at the picturesque scenery that felt so mundane and ordinary. Hu Liner was merely on the brink of 9 years old. She had thought that learning to calculate using an abacus would suffice to assist her family, yet she never anticipated it would culminate in such a predicament. The fate of her entire family depended on her. Relying on her to help Dai Xingxi's scheme against the boy she cherished, all to save her enormous family. A truly absurd situation. Wandering between these two choices, she found herself at Angel Square. Sitting there, she stared blankly at the statue of the adjudicator elder, Qian Mo, in the center of the square. How am I to make a decision? Who can come to my aid? Hu Liner first thought of Qian Yuhan. But he was now an orphan, abandoned by his father, and during the holidays, he had nowhere to go, having to fend for himself. Fanya had a decent relationship with her, and it was said that she was the daughter of a prominent family. If she could assist the Hu family, then Hu Liner would no longer be under Dai Xingxi's coercion. Yes, I shall seek Fong Wai. Hu Liner remained seated at Angel Square for the entire morning, skipping lunch to return to her dormitory for rest, intending to speak with Fanya in the afternoon. As Qian Yuhan left class, Muchan waited at the entrance. Class is over? Qian Yuhan nodded in response. Hey, I didn't ask you, Lao Si. I was inquiring about Fong. Why? Muchan grinned, glancing at Fanya behind Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan shot Muchan a glare and walked past him. Hey, Lao Si. Why are you so anxious? I was just joking. I specifically waited for you. I have something to discuss that. Let's not talk here. Let's grab a bite first, and we can chat while we eat. The three, Qian, Muchan, and Fangya, headed to the cafeteria together. The theory class for their class was held in the classroom adjacent to the fighting spirit area, so they decided against searching for the others in the classroom and instead planned to meet in the cafeteria. After each ordered their lunch, they found an empty table to sit down to as soon as they settled. Qian inquired about what Muchan wanted to discuss. Seeing Qian anxious expression, Muchan decided to forego teasing him, saying, "This morning our class had no lessons, so I was wandering outside. Guess whom I ran into?" "Who?" "Liner." Both Qian and Fangya exclaimed in confusion, as they were in the same class. And who Liner had taken leave today due to family matters. Yes, indeed, it was Liner that I saw her sneaking into the Spirit Soul Forest, and she seemed so familiar with the place that I lost track of her. Muchan continued, "Hey Lao Si, are you two having a tiff?" Qian shook his head in denial. "No, we were studying together in the library last night, but she looked exhausted and listless. It is probably because her family has been busy during the holidays, leaving her worn out that I advised her to go home and rest. Yet, she took leave today, citing family matters. How could family matters lead her to the Spirit Soul Forest?" Muchan remarked, perplexed at that moment. Fangya chimed in. "Could it be that Liner is meeting someone in the Spirit Soul Forest?" Muchan's expression shifted to one of realization. "Right? I think Fangya may be onto something. Claiming family matters is surely just a ruse. But who could Liner be meeting?" Listening to Muchan and Fangya, Qian remained silent, his thoughts racing. Who is Liner meeting? Is someone from her family in the academy looking for her? Or is it some other friend of hers? Liner has been acting strangely lately. Liner has been acting strangely, appearing distracted. She even mentioned yesterday in the infirmary that she heard you talking about starting a poker business. Wanting me to elaborate, I thought her family must have plenty going on, and I didn't want to interfere. Initially, I considered asking her for some investment, but after reconsideration, I thought better of it. She has enough on her plate without me complicating things. Muchan scratched his head, pondering, did I mention anything to Liner? I only remember discussing it with Fangya. Fangya then stated, "If you need investment, that's not a problem." Earlier in the infirmary, Muchan mentioned your endeavor to me. On the first day of the holiday, I chatted with my brother about it. He said it was feasible, and then he hurried off to who knows where, probably to consult with the elders in our family. That if you need investment, you can come to me too, Fangya added. Qian nodded. Regardless, when he spoke to Muchan and the others, it was merely a broad outline, without delving into any details that, if I truly need Fangya's assistance later, I can share the specifics without delaying anything. Afterward, Qian returned to the male dormitory to rest, while Fangya headed to the library to read for a while. The three parted ways at the cafeteria entrance. Lao Si, does Fangya have an older brother? Do you know him? Yes, his name is Fangqing, a chubby fellow that he is a year ahead of us. Currently in his second year that I've run into him a few times and chatted. Suddenly recalling something, Qian added, "By the way, do you know if there is a family steward with the surname Fang in the Spirit Hall?" Muchan seemed to ponder for a moment. "Actually, there might be. I think the vice minister of the finance department has that surname, though I can't quite recall the name." Fangqing had mentioned that his family had some connections within the Spirit Hall, and he had brought it up more than once. Qian speculated that he must hold considerable authority, which is why he boasts so readily. People who flaunt their family background like that are not worth befriending. Thus, Qian never actively sought out Fangqing. Each encounter was merely a chance meeting, during which they would engage in light conversation. Fangya, on the other hand, was quite different. She did not boast about her family connections, unlike her brother, who often mentioned his family's prominence. Instead, she presented herself as an ordinary student, a trait reminiscent of Qian, who held a deep admiration for Fangya, albeit in a manner akin to heroes appreciating one another. Upon reaching the dormitory, they discovered that Tang Xian and Tang Chun had yet to return, leaving little more to discuss as they each retired to their beds to dream in the afternoon. Theory classes commenced. Lin Air chose not to sit with Qian today, opting instead to join Fangya. Muchan, seated beside Qian, glared at him indignantly, exclaiming, "Look at what your girlfriend is doing. She's ruining my chances." In Chapter 59, Qian and Muchan occupied the last row, observing Hu Lin Air conversing with Fangya, her eyes brimming with tears. Fangya wore a troubled expression. shaking her head intermittently, her chin resting on her hand as if deep in thought. The two could do little more than endure the lecture in boredom. Once class ended, Hu Lin Air, seated towards the front, bolted from the room before Qian Yuhan could react, leaving him bewildered. What's wrong? Why does it seem like Lin Air sees me as a plague? Muchan, noticing Hu Lin Air's unusual behavior, urged Qian Yuhan to seek out Fanya for clarification. As they approached her, Fanya seemed to anticipate their inquiry, responding directly. Lin Air is facing a severe family crisis. She's overwhelmed. Please, don't add to her troubles. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was he truly nothing more than a source of chaos in Lin Air's life? His spirits plummeted as he reflected on how their relationship had devolved to this point, feeling as though they were no longer even friends. Observing Qian Yuhan's despondency, Fanya felt a deep sense of pity and resolved to assist Hu Lin Air. Determined to prevent the scenario envisioned by Dai Shi from unfolding. Why should Qian Yuhan be subjected to such treatment? Indeed, Hu Lin Air had confided everything to Fanya, who was now acutely aware of Dai Shi's true nature. She also learned that Hu Lin Air's knowledge of the situation stemmed from her own involvement, which had led Dai Shi to manipulate her into deceiving Qian Yuhan regarding the details of the scheme. Previously, Fanya had mentioned this to Fang Qing, who, upon hearing it, hastily sought out Dai Shi to report the matter. Dai Shi and Fang Qing had known each other for quite some time, having met at a family gathering that Fang Ye had chosen to avoid in favor of reading in her study. When Fang Qing learned that a new student dared to challenge his brother, he sought out Dai Shi to inquire further, discovering it was Qian Yuhan. Subsequently, he realized that Qian Yuhan shared a class with his sister, which conveniently allowed him to approach him at any time. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Fanya felt a wave of shame wash over her regarding the actions of Dai Shi and her brother. Watching Hu Lin Air avoid Qian Yuhan, she found it hard to imagine how Qian Yuhan would react upon discovering the truth. He would likely be devastated. According to Hu Lin Air, she did not wish to hurt Qian Yuhan, but felt unworthy of his affections, leading her to adopt a fade of disdain to distance herself from him, hoping to break his heart and prompt him to abandon her, believing this to be a better outcome than the consequences of Dai Shi's schemes. Earlier in class, Fanya had quietly urged Hu Lin Air to be forthright with Qian Yuhan, assuring her he would understand her predicament, especially since her feelings for him were genuine. Hu Lin Air shook her head, replying, Xiaoya, my intentions in approaching him were not pure. Any affection that developed was merely a byproduct of familiarity, not true love. From the moment I sought him out with ulterior motives, I forfeited my right to his heart. It would be best for him to feel despair and leave me. Having reached this point, Fanya nodded in respect for Hu Lin Air's decision. After parting ways, Qian Yuhan found little inclination to dine, retrieving today as correspondence from the mailbox before returning to the dormitory. As he pondered whether their relationship had truly reached its end, he questioned where it had all gone wrong. Back in the dormitory, Tang Chun and Tang Xian had yet to return, likely still at the cafeteria. Qian Yuhan took out the stationery, and before reading the reply, began to write, Snow, I find myself entangled in a vexing predicament that my girlfriend and I, who were studying together at the library just yesterday, seem to have encountered a rift. This morning, she fabricated an excuse, and I suspect she's avoiding me this afternoon. Have I erred in some way? I cannot fathom why our relationship appears to be unraveling so hastily. Should I let go? Was our bond forged in a moment of impulsiveness? Hastily decided? Everything around me feels surreal. Today, she spent the afternoon conversing with another friend, shrouded in secrecy, leaving me wearied that I believe I must participate in the exchange program next year. Previously, I worried about distance. But perhaps it would provide us both with the space to reflect that in the second year, our two academies will exchange students, and I shall visit your school. How delightful it would be to meet my enigmatic pen pal. Please, do not chide me for my ramblings. I have no one else to confide in, my brothers. Unthinkable. They would surely view me as a lovesick fool that I trust they would not think ill of me. Yet I cannot shake the feeling of shame. We are quite different, are we not? I can vent my frustrations to you without concern. You may regard me as a madman. The musings of my heart will not intrude upon our lives. I fear I may revert to my former reticent self when facing others. If only I could become invisible, perhaps I would avoid these troubles, escaping the pain of being deliberately shunned by my girlfriend, who withholds the truth from me. Perhaps it is best to retreat into solitude. How have you been? I have not yet read your reply from today. I fear my current mood might taint my perception of your words. Would it be all right if I delay reading it until I feel more balanced? I can only imagine you pouting in frustration at my delay. Please, do not be upset. Consider this a distant consolation from Qian. Warm regards, Qian Yuhan. At that moment, within the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, a servant delivered the morning's correspondence to Ouyang Luo Shui's desk. Having spent the entire day in combat spirit training, she had entrusted someone else to bring her the letters today. Upon opening the letter and reading Qian Yuhan's response, she couldn't help but chuckle at the line, "By the time you read this, I will likely be undergoing a rigorous training session at the hands of teacher Yu." It was clear that this rascal was enduring his own trials, particularly under the demanding tutelage of teacher Yu. "What has got you smiling so brightly?" inquired one of Ouyang Luo Shui's roommates. "Your pen pal's letter truly that uplifting. Perhaps I should find one too. A big fool is likely suffering more than us today." Ouyang Luo Shui murmured, her lips curling into a subtle smile. In her mind, she wondered whether he had received her letter and what his thoughts were on the exchange program. "If you do not come to me, I shall seek you out." She then revisited the previous lines written by Qian Yuhan, pondering over Hu Lin Er's odd demeanor as she inquired about various details of the oak business. Her eyes narrowing in thought as she recalled the scene witnessed in Sunset Forest. In Chapter 60, Final Practical Assessment, Part 1, Ouyang Luo Shui sat at her desk, deep in contemplation. She remembered witnessing Hu Lin in the Sunset Forest conversing with another young man. A conversation that appeared to culminate in a disagreement, yet they were undoubtedly conspiring about something. Through her correspondence with Qian Yuhan, she had gleaned a general understanding of Hu Lin appearance. And upon seeing her, she confirmed that the description was accurate. She was indeed quite beautiful. As for the young man accompanying Hu Lin she had instructed Lu Lao to memorize his features. Intending to investigate further, recently, Lu Lao reported back that he was the eldest son of the Dai family from Soul Master City, known as Dai Shangxi, a notorious scion of the city. Piecing together the information gathered by Lu Lao, Hu Lin had managed to unravel the larger narrative. That insufferable rascal, she mused, it is perhaps best to refrain from overstepping boundaries, as this is his own affair. Ouyang Luo silently mused. Today, Ouyang Luo felt somewhat fatigued after penning a letter of 200 or 300 words, recounting the peculiar events of the day, before proceeding to wash up and retire for the night. Days passed, and the final examinations at the Wuhuan Temple Academy approached. Hu Lin had been evading Qian Yuhan for several days, and each time Qian Yuhan spotted her avoidance, he felt a tightening in his chest and sighed with his head bowed. To alleviate his inner turmoil, Qian Yuhan immersed himself in intense study and cultivation. During this period, he continuously absorbed the residual elemental energy within his body and broke through to level 38, astonishing Muchan and Tang Chun. While the four rested in their dormitory, Qian Yuhan retrieved 3 celestial herbs from the Hangsen Dragon God's golden bracelet and administered them to his 3 brothers. He bestowed the King Kong Dragonheart Sunflower upon Muchan, the Heaven Thunder Soul Devouring Herb upon Tang Xian, and the marvelous mushroom Celestial Chrysanthemum upon Tang Chun. The trio, witnessing Qian Yuhan produce 3 exquisite celestial herbs, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the sight before them. Each of these herbs could incite a fierce conflict within the Soul Master realm, yet here they lay, unassumingly presented before them, leaving anyone incredulous. Is this truly the King Kong Dragonheart Sunflower? Qian Yuhan, observing Muchan's astonished demeanor, nodded with a smile, remaining silent. "You are truly my dear father." At the Golden Crocodile Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired, "What has transpired these past few days? Have you all consumed them? Hurry, absorb their essence before the practical assessment begins. Once it starts, you will not have time to harness their powers. However, they are sufficient to enhance your strengths." With that, Qian Yuhan turned to rest on his bed. Tang Xian and the others suppressed their excitement and joy. Tang Xian sighed as he observed Qian Yuhan's current state. Old Fort's heartache. It seems it will take a long time to heal. What could have happened with Uliner? We, brothers, have seen it all. There cannot be any issue among us, so the problem lies elsewhere. They shook their heads, each settling on their own beds to absorb the effects of the celestial herbs. It happened to be the weekend, and after an hour, they had finally finished their absorption. The current levels were as follows. Tang Xian, level 34. Three-ring Soul Master. Having previously broken through while battling the Tooth-Claw Poison Scorpion King and later sought a teacher to assist in acquiring his third spirit ring. Tang Chun, level 35. Three-ring Soul Master. Muchan, level 36. Three-ring Soul Master. The following afternoon, before the conclusion of the theoretical class, Zhou reiterated to the class the importance of reviewing theoretical material and preparing for the practical assessment. This time, the practical assessment would involve randomly drawing lots to match opponents for soul battles, with scores being averaged from the evaluations of the practical instructors from each class. Although the details of the practical assessment had seen slight modifications, the essence remained unchanged. After providing a few more reminders for the theoretical exam the next day, Zhou announced that all courses for the semester had come to an end. Upon dismissal, the students dispersed in a flurry. Some headed to the cafeteria for a meal, others rushed to the library to secure study spots for the evening, while others simply returned to the dormitory to relax. Under Muchan's guidance, Qian Yuhan and the others opted to eat first, enlisting Fangya to reserve a few seats. After Fangya agreed, she hurried towards the library. After finishing their meal, they brought an extra portion for Fangya and headed to the library together. Upon entering the library, they spotted Fangya waving at them. As they approached her, Muchan placed the food in front of Fangya and glanced at the empty tables. With 5 tables available, he furrowed his brow. Fangya, is Uliner not coming? He inquired. Fangya noticed Qian Yuhan's gaze fixed on her, seemingly eager for an answer. She shook her head and replied, Liner had family matters and returned home. She will no longer be staying on campus and will switch to commuting. After Fangya spoke, she observed that Qian Yuhan's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. With a resolve seemingly set, Qian Yuhan said, Fangya, you keep in touch with Liner, right? If you get the chance, please convey a message for me. If she has encountered a better man and is withdrawing from me, she can simply tell me, and I will step back, but please do not continue this way. It is truly painful. Fangya looked at Qian Yuhan and silently nodded. The 5 then immersed themselves in their studies in the library. Refraining from further discussion on the matter, the theoretical exam commenced, with the questions crafted by the respective theoretical instructors. After the exam, some students found the questions excessively difficult, while others praised the leniency of their teachers. Qian Yuhan belonged to the latter group, smiling for the rare occasion after completing the theoretical course. Observing Muchan's furrowed brow, he surmised that their class's teacher had set a notably challenging paper. Given that Teacher Han Xian's theoretical prowess was profound, resulting in more challenging questions that old for, our class's Teacher Han set an exceedingly difficult paper. If I can pass, I will be thankful. Muchan lamented beside him. Qian Yuhan comforted him, patting his shoulder. Do not worry. Trust in yourself. You will surely pass. The practical assessment begins tomorrow, and the battle list will be released in the afternoon. If we are matched, then I shall surely avenge that previous humiliation in the friendship match. The afternoon saw Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Muchan, and Qian Yuhan searching for their names on the display board. What a pity, old for, I cannot torment you this time. I will be fighting Wang Yu from Class 7. Tang Xian feigned a look of regret as he spoke. Tang Chun followed suit. I will be up against Zhao Ke from Class 1. But how about you, old for? Is he strong? Qian Yuhan replied, I believe he possesses fighting capability. Muchan remarked, I will be battling Vina. I shall show no mercy. She treated Xiaoya so poorly. With a huff, Muchan expressed his indignation. Old for, who will you be fighting? Tang Xian inquired, patting Qian Yuhan. Dai Shengxi, Qian Yuhan stated solemnly. Holy cow. This match will be quite the spectacle. Muchan exclaimed, clenching his fists. Tang Xian nodded in agreement, slapping Qian Yuhan on the shoulder, reminding him, old for, this Dai Shengxi truly possesses remarkable skills. His saber-toothed ghost tiger spirit is not to be underestimated. He is incredibly swift with formidable attack power. He recently broke through to the 3-ring level, and his third, before Tang Xian could finish. Qian Yuan interrupted. Rest assured, brother, I will not underestimate him, that I will fight with all my might. As for his capabilities, I have no interest in knowing. Winning without effort would diminish my victory. Good lad. You have guts. Tang Chun chimed in, startling Qian Yuan. The four then returned to their dormitory from the grouping notice board to continue their cultivation. The efficacy of the celestial herbs Qian Yuan provided was extraordinarily potent. Without at least half a month, they would struggle to fully absorb their effects. They had only managed to grasp a mere fraction, yet the energy they had absorbed already facilitated a qualitative enhancement, demonstrating the formidable nature of top-tier celestial herbs. After Muchan absorbed the King Kong Dragonheart Sunflower, the defense of his Golden Crocodile King Spirit became astonishingly formidable, capable of withstanding the fourth soul skill of an ordinary soul master. His meridians felt as though they were clad in armor, significantly enhancing their capacity. This allowed him to accelerate the flow of soul power within his veins, rendering his cultivation more efficient. Tang Xian, having absorbed the Heaven Thunder Soul, devouring herb, found the lightning attributes surrounding his Haoyan hammer to be purer than ever, with the added lightning damage from his attacks becoming more pronounced. Furthermore, his physical constitution, refined by the Heaven Thunder Soul, devouring herb, had become exceptionally robust. Simultaneously, this herb also provided a significant boost to his mental acuity. Currently, Tang Xian's mental strength even slightly surpassed that of Qian Yuan. After Tang Chun absorbed the marvelous mushroom Celestial Chrysanthemum, his Zhen Di Haoyan hammer became harder and significantly heavier, with the stun effect of his attacks also improving. His physical strength had reached an impressive level, embodying the early form of indestructible resilience, showcasing astounding defensive capabilities while harmonizing offense and defense. Including Qian Yuan, the enhancement of soul power was the most immediate manifestation following their absorption of the celestial herbs. The elevation of spirit attributes and physical strength remained the primary and prolonged aspect of their growth, as it would vary with the extent of absorption. Once they utilized the winter break to absorb all the energy, they would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Certainly, the enhancement of martial soul attributes alongside the increase in physical strength has a negligible impact on the elevation of soul power. Moreover, considering that all four individuals possess top-tier martial souls, with Qian Yuan boasting a divine-grade martial soul, the soul power enhancement provided by the celestial herb is not as pronounced as it would be for those with ordinary martial souls. However, an increase of around 5 levels is still quite plausible. The quartet diligently practiced until the break of dawn, neglecting even their evening meal. Muchan was the first to awaken, slowly opening his eyes, accompanied by the mournful growl of his stomach. Internally, Muchan lamented, "Goodness, I've directly trained until the next morning. What a surprise!" Shortly thereafter, the other three gradually stirred awake. Tang Xian stretched lazily and then sprang off the bed. "Refreshing. I feel invigorated, though I'm a bit hungry," he remarked, with Qian Yuan chiming in unexpectedly. The four shared a laugh in unison. Tang Xian gestured for them to gather, placing their shoulders together to form a circle. "Brothers, it's time for us to showcase our prowess in the 101 SD. Without further ado, he declared, "I'm aiming for a perfect score. The first perfect score will undoubtedly be mine." Tang Chun was equally exhilarated that day. Qian Yuan encouraged, "Let us give it our all." After exchanging motivational words, the four hastened towards the dining hall, for if they delayed breakfast any longer, their stomachs could form a band for a performance. Along the way, they encountered Fangya. Muchan paused to greet her, briefly discussing their situation before rushing off toward the dining hall. Watching the quartet dash toward the dining hall, Fangya smiled faintly. "These young men are rather impressive, especially." Her gaze shifted to Muchan, who was trailing behind the others. The practical assessment commenced amidst lively chatter among the crowd. According to prior arrangements, the first-year students were divided into 3 major groups, each undergoing evaluation in separate battle arenas. Qian Yuan and Fangya were assigned to one arena, while Muchan and Tang Chun were placed in the second, and Tang Xian and Hu Liner were designated for the third arena. Indeed, Hu Liner had transformed into a day student, as Fangya had mentioned. Upon entering the battle arena, she appeared out of breath, evidently having rushed over in the first match of Arena 1. Zhao Tianyu faced Ma Liang. In the first match of Arena 2, Shangguan Siki clashed with Ning Yuhan. In the first match of Arena 3, Tang Xian went up against Wang Yu. The announcements reverberated across the 3 arenas, soon followed by the sounds of soul skills colliding and the roars of spectators. In Arena 3, Tang Xian was surprised to find himself in the first group, but he was ready for battle. First year, Class 4, Tang Xian, Assault-type Soul Master. I humbly request your guidance. First year, Class 7, Wang Yu, Control-type Soul Master. I humbly request your guidance. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, manifested beneath their feet, gradually becoming ethereal until they vanished. First soul skill, Bind. Wang Yu struck first, his yellow first soul ring flickering as he formed hand seals, summoning 2 long vines from the ground that surged toward Tang Xian. Blue silver grass? Watch this, Tang Xian replied calmly, launching himself into the air to evade the incoming vines. Wang Yu let out a cold chuckle. Not done yet. He pointed with his right hand, redirecting the blue-silver grass vines to attack the airborne Tang Xian. First soul skill, Thunder Shock. The yellow soul ring around Tang Xian shimmered as he brandished the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer, it's truly the world's foremost weapon, martial soul, gasped the audience in Arena 3. Some spectators who were not from Class 4 were unfamiliar with Tang Xian's martial soul, but many from Class 4 were well aware of the formidable nature of the Haotian hammer. Having sparred with the brothers Tang Xian and Tang Qian in practical lessons, they all breathed a sigh of relief, for there was an unwritten rule in the practical assessments that ensured one would not face a classmate as an opponent. The lightning surrounding Tang Xian's Haotian hammer intensified. This time, Tang Xian chose not to evade. He would charge forward, and Assault-type Soul Master should never be intimidated by Control-type S attack. It's time to engage. The 7 practical instructors observing the match shared their thoughts, with one from Class 6 remarking, "This Control-type kid is too overconfident. Facing off against the Assault-type Tang Xian head-on is not a wise decision." Indeed, Tang Xian's strike is something Wang Yu will certainly struggle to withstand. Even if he manages to endure it, it will only provide Tang Xian with further opportunities to attack. This child is repeating his old mistakes, sighed the instructor as anticipated, upon witnessing the overwhelming might of Tang Xian's first soul skill-enhanced Haotian hammer. Wang Yu opted for a defensive strategy. His hand seals changed, and the blue-silver grass vines interlaced above him to form a protective shield. However, as soon as Tang Xian's assault struck that shield formed by the intertwined vines, it shattered. Tang Xian did not relent. He continued to swing the hammer at Wang Yu. Wang Yu internally cursed. This is bad. Third soul skill, blue-silver prison. Brothers, please take a moment to click on the free gift for support. I promise to continue writing. Your encouragement is my motivation, and I will not let you down. Thank you all for your support. Let me also share the current strength of the protagonists. Qin Yuhan, level 37 peak, martial soul, bright divine sword, Shura demon sword sealed, first soul skill, bright slash. Second soul skill, bright shadow clone. Third soul skill, bright guardian. Ouyang Luoshua, level 41, martial soul, ice spirit staff, ice god battle blade. Ice spirit staff, first soul skill. Ice Spirit Blessing, second soul skill. Ice Field. Ice God Battle Blade, first soul skill. Ice God Slash. Other soul skills will be revealed later. No spoilers. Tang Xian. Level 34, Martial Soul. Thunderstorm Haotian Hammer, first soul skill. Thunder Shock, second soul skill. Thunder Strike. Third soul skill, Thunder Shadow. After his breakthrough, he immediately sought his teacher to obtain soul rings. Upon learning this, Tang Xian angrily wrote a letter questioning why he hadn't returned to acquire the Haotian Guardian, leaving only the 4th soul skill to be addressed later. Tang Chun, level 35, Martial Soul, Quake Haotian Hammer, first soul skill. Earth Split, second soul skill. Earth Shatter, third soul skill. Haotian Guardian. Muchan, level 36, Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King, first soul skill. Golden Crocodile Tail Swipe, second soul skill. Protective Golden Radiance, third soul skill. Rampaging Golden Crocodile. Domain, Golden Crocodile Domain. Fangya, level 29 peak. Martial Soul, Two-Headed Fire Phoenix, first soul skill. Phoenix Fire Line, second soul skill, Phoenix in the Flames. After a breakthrough, Fanya sought out Yu Zhang during the latter half of a short holiday, with Teacher Yu taking her to a nearby soul beast forest to obtain 2 optimal quality century-old soul rings. Hu Linner, level 31, martial soul, three-tailed fox spirit, first soul skill, fox-tail needle. Second soul skill, fox charm, third soul skill, enchanting poison mist, domain, fox spirit domain. Furthermore, I must mention that the initial romantic entanglement of Qin Yuhan is nearing a painful conclusion. When the time comes to exchange at Tiando, how will a certain individual waiting for him there mend his heart? Stay tuned. Finally, I kindly ask for your support to keep the momentum going. Thank you all immensely. Chapter 62, Final Practical Assessment, Part 3. Oh no. Third soul skill, blue-silver prison. Wang Yu thought ominously as his hand seal shifted and his purple third soul ring illuminated. The third soul skill, inherited for the 5,000-year-old Earth Abyss Magic Spider, could control multiple opponents while also providing self-defense, a truly commendable ability. However, unfortunately for him, the blue-silver prison faced the world's foremost weapon martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. Tang Xian's thunderstorm Haotian Hammer crashed down upon Wang Yu's blue-silver prison. With a resounding crack, the blue-silver prison shattered into countless fragments. Third soul skill, Thunder Shadow. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xian unleashed his third soul skill, manifesting an identical Haotian Hammer, unlike Qin Yuhan's Bright Shadow clone, which produced 2 clones for collaborative combat. Tang Xian's third soul skill concentrated the power of lightning into a hammer resembling the Haotian Hammer, brandishing dual hammers. Tang Xian's yellow first soul ring shimmered as he declared, Thunder Shock, second soul skill, Parasite, Explode. Wang Yu showed no signs of retreat, his yellow second soul ring glowing. The blue-silver seeds left on Tang Xian from his earlier attack on the blue-silver vines began to emit a faint blue light, resembling a time bomb. This is bad. Tang Xian let out a quiet sigh, lamenting that it was too late. The blue-silver seeds erupted, each explosion possessing minimal force, yet their sheer number was overwhelming. The sound of crackling explosions rang out around Tang Xian, who indeed had been careless. He had long noticed the residual blue-silver seeds on his body, but had failed to take them seriously. Fortunately, after the baptism of the heavenly thunder soul-eating grass, his physical resilience far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to withstand the onslaught. However, he still suffered minor injuries. His skin was torn in several places, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Though he remained otherwise unscathed, on the other hand, Wang Yu was not faring well. Once Tang Xian unleashed his thunder strike, the 2 Haotian hammers were sent hurtling into the sky, only to come crashing down towards Wang Yu as if guided by a tracker. The speed was astonishing, and Wang Yu had no time to react upon spotting the hammers in midair. They struck the ground with a resounding crash, accompanied by the onslaught of lightning, leaving Wang Yu dazed from the electric shock and the impact of the hammer's weight. Tang Xian summoned the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer back to him, and the lightning hammer conjured by his third soul skill dissipated beside Wang Yu. Leaning against the Haotian hammer, Tang Xian slowly rose to his feet, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, that hurt like hell." The first round of the first match in Arena 3 concluded, with Tang Xian averaging a score of 90.5 points and Wang Yu 75.8 points. Next, please welcome the second group of students to the stage. Limping, Tang Xian made his way to Arena 1, eager to witness the battle of his fourth brother. Upon arriving, he spotted Qin Yuhan and Fanya sitting side by side and made his way toward them. Fanya was the first to notice Tang Xian's disheveled state. Covering her mouth with a hand, she laughed. "Big brother Xian, what happened to you?" "Huh? How did you end up like this?" "Oh, don't mention it. It's too embarrassing," Tang Xian replied. Qin Yuhan, hearing Fanya's comment, followed her gaze to see Tang Xian approaching. "Big brother, what on earth happened? I was careless during the match and got injured by the opponent's blue-silver seeds exploding. Alas, my perfect score is gone, leaving me with just 90 points. Fanya comforted him, saying, "Big brother Xian, that's still quite impressive. None of us in the previous 3 groups managed to score above 80. Thank you for the encouragement, but it depends on whom I was competing against. If you all perform normally, scoring above 90 should be no issue," he replied. As the 3 of them chatted, Tang Xian settled down next to Qin Yuhan. Watching the match in Arena 1. Meanwhile, in Arena 2, Muchan, assigned to the fourth group, was already in the preparation area, facing off against Wei Na from Class 4. The determination evident in Muchan's eyes signaled that he would not hold back. After the match concluded, the practical instructor assessed the scores. Zhao Rui, 82 points. Han Ingzi, 88 points. The fourth group in Arena 2 is about to commence. Please welcome Muchan and Wei Na to the stage. As the announcement echoed, Muchan rubbed his fists in anticipation, while Wei Na appeared anxious, aware of Muchan's identity. Knowing he was close to Fangya and having heard from Dai Xingxi that Fangya belonged to the Fang family, she dared not provoke her further. Wei Na was not foolish. She understood the consequences of angering Muchan and the powerful figure behind him. Consequences her Wei family could not afford. However, she was aware that Dai Xingxi had been targeting Qian Yuhan, whom she believed Muchan was helping out of pity, unlike Fangya, who she thought was his romantic interest. Muchan, a level 36 soul master, wasted no words and immediately revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. His body became enveloped by the golden crocodile martial spirit, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Wei Na, level 29 great soul master. I look forward to your guidance, she replied, summoning 2 yellow soul rings that floated beneath her feet. Both the Wei and Dai families had inherited martial spirits for generations. The Dai family had the saber-toothed tiger, while the Wei family possessed the soul-eating spirit cat. Golden crocodile domain. Activate. Muchan unleashed his innate domain, amplifying his attack and defense by an astonishing 50. First soul skill. Golden crocodile tail. Within the domain, the golden radiance surrounding Muchan intensified, as if he were bathed in a dazzling light. His first soul ring flared to life, emanating potent soul power. With a swift motion, he lashed out with a robust tail, sending a golden slash racing towards Wei Na like a bolt of lightning. The strike sliced through the air with a piercing sound that reverberated throughout the arena. Muchan held nothing back. He unleashed his full power, and the attack brimmed with immense force and destructive capacity. First soul skill, Godspeed. Second soul skill, Night Raid. Wei Na recognized the overwhelming strength of the attack and understood she could not withstand it. Simultaneously, she activated both soul skills, enhancing her speed and allowing her soul-eating spirit cat to evade the golden crocodile tail attack by mere centimeters. A narrow escape that was nothing short of thrilling. As the Night Raid skill took effect, Wei Na flickered, darting around the arena with blinding speed, leaving behind black afterimages in her wake as she searched for an opportunity. Muchan smiled slightly, his purple third soul ring igniting. Third soul skill. Chapter 63. Final practical assessment. Part 4. Third soul skill. Ferocious golden crocodile, with the activation of his third soul ring. Muchan also triggered the skill from his right arm soul bone. Rumbling Quake. This was the powerful ability he had showcased during his battle with Qian Yuhan. The Rumbling Quake skill caused the earth to tremble, impacting Wei Na's agility significantly. As Wei Na's speed waned under the influence of the Rumbling Quake, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Muchan's eyes. He sensed an opportunity. He swiftly unleashed his third soul skill. Ferocious golden crocodile. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Muchan, and a vividly lifelike golden crocodile materialized before him. The crocodile gleamed with brilliance, as if sculpted from pure gold, its massive frame exuding an overwhelming sense of power. As Muchan continued to channel his energy, the golden crocodile grew in size, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs that shimmered ominously. The very space around it began to warp under the weight of its formidable presence. Finally, a colossal golden crocodile measuring 10 meters long and 3 meters high appeared before the audience, its fearsome visage causing gasps of astonishment among the spectators. This was Muchan's third soul skill. Ferocious golden crocodile. Watching from the stands, Tang Chun shook his head and closed his eyes, seemingly paying silent tribute to Wei Na as the golden crocodile surged forward. Go. Muchan commanded, sending the golden crocodile barreling toward Wei Na. The instructors, fully aware of the potential consequences of such an attack, exchanged glances, knowing that Wei Na would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught. A direct hit could even result in lifelong disability. As the teachers from class materialized on the battlefield, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Muchan's attack, causing them to momentarily pause in disbelief. This child, merely a soul master, wielded a skill powerful enough to instill fear even in a soul sage. The Class 4 instructor appeared before Wei Na, summoning a formidable array of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, floating beneath his feet. As the 7th black soul ring illuminated, the pressure it exuded diminished the impact of Muchan's ferocious golden crocodile by a significant margin. The golden crocodile charged toward the instructor, and, as it collided with him, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the very ground of the arena. A massive cloud of dust and smoke erupted, enveloping the battlefield and obscuring the outcome of the fierce clash from the audience's view. As the smoke gradually cleared, spectators were astonished to find that the once mighty golden crocodile had vanished, replaced by a colossal, green tortoise covered in a hard shell, standing resolutely in the arena. This tortoise radiated an aura of authority and mystery, captivating all who beheld it. This was none other than the martial spirit of Class 4's instructor, Su Zimo. The Qianming tortoise, a powerful martial spirit, possessed not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also impressive offensive strength and vitality. At this moment, under Zhang Cheng's command, the Qianming turtle displayed unparalleled power, becoming the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. As Zhang Cheng's 7th soul skill, the martial soul manifestation, concluded, the Qianming turtle vanished, and Su Zimo gently descended onto the soul arena, stating, "This match is over." According to the assessment by the practical instructor, Vina scored 75 points, while Muchan achieved a perfect score of 100 points. The arena fell into a profound silence as the crowd remained muted for 2 seconds, before seemingly coming to their senses, leading to an eruption of fervent cheers in Arena 2. Wow, a perfect score. Is he from Class 2? It seems so. I want all his information within an hour for 100 gold soul coins. However, Muchan returned to the audience with a grim expression, ignoring the flattery directed at him, and sat back down beside Tang. "Chun, I'm so frustrated. Why did Teacher Su intervene?" Tang Chun, rarely smiling so brightly, chuckled. Third brother, do you not realize how powerful your 3rd soul skill is? Vina could never withstand it. Didn't you see that Teacher Su even used his martial soul manifestation to counter it? Just sneak away and laugh it off. Tang Chun continued, with such formidable power in your 3rd soul skill, why didn't you use it against the poisoned Scorpion King? At this unexpected question from Tang Chun, Muchan's previously recovering expression immediately fell. Don't mention it, second brother. Observing Muchan stammering, Tang Chun grew even more curious. What's wrong? Hey, second brother, why are you so lively today? Oh, it's nothing that I did release my 3rd soul skill at that time. But it's a skill that requires charging. The circumstances then didn't allow for that, so I had to unleash it instantaneously, which is rather absurd. The power difference between a charged release and an instantaneous release is stark. Yet the soul power consumption remains the same. Tang Chun, upon hearing Muchan's words, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Third brother, your soul skill is indeed absurd. So, that 1-meter-long creature beside me was your 3rd soul skill. Muchan nodded in silence. Tang Chun found it momentarily difficult to accept that the incredibly fierce golden crocodile and that 1-meter-long loach from that day were manifestations of the same soul skill. Without Muchan's explanation, Tang Chun might have thought he hadn't been fighting at full strength that day. Muchan then added, however, I didn't expect my 3rd soul skill to possess such tremendous power today. The effects of the King Kong Dragonheart Sunflower on my physical attributes, soul skill enhancement, and martial soul elevation are simply extraordinary. Moreover, I still feel there is a considerable amount of remaining elemental force within me. If I could absorb it all. Tang Chun nodded in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the effects of the rare fungus Heavenly Chrysanthemum have also left me astonished. It has enhanced my strength and allowed me to experience unprecedented power. Muchan continued, exactly, especially my 3rd soul skill, which has unleashed such formidable power, far beyond my expectations. Tang Chun laughed, of course. That said, we must make the most of this residual elemental force to further enhance our cultivation. After all, Only by continuously improving can we achieve greater victories in future battles. Muchan nodded in agreement, their eyes locking with a shared determination. They understood that the benefits gained this time were not merely fleeting, but rather a long-term accumulation and enhancement. As long as they dedicated themselves to their training, they would undoubtedly become even more formidable beings in the future. Chapter 64, Final Practical Assessment, Part 5, in Arena 2. Group 13, Class 4's Tang Chun, faced off against Class 1 Zhao Ku. Please prepare to take the stage. The announcement echoed as Tang Chun and Zhao Ku both stepped onto the Soul Arena. Class 1 Zhao Ku, Level 29 Great Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Zhao Ku declared, his eyes shimmering with resolute light as he spoke loudly. As words fell, 2 yellow soul rings slowly materialized beneath his feet, radiating brilliant light. Zhao Ku's heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Upon learning yesterday that his opponent was Tang Chun, he immediately recognized that this would be a challenging battle. However, he felt no fear or hesitation. Instead, a fierce desire surged within him to clash with a powerful adversary, unleash his potential, and see if he could break through the bottleneck that had long plagued him. That he took a deep breath, steadied his mindset, and prepared to embrace this challenge. He believed that by giving his all, he could gain invaluable experience and growth from this fierce confrontation. This moment, he could hardly wait to showcase his strength and contend with Tang Chun. Class 4's Tang Chun, Level 35 Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance, Tang Chun replied solemnly, not daring to be complacent. His fourth brother had earnestly warned him that Zhao Ku's strength should not be underestimated, claiming he possessed the ability to battle him evenly at a level 29 facing a level 35, though he had one more skill than his opponent. The fact that Zhao Ku could still engage him in a fierce struggle demonstrated the latter's immense potential. Aware of the formidable foe before him, Tang Chun understood he must not take this lightly and must give his utmost effort. Simultaneously, he sought to use this opportunity to consolidate the cultivation he had gained after absorbing the rare fungus Heavenly Chrysanthemum. First soul skill, Quake the Earth. Tang Chun initiated the attack, a yellow first soul ring quietly appearing beneath him. With both hands gripping the earthquake Haotian hammer, a powerful force surged from his body. Converging into his arms, he inhaled deeply, took a step forward, and then raised the Haotian hammer above his head. As he moved, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred, forming an invisible vortex. Subsequently, with all his might, Tang Chun struck the ground fiercely with the Haotian hammer. The sound of a tremendous impact echoed, and the ground shook violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. From Tang Chun's position, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread out. Surging toward Zhao Ku, these fissures multiplied and grew denser until they merged into a massive crevice. The crack expanded continuously, emitting low rumbling sounds akin to a ferocious beast, ready to devour everything in its path. At this moment, Zhao Ku's expression changed drastically. He felt an unprecedented pressure. His eyes widened as he realized that if he could not evade in time, severe injury awaited him. Tang Chun's Quake the Earth skill had an attack power far exceeding that of Tang Xian's Thunder Quake Haotian hammer. Although it was merely a first soul skill and only caused the ground to crack, Zhao Ku understood that the might of Tang Chun's blow was comparable to a typical soul master's third soul skill. 7 Kill Domain, activate. Zhao Ku summoned a silver-white longsword in his hand, surrounded by a faint blue protective shield. Zhao Ku's martial soul was the renowned 7 Kill Sword, a top-tier weapon martial soul on the continent known for its offensive capabilities. Capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Haotian hammer, soul masters awakened to the 7 Kill Sword martial soul possessed a unique, innate domain known as the 7 Kill Domain, akin to Muchan's Golden Crocodile Domain. However, unlike Muchan's domain, which could affect himself and his allies, Zhao Ku's 7 Kill Domain could only enhance himself, without extending its effects to others. First soul skill, Sword Chi. Zhao Ku's first soul ring flickered beneath him as he swung the 7 Kill Sword through the air, that a torrent of gray energy surged forth, resembling a massive gray dragon, heading straight for Tang Chun's Quake the Earth skill. However, rather than targeting Tang Chun directly, he aimed at the Quake the Earth skill itself. The intent behind this was to counterforce with force, diminishing the impact of Tang Chun's skill to prepare for the ensuing battle. As the two soul skills collided, a deafening explosion resounded, dust billowing into the as the smoke gradually cleared. Tang Chen's skill remained, albeit having lost its initial overwhelming might. Zhao Ku deftly evaded the remnants of Tang Chen's first soul skill with a swift sidestep. Again, second soul skill, Tremor the Earth. Tang Chen's yellow soul ring materialized beneath him as he activated the Tremor skill. This skill was a reinforcing technique that amplified the weight of his Earthquake Haotian hammer twofold. Significantly enhancing its attack power, he intended to engage in a direct and forceful assault. Zhao Ku quickly understood Tang Chen's intent. Bring it on. Let's have a fair fight. Second soul skill, Sword Intent. Zhao Ku's second yellow soul ring glimmered as blue-white runes manifested around the blade of the seven-kill sword, emanating a soft white light. With both hands gripping the hammer's handle, Tang Chen charged forward, wielding the now immensely heavy Earthquake Haotian hammer toward Zhao Ku, who met him head-on with his sword. As they drew closer, Tang Chen slowed his pace, adjusting his rhythm to swing the Haotian hammer in a horizontal arc. Only his steadfast gaze was visible, and the aura surrounding him continued to ascend, as the Haotian hammer in his hand seemed to resonate with its master's resolve, emanating a brilliant radiance. Simultaneously, Zhao Ku gripped the handle of the seven-kill sword with both hands. His eyes sparkling with sharp intensity, he inhaled deeply, then swung the seven-kill sword downwards towards the earth-shattering Haotian hammer. The seven-kill sword traced an arc through the air, charged with a fierce sword intent, slicing directly towards the Haotian hammer. Upon their collision, a deafening roar erupted, and the immense force caused the ground beneath them to fracture. This tremendous power created a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from the two combatants, lifting the surrounding arena and engulfing it in a cloud of dust. The left arm soul bone skill of the Scarlet Demon Stone Monkey activated. Bloodthirst. Instantly, Zhao Ku's left arm radiated a crimson glow, and the color of his eyes turned blood red under the influence of the soul bone skill. A faint blue sword aura enveloped him, intermingled with the blood-red light as the soul bone skill was unleashed. Zhao Ku actually possessed a soul bone, a strengthening type. This could put the second brother at a disadvantage in this clash. Observing the scene, Muchan murmured to himself. Simultaneously, he thought, as the fourth brother said, Zhao Ku truly possesses remarkable skills. This is a battle between two top-tier weapon spirits, truly exhilarating. The seven-kill sword in Zhao Ku's hand shimmered with fierce brilliance. Each swing exuded unparalleled momentum and strength. Bolstered by the bloodthirst effect from his left arm soul bone, the attack power of the seven-kill sword surged significantly. The sword met the Haotian hammer, and the sword aura emanating from it surged like a tempest towards Tang Chen's earth-shattering Haotian hammer. Each wave of sword energy harboring terrifying might, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of space apart. Under this formidable offensive, Tang Chen's grip on the Haotian hammer began to tremble, as though struggling to withstand the pressure. Noticing this, Zhao Ku's eyes glimmered with delight. He understood that he must seize this opportunity to defeat Tang Chen decisively, or he would have no chance of a comeback. As the assault of the seven-kill sword intensified, an emerging momentum began to suppress the earth-shattering Haotian hammer in Chapter 65, Final Combat Assessment, Part 6, bolstered by the enhancement of the bloodthirst skill for his left arm soul bone. The two-ringed seven-kill sword clashed with the three-ringed Haotian hammer, surprisingly allowing the seven-kill sword to gain the upper hand. Gritting his teeth, Tang Chen activated his third soul ring, unleashing his third soul skill, Haotian Bodyguard. As the third soul skill took effect, a yellow protective shield enveloped him, allowing the Haotian Bodyguard to absorb much of the sword energy from the seven-kill sword, enabling the Haotian hammer to regain its advantage. A thunderous boom echoed, followed by a swift spread of dust and debris. Both combatants were jolted back by the immense impact of their clash. Meanwhile, the audience remained oblivious to who was prevailing. Their eyes widened with tension as they fixated on the unfolding drama. Zhao Ku, gripping his sword, thrust the seven-kill sword into the ground, kneeling with heaving breaths, gasping for air. Tang Chen, placing his Haotian hammer aside, leaned against its handle, also struggling to catch his breath. Both exhibited signs of fatigue, yet their expressions betrayed a glimmer of determination and resilience. They appeared to have expended a great deal of stamina and energy in this fierce confrontation. Yet neither was willing to concede defeat easily. Once more, Zhao Ke bellowed to the heavens, his aura surging dramatically. The seven-kill sword seemed to sense its master's indomitable spirit, its faint blue glow intensifying. The bloodthirst effect faded, leaving Zhao Ke in a weakened state. Disregarding his fatigue, his sole focus was on victory. What a remarkable Zhao Ke, a true warrior, Tang Chun thought to himself. Come on, let us fight to the finish. Tang Chun called out to Zhao Ke. The Haotian hammer was enveloped in a faint yellow aura, as Tang Chun hoisted it back onto his shoulder, activating his second soul ring once more. Unleashing his second soul skill, Earthquake, Zhao Ke closed his eyes, channeling all his soul power. It flowed through his meridians, revitalizing his exhausted body. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and in the next moment, the seven-kill sword appeared before him. Accompanied by two yellow soul rings, an astonishing sight unfolded as the two yellow soul rings surrounding the seven-kill sword vibrated slightly, drawing closer together until they collided, emitting a dazzling light of pale blue that lasted for half a minute. As the brilliance faded, the two yellow soul rings transformed into a single purple soul ring that floated above the seven-kill sword. What is this? Ring fusion. Muchan squinted at Zhao Ke, exclaiming in awe. What? Ring fusion. What is that? A student from another class inquired, perplexed by the term. Ring fusion is the merging of two or more soul rings to produce a greater power, Muchan explained. However, this ability is exceedingly rare. Only a select few can master it. Moreover, ring fusion carries inherent risks. Improper execution could lead to the shattering of soul rings or even jeopardize one's life. Thus, generally, no one is willing to attempt it. I never expected Zhao Ke to dare undertake such a feat. He truly is a reckless individual. During those 30 seconds, Tang Chun was also gathering his strength. Both knew this would be the final strike. Seven-kill sword aura. Earthquake. The earthquake skill roared like a fierce lion, charging forth with tremendous force. It swept up the remnants of their earlier battle, forming a raging storm that rushed violently towards Zhao Ke. Meanwhile, the seven-kill sword aura resembled a nimble silver dragon, clawing and snapping with dozens of razor-sharp sword strikes, unflinchingly confronting the ferocious lion. The two forces collided violently in mid-air, creating a breathtaking surge of energy. The silver dragon and the crimson-orange lion crashed together, akin to two celestial bodies colliding, erupting in a thunderous cacophony. The entire second arena began to tremble violently, the ground quaking incessantly, cracks appearing in the walls, and small fragments of debris began to fall from above, raining down upon the terrified crowd below. The audience screamed and scattered in panic, the scene descending into chaos. The battlefield was obscured in a cloud of dust, forming a deep brown barrier that concealed the ongoing struggle. Only the muffled sounds of their clash and the flashes within the dust served as reminders that the skills were still colliding. After a few minutes, the arena seemed to settle, and the clash between Tang Chun and Zhao Ke reached its conclusion. I have lost. Zhao Ke slumped weakly, collapsing onto the battle platform, gazing up at the sky. What a thrilling battle, Zhao Ke murmured softly, just loud enough for himself to hear, after conceding defeat. Indeed, this battle was exhilarating for Zhao Ke. It was a true release. Moreover, he had finally broken through that bottleneck. Just one more third soul ring to go. When winter break arrived, he would seek his mother's guidance on the soul ring for the seven-kill sword, and challenge Tang Chun again next semester. Zhao Ke had inherited his mother Chun Qing's seven-kill sword spirit, so she would undoubtedly possess a deeper understanding of this supreme weapon spirit than he currently did, knowing exactly which soul rings would suit him best. You are formidable. It has been a long time since I encountered such a worthy opponent. I have gained much from this battle. Thank you, brother. A voice broke through, and Zhao Ke sat up to see a hand extended towards him. It was none other than Tang Chun. Zhao Ke smiled faintly, clasping Tang Chun's hand as he was pulled to his feet, responding, "Likewise, thank you. Wait for me during winter break when I obtain my third soul skill. I shall return to challenge you and the class leader again. Shall we? Ha! Ha ha! I'll be waiting for your challenge. Ha ha!" At that moment, the announcer's voice echoed. The match has concluded. According to the assessment by the combat instructor, Zhao Ke scored 98.5 points, while Tang Chun achieved a perfect score of 100. Both combatants displayed their indomitable fighting spirit, refusing to yield until the very last moment, exhausting their final ounce of soul power. This is a lesson for us all. We are grateful for the spectacular combat demonstration they have provided. The chaos caused by the collision of soul skills had settled, and the audience members found nearby seats, resuming their watch of the competition. As the announcement ended, the second arena erupted in waves of cheers and applause, a tribute to the strength and respect for powerful warriors. This is the spirit that the Wuhuan Temple Academy prides itself on: respecting the strong, learning from the strong, and ultimately becoming strong. In the morning of the second venue, over 10 matches were conducted, bringing the first day's morning sessions to a close. With such a multitude of first graders, nearly 180 matches were scheduled across 3 Seoul arenas, spread over 2 days with over 20 matches each in the morning and afternoon, all meticulously arranged, as many other grades were waiting in line. The practical assessments for first grade had already concluded at 1:01, and Fanya also completed her examination the following morning, astonishing everyone with a remarkable score of 97.5. Her dual-headed fire phoenix, martial spirit, captivated all present. On the afternoon of the second day of the final practical assessment, the 4 participants from 101 gathered at the First Seoul Arena. One individual had yet to complete their assessment. Qian Yuhan was currently in the preparation area, gearing up for the final duel against Dai Shengxi, which would conclude the entire first-year freshman practical evaluation. Chapter 66, the final practical assessment, and as the last match of the final practical assessment commenced that afternoon. The First Seoul Arena was filled to capacity. Some students were already there for their own assessments, while others had come to spectate, encouraged by Dai Shengxi's subordinates in Dai Shengxi's eyes. This match held no suspense. What achievements could an orphan without a family background possibly attain? Becoming a soul master was merely a stroke of luck. He scoffed at the notion that Qian Yuhan possessed any real strength. He had learned during an outdoor practical exercise that Qian Yuhan had once been flung away by a venomous scorpion king with a single tail swipe. The audience was divided into 3 factions, those supporting Dai Shengxi seated on the east side of the arena, with his subordinates unfurling banners in his favor, while supporters of Qian Yuhan occupied the opposite side, with the middle ground filled by undecided onlookers. The last group of the soul assessment was about to commence. Both contestants were called to the stage. The familiar announcement echoed, and Qian Yuhan and Dai Shengxi ascended the arena from opposite preparation zones. Qian Yuhan waved towards Muchan and the others before striding towards the center of the arena, only to spot Hu Lin err amongst Dai Shengxi supporters, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Why was she over there? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Dai Shengxi's voice rang out. "Ha! Qian Yuhan, you must consider yourself unfortunate to be matched against me today. Indeed, it was quite unfortunate to encounter a worthless opponent devoid of any challenge. Well, Hu Lin has asked me to go easy on you, but it seems that's entirely unnecessary now." Qian Yuhan remained silent, his expression darkening. That Hu Lin had never uttered such words to Dai Shengxi. This was merely a tactic to provoke Qian Yuhan, inciting his anger to facilitate an easy victory for himself. Qian Yuhan, a level 37 soul master, faced off against Dai Shengxi, a level 35 soul master. "Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of my esteemed lineage," Dai Shengxi declared, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath him. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly, regarding him as a mere jester with too much to say. Without further ado, he summoned the radiant divine sword, which floated behind him, radiating a brilliant light. 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, emerged beneath Qian Yuhan. "Let us see your strength. I shall no longer hold back." As the 3 soul rings appeared, the audience was left speechless, their initial reactions being to rub their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were experiencing an illusion. Muchan and his companions were momentarily stunned. But Muchan, aware of Qian Yuhan's true identity, quickly regained his composure. The air of the spirit hall, it was only natural for his soul rings to be impressive, though this was beyond extraordinary. Old 4 soul rings, how are they different from before? Indeed, 1 purple and 2 black. exclaimed Tang Chun and Tang Xian, who were oblivious to Qian Yuhan's true identity, expressing their astonishment. After Old Four finishes off Dai Shengshi, you should ask him. You might be even more surprised. Muchan chuckled. Beside them, Fangyu was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. This is simply incredible, defying all logic. I've only heard of instances where soul rings exceeded absorption limits. Like the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, who possesses 6 black and 3 red, my family elders claim that his strength is a gift from the angel god. But what about Qian Yuhan? Haha, are you trying to scare me with a soul ring disguise? Pathetic, Dai Shengshi sneered. Suppressing a smile, Qian Yuhan's expression turned serious as he summoned the radiant divine sword in his right hand. Gripping it tightly in anticipation, saber-toothed ghost tiger. Manifest. Dai Shengshi's saber-toothed ghost tiger martial spirit enveloped him in a mysterious, powerful force, transforming his previously ordinary hands into a light purple hue, reminiscent of amethyst glimmering in the morning mist. Radiating an enigmatic aura, his claws became exceptionally strong, each finger seemingly brimming with boundless power. As the martial spirit took form, Dai Shengshi's entire being underwent a remarkable transformation. His height surged as if enchanted. Resembling a towering tree growing robustly, his fitted attire could no longer contain the surge of muscle. Bursting apart and scattering into countless fabric scraps that danced in the air, Dai Shengshi appeared entirely absorbed in the spirit manifestation. Tilting his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with fervent light, exuding the majesty and dominance of a fierce tiger. His aura deepened and became wild, akin to a predator ready to pounce on its prey. Poised to unleash unparalleled strength, the surrounding air thickened with his presence, as if even the gentle breeze dared not approach, fearful of the formidable aura radiating from him. Radiant slash. Qian Yuhan's resolute visage bore no hesitation, as if he had long since committed to his course of action. The mysterious purple first soul ring shone like a brilliant star, its radiance dazzling. As the soul ring materialized, Qian Yuhan's momentum surged like a flood breaking through a dam, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. His left and right hands, seemingly forged from steel, gripped the formidable hilt of the radiant divine sword, channeling all his strength into it. At that moment, the stray light elements around Qian Yuhan appeared to respond to his summons, swiftly converging towards the radiant divine sword like loyal soldiers. These light elements intertwined in the air, forming vibrant beams with the radiant divine sword at their core. As the light elements amassed, it seemed as though the sword transcended its confines, creating a massive white vortex that spun ever faster, as if to consume all energy in existence. Each beam of light pulsated with boundless brilliance, harboring immense power, as Qian Yuhan prepared to launch a decisive strike against his adversary, the impending force sending shivers down the spine of all who beheld it. Thanks to the refinement of 2 top-tier celestial herbs, the 8-angled ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, Qian Yuhan's soul power may not have seen a substantial increase recently, but his physical strength had surged exponentially, rendering even ordinary soul kings inadequate in comparison. This time he intended for the radiant slash to be a one-hit victory. All show and no substance, Dai Shengshi scoffed, observing Qian Yuhan channeling his first soul skill with disdain. In his view, no matter how much energy was amassed for a first soul skill, it would not pose any threat. Dai Shengshi lifted his right foot and stomped down, activating his 3rd soul ring. 3rd soul skill. Demonic Tiger's Celestial Roar. As Dai Shengshi unleashed his 3rd soul skill, a pale white orb of light coalesced before him. He then bellowed towards Qian Yuhan, the orb of light rushing forth like a ferocious beast propelled by the sound waves. Qian Yuhan closed his eyes momentarily, inhaling deeply before concentrating all his strength into the radiant divine sword. As he swung his arm, the sword traced a brilliant arc through the air. In that instant, the space surrounding the radiant divine sword seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming energy, fracturing visibly. The sword's passage left behind dark, gaping fissures, and the piercing sound of wind slicing through the air resonated, causing the spectators' ears to ring. This radiant slash was unlike any previous attempt. It was no longer merely a white sword aura tinged with faint yellow light, but had transformed into the most dazzling golden-yellow sword aura. This radiance resembled a fierce golden dragon, its claws outstretched, exuding boundless majesty and ferocity as it lunged toward Dai Shengshi. The clash of skills produced no significant commotion. Dai Shengshi's third soul skill proved to be utterly feeble. The golden dragon unleashed by Qian Yuhan effortlessly devoured it, accelerating its pace as it charged towards Dai Shengshi with relentless fervor. The judges, particularly Yu Ziyang, sensed impending doom, but it was too late. They were unable to intervene in time to thwart the impending strike. Should Dai Shengshi be struck, it would surely mean his demise. A resigned sigh escaped the lips of onlookers. The audience, hearing this sound, glanced around in confusion, yet their attention was soon drawn to the arena as a shadow materialized before Dai Shengshi just as the golden dragon was about to strike. In Chapter 67. Learning the truth, all is well. As Qian Yuhan's golden dragon was on the verge of impacting Dai Shengshi, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The individual extended a finger and gently tapped the oncoming dragon, which shattered explosively, sending shards of its ethereal form swirling through the air. That's enough. Let this match conclude here. Qian Yuhan is the victor, scoring a perfect 100, while Dai Shengshi garners 70 when the crowd finally discerned the identity of the person standing in the arena. Disbelief washed over them. It was none other than the Academy's president, Han Tianyin. Indeed, this match had been orchestrated by Han Tianyu, who sought to assess the true capabilities of this child who had garnered the Pope's attention. Han Tianyin had been preoccupied with meetings over the past few days, and now, with a moment of respite, he arranged for Qian Yuhan and the others to participate in this final bout. Dai Shengshi, seething with indignation, exclaimed, "Why should this be?" Han Tianyin, taken aback, had never encountered anyone bold enough to shout at him within the halls of the Spirit Hall Academy. Yet, as a president, he had seen his fair share of confrontations. In a solemn tone, he replied, "Because I am the president. Dai, I am aware of your family's influence. Even that old fellow from your lineage would yield to me that I advise you to maintain a low profile at the Academy. Not every adversary you provoke can be dealt with by your family." With this, Han Tianyin cast a sidelong glance at Qian Yuhan, who stood nearby. Noticing the president's stern demeanor, Dai Shengshi quickly nodded an apology. "I understand, President. I shall certainly act with more discretion moving forward." Once the exam concluded, the group let loose. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qian Yuhan found himself cornered by the brothers Tang Xian and Tang Chun, as if he were a target of a gang. "What is this, brothers? What are you plotting?" Tang Xian cleared his throat and declared with righteous indignation, "Little Four, do you consider us your brothers?" "Of course." Qian Yuhan replied. "Then why have you concealed such matters from us for so long?" "Ah? How did you two find out? Was it Muchan?" Glancing at Muchan, who wore an innocent expression and waved his hand to indicate he had said nothing, Qian Yuhan interpreted it as a silent admission of guilt. "I did not intend to keep this from you." The brothers were left in a daze, unable to comprehend the revelation. Unlike Muchan, who had nearly exposed himself at the start of the school year, Tang Xian and Tang Chun were merely the sons of Tang Jun, the current leader of Haoyan's sect, which could not compare to the rapid ascent of the Spirit Hall. The vast influence of the Spirit Hall attracted many soul masters from the two great empires, Tiandou and Xingluo, longing to join its ranks. The Hall of Elders and the Hall of Offerings were revered as sanctuaries of belief. Now, the next generation supreme authority of the Spirit Hall stood before them, and their minds struggled to process the information that so little for. "You are the son of Elder Qian Mo. Qian Yuhan nodded, choosing to remain taciturn. "And the celestial herbs you previously provided us were also sourced from the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xian continued to inquire. This question was also on Muchan's mind. Although he was the son of the golden crocodile Douluo, he was unaware of the treasures within the Spirit Hall, as his father never divulged internal matters. Yet, Muchan did not press further. His priorities were simple: eating, sleeping, and playing. Those celestial herbs were not left to me by my father. I fortuitously harvested them in the Sunset Forest. Qian Yuhan recounted the tale of his adventure with the ice and fire Yangyi Ai. As expected of Xiaoya, even the top-tier celestial herbs have come into her knowledge. Muchan exclaimed with excitement. Tang Xian shot him a disdainful glance. So, according to you, little four, does that mean we can retrieve celestial herbs from there whenever we desire? Qian Yuhan shook his head, clarifying, that is certainly not the case. It would require a wait of at least 20 years. What? 20 years is such a long time. Muchan lamented, feeling dejected at the thought he had fantasized about relying on celestial herbs to enhance his strength, rather than enduring the rigors of training. This estimation reflected the swiftest time frame possible. The region's ability to nurture celestial herbs stemmed from the exceptionally rich elemental energy present, creating ideal conditions for their growth. Frequent harvesting would disrupt this delicate balance, causing the elemental energy to dissipate like smoke. That in such a scenario, the legendary ice and fire Yang I might face a tragic fate of permanent disappearance. In all pursuits, one must maintain a proper measure and restraint. Recklessness and excess are not to be tolerated. Listening to Qian Yuhan's coherent and profound explanation, the trio nodded in unison, internally acknowledging the wisdom of their fourth brother. It was apparent that, despite being of similar age, Qian Yuhan exhibited a calmness and maturity that surpassed their own, his demeanor akin to one who had weathered the trials of time, leaving them in awe. As their camaraderie deepened, the disparity in their perceptions grew increasingly evident, and their admiration for this fourth brother burgeoned, filled with respect and recognition for his unique charm and intellect. Tang Xian declared, "This secret must remain among the four of us. The more who know, the greater the risk of avarice." Indeed, Muchan and Tang Chun concurred, and Muchan then suggested, with the semester nearing its end, "How about we celebrate with a feast? Let's go." The other three chimed in unison. The four made their way to the dining hall. The trio, excluding Qian Yuhan, conspired to treat him to a lavish meal. Unburdened by any guilt, they were well aware of his hidden wealth in the dining hall as they reveled in celebration. Surrounded by an abundance of dishes, Qian Yuhan felt no pangs of regret. Instead, he smiled gently at his brothers, who were joyously indulging in their feast. In his previous life, he had few friends, but encountering these three brothers in the Douluo continent made it all worthwhile. "Xiaya. Oh, Xiaya, what brings you here?" Muchan looked up, inhaling deeply, only to notice Fanya approaching them. "I seek Yuhan. I wish to discuss something privately," she stated. "Brothers, I underwent a minor procedure today. The anesthesia is wearing off, and I'm still feeling a bit unwell. So I will take a break from writing today and request a day off tomorrow to recuperate. Take care and recover well. We expect you back to writing fervently soon." In Chapter 68. Learning the truth, all is well, too. Fanya approached the four with a question. "Is it convenient for you to speak with Yuhan privately?" "Let's go," Qian Yuhan replied, following her outside the dining hall. Once in a secluded corner, he inquired, "What is it? Is something amiss?" It's about Linner. What has happened to her?" Qian Yuhan asked anxiously. "She doesn't want me to tell you, but I believe you should know. She has been hiding something from me." "What is it?" "Linner plans to take a leave of absence next semester. Her return may not happen until we are in our second year. What has caused this? Why would she do such a thing? She feels quite guilty towards you. Her previous approach was influenced by Dai Xingxi. What connection do they share?" "Well, you must be aware that Linner's family has essentially fallen from grace. Correct? In the present predicament, the Hu family finds its survival entirely reliant on the support of the Dai family. Consequently, the obstinate elders of the Hu family are eager to persuade Hu Linner to cultivate a closer relationship with Dai Xingxi. To ingratiate herself, Hu Linner agrees to assist Dai Xingxi with 3 matters. The first 2 involve transferring 40 of the Hu family's land transportation and hotel businesses to the Dai family. The final task is for her to draw closer to you, ideally establishing a romantic relationship, only to subsequently abandon you cruelly, leaving you in distress and revulsion. As Qian Yuhan listens to Fang Ye's words, his expression darkens progressively. He is perplexed by Hu Linner's deceit and even more bewildered by the nature of his enmity with Dai Xingxi, which drives him to employ such a despicable scheme. Qian Yuhan contemplates voicing his thoughts when Fang Ye, seemingly aware of his unspoken words, interjects. "You wish to express that you feel Linner harbors genuine feelings for you, do you not?" Qian Yuhan nods in affirmation. Fang Ye continues, "Indeed, during this period of interaction, she has genuinely developed feelings for you. However, in her eyes, being with you equates to ulterior motives, which is unfair to you, and she is reluctant to continue deceiving you. It is precisely because both of you have sincere feelings for one another that she feels even more remorseful for the kindness you have shown her. But I understand. I understand. Let her come to see me by the moonlight lake tomorrow evening. There are matters I wish to discuss with her face to face. Fanya responds affirmatively, then pauses to add, by the way, my brother Fangqing has some connections with Dai Xingxi and they share a good rapport. So do take note. Fanya, Qian Yuhan replies, taken aback that I only just learned of this. They met at a gathering I did not attend, and this information was relayed to me by Liner. Also, your idea for that card game is quite brilliant. Do not speak of it with anyone you do not trust. Particularly watch out for my brother, as he harbors ulterior motives. Understood. Thank you. Fanya. I shall take my leave now. You can return to your meal with them. Farewell. Farewell. Instead of returning to the dining hall, Qian Yuhan silently turns and strolls with a leisurely pace towards the unique Moonlight Lake Park within the Seoul Palace Academy. Upon entering this tranquil realm, the trees, already imbued with charm, seem to be illuminated by countless flickering fireflies, as if enchanted, becoming even more alluring against the backdrop of night. The crescent moon, akin to a bashful maiden, quietly hangs in the sky, casting its luminous glow downwards, gently reflecting upon the placid lake, thus presenting Qian Yuhan with a dreamlike, serene, and beautiful scene. The lake ripples gently, as if whispering ancient tales, merging with the trees by its banks and the moon above, forming an intoxicatingly exquisite tableau that is hard to forget. Gazing upon this stunning vista, Qian Yuhan offers a faint smile, albeit one tinged with melancholy. Tears well in his eyes, ultimately cascading down his cheeks. It seems that the two are fated yet ill-fated. What he once hoped would be a sweet chapter is destined to conclude in such a manner. Was Hu Liner wrong? Yes, but she still harbors affection for him. Remaining true to herself, Qian Yuhan comprehends Hu Liner's decision. Were he in her position, he would likely act similarly, as his conscience would not allow otherwise. He chooses to understand, to forgive, and considers their relationship merely as a fleeting dream. Reflecting upon Dai Xingxi, Qian Yuhan thinks, what a wretched individual you are. We share no grievances, yet you resort to such treachery against me. He contemplates the despair he might feel if he were to follow Dai Xingxi's scheme. How ruthless, indeed. After wandering the Moonlight Lake Park for a while, Qian Yuhan returns to the dormitory, and Muchan and the others are already chatting in bed. Upon seeing Qian Yuhan enter, Muchan immediately inquires, Hey, Fourth, what were you up to with Xiaoya? Spill the beans. Muchan, engrossed in conversation, fails to notice Qian Yuhan's swollen eyes or his deeply dejected demeanor. However, Tang Xian is observant and coughs discreetly to alert Muchan, who then notices Qian Yuhan's pallor and hastily adds, Oh, I know Xiaoya told you something, right? I'm sure there is nothing between you two. What nonsense am I saying? I just knew she went back to comfort you. Qian Yuhan responds, Enough, I'm fine. Fanya merely spoke with me about Hu Liner. He recounts the situation regarding Hu Liner to his companions. What a scoundrel Dai Xingxi. Muchan exclaims, infuriated as he pounds the bed. I always knew he was a villain, but I never anticipated him to be so utterly despicable. Tang Xian adds indignantly, Fourth, what are you planning? Tang Chun asks Qian Yuhan. Tomorrow, I have arranged to meet Liner. Some matters must be addressed in person, as it's a matter of mutual respect. The three friends refrain from further commentary, watching as Qian Yuhan approaches his desk to peruse the letters from Shui. After spending half an hour, he reads through all the letters he had neglected over the past few days, having been too occupied to respond earlier. He had only retrieved them from the mailbox on his way back to the dormitory, leaving them in his drawer for 3 days untouched. In her letter, Shui mentions that her school will be engaging in exchange activities with the Seoul Palace Academy and inquires whether he would be an exchange student. If so, she would refrain from applying, hoping to meet him again at the Tiando Royal Academy. She also shares her experiences from the final exams. Qian Yuhan learns that the Tiando Royal Academy had an earlier break, concluding their exams well before his own. They're already on holiday. Shui playfully teases Qian Yuhan, asking if he is upset. Qian Yuhan smiles gently, thinking, this girl is truly amusing. Muchan, Tang Xian, and Tang Chen observed Qian Yuhan smiling at the letters. Relieved, silently marveling. This pen pal always manages to lift forth spirits when he is downcast, as if casting a spell on him. I must find a pen pal for myself, too. After finishing the letter, Qian Yuhan picks up his pen to write a response. Chapter 69. Discovering the Truth. Everything is Well. Part 3. Shui. I have read your letters from the past few days, and to be honest, I am quite envious. This period marks our finals week, and I have been too busy to reply, but I trust you understand that we have a selection competition for an exchange position next semester, and I am hopeful I will pass. I am eager to explore Tiando. Previously, I visited the Ice God fighting arena, or perhaps it was called something else. I can't quite recall that I also adore Tiando's market culture. If I am selected, you must take me around. Lately, the academic pressure has been quite overwhelming, and life has its own difficulties that I am ending things with Uliner. We will have our final discussion tomorrow. I still wish to see her one last time, as it is a matter of mutual respect. Alas, this relationship must come to a close. Some details are difficult to articulate in writing. Perhaps we can clarify them if fate allows us to meet again. I am exhausted. Tomorrow I shall have a good sleep to adjust myself. In a few days, winter break begins, and I plan to visit Xing. I might not be able to write back during those days, but I will inform you of the specific dates once they are confirmed. Wishing you well. Qian Yuhan. After completing his response, Qian Yuhan climbs onto his bed and engages in conversation with Muchan and the others before drifting into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Qian Yuhan revisits the tender moments shared with Uliner, studying together, engaging in practical training, and strolling through Moonlight Lake Park, their faces illuminated with joy. Suddenly, everything around him fades away. Leaving him in vast darkness, a beam of light shines 50 meters ahead, where a girl stands with her back to him. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Qian Yuhan realizes it is Uliner. As she turns to glance at him, she begins to walk away slowly, prompting him to chase after her, only to find he cannot catch up. Qian Yuhan halts, bending over to catch his breath. At that moment, the surrounding space shatters, fracturing into countless shards, and he finds himself engulfed in a blood-red abyss. Before him, a blood-red longsword materializes, suspended in the air, seemingly beckoning him. Upon closer inspection, it appears strikingly familiar. Suddenly, he recalls that this is the very sword he wielded in a previous dream. This blade, steeped in countless acts of slaughter, is entwined with a chilling aura, as if countless tormented souls lament upon it. The cold, murderous intent emanates from the sword as if it seeks to freeze everything in its vicinity within an endless chill. The entire blood-red expanse seems cloaked in ice and snow, every corner shimmering with a ghostly luminescence, while the frigid atmosphere, akin to bone-chilling winds, weaves through every crevice of the space, instilling a sense of dread. Immersed in the surroundings, an overwhelming sense of desolation grew increasingly intense, as if countless cold eyes were lurking in the shadows, observing silently. Though no hint of bloodshed was visible, the latent, deadly threat that lay concealed in the darkness was palpable, as if a terrifying calamity were poised to descend at any moment. This oppressive atmosphere bore down upon the soul, raising goosebumps all over, while an indescribable fear and unease surged within that moment. A pair of crimson eyes gradually materialized above the blood-red longsword, seemingly surveying the entire expanse. The instant those eyes opened, an immense pressure enveloped the space, causing Qian Yuhan to collapse to the ground, utterly unable to rise against the overwhelming force. This power struck Qian Yuhan as terrifying and formidable, far surpassing even the might of his father. The limit, After a minute, the blood-red eyes vanished. Yet Qian Yuhan felt everything was achingly real, the pressure leaving his entire body in agony. The crimson orb of light, which had been restrained by the holy sword of light, showed faint signs of breaking free from its control. Qian Yuhan opened his eyes, realizing that dawn had yet to break. His body drenched in sweat, the sheets soaked through. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the sea of consciousness to investigate. Upon entering the sea of consciousness, the once tranquil waters were now tumultuous. A vortex swirling where the holy sword of light and the crimson orb were situated. Hastily, Qian Yuhan infused his soul power into it, possessing an exceptionally pure light element. He was inherently sensitive to such energies. Coupled with the refining he had undergone with the 8-pointed ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, his mastery over the light element had grown increasingly adept. After an hour of stabilization, the holy sword of light once again suppressed the orb, and the excess energy was absorbed by Qian Mo, elevating his soul power to level 39, opting not to go for a morning run that day. Qian Mo returned to bed after enjoying a hot shower and settled into meditation. With the exams completed, Qian Mo and his 3 companions naturally intended to relax in the dormitory. After rising in the morning, Muchan, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun sensed that Qian Mo's soul power had become more robust, marveling at the incredible existence he had become, unwittingly widening the gap between them. As night fell swiftly, the day passed in the blink of an eye. Qian Mo had conveyed a message to Hu Lin Air through Fangya, arranging to meet at Moonlight Lake Park at 8 o'clock. At 7:50, Qian Mo arrived early by the central lake of Moonlight Lake Park. As he approached the water's edge, he spotted the familiar figure gazing at the stunning scenery that you've arrived. Hu Lin Air remarked without turning, seemingly sensing Qian Mo's presence. Why are you here so early? Didn't we agree on 8? Hu Lin Air smiled gently. Aren't you the same? I didn't arrive much earlier than you. Qian Mo chuckled as he walked over to stand beside Hu Lin Air, who pointed at the moon on the distant horizon. Look at that moon. It's beautiful, Hu Lin Air whispered. Qian Mo nodded slowly, responding, Indeed, it is beautiful. Let us stay here for a moment. That I initially wronged you, but I understand now. Let us give each other a somewhat better ending. Hu Lin Air nodded slightly, tears escaping from the corners of her eyes and tracing down her cheeks. If I could choose, I would prefer never to be part of such a family again. It's exhausting. Qian Mo replied empathetically. Yuhan, the time spent with you has brought me great joy. Truly, I've been very happy. Whenever family troubles bothered me, you always made me feel at ease. I also cherished those moments when you would blush for my teasing. Ha ha ha. Watching Hu Lin Air smile, Qian Mo joined in her laughter, though soon tears began to flow down his own cheeks. Let us leave it here, Yuhan. I don't want the filthy thoughts and plans of others to taint you. All right. Let us also forget this relationship. I'm leaving. Without looking back at Qian Mo, Hu Lin Air walked away, leaving him staring at the lake, lost in thought. He then turned to follow her departing figure, murmuring to himself, Can we truly forget? I fear we both understand that this memory may linger with us for a lifetime, that I only wish for both of us to find peace. I sincerely apologize to everyone. I am still in the hospital receiving 4 treatment. Only managing to write 1 chapter each day. That I will be discharged this weekend, and next week, depending on my condition, I will strive to resume 2 updates daily. It's the perfect time to thoughtfully plan the subsequent content, as the chapter at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy is about to commence. The female lead will finally meet the male lead. No longer just as pen pals. Once they meet formally, it will surely be pure love as for whether to later develop it into a harem story. Brothers, feel free to leave comments. Let us write it as pure love for now. Additionally, the main antagonist will be introduced during the Heaven Dou Royal Academy chapter. This villainous organization is vast and immensely powerful, with the leader being a god. Can you guess which god it is? I'm heading back to the 4. Please urge me for updates. I will update daily. Kindly give me a little encouragement. I beg you. This troublesome surgery is excruciatingly painful. Woe is me. Chapter 70. Winter Break, Part 1. I only wish for everything to be well. Qian Mo sighed deeply. Upon returning from Moonlight Lake Park, he passed by the gates of the Martial Soul Hall Academy and casually retrieved a letter from the mailbox to bring back to the dormitory. It seemed that after clarifying everything, Qian Mo felt there was nothing left between him and Hu Lin Air. Should they cross paths again, it would be nothing more than as friends. The Tang brothers, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, had already retired for the night, as they needed to set off early the next day to return to the Haotian sect. In the afternoon, they had asked Qian Mo and Muchan if they wanted to join them for a visit to the Haotian sect. Qian Mo politely declined, stating he had other plans for the winter break. Muchan echoed this, mentioning that his father was taking him to a secluded location for quiet reflection. Qian Mo glanced around dormitory 101. Noticing that Muchan was absent, pondering that he might have hurried to find Fangya for a chat before the holiday commenced. Qian Yuhan shook his head with a wry smile, genuinely hoping to see the two of them together, and Muchan's feelings for Fangya were evident, and Fangya seemed to reciprocate those feelings. Regardless, they appeared to be a perfect match. While Muchan could be a bit impulsive, Fangya was calm and composed, making them a flawless complement to one another. Approaching his desk, Qian Yuhan opened the envelope to extract the reply letter. Qian Yuhan. Ah, still no reply from you. As he read the first sentence, a smile broke across his face. He could easily envision Shue's demeanor while writing this letter, silently thinking, "Today you finally received my reply. My apologies." Meanwhile, within the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luo Shue was in her room reading Qian Yuhan's letter. This rascal has finally written back, though she cursed him under her breath, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. After finishing Qian Yuhan's letter, Ouyang Luo Shue smiled slightly. "I'll let you off this time." She took out a piece of stationery and began writing her reply, her pen dancing swiftly across the paper, completing the letter in less than 20 minutes. After sealing the letter, she handed it to a servant. They organized themselves into a queue for delivering letters. Ouyang Luo Shue always wrote her replies at night, insisting that they be delivered by noon the following day. The distance from the Ice God sect, or Heaven Dou Royal Academy, to Wuhuan City is substantial. To ensure delivery overnight and the following morning truly exhausted the messengers, who had to travel without rest. Alas, the plight of a working soul. Returning to the Martial Soul Hall Academy, Qian Yuhan continued reading Shue's letter. "I must tell you, during this winter break, the Heaven Dou Royal Academy will host a Soul Master Tournament in Heaven Dou City, and it seems quite interesting. Are you coming to participate? I'm not entirely sure of the specific rules, but it seems the purpose is to train the students of the academy. I've already signed up, so I'm waiting for you to challenge me. Oh, and I must tell you, I'm quite strong now, so don't expect me to go easy on you. You made me wait a whole week for your reply." As Qian Yuhan read, he laughed. "Oh, a tournament. That sounds like fun. Sigh, my father always drags me to those tedious royal banquets. It is truly exhausting. I had planned to meet with my best friend, but now I have to cancel, but I wish I could be carefree like you. I envy you so much." Reading her complaints, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but smile wryly, murmuring to himself, "You envy my carefree life, yet I can't help but envy you for having your father-esque company at home." Looking up at the ceiling, Qian Yuhan pondered, "Father, when will we meet again? It's been nearly a year. How have you been passing the days? I miss you." After finishing the rest of the letter, Qian Yuhan carefully organized his belongings, mindful not to disturb Tang Xian and Tang Chen's rest. After an hour of tidying up, he freshened up and lay down on his bed. Just as he settled in, Muchan entered through the door. "Fourth brother, when did you return?" As Muchan entered, he inquired eagerly. From his tone, Qian Yuhan surmised that Muchan must have encountered something delightful that you've been back for a while. Yet here you are. "Oh no, both of you." Qian Yuhan sat up from the bed, gazing at the joy radiating from Muchan, and exchanged a knowing glance that no, not that quickly, I thought you two were already an item. "Well, we're not officially together, but when I confessed to her today, she actually hugged me." Qian Yuhan, "You confessed, and she hugged you, yet you're not together?" Observing Qian Yuhan's bewilderment, Muchan continued, "She hugged me and said she has feelings for me too. However, she wants to focus on her studies for now and will consider a relationship later." Qian Yuhan, "Isn't that just a roundabout way of giving you the good guy card?" Before Qian Yuhan could elaborate, Muchan raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "I know what you're going to say to I will persist. Trust me, I will wait for the moment she wants to be with me." "You, third brother, must be out of your mind. I wasn't even going to say that," Qian Yuhan replied. "All right then, good luck, third brother." Given Muchan's resolute attitude, Qian Yuhan encouraged him. After that, he flopped back down. "Hey, fourth brother, you and Hu Linner. It's over. If you meet again, will you still be friends? But it definitely won't be the same as before. Fourth brother, step outside with me." Muchan gestured to Qian Yuhan, then exited the dormitory. Once Qian Yuhan followed and closed the door, Muchan said, "Fourth brother, tell me honestly, what do you plan to do during the winter break?" "What? Just training at home. Don't kid me. I know my elder brothers aren't clueless, with the grand offering not at the Spear Hall now. What can you train at home?" Realizing he had been seen through, Qian Yuhan laid his cards on the table. Well, my elder brothers invited me, and it wouldn't be polite to refuse, so I made up an excuse. They know my dad is the grand offering, but they don't know he's not at the spirit hall. It's more reasonable this way. I'm not too keen on visiting those sects. I remember going to a place with my dad before. It was freezing cold, and I caught a cold immediately after returning. Plus, the sycophantic demeanor of the servants there really irked me, that I know my elder brothers are sons of the Hao Ian sect's master, which makes them powerful figures, and I imagine they'd be fawned over by the attendants there. Which I dislike that you're truly a peculiar individual. Your strength is strange, and your personality is too. Most people crave compliments and flattery, but it's quite refreshing that Muchan patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder. As for me, I plan to visit Tiando City during the winter break. There seems to be a tournament organized by the Tiando Royal Academy, and I'd like to check it out. I'm not sure where my dad will take me, but I suspect it'll be somewhere like that to hone my skills. Chapter 71. Winter Break, Part 2. The next morning, Qian Yuhan went for his usual morning run. Zhaoke did not accompany him today, as he had returned home the previous night. Qian Yuhan jogged to the grand yet somewhat antiquated entrance of the academy, where the enormous iron gates seemed to narrate tales of time. That he approached the mailbox, deftly depositing his letters, then dashed towards the mysterious Moon Lake Park like an arrow released from a bowstring. For Qian Yuhan, Moon Lake Park was akin to a sanctuary for his soul. Every morning run inevitably led him there. Following the winding path beneath the dense canopy of trees, a gentle breeze brushed past, bringing with it a subtle chill, as if nature had prepared this refreshing solace just for him. The exceptionally crisp air felt like a miraculous remedy, instantly dispelling his fatigue and worries, allowing him to relax profoundly. That comforting sensation made it seem as though the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and the tranquil ambience. Upon finally emerging from the lush woods, he was greeted by the breathtaking sight of the lake, its surface shimmering like a brilliant mirror. The water sparkled, cloaked in a fine veil of mist, creating a dreamlike quality at that moment. The sun, just rising from the eastern horizon, resembled a golden orb, gradually casting its warm glow upon the mist hovering above the lake. The scene was exceptionally unique and beautiful, as if nature had meticulously crafted a painting, compelling Qian Yuhan to slow down and admire this wondrous moment, stirring within him an indescribable sense of emotion and joy. Moon Lake was vast, and the running route Qian Yuhan had planned only traversed a small portion of it. A section of the lake belonged to the Spirit Hall Academy, while a significant part was a favored spot for many citizens who enjoyed morning runs. The enormity of the Spirit Hall Academy and Moon Lake made it clear just how torturous it had been for them when Yu Ziyang had made them run around the academy for an entire morning. They had longed to pass by Moon Lake during their run. After finishing his morning run and on his way back to Dorm 101, he happened to encounter Tang Xian and Tang Chen exiting the dormitory, carrying their luggage. "Eldest brother, second brother, are you leaving already?" Qian Yuhan greeted them. Tang Xian nodded with a smile. "Yes, we're leaving now, that we should arrive before sunset." Tang Chen patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder, saying, "Old four, don't train too hard during the winter break, or it'll make me look lazy." Not a chance. Who would dare say you're lazy, second brother? I'd have to give them a couple of good whacks." "Ha ha ha. All right then, we're off. Tell third brother too. He is still fast asleep, so I didn't wake him." "Got it." After bidding farewell to Tang Chen and Tang Xian, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory. He directly woke Muchan. "What is up? What is going on?" Muchan asked groggily. Qian Yuhan inquired, "I'm heading back now. Are you coming?" "I'll leave later. Let me sleep a bit more." After saying this, Muchan turned back to his dreams. Qian Yuhan sighed. This third brother, truly a deep sleeper. After leaving a note on Muchan's desk, Qian Yuhan took his belongings and departed. Upon returning to the Mingyue villa and organizing his things, he went to find Tiandi arriving at the entrance of Tiandi Hall. He knocked on the door and called, "Uncle Tiandi, are you there?" In no time, the door slowly opened. Tiandi emerged, and upon seeing Qian Yuhan, his face lit up with joy as he rushed over to embrace him. "Little Yuhan, you're back. I was in seclusion last time you returned, and I didn't get to see you. That upset me. I came straight to find you upon my return. Just don't let Uncle Genie know. He told me to find him first." "Who cares? That old fellow is something else." "Uncle Tiandi, It's nothing, nothing. Your Uncle Jean, you want mind? You want mind? Qian Yuhan chuckled, thinking Tianyi Douluo seemed imposing but was actually a playful old man. All right, enough standing outside. Come in quickly. Tianyi Douluo pulled Qian Yuhan inside. Seated on the sofa, Tianyi Douluo asked Lil Han, "Are you on winter break now?" Qian Yuhan nodded. "Any plans?" "I plan to visit Tiandou City. There's a tournament organized by the Tiandou Royal Academy that I'd like to see." "Huh. You're quite the warrior, even more than I was at your age. The tournament organized by the Tiandou Royal Academy is indeed worth attending. I heard from your Uncle Xiao Hui that you'll be exchanging at Tiandou in your second year." "Yes, Uncle Xiao Hui mentioned it before, that I heard from Muchan that there's a selection process. And I want to compete for a spot. I don't want to take advantage of others." "Good. I like your attitude. Who did you just mention?" "Muchan." "Huh, what about it? You know that kid from your Uncle Jean's family?" "That shouldn't be the case." Qian Yuhan explained the situation to Tianyi Douluo, who then clapped his hands and laughed, scolding, "That second brother of yours truly is something. He never tells me anything." Sigh. Tianyi Douluo sighed, then continued, "Lil Han, this time when you go, I plan to go on my own. I don't want to trouble you all anymore. But you're still so young. We definitely can't rest easy." "Uncle, I'm already at the Spirit Master level. Just one soul ring away that I can take care of myself." Tianyi Douluo said, "Wait, what did you just say?" "Spirit Master." With an expression of incredulity, he gazed at Qian Yuhan. Realizing that his soul power fluctuations had indeed reached the strength of soul sect, with only a soul ring missing. "Goodness, this is truly remarkable," exclaimed the heavenly might Douluo. "When I was 9, I had barely just reached the rank of soul master. Truly, the younger generation is pushing the older one forward." "Ha! Uncle, you all serve as role models for Yuhan. I still have much to learn from you." He replied, all right, enough of that. Fortunately, I do not belong to your generation. You will undoubtedly be a leader in your era, I am certain of it." "Uncle, may I know?" Qian Yuhan said, his face falling. The heavenly might Douluo, observing Qian Yuhan's expression, smiled slightly and said, "However," Qian Yuhan's expression shifted. "There is hope that we won't be going, but this will indeed serve as an experience for you. Nonetheless, we must arrange for an attendant to accompany you. Let Xiaona go. You are familiar with her." Qian Yuhan nodded in agreement, understanding that this was a concession from Uncle Heavenly Might. Moreover, he was indeed quite familiar with Aunt Xiaona, as she had taken care of his daily needs while Qian Mo was away. The next day, the Heavenly Might Dou arranged a carriage, and Xiaona set off with Qian Yuhan towards their destination, Tiandou City. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at Tiandou City early the next morning. The Tiandou Empire was vast, and Tiandou City was situated in the northeastern region of the empire, while Haotian Peak, home to the Haotian sect, was nestled in the western mountains of the Tiandou Empire. Wuhuan City lay to the southwest of the Tiandou Empire, meaning that Qian Yuhan and Xiaona had traveled significantly longer than Tang Xian and Tang Qin. "Young master, we've arrived," Aunt Xiaona called, waking the still sleeping Qian Yuhan. The bumpy ride had deprived him of sleep for most of the night, and he had only dozed off once they reached the expressway leading to Tiandou City. Thus, this was one of the rare occasions when Qian Yuhan had not risen early. With bleary eyes, he opened the carriage window and beheld the sights outside. The carriage was currently queued at the Tiandou City checkpoint. It was a 4-lane road, and Qian Yuhan peered through the window at the adjacent carriages, shifting to the other side to take in the scenery. This route differed from the one taken on their previous visit. This was a dedicated carriage lane. Tiandou City was now well connected, with expressways leading to various parts of the continent. However, the Wuhuan mountain range posed a barrier between Wuhuan City and the Tiandou Empire, making the construction of expressways prohibitively costly and difficult. Consequently, the journey from Wuhuan City to Tiandou City required traversing a long mountainous route before entering the dedicated expressway. Thus, Qian Yuhan found the carriage ride quite uncomfortable. During the day, it was tolerable, with minor bumps affecting his cultivation only slightly. However, at night, as the carriage entered the Wuhuan mountain range, the jolting became unbearable, leaving him unable to calm his mind. He could neither practice nor find sleep. In the interim, while waiting to enter the checkpoint, Qian Yuhan vented his frustrations to Aunt Xiaona about the road through the Wuhuan mountain range. According to her, the distance from the Wuhuan mountain range to the Wuhuan Hall was considerable, and the costs for upgrading and maintaining the road were substantial, which had led to the higher-ups at the Wuhuan Hall consistently denying the proposal. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a situation! How many people have suffered due to the inconvenient roads? The rough terrain of the Wuhuan mountain range has hindered so many who wish to visit Wuhuan City. What if one of them is a brilliant genius? What a loss that would be. Father, you truly are foolish. I must find a time to discuss this matter with Uncle Heavenly Might. Perhaps there are many things I am unaware of that prevent them from taking action. Before long, they passed through the checkpoint after the city guards inspected their bags and carriage. Finding no issues, the carriage slowly came to a stop at an inn in Tiando City, where Aunt Xiao Na led Qian Yuhan to a shop to grab a bite to eat. Upon entering the shop, he noticed a promotional poster for the Tiando Royal Academy plastered on the wall. Aunt Xiao Na, look over there, Qian Yuhan pointed to the poster. Following his gaze, Aunt Xiao Na said, Ah, this is the renowned arena competition, held annually by the Tiando Royal Academy. Its purpose is to hone the skills of its students, and it seems the prize for this year's champion is particularly generous. A potential soul bone. Soul bone. The Tiando Royal Academy is so generous. Aren't they afraid someone might take it? They must have great confidence in their students. The Tiando Royal Academy is no simple institution. It ranks among the top-tier schools. Our Wuhuan Hall Academy is at the forefront, while the Tiando Royal Academy is commendable but cannot compare to us, Aunt Xiao Na said proudly, lifting her head. Indeed, the Wuhuan Hall Academy is the most prestigious institution for soul masters on the continent. With both students and teachers selected through rigorous processes, those with connections but lacking strength would inevitably be eliminated. Aunt Xiao Na, do you know much about this arena competition? I've heard a little. It should be straightforward. It's an arena competition. Attackers and defenders, with the last one standing, declare the champion. Each person can only challenge once. If you win, you become the challenger and wait for others to take you on. If you lose, you're eliminated, as long as no one continues to challenge you. You are the champion. Simple and straightforward. I like it. Young master, do you wish to sign up? Qian Yuhan nodded, his gaze resolute as he replied. Yes, let us call it Han. All right, young master, please rest here while I go register for Yubi. By the way, and where will we be staying? At the Tiando Grand Hotel. I have already booked a room for you. Room 1024. Upon learning this, Qian Yuhan said, All right, let us meet at the Tiando Grand Hotel in 2 hours. I'll go explore a bit. With that, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, disappearing in an instant. Aunt Xiao Na shook her head with a wry smile. This young master truly loves to shop. It seems at his age, curiosity about the world is perfectly normal. Qian Yuhan leisurely strolled along the renowned Tiando Avenue in Tiando City. Wherever his gaze fell, he was greeted by a dazzling array of shops, each more enticing than the last. Some storefronts were filled with various rare spirit herbs, exuding delightful fragrances, while others displayed a myriad of soul-guiding devices. Sparkling with mysterious light that on either side of the road, trees and street lamps were arranged in a delightful manner. The tall, sturdy trees stood like loyal sentinels, silently guarding this bustling thoroughfare. More remarkably, each tree seemed to be adorned with delicate soul-guiding lanterns, twinkling like stars in the night sky, subtly illuminating the branches and leaves. One could only imagine how breathtaking this place would be when night fell, enveloped in a brilliant array of lights. Captivating enough to take one's breath away, as he continued on, he arrived at a square surrounded by barricades, preventing those outside from seeing what was happening inside. Qian Yuhan approached a man standing nearby and asked, Excuse me, sir, do you know why this area is surrounded by barricades? The middle-aged man looked down, noticing the young boy, and smiled as he replied, Oh, this area is undergoing renovations. The arena competition hosted by the Tiando Royal Academy will be held here. Wasn't there a statue here? Qian Yuhan inquired, recalling that during his last visit, there had indeed been a statue, reminiscent of the design at the Angel Square of the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Oh, you mean the statue of His Majesty Xueling. The royal family is very supportive of this competition. They temporarily moved the statue a while ago. Qian Yuhan nodded, though internally he was quite astonished. It seems the Tiando royal family places great importance on the training of soul masters. The Wuhuan Hall must take note of this. That road through the Wuhuan mountain range needs to be upgraded, or else we might see all the talent flocking to the Tiando Empire. Hey, move aside. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? As he turned, Qian Yuhan noticed a commotion behind him, where a flamboyantly dressed young man was approaching. Make way quickly. Our fourth young master is passing through, said a woman in a blue and white long dress beside him. Qian Yuhan rolled his eyes inwardly. Not another Dai Xing X I in such a large area. Can't you simply walk around? Qian Yuhan replied coldly. Before the woman could retort, the young man raised his hand to interrupt her. Hello, young brother. My name is Ning Kaiwen, the fourth son of the current sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Yuan, please let us pass and do not block the way. Qian Yuhan's previously good mood was utterly dashed by this encounter. Hearing Ning Kaiwen's words, he decided to stand firm, smiling as he replied, I will not. There is a path beside you. Please go that way. Thank you. Ning Kaiwen appeared utterly oblivious to the underlying meaning of Qian Yuhan's words, while he maintained a facade of cheerful demeanor. His expression was steeped in derision. Oh, you truly wish to court death. I see you are not from the Heaven Dou Empire, but knowing your outsider status, I shall grant you another chance. Unfazed, Qian Yuhan replied with a smile. No need. Thank you. The scenery here is delightful. I shall not yield. Ning Kaiwen, visibly irked by Qian Yuhan's sardonic demeanor, struggled to articulate his words. You dare to speak to the fourth young master in such a manner? Exclaimed the woman beside Ning Kaiwen, unable to contain her outrage. Qian Yuhan feigned innocence, spreading his hands as he inquired, Did I not speak respectfully to your fourth young master? Was my demeanor not courteous enough? The woman found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The onlookers, unable to restrain their amusement, erupted into laughter, some even giving Qian Yuhan a thumbs up in approval. Ning Kaiwen, no longer able to maintain his previous facade of humility, pointed accusingly at Qian Yuhan, declaring, Very well. You shall pay for this. Indeed, I shall await your arrival. I am merely here to enjoy the view. Qian Yuhan responded with a nod, with a twitch at the corner of his eye. Ning Kaiwen departed with a woman and a few lackeys in tow, likely seeking assistance to deal with Qian Yuhan. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the top 3 sects within the Heaven Dou Empire. Its strength only surpassed by the Haoyan School and standing above the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. A.S. Ning Kaiwen claimed to be the son of the current sect leader, Ning Yuan. He was certainly a direct descendant, and his martial soul was assuredly the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, a support-type soul master lacking in combat prowess. The woman accompanying him was presumably a mere decorative ornament, displaying no fluctuations in soul power, indicative not of a powerful figure masking their strength, but rather of someone devoid of any. Qian Yuhan could discern this distinction. Had she been a formidable individual, she would have intervened earlier. Should Ning Kaiwen indeed seek help to confront him, Qian Yuhan suspected he would find himself at a disadvantage. Aunt Xiaonao was likely at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy registering for him. While he had no acquaintances in Heaven Dou City, without her protection, encountering a soul emperor or soul sage could prove troublesome. Watching them retreat, Qian Yuhan decided to make his escape, reasoning that strolling through the streets could also count as enjoying the scenery. He felt disdain for his own hasty retreat, but recognized the necessity of it. Without any protection, what could a soul respect do? Simultaneously, he found himself exasperated by the absurdity of encountering yet another arrogant young master. This time, a figure demanding the right of way rather than cutting in line, as he had with Dai Shengshi previously. It was perplexing that in such an expansive square, one could not find a way to navigate around. Having left the square, the minor incident did not disrupt Qian Yuhan's plans. The arena competition would commence the following day, lasting 3 days in total. He intended to observe on the first day and engage in combat on the second. After all, once registered, he could fight at any time within the designated period. This also posed a test for the challengers, as they must be prepared to battle continuously from the moment they became the reigning champion. As he strolled leisurely down the wide and tidy pedestrian walkway of Heaven Dou Avenue, Qian Yuhan's pace was unhurried, as though savoring this rare moment of leisure. The buildings flanking the road stood tall and majestic, arranged in an orderly fashion, showcasing the city's prosperity. Meanwhile, elegantly adorned carriages sped past him, the sound of galloping hooves and rolling wheels blending harmoniously like a captivating symphony. Some carriages were drawn by magnificent steeds with lustrous coats, their bodies encrusted with dazzling gems. Others featured unique artistic designs, exuding a flair of creativity. Each carriage represented the distinct identity and status of its owner, together forming an exquisite tableau upon the streets of Heaven Dou City. As the saying goes, Heaven Dou City is indeed the most bustling metropolis of the entire Douluo continent. It attracts merchants and travelers from all directions, with the streets bustling with activity and the air alive with chatter. The myriad shops offered a dazzling array of goods, from rare soul-guided devices to delectable delicacies, catering to every desire. Furthermore, Heaven Dou City boasted numerous prestigious academies and martial art halls, drawing countless young soul masters eager to learn and hone their skills. Thus, it can be said that this city not only possesses material wealth, but also embodies a rich cultural heritage and formidable martial soul power. As Qian Mo observed his surroundings, he contemplated the source of Heaven Dou Empire's might. Rooted in its open policies, recognizing that the Spirit Hall could no longer remain insular. The current landscape of the continent featured the two great empires of Heaven Dou and Douluo, with Heaven Dou emphasizing commerce and Douluo focusing on the development of soul-guided devices. The Spirit Hall served as a neutral barrier between the two empires, its resources of soul masters not to be underestimated. Positioned centrally between the capitals of Heaven Dou and Douluo, the Spirit Hall had maintained relative peace on the Douluo continent for centuries. However, should either side disrupt this equilibrium, conflict could erupt instantaneously. Today, Heaven Dou's momentum was formidable, with its economic strength and reserve of soul masters rising annually at an ever-increasing rate. Qian Mo held a keen interest in such matters, hence his understanding was more profound. He aspired for the Spirit Hall to adopt an open policy to attract top-tier and talented soul masters, recognizing that while focusing on elite talent was sound strategy, the development of ordinary soul masters and the economic strength of the Spirit Hall itself must also be prioritized. Blindly fixating on the upper echelon of top talents would be a grave oversight. The foundation of progress lay with the common populace and ordinary soul masters as he continued along his path. Qian Mo found himself lost in thought. Passing by a store filled with children's toys, he recalled his own deck of playing cards, which he had neglected amidst his busy schedule. The cards were secondary. But the disparity between the Douluo continent and his original world presented opportunities for development and market capture. This could stimulate economic growth and attract people. Lost in contemplation, Qian Mo lifted his gaze and discovered he had arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Dou Grand Hotel. The 5 gilded characters spelling Heaven Dou Grand Hotel gleamed prominently in the sunlight. Chapter 74. Winter Vacation V. A comedic encounter upon meeting Aunt Xiaona, she handed Qian Mo a card, stating, "This is a soul-guided room card. Simply infuse a bit of soul power to use it. The doors of the Heaven Dou Grand Hotel are equipped with a soul-guided system for automatic recognition. Just swipe the card to enter." "Wow, how advanced!" Qian Mo exclaimed at a card with automatic recognition. "This is akin to the facial recognition systems of my previous world, merely adapted here to recognize soul power. Each person's soul power signature is unique, much like a fingerprint, thus serving as a means of identification." Reclining on the grand bed in his room, Qian Mo contemplated his playing card business. He considered gathering information about the business environment in Heaven Dou, for if it proved favorable, he could implement his plans when he returned for an exchange program in his second year. He also pondered the upcoming arena competition, intending to observe the day prior. While lost in thought, he suddenly recalled a pressing matter and slapped his forehead in regret. He had neglected to write back to Shui before his departure. She would likely be upset by the lack of communication. Lying on the bed, he envisioned Shui sulking, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite never having met, he unconsciously associated her image with that of the girl he encountered in the Dou Forest. Unbeknownst to Qian Mo, this Shui was none other than Ouyang Luoshui. Perhaps fate was at play. After adjusting himself in the afternoon, he meditated and practiced for a few hours, enjoying a meal in the evening before succumbing to a deep slumber that lasted until the following morning. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a golden glow upon Qian Mo's porcelain-like visage. The intensity of the light caused discomfort to his eyes, akin to 1,000 tiny needles pricking at his pupils. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow and squinted, attempting to shield himself from the irritating brightness. After a prolonged moment, he gradually opened his heavy eyelids, and as his vision cleared, Qian Yuhan blinked in confusion before abruptly turning to glance at the clock. The hour hand and minute hand pointed unwaveringly to 9 o'clock, prompting him to inhale sharply, internally lamenting the situation. How had he slept so late? His biological clock, accustomed to early morning runs, seemed feeble in the face of the holiday's indulgence. With a resigned shake of his head, a wry smile crept onto his lips as he recalled the routine of early morning jogs during school days, never imagining he would sleep in so late during a break. Moreover, what astonished him even further was that this habit of wanting to linger in bed at the onset of holidays seemed to have remained unchanged, whether in the world he once inhabited or in the current realm of Dou. Qian Yuhan rose from his slumber, rapped on the door of Aunt Xiaona's room, and informed her of his intention to watch the arena competition alone before departing for the square. Aunt Xiaona shook her head and sighed as she observed Qian Yuhan's retreating figure. This child always prefers solitude. His stubborn nature means that once he has made up his mind, no one can alter it. Sigh. I shall follow him discreetly. Upon arriving at the square, Qian Yuhan beheld the barriers that had been removed, revealing a circular arena towering 2 meters high, approximately the size of a standard battle arena. With a radius of 50 meters, steps flanked either side of the arena, facilitating the ascent of competitors. About 2 meters away stood a cordon. Within it lay the competition area, while the outer section served as the spectators' viewing zone. As Qian Yuhan approached the square, the scene before him caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The vast square was teeming with people, bustling and jostling, the crowd so dense it felt suffocating. A veritable sea of humanity. Individuals pressed against one another, with not a sliver of space to spare, resembling a thronging ocean. Amidst this sea of humanity, a well-trained city defense force diligently maintained order. The audience instinctively parted to allow these soldiers passage. Each soldier donned heavy, sturdy armor that shimmered with a cold glint under the sun, wielding razor-sharp long spears that radiated a chilling aura, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Groups of 4 soldiers patrolled the perimeter of the square in an orderly fashion, their gazes sharp as hawks, ever vigilant for any signs of trouble. The first soul skill, slash. After finally squeezing to the front row, Qian Yuhan heard a voice from the arena. A boy clad in a t-shirt was unleashing his first soul skill against the reigning champion. Qian Yuhan focused on the champion, who wore a distinguished academy uniform, the emblem on his left chest striking and prominent. Qian Yuhan surmised that the current champion was most likely a student of the Tiandou Royal Academy, or, at the very least, a participant from another academy within the Tiandou Empire. Following a fierce bout, the challenger was defeated by the champion and retreated, only for several others to step up and challenge in turn, with the champion continuously rotating. According to Aunt Xiaona, the number of participants this time was the highest in history, nearing 1,000. After all, the ultimate prize, rumored to be a soul bone, was a coveted treasure among soul masters. Even if it were merely a rumor, one must still take a chance. Qian Yuhan stood in the square for an hour, observing the rapid succession of challengers, that he found himself slightly troubled. No matter how robust one might be, the frequency of challenges would inevitably exhaust one's soul power. Thus, Qian Yuhan considered this an exploration of his limits, a test to discover how far he could push himself. He moved to the organizer's tent at the side of the square and entered. "Hello, I am a contestant that my registration name is Han. May I take the stage now?" The staff member inside the tent smiled at Qian Yuhan and replied, "Of course, little one, let me check for you. Please hold on, as there are many registrants." "All right." Qian Yuhan nodded and patiently awaited his turn. Before long, the staff member approached it with a mask in hand, crouching down to say, "All set. You are contestant number 0607. This mask is a gift. You may wear it during the competition. Just wait for your call, and good luck." Qian Yuhan smiled as he accepted the mask and took a seat in the waiting area outside the tent. The other youths sitting nearby regarded Qian Yuhan, outwardly indifferent, but inwardly scoffing at the sight of the young boy. What is this little brat doing here? Does he possess the strength of a grand soul master? Is he here to amuse us? Half an hour later, the announcement echoed through the air. Contestant number 0607, please proceed to the stage. As night approached, another chapter awaited, and Qian Yuhan's body had nearly recovered. He began to diligently type away. He also expressed gratitude to the generous patron who enjoyed Vietnamese chicken noodles. Thank you. I encourage everyone to show their support by clicking on the free gifts available. Thank you. Chapter 75, Winter Vacation, Part 6, Contestant number 0607. Please take the stage. Qian Yuhan picked up the exquisite and mysterious mask, gently placing it upon his face. The mask obscured much of his visage. Yet it could not conceal the resolute light glimmering in his eyes, nor the slight upward curve of his lips that conveyed his confidence that he strode forward with steady, powerful steps toward the arena that commanded the attention of all. Originally, it was his intention to ascend this stage of challenges and opportunities the following day. However, a sudden thought flickered through his mind. If he could begin from this moment and fight his way through to the very end, it would undeniably serve as a monumental test of his limits and endurance. This notion ignited a fervor within him, a strong impulse surging from the depths of his being to seize this moment. A singular belief consumed him, to surpass himself and conquer all obstacles. With each step feeling imbued with boundless strength, the arena drew nearer, and his heart swelled with excitement. The surrounding clamor and cheers gradually faded into the background, as if the world had been reduced to just him and the arena where an intense confrontation was about to unfold. Upon reaching the stage, Qian Yuhan stood tall, chest out, exuding an air of confidence. The reigning champion, looking down haughtily at the diminutive figure of Qian Yuhan, spoke slowly. "Kid, I don't wish to harm you. It's best you step down." "Thank you, elder brother, but I fear no one." The casual exchange instantly ignited the flames of battle. The audience erupted with enthusiasm at Qian Yuhan's declaration of fearlessness. "Go for it. Little one, such spirit. I believe in you. Keep it up." Their cheers surged, nearly all directed towards Qian Yuhan. This drew the ire of the reigning champion, who unleashed his martial spirit. From the Tiando Royal Academy's Elite Class 5, Duan Jiaxiu, Level 35 Battle Spirit Master, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath his feet, and he brandished a slender, deep crimson sword, emanating a mist of blood-red aura. "The Soul Pursuit Sword," Qian Yuhan murmured. During his time at the academy, he had perused numerous texts regarding sword-type martial spirits, including descriptions of the Soul Pursuit Sword. "Han, Level 39 Battle Spirit Master. I humbly ask for your guidance," Qian Yuhan replied calmly, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Yet to the audience and Duan Jiaxiu, this was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. "What? A spirit master? And at level 39? Surely I must have misheard. I heard correctly. It is indeed a level 39 spirit master. My goodness, what kind of prodigy is this? He looks to be not even 10 years old, yet he has already attained the rank of spirit master." The audience buzzed with astonishment. What left them even more stunned was Qian Yuhan's subsequent actions. He raised his right hand, and as he moved his arm, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the air before him, expanding at a visible pace until it transformed into a dazzling sphere of light. As the crowd marveled at this wondrous phenomenon, the light sphere underwent a remarkable transformation. It elongated, morphed, and in the blink of an eye, became an extraordinarily sharp sword-shaped object. Qian Yuhan's gaze remained fixed on the sword as it took form, and once it fully assumed its sword shape, he unhesitatingly grasped the hilt. In an instant, the radiant glow encircling the sword seemed to respond to some unseen call, retreating like a receding tide. Soon after, a magnificent platinum long sword materialized in Qian Yuhan's grasp. This sword measured approximately 3 feet in length, its blade a refined shade of platinum. The entire sword boasted elegant, flowing lines, exuding both a sense of sharpness and an aura of grace and nobility. Without a doubt, this was the bright divine sword, the martial spirit possessed by Qian Yuhan, as the bright divine sword manifested in Qian Yuhan's hands. Duan Jiaxiu's Soul Pursuit sword trembled involuntarily, unmistakably a reaction of the martial spirit. The Soul Pursuit sword seemed to cower, akin to a commoner before royalty, afraid to meet the gaze of its sovereign lest it be obliterated without mercy. "What is happening to my martial spirit?" Duan Jiaxu gazed blankly at the soul pursuit sword in his hand, stammering in confusion. As he pondered, the soul pursuit sword dissipated, seemingly fleeing in terror from the martial spirit wielded by Qian Yuhan. No matter how Duan Jiaxu summoned it, the sword remained indifferent. To ensure fairness, I shall refrain from using my martial spirit as well. With that, Qian Yuhan retracted his own martial spirit, as the bright divine sword vanished. The oppressive aura of martial spirits enveloping the arena dissipated alongside it. Damn it, you, in a fit of anger, clench your fists tightly, seemingly incensed by Qian Yuhan's audacious act of relinquishing his martial soul. With a swift motion, you charge towards him with a powerful punch. To be honest, Qian Yuhan had not anticipated that his bright divine sword martial soul would exert such an overwhelming suppressive force over Duan Jiasu's soul-devouring sword martial soul. In the spirit of fairness, he had proposed to engage in a direct brawl with Duan Jiasu, but it was evident that Duan Jiasu had other intentions. With his eyes firmly shut, Qian Yuhan felt his soul power surging within him like a tumultuous tide. He concentrated all his energy into his right arm, and a radiant glow began to emanate around his fist. As the brilliance intensified, Qian Yuhan suddenly opened his eyes and, with a resounding shout, unleashed his right fist, imbued with unparalleled strength, towards Duan Jiasu. The burly Duan Jiasu, towering over Qian Yuhan by more than 2 heads and possessing a physique that was more than twice as robust, did not falter. He swung his own thick fist in retaliation. Just as the spectators braced themselves for an intense clash, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Upon the moment of contact between their fists, an unimaginable shockwave erupted from Qian Yuhan's punch, sending Duan Jiasu hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string in midair. Duan Jiasu coughed up a mouthful of blood, tracing a gruesome arc through the air. He then crashed violently against the trunk of a nearby tree, producing a thunderous sound. The entire tree trembled violently, its leaves cascading down like confetti. Duan Jiasu's body gradually slid down the tree trunk, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Unconscious and powerless, the profound silence enveloped the arena, as the onlookers were rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle before them. Some regained their composure, albeit still dazed, and began to applaud. One person, then 2, and soon the entire crowd joined in a chorus of applause. The challengers in the waiting area craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the action on the stage. However, Qian Yuhan did not indulge in the applause. Instead, he sat cross-legged to recover his soul power, seizing every moment to ensure he faced each match in optimal condition, viewing this as a challenge. 1 match, 2 matches, and this continued until the final bout on the second day, where Qian Yuhan emerged victorious in every encounter. No one could defeat him, and the audience transitioned from shock to acceptance, acknowledging that Qian Yuhan's victories were simply expected. After each win, the crowd erupted in chants of Han. For 2 consecutive days, Qian Yuhan engaged in close-quarters combat, utilizing the most primal methods to unleash his potential and fortify his physical strength. The 2 celestial herbs, combined with the bright, divine sword, significantly enhanced his physical prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Qian Yuhan had never anticipated the terrifying suppressive power of the bright, divine sword over weapon martial souls. After all, during his previous battle with Zhao Ke, he had encountered no such issues. Unbeknownst to him, during their duel, Zhao Ke fought with the ferocity of a death match. The 7-killing sword martial soul was indeed a top-tier martial soul, but its suppressive effects were not as pronounced, even though Zhao Ke could still summon it. In contrast, the soul-devouring sword was merely a minor player when faced with the 7-killing sword, let alone the bright, divine sword. Qian Yuhan had initially intended to practice his swordsmanship, but it had seamlessly transitioned into training his body techniques and fist techniques, which posed no problem at all. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd day had arrived. The champion of the stage has consistently been that individual named Han, who is reputed to possess extraordinary strength. Although he is merely a soul sovereign, his soul power level does not surpass yours, remarked a voice. Adjacent to the bustling square, there stood an antique tea house, its architecture exquisite with flying eaves, bracketed roofs, and intricately carved railings, exuding an air of elegance. At this moment, Ouyang Luo Shui sat gracefully atop the pavilion, delicately cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea, her gaze drifting languidly towards the throngs of people below. Her silken hair cascaded effortlessly over her shoulders, and her pristine white gown fluttered gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Ouyang Luo Shui took a gentle sip of her tea, savoring the aroma as it unfurled within her mouth, while she listened attentively to Lu Lao's report. Lu Lao stood respectfully beside her, articulately recounting the recent happenings in detail. His words were sincere and well-structured, painting a vivid picture of each event. Ouyang Luo Shui occasionally nodded in acknowledgement, lost in thought at times, and interjected with questions seeking clarification. Upon the conclusion of Lu Lao's report, Ouyang Luo Shui's crimson lips parted slightly as she softly remarked, "I see. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Lao." Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, enchanting all who heard it. After speaking, she gently set down her teacup and resumed her appreciation of the scenery in the square. Once Lu Lao departed, Ouyang Luo Shui's lips curled into a subtle smile as she muttered, "You rascally thing, refusing to write back, and now coming here to disrupt my establishment. Just wait until I deal with you." With that, the day's updates concluded, and she felt relieved to finally rest. The past few days had taken a toll on her health, leaving her perpetually drowsy. Tomorrow, Qian Yuhan would face off against Ouyang Luo Shui, and she eagerly anticipated the encounter, inviting speculation on the ultimate victor. "Please support with love," she implored. "I earnestly request your assistance." Chapter 76. Winter Vacation 7. Is that you? On the third day of the arena tournament, Qian Yuhan had stood upon the stage for a day and a half, and everyone was acutely aware of his formidable strength in the audience. One individual glared at Qian Yuhan with palpable fury. This person was none other than Ning Kaiwan, who had harbored a grudge against Qian Yuhan prior to the tournament's commencement. How could he be so strong? "Young master, I'm also on the registration list. Should I go and temper his arrogance?" Ning Kaiwan nodded in agreement. "Then I shall trouble you, sister." With a slight smile directed at the attendant beside him, he noted that this woman was not the same as the one from that day. Rather, she appeared to be sent by the sect for his protection. This Ning Kaiwan spoke. His hand wandered unceremoniously down from her waist to her hip. The woman seemed unfazed by his advances, smiling as she replied, "Leave it to me, young master." With that, she made her way towards the organizer's tent. Next match, contestant number 0978. As Ning Kaiwan's attendant gracefully approached the stage, her slender waist swayed enticingly, each step she took exuding an irresistible charm. With each delicate movement, she captivated the attention of those around her, akin to a flower swaying in the breeze, drawing countless gazes filled with awe and admiration. "Young one, do hurry down. Otherwise, my sister's methods may be unpredictable that I would feel distressed if you were injured." Qian Yuhan opened his eyes and rose to his feet, surveying the woman standing 20 meters before him. He offered a slight smile. "Thank you for your concern, sister, that I will take good care of myself and will not be harmed by you." "Humph, you are quite oblivious." The woman's demeanor shifted abruptly from warmth to coldness. "Ning Hui, level 45 Soul Master, I welcome your guidance." With that, Ning Hui summoned 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, that shimmered beneath her feet. This was not Qian Yuhan's first encounter with a soul master in the tournament, but facing a level 45 opponent was a first. Without dwelling on other thoughts, he summoned his bright, divine sword, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, beneath his feet. "I am Qian Yuhan, level 39 Battle Soul Sovereign, and I welcome your guidance." "Level 39? Not bad," Ning Hui remarked, momentarily taken aback. Such a lad, surpassing even the young master in strength, she thought to herself. He appeared to be of similar age to the young master, perhaps slightly younger. Among his peers at the Tiando Royal Academy, only Ouyang Luo Shui could rival him in strength. This lad's talent seemed to be on par with hers. Ning Hui conjured a long spear out of thin air. Qian Yuhan gripped the bright, divine sword tightly. Feeling his aura swell, he realized that while the bright divine sword might instill fear in sword martial souls. Its suppressive effects on other weapon martial souls were not as pronounced, allowing them to still be summoned. Thus, on the previous day, Qian Yuhan's bright divine sword had shone brilliantly, effortlessly defeating several opponents. First soul skill, Spear Intent. With that, Ning Hui vanished in a flash, launching her attack with the swiftness of a phantom. Her yellow first soul ring radiated with brilliance, and as the light danced, a mysterious and potent force surged into her spear in an instant. The spear was enveloped in a veil of crimson mist, obscuring its true form and generating an aura of dread. Despite this, Qian Yuhan stood undaunted, fully aware of the gravity of the battle ahead, as the disparity in their strengths loomed large. However, the presence of a formidable adversary only fueled his fighting spirit. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan's gaze was fixated on Ning Hui's figure, his right hand firmly gripping the Sword of Light. As Ning Hui moved back and forth, Qian Yuhan diligently sought to discern the pattern of her movements. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the fluctuations around him. In his mind, Ning Hui's form appeared as though in slow motion. Just as she was about to pivot in another direction, Qian Yuhan suddenly opened his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, with a decisive and fluid motion, he swung his sword downwards, unleashing a piercing sword energy that surged towards Ning Hui. Realizing that Qian Yuhan was striking just as she intended to change direction, Ning Hui furrowed her brow, thinking, this brat actually managed to. With no time for further contemplation, she had no choice but to forcefully unleash her own strike. Otherwise, she would be struck by Qian Yuhan's luminous slash. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers witnessed Ning Hui's left leg suddenly extend straight, as if she expended all her strength to halt her rapid advance. However, this sudden maneuver left her insufficient time to gather power. Nevertheless, her spear shot forth like a lightning bolt, unwavering and swift. In an instant, the spear transformed into a dazzling light, resembling a ferocious red dragon, exuding immense might and a fierce aura, charging towards the formidable luminous slash ahead. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided violently. To everyone's astonishment, the originally powerful Ning Hui failed to gain any advantage in this clash. Conversely, the relatively weaker Qian Yuhan unexpectedly held the upper hand. Second soul skill, Light Shadow Clone. As Qian Yuhan activated his second soul skill, his figure flickered and 3 Qian Yuhans appeared on the stage. Ning Hui gritted her teeth, her purple fourth soul ring shimmering. Fourth soul skill, Shadowless Overbearing Spear. With a fierce cry, she channeled her entire strength into her legs, propelling herself into the air like an arrow released from a bow, soaring high into the skies. Simultaneously, her long, powerful right arm rose high. The spear in her grasp glistening with a cold light, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the heavens, directly aimed at the central Qian Hui. In that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The spear suddenly exploded in midair, splitting into 3, transforming into 3 razor-sharp spear lights that raced towards the 3 figures of Qian Yuhan, including his main body. Each spear light bore an earth-shattering momentum, as if intending to pierce through all enemies before it. Yet, the 3 Qian Yuhans remained unruffled in the face of this sudden assault. They simultaneously swung their sword of light, their blades radiating a brilliance akin to blazing suns. Following this, they unleashed a flurry of sword energies, weaving them together to form an impenetrable sword net, attempting to withstand the incoming spear lights. However, despite the grandeur of these sword energies, their power paled in comparison to Ning Hui's fourth soul skill. After all, this strike encapsulated all her strength and technique, far surpassing an ordinary attack. Yet, Qian Yuhan's numerous and dense attacks significantly diminished the impact of Ning Hui's fourth soul skill. Sensing the weakening was sufficient, Qian Yuhan activated his third soul skill. At that thrilling moment, a brilliant yellow light erupted behind Qian Yuhan. Subsequently, a massive and mysterious yellow, humanoid shadow slowly materialized, enveloping Qian Yuhan like a guardian deity. This figure was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, Ning Hui's 3 spear projectiles shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards Qian Yuhan. With a resounding crash, The spears collided violently with the luminous barrier surrounding Qin Yuhan, sparking countless flares and intense energy waves that in an instant. The entire arena was shrouded in thick smoke, resembling a chaotic world yet to be born. The audience below stared wide-eyed, straining to comprehend the situation. But the dense fog rendered their vision unclear. All they could do was anxiously await the dispersal of the smoke to discern the outcome of this fierce battle. After all, it was a full-force attack from a soul sect, and despite being weakened, it still forced Qin Yuhan to stagger back repeatedly. Qin Yuhan had indeed been careless. He underestimated the force of Ning Hui's strike, compounded by being in the state of light-shadow clone, which prevented him from fully unleashing his true strength, resulting in Ning Hui wounding him. As the smoke cleared, Ning Hui looked incredulously at Qin Yuhan, who was bent over, gasping for breath. The sensation of impact reverberated painfully in Qin Yuhan's chest, leaving him somewhat breathless. Meanwhile, Ning Hui marveled that her full-force strike had been blocked, and Qin Yuhan still stood unharmed across from her. Her fourth soul skill had once wounded a soul king. How could this be? Ning Hui recognized her inability to continue fighting. Having exhausted all her soul power to unleash her fourth soul skill, she had believed she could secure victory with one decisive blow, only to be met with this unexpected outcome. Fixating her gaze on Qin Yuhan, she could distinctly sense the continuous emanation of soul power from his body. That immense and mysterious force seemed to proclaim its owner's victory to the surrounding world. Ning Hui's eyes gradually dimmed. She slowly lowered her head, her voice heavy with resignation as she uttered, "I concede." These three words struck her heart like a hammer, filling her with an indescribable sense of loss and defeat. To face a soul sect yet fall short against a soul master. Who could bear such a reality? Han has won again. Han! Han! My God! The audience erupted in excitement. Qin Yuhan's might had thoroughly captivated everyone present, save for the sullen Ning Kaiwan. Please, contestant number 0001, take the stage for a challenge. The nearby audience members, upon spotting the challenger approaching the stage, wore expressions of eager anticipation. Qin Yuhan, upon recognizing his opponent stepping up, was taken aback. "Is it really you?" The first update, with a second update in the afternoon. The male lead is about to battle the female lead. Thanks to Zhang Laoda for the generous support that powers this narrative. Chapter 77, Winter Break, Part 8. Two monsters. Qin Yuhan gazed at the girl ascending the stage, slowly uttering, "Is it really you?" How could Qin Yuhan not recognize her? This was indeed the enchanting lady he had encountered in the Dou Forest. Recalling their first meeting, he had been awestruck by her unparalleled beauty. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep-fat white jade, seemingly fragile. Her eyes resembled deep lakes, clear and captivating, imbued with boundless tenderness and vitality. Her straight and elegant nose complemented her cherry-red lips, which bore a subtle smile, akin to blossoms in spring, enchanting and intoxicating. Though she might not have completely shed her youthful innocence, her beauty remained as radiant as the brightest stars in the night sky. Qin Yuhan could not help but ponder. If she was this stunning now, how breathtakingly beautiful would she become in a few years when she fully matured? Surely, all things would pale in her magnificent light. "Long time no see," Ouyang Luoxue remarked coolly, observing Qin Yuhan's stunned expression, while inwardly chuckling. "This fool must be dumbstruck at seeing me. Long time no see." Qin Yuhan stammered in response. The onlooking students from the Qian Mo Royal Academy were utterly astonished by Ouyang Luoxue's demeanor. What did they just witness? Their icy school bell had actually initiated conversation. Below, Ning Kaiwan clenched his fists, glaring at Qin Yuhan in indignation. "Why? Why is Luoxue talking to you? Why?" I'm Qin Yuhan. I know. 39th level battle soul master. Please guide me." Ouyang Luoxue observed Qin Yuhan's awkward demeanor, noting how he seemed entirely transformed from before, unable to suppress a smile. The students of Qian Mo Royal Academy gasped. "My goddess! She actually smiled. Wow, she looks so beautiful when she smiles. Can she smile at me too?" Ouyang Luoxue, 43 RD level control and strong attack soul sect. Please guide me in an instant for soul rings. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black materialized beneath Ouyang Luoxue. emanating a mysterious and powerful aura, markedly more imposing than the energy emitted by Ning Hui during her battle. Simultaneously, a blue-silver eye staff appeared in her fair, delicate hand, as if sculpted from millennial-old ice, glistening and exuding coldness. The head of the staff was a large gemstone, radiating a faint blue light, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, casting a mesmerizing glow from its center. On the other side, Qin Yuhan raised his right hand and grasped the air, beginning to condense radiant light in his palm. The brilliance intensified, ultimately transforming into an exquisitely designed sword of light. At the moment the divine sword fully manifested, an overwhelming aura erupted suddenly, sweeping outward like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, causing the very air around to tremble. Simultaneously, beneath Qian Yuhan's feet, 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, materialized. Qian Yuhan was well aware that Ouyang Luo Shui knew the age of her soul rings. Thus there was no need for concealment. She had not consumed the soul ring transforming pill. "Come on," Ouyang Luo Shui said, raising an eyebrow towards Qian Yuhan. Second soul skill, Radiant Shadow Clone. Qian Yuhan altered her previous strategy, faced with the unknown strength of Ouyang Luo Shui. The aura she exuded made Qian Yuhan's heart race, prompting a change in tactics. She decided to initially deploy her second soul skill to gauge Ouyang Luo Shui's true strength. Ouyang Luo Shui, being exceedingly astute, immediately discerned Qian Yuhan's intentions. With her ice spirit staff thrust into the ground, both her yellow first soul ring and purple second soul ring illuminated simultaneously. Ice spirit blessing. Frost domain. Activate. As the soul skill was unleashed, a pale blue mist enveloped the entire arena, centering around Ouyang Luo Shui, the domain skill. Qian Yuhan thought to herself. Within Ouyang Luo Shui's domain, the formidable cold winds and the imminent threat of ice spikes compelled Qian Yuhan to exercise the utmost caution. This domain skill was remarkably powerful, possessing the capacity to weaken her opponent, rendering those of slightly inferior strength nearly immobile. This kid, trapped within the young lady's domain, cannot maneuver swiftly. There is no way to provoke her into action. Thus the probing tactic has failed, Lu Lao remarked from the audience area. Meanwhile, Ning Kaiwan smirked contemptuously, mocking, "Within Luo Shui's frost domain, you can only await your demise." Surveying her surroundings, Qian Yuhan indeed felt her speed significantly hampered. Ouyang Luo Shui's fourth soul ring quietly glimmered. Fourth soul skill, Winter's Arrival. At that moment, the arena sky appeared to be obscured by an invisible hand, the previously clear horizon quickly shrouded in dark. Ominous clouds, creating an atmosphere of palpable oppression and terror. Suddenly, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Countless massive ice spikes descended like rain, densely pouring down upon the arena. These ice spikes shimmered with a chilling light, exuding a menacing aura, as though intent on piercing and shattering everything in their path. In the face of such ferocious onslaught, Qian Yuhan, positioned at the opposite end of the arena, remained composed. Drawing a deep breath, her gaze resolute, she declared, "Third soul skill, Radiant Guardian." Instantly, a dazzling golden light erupted from her body, swiftly coalescing into a magnificent suit of armor. This armor radiated with a brilliant glow, as resplendent and scorching as the sun itself. Clad in golden armor, Qian Yuhan boldly charged toward the torrential barrage of ice spikes. Each spike that collided with her resonated with a crisp sound, yet could not penetrate her formidable defense. Meanwhile, her radiant wings unfurled dramatically, propelling her forward like an arrow loose from a bow towards Ouyang Luo Xue's sword. Qian Yuhan continuously gathered strength. Finally, upon nearing the edge of Ouyang Luo Shui's frost domain, she gripped the radiant divine sword tightly, raising it high before unleashing all her might in a sweeping arc. The sound of a tremendous crack reverberated as the crowd gasped in astonishment, observing fine cracks beginning to appear in Ouyang Luo Shui's frost domain. These fissures rapidly spread, resembling a spider's web that enveloped the entire icy realm. Moments later, accompanied by another earth-shattering roar, Ouyang Luo Shui's frost domain shattered entirely, disintegrating into countless ice shards that scattered and vanished without a trace. Qian Yuhan understood that to alter the course of the battle, she must first dismantle this domain. Fortunately, its defenses were not insurmountable. Despite being in a shadow clone state and only able to exert 80 of her true strength, she had miraculously succeeded. Not bad. Ouyang Luo Shui couldn't help but silently commend, having exerted herself to the utmost. Qian Yuhan had pierced through Ouyang Luo Shui's domain and had barely withstood the impact of her formidable fourth soul skill, Winter's Arrival. At this moment, Qian Yuhan's condition was dire. She knelt on one knee, her body trembling as if it might collapse at any moment. Heavy breaths escaped her lips, each inhalation a struggle. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of her mouth, splattering onto the cold ground and creating distressing crimson blooms. Her once gallant visage had turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, mingling with the blood and rendering her appearance all the more woeful. Yet, despite her plight, the unwavering determination in Qian Yuhan's eyes shone brightly, radiating an indomitable spirit. Channeling her soul energy, it surged through her body's meridians. Qian Yuhan seemed to momentarily forget her pain. Golden flames erupting around her, her eyes shifting from a soft blue to a striking gold. The audience, witnessing the severely wounded Qian Yuhan still brimming with fighting spirit, couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Is this truly a child, not yet 10 years old?" Both of these individuals are indeed prodigies. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Taking a deep breath, Qian Yuhan summoned all her soul power, channeling it into the radiant divine sword that glimmered with resplendent brilliance. Her surroundings burst forth with dazzling light as soul energy surged into the sword. At that moment, a shocking sight emerged. A towering golden phantom, several dozen feet high, slowly materialized behind Qian Yuhan. This golden specter was vividly lifelike, seemingly embodying Qian Yuhan's future self, exuding an aura of sanctity and authority. As soul energy continued to pour forth, the radiant divine sword began to tremble violently, its blade expanding dramatically, becoming enormous. It floated as if imbued with life, soaring towards the colossal golden apparition. In the blink of an eye, the sword settled securely into the specter's grasp. Now, the golden phantom resembled a war god descended from the heavens, gripping the radiant divine sword, raising its arm high, and then, with thunderous force, brought it crashing down upon Ouyang Luo Shui. A piercing beam of sword light cleaved through the air, carrying with it a dreadful might that bore down upon Ouyang Luo Shui. Confronted with such a furious strike, Ouyang Luo Shui's heart raced with alarm. She had never anticipated that the grievously injured Qian Yuhan could unleash such a formidable and domineering attack. Gazing at the approaching sword light, she marveled. What an impressive aura! This strike. However, before she could finish her thought, an overwhelming sense of impending danger washed over her, in the face of life and death. Ouyang Luo Shui could not afford to hesitate any longer. She immediately revealed her trump card. With a sharp cry, she swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. In an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted from her being, and an ethereal, translucent ice god battle blade materialized in her hands, exuding an aura of biting cold. Simultaneously, her purple first soul ring illuminated, and powerful soul energy surged wildly. Ice God Slash, Ouyang Luo Shui shouted. Gripping the ice god battle blade tightly, and with all her strength, she unleashed a tremendous swing towards Qian Yuhan's radiant slash. In an instant, a colossal ice-blue blade of light howled forth, hurtling towards the radiant sword light. The moment of impact resulted in a thunderous crash as the icy blade collided with a luminous edge. The clashing forces of two opposing attributes erupted in a cataclysmic roar, shaking the very arena. As shockwaves visible to the naked eye radiated outward in all directions, in an instant, dust filled the air, obscuring the sky. As the haze gradually cleared, the crowd gasped in astonishment, revealing Qian Yuhan sprawled on the ground, her complexion as pale as paper, utterly devoid of strength, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Ouyang Luo Shui was not faring much better. She sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, exerting her utmost to circulate her energy and recuperate from her injuries. The official in charge of the Academy's arena tournament had arrived at the arena's edge during their battle. Now faced with the dilemma of announcing the results for two combatants who could no longer continue that I lost, Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luo Shui spoke in unison. The official replied, that is essentially nothing. Referee, it's me who has lost. Quickly announced the result. Qian Yuhan continued, not allowing Ouyang Luo Shui a chance to speak further as she moved to the arena's side and stepped down. The match concluded with contestant number 0001 successfully breaching the arena in the audience. Xiao Na hurried to Qian Yuhan's side as he slowly descended from the stage, channeling her soul energy to help him stand and walk properly, assisting him back to the Heavenly Dou Grand Hotel. Phew, the second update is complete. I kindly ask my brothers to show some love and support. It's free. I implore you, let us continue writing tomorrow. Chapter 78. Winter Vacation 9. How are you? The next day, Qian Yuhan awoke, only to feel an overwhelming sensation of soreness throughout his body. Tea that moment. Aunt Xiao Na entered with a tray bearing lunch. Young master, you are awake. How do you feel? Thank you, Aunt Xiao Na, for your care. I feel much better, although my body still aches somewhat. Xiao Na replied with a smile. Young master, you truly shone yesterday. Your third soul skill protected you. And facing that girl's fourth soul skill head-on must have taken quite a toll on your body. The doctor we called yesterday examined you. There's nothing serious, just rest for a few days. He nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, his stomach growled audibly, and Xiao Na chuckled. You should eat something. Qian Yuhan smiled sheepishly as Xiao Na placed a tray on the table in the room and then returned to her own quarters. Once Xiao Na left, Qian Yuhan sat down at the dining table and began to devour the food voraciously. He was simply too hungry as he ate. He seemed to recall something. I wonder how Ouyang Luoxue is doing. Is she injured? My radiant slash from yesterday felt a bit. Ouyang Luoxue had sustained significant injuries during the battle yesterday. She was astonished that her Ice God slash had been unable to withstand Qian Yuhan's radiant slash. It appeared that she was in a better state meditating cross-legged than lying on the ground like Qian Yuhan. Only she knew that she was not as well off as it seemed. The might of Qian Yuhan's radiant slash was extraordinarily powerful, beyond what an ordinary soul master could withstand. Ouyang Luoxue had underestimated him, not expecting that someone of soul sovereign rank could unleash such a formidable attack. Xiaoxue, are you there? A gentle, magnetic male voice called from outside. Upon hearing it, Ouyang Luoxue immediately recognized who was outside and replied, Yes, I'm here, father. The door opened, and in walked her father, Ouyang Jia, the Ice God sect's leader, a 98th level super Douluo, known by the title Ice God. Father, you're usually so busy. What brings you here? Ouyang Luoxue was the first to inquire. I heard you were injured in yesterday's arena match. So I came to check on you that I'm fine. Father, I'm not as fragile as you think. Ha ha. Good daughter, I certainly believe you're not gravely injured. But I am curious, who could have injured you? Someone the same rank. Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. What? Who dares to bully the weak? Which scoundrel is it? Ouyang Jia's aura surged dramatically, exuding a terrifying pressure, but this pressure intentionally avoided Luoxue. Ouyang Luoxue, seeing her father, who was a slave to his daughter's whims, had misunderstood, quickly interjected, Father, wait. Oh dear, why are you so reckless? It was not a case of the strong bullying the weak. Rather, I was the one who faced a stronger opponent. Ouyang Jia's imposing aura abruptly dissipated, leaving him stunned and speechless. What did his daughter just say? She was the one who faced a stronger opponent? How could this be? How could this be? Ouyang Jia exclaimed. Even after nearly a century of life, he had never encountered such a preposterous situation. He was well aware of his daughter's formidable strength. For her to be injured by someone weaker was simply hard to believe. Ah, father, there's nothing I can do. He is indeed powerful. His martial soul has a certain suppression over my ice spirit staff, allowing only my ice god blade to barely contend with it. Ouyang Jia's previously dazed expression shifted to one of shock upon hearing Luoxue's words. What martial soul? A top-tier martial soul. A divine martial soul. A martial soul that can contend with the ice god blade must also be a divine one. What is the name of the person you fought? Ouyang Jie inquired. Ouyang Luoxue had never seen her father like this before and replied, Qian Yuhan. Why do you ask, father? Qian Yuhan. You mean to say the one you battled was Qian Yuhan? Yes, that's right. Ouyang Jie sighed inwardly. These two children are indeed fated to cross paths. Well, you remember the uncle who came over 6 months ago? Your uncle Qian Mo, yes, I remember. Ouyang Luoxue would not forget. She had intended to visit the main hall to find her father, only to encounter that uncle. He had an incredibly strong aura, even more so than her father, yet his gaze towards her had been so gentle. Qian Yuhan is the son of your uncle Qian Mo. What? Then Qian Yuhan is... Ouyang Jie seemed to have guessed what Luoxue was about to say and nodded. He is indeed the young master of the Spirit Hall. But this is a secret of the Spirit Hall. Originally, he was supposed to attend the Tiandou Royal Academy this semester, but the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall decided to have him study at the Spirit Hall Academy instead. I cannot say much, as they are acting in his best interest. However, I have heard that the Spirit Hall and Tiandou have been in contact, especially regarding education data. He will come as an exchange student in his second year and study at the Tiandou Royal Academy for 3 years. Oh, I see. Wait, how do you know this, my dear? Ouyang Jie pondered, starting to catch on to Luoxue's words. Ouyang Luoxue realized she had let something slip and was contemplating how to cover it up when Ouyang Jie seemed to see through everything and chuckled. Forget it, it's no big deal, haha. After Ouyang Jie left Luoxue's room, he secretly thought, brother, are we about to become in-laws? Huh. Watching her father depart after a moment, Luoxue slowly spoke. Lu Lao. Miss, I'm here, Lu Lao. Do you know where that boy I fought yesterday is now? Lu Lao pondered for a moment before replying. Miss, I only know that he went to the Tiandou Grand Hotel after leaving yesterday. As for whether he left today, I am unsure that he should still be there. Thank you, Lu Lao. Qian Yuhan was currently lounging leisurely on his bed, engrossed in a book when he heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Qian Yuhan inquired, puzzled. Who could it be? Aunt Xiao Na has a soul guide key and can enter directly. It shouldn't be her. Who could it be? As he pondered, the knocking continued. Qian Yuhan got out of bed and walked to the door, asking, Who are you? A familiar female voice responded. It's me. Qian Yuhan opened the door, and to his surprise, it was none other than Ouyang Luoxue. What brings you here? What can I come to see you? Ouyang Luoxue smiled. I'd just stand out here in the doorway. Qian Yuhan, captivated by Ouyang Luoxue's smile, stood in a daze. Ouyang Luoxue chuckled. What are you staring at, silly? Qian Yuhan snapped back to reality and stepped aside to let Ouyang Luoxue enter the room. After she settled onto the sofa, she looked at the limping Qian Yuhan and felt a pang of concern. Blushing, she asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, didn't he die? Qian Yuhan said as he poured water for Ouyang Luoxue while answering, You're such a straightforward guy, she replied. Chapter 79, Winter Vacation, 10, Returning to the Spear Hall. An early exchange? Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Ouyang Luoxue felt an overwhelming urge to just go up and give him a couple of playful punches that I'm truly sorry. Once I enter battle mode, I sometimes lose control. That last strike must have hurt you, right? I wanted to apologize yesterday, but it seems my body was the first to give in, huh? Qian Yuhan placed the cup in front of Ouyang Luoxue on the table, slowly bending down to sit on the sofa, looking at her with an apologetic expression. Listening to Qian Yuhan, Ouyang Luoxue found herself at a loss for words in response. I wasn't hurt. It's you who got injured. I should be the one apologizing. Qian Yuhan smiled and shook his head. Don't lie to me. You really weren't hurt? Your soul power fluctuations now are like night and day compared to yesterday. And you still say you weren't injured. Ouyang Luoxue looked at Qian Yuhan in shock. He can actually perceive my soul power fluctuations. Indeed, Ouyang Luoxue's current aura was weak and her soul power disordered, still not fully recovered. Yet Qian Yuhan had managed to detect it. Ouyang Luoxue had judged from Qian Yuhan's limp that he was struggling, while he had sensed her condition through her soul power fluctuations. It was simply unbelievable. Qian Yuhan, noticing Ouyang Luoxue's astonishment, quickly explained, I have a natural sensitivity to fluctuations in soul power. It's just how I am. Nothing unusual. What he did not mention was that he had enhanced his physique by absorbing 8 corners profound ice grass and fiery apricot blossoms, granting him this unusual sensitivity that I see. No wonder. Ouyang Luoxue replied, nonchalantly, that's so, young master. Ouyang Luoxue said flatly. Qian Yuhan's eyes widened in surprise. She knows my identity? What are you talking about? Ha! What young master am I? Zhang Qian Yuhan. Who exactly are you? And what is your identity? Qian Yuhan squinted as she inquired. Ouyang Luoxue, noticing the hint of hostility in Qian Yuhan's gaze, shook her head and smiled. I'm the daughter of the ice god Douluo. Who is the ice god Douluo? I'm not familiar with him. Ouyang Luoxue replied. Stifling a cough at Qian Yuhan's audacious remark, she continued, Ahem, the ice god Douluo is the master of the ice god sect. Ice god sect? That sounds somewhat familiar. As Qian Yuhan pondered where she had heard that name before. Ouyang Luoxue interjected, You must have visited the largest Ice Dou Soul arena in Tiandou City. Realization struck Qian Yuhan as she slapped her forehead. Ah, so you were the little proprietor of that Dou Soul arena. Ahem, Ouyang Luoxue, sipping from her cup, almost choked on her water at Qian Yuhan's remark. You could say that. Moreover, your spirit hall has quite a close relationship with our ice god sect. My father and your father are as close as brothers, and I asked that so. Upon hearing Ouyang Luoxue mention her father, Qian Yuhan's mood instantly soured. Ouyang Luoxue, sensing something amiss with Qian Yuhan, mentally reprimanded herself. Qian Yuhan had mentioned in her letter that her father was out on a mission and had gone silent. He must have encountered trouble. Bringing up her father now was undoubtedly a sensitive topic. I'm sorry, Ouyang Luoxue began, but Qian Yuhan raised her hand to interrupt, smiling as she said, It's nothing. No need to apologize. The uncles at home assured me that my father is certainly safe. It's just that the situation is complicated and unresolved. We will surely reunite. Ouyang Luoxue observed Qian Yuhan, understanding that what she needed most at this moment was companionship. Thus, she refrained from saying more and simply sat on the sofa, watching her. Whenever Qian Yuhan felt like speaking, they would converse, when she preferred silence. They would sip water together in quietude. Remarkably, Ouyang Luoxue ended up spending a whole hour in Qian Yuhan's room. Meanwhile, the attendants outside the hotel grew increasingly anxious, fearing something might have happened to their young lady inside. Just as they contemplated entering, Ouyang Luoxue emerged. She was lost in thought, reflecting on Qian Yuhan's earlier words. You are from the Tiandou Royal Academy? Then I should be coming to your academy for an exchange during the second academic year. We can have another match. I'm still quite unconvinced. One of my good friends is studying at the Tiandou Royal Academy, but I don't know her name. She must be a girl, right? My pen pal. This pen pal of mine is quite amusing. She often teases me about certain matters at your Tiandou Royal Academy. She seems nice, but we have never met. I plan to ask if we can see each other during the exchange. Ouyang Luoxue smiled to herself, muttering, Silly girl. We have already met, you know. What a big fool. The attendants looked at Ouyang Luoxue, feeling as if she were just a youthful girl filled with exuberance. Where had their cool and elegant young lady gone? Qian Yuhan also informed Ouyang Luoxue that she intended to return to Wuhuan City that very night, promising to see her again during the exchange. Upon returning to her room in the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luoxue picked up a pen and began writing a letter. Half an hour later, she had filled an entire sheet, recounting everything that had transpired over the past few days, concluding with, Now you should know who Shui is, right? If not, I really need to check what's going on in that head of yours. The following evening, after a day and night of traveling, Qian Yuhan finally returned to the Mingyue villa. Upon entering, she dashed straight to her large bed and fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the journey. She regretted not having Uncle Tianwei accompany her. Just then, the doorbell rang at the villa's entrance. Dragging her weary body to the door, she opened it to find Uncle Xiaowei and Uncle Tianwei standing there, smiling at her. Xiaohan is back. We old fellows haven't disturbed your rest, have we? What nonsense! Come in quickly. Qian Yuhan gestured for them to enter, leading Xiaowei and Tianwei to the living room. After quickly boiling some water and brewing tea with the fine leaves left by her father, she poured tea for the two uncles and then sat beside them, inquiring, Uncles, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? Xiaowei and Tianwei exchanged glances, and Xiaowei spoke. The exchange event I mentioned before might be moved up. We will be departing before the next semester starts at O. What about the participants? You Muchan, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Fanya, and Zhao Ku. 6 new students, along with 4 from the second year, a total of 10 people heading to the Tiandou Royal Academy. Is something wrong? Why the sudden change? Well, the Tiando side suggested advancing the semester to allow students to acclimate to the teaching environment beforehand. Otherwise, they might struggle to adapt in the following years, which would slow down the teaching progress. I found it somewhat reasonable, so I agreed at IC. Qin Yuhan nodded. Uncle, there's something else. Can I have a word with you? Chapter 80. Correspondence, a familiar feeling. After returning from Tiando City, Qin Yuhan decided to write a letter to Shui, sharing the events of the past few days and providing her home address so she could send letters to Mingyue Villa during the holidays, as it would be too time-consuming to make a detour to the academy every day. While checking the mailbox at school for any incoming letters, she bumped into Fanya at the academy gate. Fanya informed Qin Yuhan that the grade director, Han Shui, was looking for her, having selected her to participate in the exchange at the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Yuhan was already aware of it. Having learned from Uncle Xiao Wei that the exchange was moved up, Han Shui had called Fanya to the academy to formally notify her and instructed her to discuss it with her parents to see if she could attend, then return with their decision. After chatting for a while, Qin Yuhan was astonished to discover that Fanya had advanced to Soul Master that you've broken through. Qin Yuhan asked. Fanya nodded, smiling. Yes, I just broke through a few days ago. I returned from the Dou Forest yesterday after defeating a 3,000-year-old Earth King. Qin Yuhan pondered. Earth King? You didn't get that Phoenix Crying Sky soul skill, did you? She patted Fanya's shoulder, saying, Congratulations. Thanks, well, I must head back to discuss this with my parents since it's all rather sudden. Fanya replied. All right, goodbye. After bidding farewell to Fanya, Qin Yuhan retrieved Shui's letter from the mailbox. Back home, she sat at the table, opened the envelope, and began to read. Qin Yuhan, I know you've been busy, and I wonder how you've been these past few days that I received your letter and saw that you came to Tiando City. The Royal Square in Tiando City was probably hosting competition when you arrived. Qin Yuhan, so that square is called the Royal Square. Let me tell you, I participated in that competition. The next sentence struck like a bolt from the blue. What? Shui participated too? Does that mean we fought against each other? No. She might have participated in the morning of the first day, and I didn't encounter her. If she started in the afternoon, I definitely would have met her since I was the champion. In any case, I won, though I got injured. That champion was truly infuriating, using such overpowering soul skills. How could he treat a girl like that? Even though I'm stronger than that wretched champion, she is still a girl. After all, honestly, he shows no understanding of chivalry. It's utterly maddening. Qin Yuhan chuckled at Shui's complaints, her lips curving into a smile. This girl is quite entertaining, and she has acknowledged her femininity. My guess was spot on, ha ha ha. After the match, I left and I rested at home for a night, and the next day I went to settle the score with him. At least he had a bit of conscience, asking how I was doing and if I was hurt. But he's just a stubborn man. He was injured too, and when I asked him how he was, he replied, I am not dead, which proves he is definitely a straight man. As Qin Yuhan continued reading, she felt an increasing sense of familiarity. After finishing her last match, Ouyang Luoshua had visited her the next morning, and she seemed to have said something quite similar. It was almost identical. What a coincidence! I've heard some people in the academy say that the exchange event between the Spirit Hall Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy has been moved up. Is that true? Do you have any news on your end? Please reply promptly upon receiving this letter. We must avoid any mix-up. If you come to Tiando while I go to Wuhuan City, that would be quite the laugh. All right, I need to continue my recovery. You can send your replies to the Ice God sect in the Tiando Empire. I look forward to your reply. Smile, emo. Qin Yuhan took out the remaining sheets of letter paper that Shui had left her and began to pen her reply. Shui, I have successfully received your letter. Let me tell you, I truly enjoyed my time in Tiando City these past few days, especially that arena competition. I signed up to participate as well. Upon my arrival in Tiando City, I spent an entire day exploring the vast expanse of the city. Tiando City is truly immense. Even after 2 visits, I feel as though I have barely scratched the surface. On the afternoon of the first day of the competition, I immerse myself in the arena battles. The exhilarating blend of tension and excitement still ignites a fervor within me. Moreover, I did not merely engage in a match or 2 for the thrill of it. I persevered from the afternoon of the first day all the way through to the final match on the 3rd day. Isn't that incredibly impressive? Speaking of which, I wonder if you encountered me in the arena. If not, fret not. Should we have missed this chance encounter, there will undoubtedly be more serendipitous opportunities awaiting us in the future. By the way, I have delightful news to share. After several days of intense battles, I have noticeably enhanced my soul power and have successfully broken through to level 40. Now, I am merely one soul ring away from becoming a soul master. The thought of embarking on a new journey of cultivation fills my heart with anticipation and determination. When I read in your letter that you were injured during the arena battles, my heart tightened with concern. I sincerely hope your injuries are not severe. If the situation is less than optimistic, do remember to write to me promptly with the specifics. Rest assured, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will do everything in my power to assist you. I would never let you face difficulties alone. It feels rather strange to think that there may come a day when I do not write to you. This sentiment grows increasingly pronounced that I, too, sustained considerable injuries in the arena. In the final match, I faced a formidable opponent, a truly terrifying woman. She unleashed a control-type domain right from the start. Although she cannot be much older than me, she has already reached level 45. Would you not agree that is rather extraordinary? She seems to be from your esteemed Qian Mo Royal Academy, named Ouyang Luoxue. She is quite beautiful, though I wonder if you know her. I exerted tremendous effort to break through that wretched domain, yet she was merciless, directly striking me with her fourth soul skill, displaying a complete lack of humanity. Her demeanor was wholly incongruous with her appearance. I managed to withstand her attack with my defensive soul skill, but I still sustained injuries. However, that woman did not escape unscathed either. My light slash left her significantly wounded. Do you think I was a bit too harsh? After all, she's a girl. And you, too. Despite having superior soul power, you still managed to injure her. You could have been gentler. How can you be so similar to Ouyang Luoxue? It is no wonder you both hail from the same academy. Haha. We have indeed arranged for an exchange program, set to commence a few days before the winter break ends, lasting for 7 semesters. We shall meet then. I must tell you, I am rather handsome. My father often praises me. As for the boy who injured you, I must say he indeed comes off as rather insensitive. He didn't even offer any words of comfort. Had it been me, I would have brought you home with fine wine and sumptuous food, caring for you until you recovered before sending you back. Service with excellence. Haha. I await your response. Take care. Qian Yuhan set down his pen and glanced once more at the contents of the letter from Shui. He pondered silently. Why does everything feel so familiar? The events you described seem strikingly similar to those that transpired between Ouyang Luoxue and myself. Wait a moment. Ouyang Luoxue, Shui. This couldn't possibly be the same person, could it? Surely it must be a coincidence. Today is quite busy, so I will only post a chapter, and I will make up for the missed chapter over the weekend. My apologies, dear friends. Chapter 81. Breaking Through to Soul Master. Entering the Dream, Part 1. It must be a coincidence. It must be. Qian Yuhan sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. It couldn't possibly be that coincidental. However, the parallels between Shui's account and his own experiences compelled him to contemplate further. After placing the letter in an envelope, he deposited it into the mailbox at his home and then made his way to the Qian Dou Empire. Upon arriving at the Qian Dou Empire's Tian'o Hall, Qian Yuhan shared his current situation with the Qian Dou. Upon learning that he was on the verge of breaking through to Soul Master, requiring only one soul ring, the Qian Dou was filled with joy. Having lived a life without wife or children, his feelings for Qian Yuhan were akin to that of a father. And how could he not be delighted at the young man's progress? Yet, upon recalling Qian Yuhan's injuries, he expressed concern. Little Han, perhaps you should rest a bit longer? How is your injury? Upon hearing this query from the Qian Dou, Qian Yuhan understood his concern and replied, Uncle Qian Dou, do not worry. I am aware of my limits. The Qian Dou knew that despite Qian Yuhan's youth, he possessed a maturity beyond his years, understanding the implications of his actions and the potential gains and losses they entailed. Thus, he nodded and said, Then let us set off for the Dou Forest. In merely 3 hours, the Qian Dou rode his Hellwing White Tiger, bringing Qian Yuhan to the southern region of the Qian Dou Empire, where the Dou Forest lay. Little Han, this time I will accompany you. You need not concern yourself with me. I will merely observe. The Qian Dou chuckled. Qian Yuhan could not help but marvel at how the once fearsome Tian Dou now appeared almost like a playful child in his presence. "All right, uncle," Qian Yuhan responded. The two entered the Dou Forest, progressing towards its core region. Qian Yuhan's goal was to seek out a soul beast that could grant him a soul skill with area of effect capabilities. Given that his second and third soul rings were already 10,000-year rings, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for his fourth would pose no issue. Furthermore, having absorbed the heavenly essence contained within the eight-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, his physical strength had significantly increased, making him all the more prepared. This time, he aimed to challenge a soul beast of approximately 30 to 40,000 years in age. While it would be somewhat challenging for Qian Yuhan to single-handedly confront a 10,000-year soul beast, his prior encounter with a light, golden-winged lion, which he narrowly defeated due to its overconfidence, underscored the risks. The notion of a soul king being defeated by an unringed child is almost unfathomable. It was only possible due to the light-heartedness of the beast, compounded by the overwhelming power of the light divine sword, which possessed a certain suppression over soul beasts. This time, Qian Yuhan, at the threshold of Soul Master, sought to test his mettle against a 10,000-year soul beast. He was curious to see how far he could withstand the survival instincts of a 30,000-year soul beast, whose strength was comparable to that of a soul emperor. "Little Han, are you certain you wish to seek a 30,000-year soul beast that is equivalent to a soul emperor? Defeating one is not overly difficult. If necessary, I can intervene, but will you be able to absorb it?" Qian Yuhan nodded confidently. "No problem, Uncle Tian Dou." The two walked side by side, gradually making their way deeper into the forest. Along the way, the tranquil atmosphere was frequently interrupted by the Tian Dou's concerned inquiries. "Little Han, how have you enjoyed your time in Tian Dou City these past few days? Have you encountered any interesting events?" The Tian Dou inquired with a smile, his gaze warm as he looked at the young man beside him. Qian Yuhan smiled gently in response. "Uncle, I had a wonderful time exploring the city and participating in the arena battles. It was quite fulfilling." The Tian Dou nodded appreciatively and continued to ask, "And how is life at school treating you? Is your academic workload heavy? How do you get along with your classmates?" Qian Yuhan answered earnestly. "Everything is well at school. Although there is some pressure academically, I manage to cope that I get along splendidly with my classmates. We often discuss the ways of cultivation, and I have made quite a few good friends." The Tian Dou then broached the subject of the upcoming exchange program at the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Speaking earnestly, "Do you have any other thoughts regarding this opportunity to study at the Tian Dou Royal Academy?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Yuhan replied, "Uncle, I am fully aware of the rarity of this opportunity and will certainly cherish it, striving to learn from other excellent soul masters to enhance my abilities. Additionally, the Tian Dou Empire leads us in many areas of thought and technology. I intend to absorb as much knowledge as possible to benefit our spirit hall upon my return." Qian Yuhan maintained his patience, providing thorough and sincere answers to each question posed by the Tian Dou. But he understood that if the Tian Dou did not genuinely care for him, he would not be so meticulous in his inquiries about daily life. It was precisely because he felt this deep sense of care that Qian Yuhan felt not annoyance, but rather joy and warmth in his heart. The Tian Dou gazed at Qian Yuhan with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "The elder brother has raised a fine son." That night, the conversation with Xiao Wei was astutely analytical and well-founded. Indeed, one could say that comparison breeds envy, that I recall the days when I understood that blindly engaging in fights and challenging others was futile. Tian Wei reminisced about the evening when Qian Yuhan returned, during which he and Xiao Wei sought him out. He articulated to Xiao Wei that the Spirit Hall should be more accessible to a broader range of soul masters, not just the elite or prodigious ones. It is the ordinary soul masters who truly drive development. He also emphasized the necessity of enhancing transportation efficiency to attract more visitors to the Spirit City. He shared various observations and insights he had gathered during his journey to Tian Dou City, detailing its numerous advantages with Xiao Wei. Initially indifferent, Xiao Wei gradually found resonance in Qian Yuhan's words, becoming increasingly immersed in the dialogue, eventually leading him to ponder deeply, demonstrating just how remarkably talented and extraordinary Qian Yuhan truly is. "Xiao Han, there are some things your uncle must tell you. Please do go on. Xiao Han, you are indeed very clever." a being of remarkable prowess. Out there, you must learn to conceal yourself, especially when you are in Tiando City. You must exercise utmost caution, for you cannot be certain of the backgrounds of those around you. Offending someone may seem trivial, but could provoke powerful forces lurking in the shadows, and they might send formidable individuals after you, though we won't be by your side to rescue you, that I understand. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Dot. As Qian Yuhan was about to respond, a sound echoed from a distance. Xiao Han, be careful. It could be a soul beast. The battlefield is yours. Tianwei Dou patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder. Understood. In the nearby woods, a pair of crimson eyes opened, fixated on Qian Yuhan. Tianwei concealed his presence and swiftly departed, while those eyes remained locked on Qian Yuhan, ready to pounce the moment Tianwei Dou vanished. By the time Qian Yuhan identified the soul beast, it was already hurtling toward him. It's a peacock featherbird, Qian Yuhan whispered, gripping the radiant divine sword tightly, preparing for battle. Chapter 82. Breaking Through Soul Master. Into the Dream, Part 2. Qian Yuhan clenched the radiant divine sword, which emitted a dazzling brilliance, his gaze intense and unwavering as he locked onto the approaching soul beast. The creature moved with agility, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. In this tense moment, Qian Yuhan's lips moved subtly as he murmured, "Peacock featherbird." Speaking of the peacock featherbird, it is indeed the darling of the skies. Its speed is astonishing, akin to a fierce gale. Its explosive power is exceedingly formidable, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Moreover, its razor-sharp feathers and indomitable beak serve as lethal weapons. To be struck by them would yield dire consequences. Examining the peacock featherbird's appearance, it is undeniably breathtaking. Its vividly colored tail resembles a peacock's fan, splendid and eye-catching, with each feather shimmering with an enchanting luster. Additionally, atop its head, there are fan-shaped feathers reminiscent of a peacock's, flowing gracefully in the wind, exuding elegance and nobility. However, one must not be deceived by its beautiful exterior, for the peacock featherbird is characterized by extreme ferocity and treachery that a moment's carelessness could lead one into its meticulously laid traps. Becoming its next meal, second soul skill, Radiant Shadow Clone. The black second soul ring beneath Qian Yuhan shimmered, enveloping him in light, which then split into three, each a perfect replica of Qian Yuhan, darting off in different directions. The peacock featherbird remained unfazed. Halting its advance, IT let out a resonant cry and launched its sharp feathers toward the three Qian Yuhans. How infuriating. It can attack multiple targets. Qian Yuhan gritted his teeth, glancing back at the relentless feathers pursuing him. Be struck by these feathers would be catastrophic. This soul beast was nearly 40,000 years old, a genuine soul emperor-level threat. And even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. Just as Qian Yuhan was meticulously evading the barrage of feathers, two of his clones were unfortunately struck by several razor-sharp quills. With a series of soft snaps, the two clones vanished like smoke. The Radiant Shadow Clone skill concluded. Qian Yuhan's temporarily diminished strength began to normalize, yet the situation remained dire. He had to muster all his strength to dodge the relentless, lethal feathers. Utilizing the trees ahead as cover, Qian Yuhan nimbly dodged left and right. The feathers struck the sturdy trunks with the force of lightning, accompanied by loud thuds, causing trees to topple and dust to rise. What terrifying power! Qian Yuhan marveled inwardly. Faced with such overwhelming attacks, he dared not relax for a moment. Meanwhile, the peacock featherbird did not relent. IT unfurled its brilliantly colored wings, gracefully soaring into the air, closely trailing Qian Yuhan. Occasionally, it would shed a few feathers, launching them at Qian Yuhan with incredible speed. These feathers acted like concealed weapons, incessantly disrupting Qian Yuhan's movements, plunging him into a nightmarish scenario. At this moment, in the eyes of the peacock featherbird, Qian Yuhan seemed like a mere plaything at its mercy. This is too passive. Third soul skill. Radiant Guardian, Radiant Twin Wings. The black third soul ring around Qian Yuhan flared to life, and humanoid light forms enveloped him. Qian Yuhan extended his radiant twin wings and charged directly toward the peacock featherbird. This time, even the peacock featherbird was caught off guard. mistakenly believing that Qian Han intended to confront it head-on. Soul beasts possessed their own pride. They would never permit a human to challenge them with their frail body. The peacock feather bird charged forward without hesitation. Qian Han smirked, fool, just as he was about to collide with the peacock feather bird.